remember the Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day. I'm coming off vomit. Don't look at me like that. I gotta.
What happened?
I don't know. I saw him barely at the media party. He was doing his Bobby things.
Hanging out with he loves hanging out with all these other people we don't work with.
Yeah,
Is that it?
I was literally only hanging out with people we work with. It was Eric and Zach and me just drinking all night.
He had some bloggers that he was hanging out with. But no, he was he was doing his normal Bobby things. He's got to he derives masculinity through over drinking. That's how he does it. I respect that. Big time, okay? I think if you're going to overdo anything in this world, it needs to be alcohol. That's just my personal take on that.
Okay.
Bobby does that as good as anybody, but he pays the price the next day, and so do we.
What was the? Yeah, and so do we. What was the drink of choice? When did you puke?
It was like 5 minutes after getting back to the room. I threw up because I laid down and I was like, "Oh, it's spinning. That's not good." And I didn't feel good. And it was just vodka all night.
Straight?
So you remember they won't pour shots basically, or they hadn't in the past. One of the bartenders at the beginning of the night said, like, I can't pour doubles, but what I can do is I can pour you a neat drink and then a mixed drink, and I can give you both those. So all night I was just like, all right, well, vodka soda and vodka neat. And so then they pour them both, hand them to me, and I drink them.
You sound like right now you could puke at any moment. It sounds like something is building up.
Bubbling. I mean, it could just be that's my voice, but yeah, no, it was. There was a lot of alcohol last night and a lot of headache.
All right, well, wake up, get a little pep in the step in the voice, not this little sleepy Garfield stuff.
They did pour them for me, neat, straight.
They did?
Yeah, you got to tip a little bit. And I won't mention the name of the alcohol company because Sarah doesn't sell it and they don't support us on the station. But it was neat. On the rocks, I shouldn't say neat. On the I don't do neat. I don't do neat. I like to be able to, it's like you have change in your pocket.
Yes,
right.
That's
You want
right.
all people to know I'm coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the media party taking place here in New Orleans. This is show number 2 on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. So, what was the setup? Who was around? How good was the party?
This was probably either tied for the best or the second best behind New York. New York was the gold standard.
Because I feel like the parties, this and the Jerry party, it's kind of been going down in my mind over the years.
Big time resurgence. It came back with a vengeance last night. About 64 different jazz bands were there.
This city does stink, literally, as Eric and Zach did a video, but they do know how to have fun.
This is the best Super Bowl setup, New Orleans. I don't think it's maybe Miami because of the weather. But everything is so close, so compact, and they know how to party. So from that standpoint, A+. And, it's in the same place it was a couple years back when we had it, 2013. And it's like there's Mardi Gras floats everywhere in there. And bands. And the food is tremendous. When you walk in, the first thing you got is this alligator picante pasta.
Wow.
Pasta picante. It's just phenomenal. And then, bam, right next to it is seafood gumbo and shrimp creole and jambalaya.
Nice.
Oh, fantastic.
It was not the same alligator they were having people hold, was it? They had people holding alligators and boa constrictors.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
As you were walking out, you could, somebody had this setup where they were allowing you to, hold these animals. Let me see where.
Well, who were you hanging with then?
So I started hanging with Ruben, me and Rube. He's my running buddy.
Oh my gosh, that is not good.
No.
That is crazy.
And then, yeah,
oh
let's
hell
put a
no,
boa around your
hell
neck.
no, boa constrictor and no.
Where Rube goes, I go. Where I go, he goes. Rube's my running buddy.
Okay,
All right. And
because
then
you guys pregame in the casino.
went to the casino first. Gave back almost everything. Not quite. Almost. Going to win it back today. But see, that the way I look at it is, I just got 2 days of free entertainment.
Yeah, if you can break even, you win.
That's it.
Just don't
Absolutely.
tip and you'll be fine. You know, you could have had $60 extra, RJ.
Yeah, or I could be not cheap. So like there's that too.
You know what though? Peyton, I'm gonna start a crusade to stop tipping dealers. I'm going to. More on that later.
Yeah. I mean, they help you win.
No, they don't though.
Oh,
Well, if they
good juju.
no. But see,
The
this
good
is
juju.
that's the ridiculous part. Unless they're coaching you. When one of those dumbasses sit down next
yeah.
to you and they don't know when to hit and when to stay, that's different. But them pulling the magic juju out of the deck, it's horse ass.
Oh,
it's total crap.
man.
Oh, shut up,
Oh,
Sharpie.
baby.
This isn't
Oh,
friggin'
baby.
Copperfield dealing me cards over
it's
here.
Copperfield, babe. But I felt bad. This was like her first day on the job. I was like, I got to help you out here.
Okay.
So I was helping her out.
All right.
I was helping her out. Where was I?
You were
Ruben,
pre-gaming.
you're running buddies.
So I was with Ruben. Then I was with Tim Collins. Hey. And then I ran into the Tony Faye PR folk, the Choctaw folk, and the great Joe Trahan.
White or black?
White.
Okay.
Joe Trahan White. Who still is he's on my phone like that. That's exactly
White
how
Trahan?
That's exactly how he is. And my phone. So I just hung out with a bunch of different people throughout the night. Then I ran into Roberto.
Right when you were leaving, we ran into each
Yeah.
other.
Was he looking like a hot mess?
He wasn't. I don't think it had hit him yet. He was a mess, not a hot mess at that point.
And you?
I was fine. I mean, I had quite a bit, but I had it over like 4 hours.
Anyone else on the staff?
Zach got messed up. Yeah, Eric was too. I did one of those, this is my first drink, this is my last drink videos with the guys. And Zach, I think you can see, his eyes are red, and he's not doing well in that video. I only tipped $25 last night total for the evening.
Good.
No, I
for
felt
you.
like a real piece of S every time I would go up to the bar, and I was just like, I've already tipped them before, so I can't tip them again, allegedly. And now I feel terrible just standing up here getting drinks, and I feel like they're looking at me and judging me every time I don't hand them money.
Yeah. Well, you got change? You had broken it up? You had gone in like that?
No, I actually had to go to Zach and go like, give me some fives, I'll have to pay you back later.
And Zach let you borrow money? I was not there at the media party. I had my college buddy in town, my little brother in the fraternity, RIP fraternity, no more. We won't get into all that, but we decided to go ahead, and he's like, you got to go to this dinner place. You got to. All-time experience, I promise. I said, what time's the dinner? He's like, 8:30. I said, no. Nope, not doing it.
Late.
He goes, I'm going to move it to 8. And I was like, fine, you're promising me this all-world experience. And beforehand, we were pre-gaming, and RJ Choppy texted me. And he said, did you see the red glowing light? And I said, no. He said, Rayo's is here. Rayo's, the spaghetti sauce that you see on the shelves that you probably have in your fridge.
We have 2 of them. It's for crust on pizza.
You dip it.
Yeah, I dip it in the crust.
I love that move. Can't eat crust by itself. Awful.
It's got to be great crust to do by yourself.
Got to be amazing crust. I said, what the hell's Rayo's doing here? I knew they had one in Vegas. I got into the one that was my Lifetime Restaurant Achievement Award, getting into the one in New York. And I said, oh yeah, they do Super Bowl pop-ups. And it's right down the daggone street from our hotel.
You make a left out of the hotel. You walk towards the casino. It is not even a half mile.
And I'm not supposed to be talking about this. He's like, don't post anything. Don't this, don't that. I said, no one listening is going to fly out here and go to Rayo's. So I'm just going to talk about
We are
it.
global. We're like the pit bull of radio.
Plus, I'm trying to name
Worldwide.
drop everything. That's right. I called the chef.
Well,
I texted the chef. I said, yo, man, I got to get in with my crew this week. I need a reservation. He calls me. He goes, why don't you come in right now?
oh man.
I said, oh, man, Choppy's going to be mad at this, but screw Choppy. I got to go. Here, he's inviting me right there. It's Roger Goodell's NFL party.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, my gosh. My head was spinning like day one, Radio Row, 15 years ago, baby. Goodell, Schefter, Dan Patrick, who I was oogling and ogling the entire night, Hannah Storm, my famous Super Bowl, well, not famous, in my mind, my famous Super Bowl picture of
That's right.
trying to hug Hannah
Yes.
Storm at the Houston bar. Jeff Darlington, Peter Schaefer, The Matrix, Sean Merriman, Lights
Sean
Out.
Merriman, Lights Out.
Yeah,
The
you're
Matrix
talking
with
Sean
Marion, Lights Out, Sean Merriman. I mean, it was insane. It was incredible. Free drinks, red carpet, Roger Goodell, Archie Manning was in there. Oh, man.
How's he looking?
He's looking okay. He did have the cane.
Yeah, he was getting old. I mean, he's
I went
gotta
up
be
to him.
80
I
years
said,
old
"Wait,
now.
does Arch want to play for the Cowboys? Does Arch want to play for the Cowboys?"
Was he there dictating who Arch is not going to play for, like he's done throughout his
he
career?
was chilling. He was chilling. I worked up the nerve to get the picture with Dan Patrick. Bobby sent the funny message in the text saying, "Did he ask where RJ was?" Since RJ stole,
I didn't steal.
my appearance.
You did steal.
That should have been. He did steal it, but he took what should have been my appearance on the Dan Patrick show. I wussed out on Goodell. I wussed out. I told myself, if Goodell's by the door when we're leaving, I'm going to get the picture. And I was such a wuss. I just walked out. I didn't know whether to go up to Schefter. He didn't, I didn't know if he was that approachable. But
Pat him on the head.
I tried to save the dinner for us to actually go
All right.
eat. But I went in there for Roger Goodell's party. But apparently on one of the nights that we're supposed to go in, Dak table, Eli table, all this stuff
If
taking
there's
place.
an Eli table, there might be a Peyton table.
Might be. So
Might be.
that was not my night. The restaurant, overrated, not that great. Saw the Boston guys who are trending every other day for some reason on my social media. So that's why I did not make it to the media party. Who else from the station went? Did Hagelin and Dawson go?
Dawson
I think, was
walked in, that I saw, grabbed like one thing of food, and then walked out.
No.
I think so.
No way.
We walked in
I'll
with
see you
him,
in Oxnard,
and then we
sir.
saw him walking immediately towards the exit after grabbing food, and I don't know how long he was
I
there.
saw Bassick there. He was all over the place. Like bouncing
Talking?
around.
Like every
No,
day?
bouncing around.
Like his announcement yesterday, all
Yes,
over the place?
bouncing around from, station to station. Let's see.
Oh, man, he's already networking.
Yeah. No kidding.
He's already whoring himself out.
Did you listen to Mike Likes It yesterday?
No,
Oh, you need to go back and listen to it.
I don't think I do. I got plenty of phone calls off air about it.
This was the biggest setup, the largest venue.
You think I would have liked it?
Oh,
Yeah, you
dude,
would've.
the open
The food,
the open
yeah.
setting with the
you
the
would've
water and everything.
There
it
was a they had like in this one room they had this old house. It's like a little like antebellum house kind of thing, right? And everything was built around it. You had to go back. You had to go back through the museum, Bobby. I don't know if you went back there. You go through the museum.
I didn't go through the museum.
Through the white curtains, and you enter. Bam! There's like this indoor tree house kind of thing.
Nice.
But there's a house that's built. That was all originally there. They built everything around it, so that they kind of just closed it in. It was really cool. Really
Excellent.
Cool place.
Yeah, I was once again, hubbing up Bobby's wife. She was out with us and our crew.
Yeah.
Making sure she had a good old time, and now she's just like, we have to come back to this restaurant. We have to come back. You have to include me in the reservation. Where are we going tomorrow? I said, Kristen, my wife is leaving. I'm checking out for a little bit. I can't do this. Yesterday, that was Bobby, you're not off to a great start today. Yesterday, A+++. We put in work yesterday.
Yeah.
We put in work, so I don't know what's to come. Whenever basically Rayos tells us we can go in,
That's
just stay on standby.
I was trying to make it not between 6 and 8 tonight. Tennessee's playing Missouri.
Oh, dear God, you got to watch that.
All right, if I told you it was at 7, are you going to the sports book? At Rayos, it's the only night we can get in.
Yeah, I'll go to Rayos, but I'll start the sports book because I gotta get my bets in.
You married to regular season college basketball Tennessee like that?
I'll watch every game. Yeah, I don't miss Tennessee basketball game.
Oh my gosh.
Every game.
Wow.
They could be playing. Give me a.
Who are they playing tonight?
Missouri. Top 15 matchup.
Okay.
Good teams.
There you go. And Ruben's going to go with you?
Yeah, he better be there.
Ruben,
Well, I want to know about him.
he was in a
Yeah,
daze.
This morning he was late.
You know what he did? He put his money where his mouth is. He took the Mavs to win the title.
He did.
Whoa. We
Yeah.
might have to throw him on the headset. He thinks the trade is better for the Mavs?
I don't know if he said that, but
He just
still
put a
good value.
$5 bet down at plus 2,000, so he could
2,000?
plus
20 to 1,
2,000.
right? It's 20 to 1. So he'll get what does it say? You pay out
You said $100.
105, yeah.
Okay. Put the money where the mouth is. Still, he
That's
did
half
that.
an hour for him.
So they 877-881. Pepe, you okay over there? You any FOMO? Anything when you saw on social media last night made you jealous?
Yeah, I mean, all the drinking on a Tuesday night, I'd thrive for that one day. One day I'll be there, guys.
877. You're just too valuable not to be back
Right.
there. That's why you need to look at it. All right. He was shocked. He was stunned. And you're probably going to become even more angry. Who's telling the truth? Luka Doncic spoke for the first time as a Laker. The Mavericks made another move. Mavs played, Lakers played, the Luka Doncic Laker press conference, and Anthony Davis speaks on the deal as well. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me set you up with the Tolo team of attorneys with Franklin and Frank.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Hit the Embiid, knocked it away, and the Sixers win the game. Dante Exum turned it over. The Sixers win, and B with a defensive stop. Final score 118-116.
Sixers radio with the call. Of course, Joel Embiid just decides to play all of a sudden, and the Sixers get a 2-point win over the Mavericks. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from New Orleans, brought to you by Stella, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And not only did Embiid decide to randomly play, he had a triple-double. So 29, 11, and 10 with the team that Nico Harrison has decided to do more business with. Sixers win.
Yeah, getting the Caleb Martin trade for Quentin Grimes, which, you know, on the surface, it's Caleb Martin is about 40% from three in the playoffs for his career. So that's good. What's that, Bobby?
In the playoffs only?
That's what it said. He goes up about
seems like a stretch to sell Caleb Martin.
3 to 4% in the 3-point percentage in the playoffs. I really can't judge anything that this team does right now. I have no idea where their headspace is.
Well, Kyrie shared his headspace about Luka after the loss.
Just really shocked, and you just don't imagine that you're going to get ready to go to sleep and then you find out news like that. So it's still a grieving process right now. Miss my hermano. We had a lot of time together. Keith too, and Maxie, and we just built some bonds that went beyond the basketball court. So if anybody can understand at home, when someone or a few group of people or a few people leave in a trade, it's going to be difficult, and that's what we're dealing with right now. But this is a business. It's way above my pay grade. I just got to adjust and be ready to welcome in my new teammates with open arms and kind of be ready to go back to Dallas too, to speak in front of our fans. I know they're feeling it too. I'm feeling it too, guys. So yeah, it's just an adjustment period, and I don't want to downplay this either or disrespect our new guys. They're going to help us win and going to help us build towards a championship.
Oh, my gosh.
Kyrie should be the GM. He handles the optics of the trade better. I feel for our fans. I know how he's saying everything Nico should have said the other day and didn't.
The grieving process.
Yeah.
We're in the grief. I mean, this sounds like a sports death.
It really does. And that's why, I don't know how this team is functioning, what their, like I said, where their headspace is right now. You just lost even though he wasn't playing at the moment, right? He wasn't even playing. There was still the view that he was coming back. This is the guy that led the NBA in the playoffs in every category.
I needed to hear that the locker room had a resentment towards the way Luka was taking shortcuts or doing things. The last thing that Nico Harrison can have happen is for the locker room to sound like this.
Right.
And it's not a great first start that Kyrie Irving, the Robin of the team, the actual leader on the team, sounds like that. I needed to hear a little vocal support that, hey, man, like, you know, we're rolling our eyes at this kind of stuff. They're not going to come out and say that, but Kyrie sounding like that tells me a lot about what they thought about Luka Doncic in that locker room. I'm asking some guys here that cover the Mavericks here at Radio Row. I was like, is he disliked? Did they roll their eyes? Is he a diva? And they're like, they love him. They loved him. They loved him in the locker room. Did the front office just totally misjudge that? Did they not care? Did they not care about what this would do to the locker room? Because right now, I'm hearing some whispers that they're a little caught off guard over the negative reaction. Are you stupid? Are you stupid, dumb, deaf, all of the above? I mean, I know that you're not from here.
It's negligent. If you didn't realize that the reaction to the fan base, from the fan base would be this bad, then you don't have the pulse of the fan base. And
you don't have a pulse. You might as well be laying in the ground dead like Nico suggested the other day.
Like, it really is, it blows the mind. How someone could make this trade and then not even expect a remote reaction anywhere close to this.
The fact that the teammates don't sound like they were in favor of this or anything else, it's starting to feel more and more to me like, or I'm starting to ask more and more, like, is Nico this petty? Like, did Nico just not like Luka?
Dude, he traded Grimes yesterday. It was a coincidence, but it's like a sniper in a movie. I felt like I was watching Grimes warming up on the Philly court, and that was it. He's traded from Philly, in Philly, and Nico's just probably sitting upstairs like getting some sick satisfaction out of watching Grimes sit there in the arena. Boom, there's the trade for Caleb. All right, let's get to the press conference. Why is your leg shaking this much?
Because I haven't taken Adderall yet.
Well, snort it off the table, please.
Okay.
877-881-1053, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That he almost had a spill down the...
Yeah, Bobby almost did he almost broke the escalator right in front of McLovin. He was walking up, and he gets me, he goes, yell out McLovin. I'm like, no, he's not that big of a deal. Then I started falling. And then all of a sudden, like, he starts going, like, falling backwards like he's about to sit down. He goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I'm like, Bobby. And I see his left foot, which is against the escalator, like he was just kind of sitting there sideways. So it was, just imagine it was like parallel to the side of the step. He starts to fall back, and his left foot is still there. Like, his leg's about to snap. His knee is about to fall off. And he goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I'm like, Robert, what the hell? And he catches himself.
And then he did talk to McLovin. He looked across at the other escalator and goes, I remember my first time on an escalator.
He's always got those good one-liners.
Thank you.
So,
very dad joke.
All right, 877-881-1053. We need your response to Luka Doncic with his first Lakers press conference. Here's Luka's reaction, how, and what he did when he found out about the trade.
And everybody was surprised, so you can imagine how surprised I was. I was almost asleep, so when I got a call, I had to check. It was April 1st. I didn't really believe it at first, and it was a bit shock. It was hard moments for me. It was home, so it was really hard moments for me, especially the first day. But as I said, I get to play in the greatest club in the world, and I'm excited for this new journey.
I watched the whole press conference. I took notes, and one of the things I noticed, this is even more negative PR for Nico, because Luka took the high road. He's coming across as classy. He's coming across as sad. Now, he always mumbled with his media answers. Like, that is not Luka Doncic. But this is Luka Doncic with every interview. But he appeared hurt. He appeared sad. And that does not come across like he was threatening the Dallas Mavericks with not signing a Supermax. Everything about yesterday and everything we've heard makes it sound like Luka was devastated. Chandler Parsons saying he actually cried, and that is going to make everyone listening and every Mavs fan that much angrier and love him even more. He's done nothing post-trade to give the slightest He's winning the PR battle.
Oh, big time.
Big time. Like, to take that high road yesterday, he had to hold back laughter. He was asked. There's reports out there. I mean, they suggested you may not sign the Supermax. He had to hold back his laughter over the notion that he wouldn't do it.
Lunacy.
He's destroying Nico PR-wise.
Yeah, the one victory that Nico gets out of that press conference yesterday is when you saw him waddle up on stage weighing, 300 pounds probably? I mean, just looked morbidly obese up there.
Dude, I said, okay, I almost had to Google, is gray a slimming color?
Yes.
He went with the gray sweater, and I said, he looks exactly the same.
Yeah,
I was expecting him to have a bulge, fatter. Maybe he just carries it well. The face didn't look like a Goodyear blimp with the drinking swollenness. He looked the same.
LeBron's got him that locked in 12 hours. He's already worked it off.
It's, like anybody who has been bloated knows you don't wear a sweater if you're bloated. Not a form-fitting one, right? Not one that's got the elastic on the bottom, right?
Yeah.
That creates a shelf if you've got a bloated belly. So goodwill, when that person rocks that sweater, they decide to put that sweater on, they're feeling good. They're feeling good that day.
Luka said he was almost asleep, had to check the phone, not April Fool's. It was a little awkward to watch Rob Pelinka thanking Nico so much in front of Luka. You know Luka wants to do really bad things to Nico Harrison. He took the high road. He said it was really hard at first. The last 48 hours felt like a month. He doesn't know why Nico made the decision. No comment on that. The Supermax stuff he laughed at. He says the conditioning now is a big motivating factor, hearing all that talk. He said, I know that is not true. The Lakers have given in and said, yeah, your medical staff, you want them to train you? Yeah. They're now Lakers medical staff. So that fight that's been reported, the Tom Brady-esque Alex Guerrero battle over who trains who, the Lakers like, do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
And
who would have thought the Lakers would be the team that gave in to those demands? Like the Lakers, Cowboys, Yankees are like, no, you come to us, you do it our way.
Well, when you get Luka, that's the thing that hit me yesterday. This is Shaq Orlando. That's what this was. Rob Pelinka sat up there in that jacket that went. What was that?
I don't know, man, but you can't lose a negotiation to a guy that has a jacket that is a double zip. It zips from the bottom and the top.
Did you see it, Bobby?
Yeah. You can't lose that battle. You can't. I don't know what that was. You can't lose that
Rob
battle.
Pelinka was Jerry West, and Luka was Shaq. The Orlando Magic are the Dallas Mavericks. They weren't going to offer Shaq, like they didn't treat him like a Supermax player. They're like, nah, we run a local poll. Should we pay Shaquille or not? And you're not going to offer Shaquille O'Neal the maximum amount of money like the Dallas Mavericks? Jerry West is like, okay, yeah, we'll take him. And that's what I felt watching Rob Pelinka in that press conference yesterday, saying, yeah, this is a gift. And you're damn right it is a gift that Nico Harrison wrapped up and put the bow on for you.
It's the more and more we get away from it, the more I'm like, it's going to settle in. Like every day, I'm thinking every 10 to 15 minutes, I'll just go like, God,
yeah.
What did they do? It still doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. There's no context where it makes sense.
They need him. Look, I'm saying this half joking. They need Luka Doncic to check into AA. That's the only way, besides winning championships, and Choppy has that topic later on, they need him. Tomorrow the news needs to come out that Luka Doncic is in rehab. That's the only way Nico Harrison can get out of this. I'm not hoping that happens. I'm just saying, from a PR standpoint, that's how extreme it has to get. And Mavs fans still probably would not forgive him or think that's a legit reason. He got to go to Betty Ford. He got to go to Betty Ford tomorrow.
That's a big clinic, right? Still,
whatever is out there, he needs to check in, and that is the only way that Nico can win back some PR points.
I mean, yeah, like it's going to have to literally be. It's a long play. Like you're not going to discover it this year. Like even if he checks in, you've got to. This thing is going to be decided over the next decade.
Yep.
Or as long as he's in the league. If he's out of the league by 2029, big time win.
All right. Was Dion ever a possibility? Should we feel better about Brian Schottenheimer? And can we finally get rid of the tush push? Former NFL player, always a great guest, Solomon Wilcots, is going to sit down with us along with some college dirt on me with his partner in this interview. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Zero Res, get that carpet clean. The clean way.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, joining us now here in New Orleans on Radio Row, former NFL player Solomon Wilcots, and I'll explain in a minute, but the #1 most interesting guest of our entire week, Dr. Nelson Mead. We'll get to it in a second. Solomon, thanks for joining us.
Oh, man, great to be on with you guys. We were already having fun before we even started recording.
Should we say why?
Of course, whatever you want to do, it's your show.
He came over, he said, "What city?" I said, "Cowboys, you're with the big time now." And he reminded us of our recent headlines. Yes.
As everyone is prone to do, right?
Jerry's happy about the Luka trade. That's all we can say.
Yeah, that's right.
Move the spotlight.
That's right.
Change the attention.
Cover it up a little bit.
Or maybe not, knowing Jerry.
Exactly.
All news is good news.
We've got Kansas City and Philly in the Super Bowl. Do you get the sense like people are just tired of Kansas City, though? Has any of that started to set in yet for them?
I don't know. I'm hearing some of that, but I don't buy it. I mean, to me, I think you have to appreciate when you're watching something that's great. Those of you who've been around the Cowboys, you remember there was a time when they were on that kind of run, and if you were a Cowboy fan, you were loving it. You were absolutely loving it. And to me, I think you got to be able to appreciate greatness. When it's happening right in front of you, don't get tired of it. When Michael Jordan ran off 3 in a row and said, "I'm going to go play baseball, this is getting boring," right? Yeah. And then he came back and won 3 straight. And I loved every minute of it because I already know that when it's gone, it's going to be a hard time to try to find that kind of excellence again.
Do you care how a team wins? Like, do you look at whether they squeak by 3 or 4 points or they look good doing it, blowing them out? Because there's some people have a problem with the Chiefs.
Well, I lost in a Super Bowl. I was playing for the Cincinnati Bengals. We were playing the 49ers. The score was like 6-6 at halftime. Yeah, the great 49er juggernaut only scored 6 points by halftime. Only scored 20, and they scored in the final 40 seconds to beat us, right? John Taylor, Joe Montana, we all know it. They won. I mean, I'm going to tell you, you think I felt any bad? I felt miserable for a month. And I can tell you, I don't care if it was a blowout or by 1 point. It's the net is the same. So I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, the game, it was what margins, what? It's a win-lose thing. That's all it is. Nobody goes back and look at those Pittsburgh Steelers teams that won, 4 and 6 years, by the way, back-to-back twice. Nobody look at the final score. Nobody going back to see, was it a blowout? What was the score? No, they took home the trophy. So that's how I grade it, because you asked the question, that's how I grade it.
What do you say to the conspiracy theorists that the Chiefs are getting all the calls? Roger wants Kansas City in the Super Bowl. What do you say to all of them? Because San Fran was that team back then, the Beast.
Look, man, you're talking to a former player, so that means I'm cut from a different cloth. Very competitive dudes, right? That's the world. I'm the youngest of 4 boys, and I have a dad. So I grew up in a home, man, where it was a lot of testosterone. So I didn't get to whine and cry because I had 3 older brothers. They just wouldn't hear it, right? You had to suck it up. So that's the world that I come from.
Yeah.
All that other stuff, man, that's just whining, it's crying, it's moaning. You're trying to find a reason for why you weren't good enough.
Speaking of whining, crying, moaning, Tush Push has been getting a lot of resistance.
Yeah.
The Packers president recently came out and said thinks it needs to be eliminated. It's not a football play. Where do you come down on what place that has in the game?
So this is just how I've always been, because I've been in some of these meetings. I've been around some of the great custodians of the game, people who have helped institute rules. You know why those rules were put in. It had always been a rule that you could not push or assist a runner from behind. You can't pick him up and carry him forward. He's got to run on his own.
Thank you.
He's got to play on his own. I want to catch the ball for him, too. You want me to throw it for him, too? So that had always been the rules, guys, for over 100 years. But we've always said, and I'm a defensive guy, so you got to take this the way that it is, offenses don't innovate they changed the rules to get better. Defensive players and defensive coaches, they're the ones in the lab always, you know what, I'm going to blitz and I'm going to play zone behind it. You know what, I'm going to run a stunt. I'm going to twist and bring the end around, bring the end, come up underneath. Defensive coaches I'm telling you, they're always innovating. Offensive coaches are like, let's change the rule. They shouldn't be able to do that. They always are changing the rule. When we were playing in the AFC Championship game, we were playing the Bills. I remember Marv Levy calling New York that morning. You know what? You know what he tried to have outlawed just hours before kickoff? The no huddle. It's on record. Cincinnati Bengals running the first one running no huddle. He didn't. It was in the rule. You could do it. It's just that Coach Weiss did it first.
Yeah.
And so what he tried to do, tried to litigate. Here's Marv Levy. Guess what the Bills were doing the very next year? Guess what offense they were running?
Yep.
No huddle,
K-gun,
baby.
K-gun.
No huddle. So that's offensive coaches. They're going to whine. They're going to try to change the rules. It had never been in the rule book where you could assist or aid the runner. And then they changed the rule, which gave us the tush push. So when I say it should be out of the game, it really should. You shouldn't be able to. What if they just push and fell forward?
Yeah.
And instead of falling down, they just move all the way down the field. What if they?
agree.
What if they just got in the huddle
Yes.
and covered up the real runner? You can't see the ball, and you're just covering it up, and you're moving. That's silly, guys.
I agree.
That's not football. Come on, it's not football.
We're talking with Solomon Wilcots here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, so you are a Colorado alum. There
That's
was
right.
a lot of questions about, all right, Cowboys job opening is coming open. Seems like a natural fit for Deion Sanders. Are you surprised he didn't end up here in Dallas? Do you think he would fit at the NFL level?
You guys know that wasn't happening. You guys knew.
On whose behalf was it not going to happen?
It wasn't going to happen for either one. Jerry wasn't going to make Prime the head coach, right? Because Jerry really wants to be the de facto coach. He needs a guy that's going to allow him to run his own press conference parallel, like after a game's over. The head coach is trying to give the one message to the fan base and to the people about here's what happened here. Here was our plan. Here's why we did. And Jerry's holding a press conference simultaneously at the same time.
Yeah.
He's got this radio show where he's having his. So he's telling one narrative. The coach is telling the other narrative. Guys, I'm telling you, that makes it hard to run a football team. If you try being a leader of a group of men and think that you want them to follow your every word, but then if they can circumvent you and go to somebody else and say, your word's not final, this guy, that's what's happening. And people, you guys, the Cowboys fans, think that people pick on you because you're somebody special. You're special, all right. You have a dysfunctional operation, and you got rid of one of the greatest coaches ever, and Jimmy Johnson, right? Barry Switzer allowed it. You won a few and haven't won since with that model. Might want to tweak it a little bit. That's all I would say. Look, I'm a big fan of Jerry Jones because I think he's a great businessman. I think he's good for our league. He really does. He brings more eyeballs to our league, but he makes it hard for the Cowboys to win. Trust me when I tell you that.
Solomon, do you think it's more player enabling then or undermining the coach?
Both. It can be both. Can be both.
Can be.
When you enable a player, you are undermining the coach.
What do you know
See
about?
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Were you stunned? How stunned were you? And what do you know about Brian Schottenheimer?
I know his dad really well. I mean, I knew Marty, worked with Marty. I have a lot of respect for Brian Schottenheimer. But listen, let me just ask you, man. You bring your girlfriend home to meet your parents, and you just like, Mom, she's got a lot of baggage. She comes with a big risk, but I'm getting married. Come on, man. What are your parents? That's what he said. That's what he said about the coach.
In the presser.
That he hired. Yeah, that's the press conference. That was his opening introduction. Here is my guy. Come on, man.
Big risk.
Here's what I want you guys to just contemplate this. Because here's my deepest concern for the Cowboys over the next few years. It's kind of like what happened with Al Davis and the Raiders. As we get up in age in life, we stop counting the years, we count by the months. We don't say that we have a 5-year plan, we have a 1-year plan, right? We're not going to sort of build over time because we don't have a lot of time. We need to win now. When you get to that mindset, now you get kind of desperate. And when you get that desperate, you start making moves that aren't cohesive, that are disjointed. You know, okay, why didn't you sign CeeDee Lamb when you knew you had to sign him?
Right.
Why did you wait for the last minute to sign Dak? Oh, now you'd probably rather get somebody else. You want Shador instead of Dak? A lot of these things are becoming so disjointed, and it's just not making good sense. And so you just have to wonder if a lot of the moves he's making are going to become desperate moves to win now, and it doesn't seem to be a plan, a long-term plan, that tells you where this team is going over a period of time.
What round pick do you think Shador is?
Oh, he'll go in the first round.
Is he you a big believer?
I'm a believer, but long as there's time to develop, right? There's some still areas of growth. I want to see him get rid of the ball much faster, in rhythm. I think he can do all of those things. You know, I'll tell you who does think he can is Tom Brady.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tom Brady does. Well, you know, he's on the TB12 deal, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just, I mean, you think he endorsed him and paid him all that money just because he think he couldn't play?
Right.
You don't think he's been working with him and all those things? So, yeah, I think Shador can – I think he's developing. I think he's growing. We saw him grow. Look, when he came from the HBCU school at Jackson State, there's many people didn't even think he can play at the real Division I, you know, Power 5 level.
Yeah.
And he blew it away. So, yeah, he'll be okay.
All right, Solomon, with all due respect, we love having you every year. You're the second reason why you're standing here right now.
I knew that. I brought a superstar with me.
Were you ever in a fraternity?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. You probably don't know anything about that, but it's okay.
Dr. Nelson Mead is with you. He is my little brother in our college fraternity at American University.
I like it.
So I was going to see how much diehard sports fan.
I like it.
LSU, who are they now?
LSU Tigers.
The Tigers. The LSU Tigers. And here he is, big bad doctor here. So I was going to give you the opportunity to share some dirt or whatever you wanted, but what are you here for, Nels? What are you doing?
So I'm here because we're talking about something called Macy procedure. It's from the company Vericel, and what it does, we got a lot of guys walking around here in their 60s, played ball, have bad knees, and they're in pain. And one of the reasons they got there is because a long time ago when their playing days, they got a cartilage defect, meaning they got a pothole in their cartilage. And when that doesn't go treated, what will often happen is that pothole turns into a New Orleans street. And granted, I love this city, lived here for 15 years. We all know what a New Orleans street looks like. So that pothole becomes a bunch of cracks in the asphalt and a lot more potholes. So what we've done, or what Macy has done with the Macy procedure, what Vericel has done with the Macy procedure is basically gone and you identify those with knee pain that are young, active, weekend warriors, or former high-end athletes or current athletes. And basically you take a biopsy of their cartilage, you grow it in the lab, and then you come back and you replant that cartilage so that it grows and fills that defect. So they got good maturing cartilage, which is something that we've had a difficult time doing and getting good results. And so then it was like, well, how do we further those? How do we improve those outcomes even more? Which is where Macy Arthro came into play for me personally, and that's we can now do it through a small buttonhole. So what used to have to be an incision about 9 inches long, we can now do through a small buttonhole. And what we think is that would mean that in theory patients have less swelling afterwards. Hopefully the recovery is not as difficult for them. And so it makes that a lot of times what is a hard sell for that second surgery, it makes it a lot less daunting, which is a lot less of a psychological component of the
So
patient.
did you help develop this?
No, I did not, but I was actually, so I was one of the first.
What I'm trying to ask is, are you rich? Are you rich? Are you actually outshine? Are you richer than I am?
I'll tell you what. When patients ask me, they go, why can't you create a way to invent cartilage? And I go, if I did, we'd have all new friends.
Yes. That's right.
I love that.
I've got just really one question about your time, Sean. What does the name, like if I say this name, what does it mean to you? Evan Trumpatory.
Oh, wow.
What does that mean?
Ooh, taking that way back.
First off, that's not even the name that they know me by in college. They'll call me
I mean,
Small hands?
I have a hard time not saying Shan.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't know.
So
if
does
that's-
everybody else in media.
I don't know if that's from his parents or what, but
Yeah.
but I tell myself to say Sean. But what he doesn't tell you is this is our 20-year anniversary from the last time we were on the radio together. 20 years ago, I was on
Cambridge, Maryland?
I was your college football expert 20 years ago. and then Sean gets a little too big for his britches. Becomes a big boy.
I think we're running out of time here.
Look where it came back around.
There we go.
Years ago.
I'll take a little bit of credit for Sean's career, though. That have y'all seen his initial highlight reel?
I have not.
So
I have not.
So what he did
I've
was,
not.
at last year in college, he goes around Eastern Shore of Maryland filming stuff and doing little segments, right? So he gets a high school female lacrosse game.
Yeah,
it was a doozer. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy. And so Sean's sitting there and he goes, his tagline in it is, "Man, she must be from the Bayou because her legs just got Bayou." I was like, "What?
Louisiana."
Oh, that's what it was.
You dummy. You messed it up.
She must be from Louisiana because she just got Bayou. I was like, "Oh man,
that was my Sports Center.
Yeah.
Oh man."
I remember telling you that.
I like it.
How was he with the ladies?
It was like 50.
I was like, you would have thought it had not been for me.
How was he with the ladies in college?
I mean, they would talk to him.
He's having dinner with my wife tonight, so that's a very good answer.
I know the right. She'll listen to this. I know the right
That's
answer.
a boy. That's my boy right there. But no, diehard sports obsessed.
I love
You
that.
got a good one, Solomon.
Hey,
So-
go to Macy.com if your listeners want to find out more about this procedure, because it is an incredible game changer, to be honest with you. Macy.com, MACI.com. Find out more about the procedure and find a doctor in your area.
All right, what are the hot spots in New Orleans we need to go to?
Oh, eating wise, well, I'm trying to get you to go to Clancy's tonight.
Okay.
I mean,
Tom
you
Clancy's?
don't, you don't
You should go to
understand.
Drago's also, man.
Dragos?
Oh.
Uh-oh, he
You're
made a
not-
face.
you're not
No,
a
it's good.
Drago's
It's
guy?
good. It's good.
Well, if you like char-grilled oysters,
Okay.
it's a
What's
good
we had
place
last
to
night?
go.
At
last
Oyster
night.
House?
Did you go to Drago's?
No, what's to Acme.
Acme.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I
You like it?
think Drago's is good for like a happy hour. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Hey, tell
Big
him,
fan of Yvonne Drago.
tell him what you really think of the city. What do you
Man.
always say about it?
Which is my
New
city.
Orleans?
So I left here about 2 years ago, but
Where you live?
Louisiana is my home.
Where you
Okay.
live now?
I practice in Panama City, Florida.
Oh, okay.
Nels, this
What do you got bad to say about
Well, what you got to say about
tell
that?
Chop.
Vermin.
The what?
It's just vermin.
What did you say it was?
It's Jacksonville with Old Bay season.
Okay.
It's how do y'all survive the summer?
You need to get some culture in you.
Dude, it's,
I know, right?
it's musty
How
up
do
in
y'all
here.
survive the
like we
summer?
dress incorrectly. It's already humid. Like,
God, you know what?
Flying in the swamp. There's like two houses.
Man,
in the
now I
swamp.
know why Lewis and Clark stopped here and kept going.
Solomon's talking about living with three guys. He was not talking about y'all.
Get out of here.
Y'all
There
are
it is.
complaining like no others.
Solomon Wilcox, Dr. Nelson Mead on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Is Kevin Durant about to become a Maverick? And Anthony Davis with his first comments in DFW next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
That's Lola P product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Embiid has it out top between his legs to Maxey. Maxey for three, and it's in. Tyrese Maxey with a triple. Joel bounced it between his legs.
Yeah, Joel Embiid played. How about that? Sixers radio with the call as the Mavericks lose in filthy. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean, RJ, and Bobby live at Radio Row in New Orleans. And speaking of the Sixers, a move got made. Nico Harrison, not done. The 76ers traded Caleb Martin to the Mavericks for Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick. The internet was underwhelmed, and if I had to use them as the judge, jury, and executioner, it sounded like they felt like the Mavs did not come out on top in this deal, that you're basically trading for the same player, except you're throwing in a second-round pick as well. Caleb Martin on the year, 9 points. Grimes, 10. 1.1 three-pointers made for Martin, 1.7 for Grimes. 38% from three for Caleb, 40% for Grimes. And then Nico added on a second-round pick for a player 5 years older, but you do have more team control as they could not work out a deal with Quentin Grimes this past offseason.
Man, like, Philly just signed him in July. Like, when you sign somebody in July and you trade him at the first opportunity you get, because when you sign somebody, you got to wait a handful of months to be able to trade them. That's very, very telling.
Dallas just traded for Grimes around the same time.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's look, sometimes you make a mistake and you get a mulligan, right?
It was 4 year, $28 million. Jake Fisher
for Grimes. For Martin.
For Martin.
Yeah.
Jake Fisher said a lot of execs view that as negative future money. Dallas clearly likes the team control that his contract brings after they didn't get the Grimes extension. Grimes, by the way, led the league in defensive three-point percentage this season. He's held three-point shooters to 23%.
Sounds on par for a Nico trade.
Defense wins championships, according to Nico. So why would you trade somebody who's really good against their three-pointer?
By the way, we haven't even mentioned yet, Max Christie. Pretty solid performance yesterday.
Yeah.
15 points, perfect from three, 9 rebounds. Too bad nobody cares because you're not Luka Doncic.
So the Martin deal is worth up to $40 million with escalators and such. ESPN, you want to see what they graded this one for the Mavs?
Yeah. No, save that.
Okay.
Save that for a little bit. We got a lot to get into. Could this help save your hatred for Nico? Sam Amick, very well-known reporter, New York Times, says that the Mavericks want Kevin Durant. League sources say the Mavs have dreams of adding Durant to their Davis, Kyrie Irving-led group. While the likelihood of Dallas pulling this off now appears unlikely, the mere idea of Durant joining the star-studded group sheds new light on the thinking of Nico Harrison after he was roundly ridiculed for the Doncic deal.
Who owes him a favor? who owes Nico a favor that they have to go like, guys, they're not going to trade for this guy, but here's showing you that his idea wasn't stupid because he wanted to do this thing that he's not going to be able to do.
Someone tweeted the Mavs are quickly becoming, this is getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
Someone tweeted the Mavs are quickly becoming one of the older teams in the league. Imagine if you trade for Durant then.
Then you're one of the oldest.
You got Durant, Kyrie, and the youngest one would be Anthony Davis, who's early 30s.
So Nico
When you had a 25-year-old.
Yeah.
You had a 25-year-old rock star.
Nico is acting literally like a GM that has been told
you have 48 months to live.
Right. Yeah. Like this.
Like he's under. There's a death sentence.
Jerry. These are Jerry moves. Like these are absolute win now Jerry moves because Jerry's like, look, I don't have years. I don't have decades. I have years or months, whatever. Right.
Right.
So that's what Nico is acting like right now. Like if you want to go, if you were to move away from a 10-year window with Luka and you shrink it down, the AD-KD window is 2.5 years.
There's only one way this move becomes a positive for Nico Harrison, and that is if he and Luka just secretly whispered in the back, and we're like, we're going to trade you to LA. We're going to get Anthony Davis. Then when you're a free agent, you're going to come back here. And then we're going to sign you again, and we'll just have built. We'll put somebody around you. It'll be great.
Great. You know what? Nico, I don't need that extra $116 million. I'll forego the Supermax just to come back here.
Yeah, I wonder how that would. I wonder how that would like. I wonder if that's a technicality where it's like because he had to be dealt and come back, like he can't sign it, or if it'd have to be an extension for him.
I have no idea. Like I don't understand why he can't sign the Supermax with LA. It makes no sense.
And why is Brian Windhorst saying it's not a foregone conclusion Luka doesn't sign an extension with the Lakers?
You know why? Because they literally didn't talk about it with anyone and give anyone a heads up to find out if Luka would have wanted to resign there.
That is...
Come on, man. That's
pretty crazy.
But I mean, like, how often have we talked about him and Jokic? Like, how, oh my gosh, our fear is him and Jokic wanting to pair up.
Yeah, so
like, I mean, I'm just saying it's not like LA's the only option.
Right.
But we're throwing. I threw that out there. Like it seems like they love each other. Why you don't leave as the next face of the Lakers and you're playing with LeBron right now.
Listen, you're not gonna. Players don't leave the Lakers if the Lakers want you.
Like Luka Doncic was really born for a market like that.
Yeah, he was.
He's Showtime.
Yeah, he was. If the Lakers want to keep you, they're going to keep you. Now I say that knowing Juan Soto just happened. Like, so players do leave the
more
legend.
Money. You can't give him more money.
You can't give him more money
in the NBA.
That's true. So, like, he might
give him less taxes.
You might want to go to Denver, right? He might want to go play alongside Joker, and he might have wanted to do that here. The NBA has structured it so, like, what the players do is they sign the extension and then force their way out.
Right.
And that's what he would have done. He would have signed the extension. Every agent says, no, you sign. And then we force our way out.
More from Sam Amick. Whether it's Durant now or later, or perhaps even the Lakers' LeBron in the summer, if he were to decline his player option for next year, Nico Harrison appears to be targeting big-time stars with whom he's very familiar from his past life as a top Nike executive. And that is more ties to Anthony Davis when he was recruiting him out of high school. He's always had this crush on AD.
This is so bad. This is the buddy system. Like, I liked this guy when I was doing shoes. Let's go say, and that means you are going to get increasingly older because the longer Nico Harrison is away from the shoe game, the older these players are that he's going to like.
Let's hear from Anthony Davis, who, by all accounts, by the way, we think he's soft and he's always hurt and this and that and street clothes. He's supposed to be a great dude. Nico took a little subtle shot at. I mean, again, the culture parallels here to Schottenheimer and McCarthy are almost exact, in my opinion. Nico, during the presser, said, there are guys who are part of the culture, then there are guys who add to the culture. And everyone says Anthony Davis is a great culture dude. He waived his $6 million trade
exception
kicker.
Or trade, whatever it is.
He said it's the right thing to do. I wanted to give the team more room to play around with. That is an early thumbs up that he should be given credit for. Here's AD finding out about the news.
I was shocked. Like I said, I didn't know. I was actually at home about to watch a movie with my wife and got the phone call. So I had no idea. I just sent the team a text about congratulations on the win against the Knicks, big win, and then looking forward to Tuesday's game against the Clippers as far as standing purposes. And then found out like an hour later, I was no longer with the team. So I was in shock, obviously. Had no idea that it was happening. But I mean, now it's I'm kind of over it and just kind of getting ready to play with Dallas.
Before AD went over and did that, Kyrie twice to the media said, "Take it easy on him." Said it twice.
Yeah.
Take it easy on him.
That's actually
his
nice.
fault.
That's like that proves what you mentioned earlier, how Kyrie's the leader. Like that is a leadership thing to walk over and just be like, "Y'all don't be D's. Like, take it easy on him."
It's not his fault.
No,
he didn't ask for this. He has taken the brunt of the criticism, not directed at him. It's directed at trade.
Bro,
and
people have not even mentioning him as if he's like a player in the NBA in this
Oh,
deal.
I know. They're
Like,
yeah.
he's like a ghost.
Oh, yeah, for
People
sure.
are not like 30 and 20.
Right.
No one is bringing that up that he can
No.
do that any night he really wants to.
Maybe that's good for him, though. Like, in the sense of just he always has had these huge expectations, and people talk about how soft he is and everything. Like, if he's coming in here and people are just, like, so dismissive that they're going to be like, oh, yeah, this dude can actually play.
People were arguing. Go ahead, Chop.
It is wild, though. Like, just think of that. Think of what's going on. Like, these are two players that were traded. Their teams were, like, on the road. They weren't even with them. That's just the state of the NBA. Like, I'm not even with the team. Like, I know you're hurt and everything, but, like, sometimes, like, players will travel even though they're hurt. They're just, I was at home. It's just the NBA, man.
Yeah,
It's
he was
so
watching
wild.
a movie with his wife. Luka was getting ready to go to sleep.
They're playing the Knicks. They were playing the Knicks that night.
I like the idea of him just sitting there texting the team like, "Great win, guys!" And he's like, "It was an hour earlier." And he's like, "Why is it red?" He's like, "Why is nobody replying? That's rude." Just like,
Anthony Davis said, if not Thursday, then more than likely Saturday at home for the big fella debut. I had some Tolos arguing with me that he was going to get booed. I said he's not getting booed.
No,
he's not going to get booed. Right?
No, if they
We're
ever
not a
show
boot town.
if they ever show Nico on the jumbotron,
Yes.
and of course now
they're really stupid
I
if
don't
they
think
do
so.
that.
I mean, they're pretty stupid. But also, who knows if any fans are going to be there since they're having to give everybody refunds.
More on that later.
Man, I'll tell you this though, like there are probably enough people in the organization that are so mad at this trade that they would just put the camera on Nico. Like, what did I do wrong? I just showed the general manager. I mean, I would do that every day.
There's no way.
Oh, yeah, it does not. I mean, I will say this: it doesn't seem like everybody's just in lockstep with Nico. Like, players clearly are upset. Not like bitter, like F you, Nico, but they're clearly upset by it. I got to imagine there are people throughout the organization who are not happy with it. Jason Kidd didn't look happy, but I mean, he never does.
All right, you know what?
He looks so bad.
We need to talk. We need to share this blame. Choppy is starting to hear some stuff. All right. Maybe it all should not be on Nico. Is Jason Kidd getting a free pass in all this as well? We have a concert ticket giveaway that you will absolutely want. And the conspiracy theories. People have come out and said they're not moving to Vegas. Stop. Shut it down. The conspiracy theories behind this move. We got another Tolo ticket giveaway. And the Dallas Cowboys sit down with us at 8 o'clock. All that next with Sean and RJ. 105.3 The...
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An amazing Tolo ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on, and trusting our coverage from Radio Row here in New Orleans. Zach Martin and Brandon Aubrey sitting down with us at 8 o'clock. Bobby got that booking done on the home of the Cowboys, so you will want to hear what Zach Martin says about his future and the change from McCarthy to Schottenheimer. We are brought to you by Stella, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding.
I didn't appreciate, as I was going back through editing it, I didn't appreciate the ball busting from Zach Martin about me getting the equipment set up. Didn't appreciate it. Was I a new guy's first day here? Is that what this is?
Little. I was a little surprised that you weren't better with it.
Oh, I was fine. This whole,
took a good,
I can't hear. No, it was all set up correctly. The whole time on the recording where everybody's saying they can't hear it, it's recording the whole time. I went back and found it.
But should we have heard each other in the headphones?
Yeah.
No, that's that. Like, everybody was hearing other people. It's like, well, I can't hear myself. It's like, all right, well, that doesn't totally matter. All right, let's start like flipping stuff around and potentially knock it off if you want. But
it took like it was awkward for a good 4 minutes as Bobby was trying to set this up.
It was 2.
It was not.
It was 2 on the recording. It was 2 minutes.
Well, it felt like 8.
Yeah.
Because it was so awkward. They were looking at us like, Are you guys the Cowboys station? Haven't we been on this before?
Zach dropping the subtle hints. I can't hear myself. I can't hear anybody. I can't hear.
Yeah.
Very subtle.
All right, Zach Martin, Brandon Aubrey. We have a stalker alert. 8 o'clock this morning on DFW Sports Station. All right, Luka Doncic and the Laker press conference yesterday. Here's Luka responding to the criticism of him that has been leaked about conditioning and everything else.
I'm just excited, to be here, to start this new journey. And obviously, at some point I knew this was going to happen. But I would say I always take the high road. I had my amazing moments in Dallas with all my teammates, coaches, and the most importantly, the fans. They always supported me, and it was an amazing journey.
At some point, I knew this was going to happen. Some people took that as Lucas saying, I knew they were going to trade me one day. What I think he's saying is, I knew the smear campaign was going to happen at some point in time. The info, that's the way I'm taking it.
I heard it. When I heard it, I took that to mean like he knew at some point there would be a divorce because of him and Nico, is how I felt.
Really?
I mean, you saying it that way makes more sense.
I mean, we're both guessing.
No, but you say it that way makes more sense to me. But like when I hear it initially, I hear it and I go like, that sound.
Because why would he be so devastated if he
knew it was coming?
Somehow expected it to happen.
I guess he's just like
eventually.
The way I looked at it was like he thought maybe. But see, he also said during the press conference yesterday that he knew he was always going to be a Maverick, or he thought he was always going to be a Maverick. So I guess he was just talking about the smear campaign.
Yeah, unless he's saying I knew this was coming in terms of like I knew eventually I was going to be a Laker at some point. That is a possibility too.
Markieff Morris has heard enough. He was a part of the trade as well, and here he is taken up for his still current teammate.
It's a great guy, man. Super low maintenance, don't need much. One of the only guys that I've been on the team with that will play through any injury if he can get on the court. I hear stuff about him not being in shape, but if you can go in an NBA game and get 30, 15, and 10 like it's nothing, then I don't really know what shape is. I'm confused at that part, but yeah, and you'll see it really soon. You'll make the suggestion if he's in shape or not.
God, that's a scary quote. He's like, yeah, you're about to see it real soon. And again, another Luka advocate. You know, I'm waiting for someone. We're seeing a lot of text messages and hear a lot of whispers here on phones and Radio Row. Nothing from that locker room, though. There's been not 1% suggesting that Luka Doncic was a bad teammate or they had a problem with the way he went about his business.
And you mentioned there, you said, oh, there's another teammate. It's Markieff Morris, whose brother Marcus Morris has had so many issues with Luka during his career.
Oh, yeah.
And he's not throwing him under the bus. He's sitting there going like, no, this is great. It's terrifying. When he comes back to Dallas, whenever that is, he's going to score 70 again. And it's going to be just cackling down the floor, looking for Nico.
There's going to be no cackling. He's going to, if X-ray vision was a thing or whatever came out of Clark Kent's eyes or whoever the superhero is, that's what it's going to be. There's going to be no cackling. He's going to stare holes through people.
Every reaction to every bucket will be what he did over Gobert in Game 2.
or what
that
was
will be every reaction to every bucket.
Was it the Timberwolves fans were trash talking about half court, and after every shot he'd stare at them like that kind of a thing? I mean, he's
done it to a lot. Snoop.
Snoop.
The person behind Snoop. Look, Bobby's going to continue to mourn. We have to address this viral conspiracy thing. What is this thing?
Okay, so
everyone's sending this to us.
All right, so about a year ago, I'd mentioned that there was like no confidence that gambling was going to get passed through to the Texas House. It wasn't even going to be on the ballot. The Adelson family bought the team. They are basically the managing partners of the Sands Casino Resort in Vegas, right? And they bought the team wanting to bring gambling to Texas and build a casino around a Mavs new arena. The thought process is they had purchased land around Irving, Texas Stadium's old site. Well, they have funneled a lot of money towards the state for gambling, and it's not getting anywhere. And they know this. And I know this because I deal with lobbyists, Sean. So
is that that sounds like a huge miscalculation on their part.
Everyone,
do you think this was definitely going to happen before you get this team?
So billionaires work in the future, and I know this because I'm not one. But like, there are people who have bought acres of land for marijuana farms. Right? They're just anticipating. They got the money. They're just anticipating.
Yeah.
The Adelson family is so rich. Spending $2 billion on the Mavericks and missing out on gambling is worth the maybe $10 billion you get in return. And if that doesn't work, you just sell the team. Right? So for them, it's just it's a worthwhile risk.
Also, when we talk about miscalculation, they did just trade Luka, and we're like, what? People are mad? This is weird.
So
what's the estimated today value of the Mavericks after this deal? I want Forbes to send that.
Oh, wow.
You got a Forbes guy?
Great question. That's a great
How much
question.
did you decrease?
So, knowing that, all right, this conspiracy theory that has come out was really, really well done. It was by a guy named Chris Cradaville, who has posted this just unbelievable 6 to 8 step process here, where the first one is, they trade him. Premise one, they trade him. No one there's a non-basketball explanation for what's going on. That's premise number one. Number two is that the group has no interest in basketball. Like the Adelson group has no interest in basketball. They're just a means to an end, which is opening up. The white whale of gambling is Texas. From BetMGM to Caesars, I mean, everyone is like, dude, Texas is the white whale. That's what we want. We can't wait for it to happen. And that would be the Mavs with the destination casino. Number three is that, obviously they're trying to push the law, but there has been no grounds. And the Texas legislation session, they only meet every 2 years, which I didn't know.
Wow.
Texas legislators only meet every 2 years to deal with issues, to vote. It's not an everyday thing.
Seems like it should be a little more often.
Should be. So they need leverage. The leverage to get this gambling bill through is a threat. The carrot, which is their money, failed. They need a threat. The threat is, hey, you pass through gambling, or we might, move our business out of state.
Right.
That terrifies states to move business away, especially a state like Texas, where it's all about, hey, bring business here, bring business here. So the goal is to open up this destination casino resort, and if they make the Mavericks so bad that ticket sales go down, value goes down, the NBA is not allowing you to move out of Dallas. The market's too big. But if you're not a viable franchise anymore, if you're not making money, you're not selling tickets, you could convince them when the lease is up in a few years, hey, it's time to go. It allows you to move them to Vegas. Dallas will get another team in 2 seconds.
Lease is up when? 2030?
Yeah, but there's probably a thing where you can get out of it a couple years early, buy your way out of it. But Sacramento will move here, Memphis maybe, the Hornets. There's a dozen teams that will move here. They would be a massive upgrade. And the Adelsons get what they want, which is they get to build a casino around a basketball team. And the Mavericks.
And the NBA wants a team in Vegas.
And the NBA wants a team in Vegas. And they don't have to charter a new owner. They have one that is one of the richest in the world. There are only 3 owners in the world of sports that have more money, and only 2 of them are American. That's owners in the United States. That's the Walton family in Denver. That's Ballmer. That's it. So that's the premise, that if the local support is abandoned, they have the out to move.
What's premise 2? That the ownership group has no interest in basketball?
They're not this is not a basketball family.
I will say that part of it, when they made the ownership, we read that article in the New York Post that detailed everything Patrick Dumont's done to try and get in place for the NBA for a day. Like he's
not the mom,
right? But he is operating it. So if he's, I do think that part of the premise is at least a little off, because they've clearly laid out that he's tried to get involved in the NBA for a decade.
I don't know what this guy does, but I love his Twitter account, Joe Pompliano. Sounds like one of yours.
I've heard of him.
He puts out really good stuff. He said, I've seen a lot of people saying the Mavericks traded Luka so they can move to Vegas. That's not going to happen. If the new ownership group wanted to crush the fan base and kill all interest, they would have traded for a laundry list of draft picks, not a top 10 win-now player like Anthony Davis. 1. 2. The Adelson family already owns about $20 billion in Vegas Sands stock, providing them plenty of exposure to gambling. They are also actively moving business out of Las Vegas. The company sold its Vegas casino several years ago and now primarily operates resorts in Asia. 3. Dallas is a much larger media market than Vegas. 5 versus 40. I think we're 4, by the way, now, Joe. Well. And the Adelson Dumont families only bought the team because the plan was to build a mixed-use development with a casino around the arena. 4, the NBA is not going to sacrifice a huge expansion fee. Everyone keeps bringing this up as the reason it's not going to happen. There's a $5 to $6 billion expansion fee for Dallas to move to Las Vegas instead. I don't know how the expansion fee works, but they keep saying the NBA is not going to pay that $5 to $6 billion.
You could theoretically get the expansion fee here instead of Vegas.
Okay, but so here's.
I'm not buying this. I want to be on record.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
I don't buy it. I think they want gambling to get past here. They already have their foothold in everything in Vegas.
Adelsons, yeah, they do. I think they are realizing that it's not happening right now, especially under this. Certainly not in this legislative session. Yeah. So it might be 2 years from now, because we don't know who the governor's going to be. Actually, we know who the governor's going to be. More importantly, you don't know who the lieutenant governors are going to be, because it's not just the governor who puts stuff on the ballot. You know, it's other people that won't even allow it to be put on the ballot. That's the issue.
Here's the thing is that all those reasons make sense as to why they wouldn't move. So why would they greenlight a move that's so bad that people go, clearly the only explanation is you don't want to stay here? If they really like I can't
because they don't
my head around
because they don't believe he is solid enough as an individual to lead their franchise.
Would you say
they think he has character flaws? They don't think he look. We all got to stop being freaking liars here too. All right, during playoff series, when he complains and when he cries, we get a lot. You do get a lot of messages saying they're never going to win a title with him. If he's worn down, people you have half the city saying he's getting double teamed. He's carrying these group of scrubs, and then you have the other half saying he's fat and he's out of shape. He's a ball hog. He doesn't play the right way. He jacks up his step back three near half court. Let's stop acting like these things are not consistently said. Now, it's not from the lovers, but you do have that as a topic when Luka has his moments. Nico Harrison is a regimented former basketball player, West Point background. He grew up in the industry around the most Michael Jordan-esque preparer that you could ever dream of in Kobe Bryant. So when he sees Luka, right, it's like you hanging around a who is someone I wouldn't want to drink with because they're Mr. Fitness Guru. You don't want to go out with that person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're
like lean and mean, and I'm watching my calorie count. I don't want to go out and party with that
beer
person.
has more than 2 carbs.
You go ahead and stay fit. That's Nico, I believe, looked at Luka Doncic's work ethic with disgust. This is what I believe. He is a regimented, straight-laced dude, and he had no respect for the way Luka conducted himself as a professional. Nico is just one of these guys, the 1% in the history of sports, who didn't put that to the side for the talent. He didn't put that to the side and say, I'm just going to deal with it. I'm going to put up with it because this is a global icon. He goes, nope, that's not the way this organization needs to be led. This guy doesn't have all the intangibles. We're not going to win a championship or multiple with him. That's why it happened.
Yeah,
he does not respect Luka Doncic and the intangibles.
Then that's even worse. That's even worse than just a straight basketball move that you think, like, I think this is for the best of it. Because, like, you're not in here to run, like, a military school and go, like, discipline. Like, at the end of the day,
he's here to build a team with a culture that he sees fit. And he doesn't think that Luka Doncic represents the right type of culture with the way that Luka operates.
Then he's going to have to tear it down to the studs then. Because the way it sounds from the guys in the locker room is that they didn't think it was a problem. So that means that there's a whole culture-wide problem.
Well, he doesn't have to tear it down to the studs because he's got a team that many people think is better.
Yeah, but
he's got a team that many people are saying is the second best team in the Western Conference. I'm just saying what people are saying. He's got a team that people think, hey, he's going to try to get Kevin Durant next. Like, he doesn't have to tear down anything.
But
they'll get over it.
But if it's about the regiment, like you say, then clearly if there's like not an issue locker wide with the way that Luka was doing things, that would seem to indicate that there's a locker in there that doesn't view it as regimented as he does. And that would seem to be if he's so married to this is the idea, then it doesn't matter about the talent. Because he didn't care about the talent with Luka.
It's all about he's talking about he would be
talking about Nico?
Yeah, if that's his thought process. Because if he wants it like this, toughness and regimented, you get a guy that is many people don't think is tough.
Markieff just said he's like, I've never seen a guy play through more injury if he can get on the court than Luka.
And
like, I think Nico Harrison thinks Luka Doncic is, untapped. He doesn't care what Luka can do at 80%. He's mad that Luka's not at 100%. I'm just telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think. And to your point of look what you just got in Anthony Davis. Well, that doesn't mean Anthony Davis isn't trying to do everything the right way. He may, everyone says Anthony Davis is like a Boy Scout and he's a great culture guy. We keep hearing that. I don't think he doesn't view Anthony Davis as soft. He views Anthony Davis as unlucky. His body has broken down on him, but he's the right type of dude.
Fragile.
He views Luka Doncic as missing games because Luka doesn't put in the work. And Anthony is just his body failing him.
Yeah.
That's the way I think Nico's viewing it.
I think you're right.
I'm not defending you. I'm just telling you what has to be his viewpoint.
I think he is looking at it like that. My issue is that only starts to matter when you're too old for it not to be able to work. When you just went through last NBA postseason and you led the league you led the playoffs in every offensive category, and you thought 8 months later it was a good idea to trade that for a guy who hadn't been
I agree.
He had what was the last time that AD even won a playoff series?
You said it earlier, Sean. Like, this is
Anthony Davis is scared in a lot of moments. Like, he's fine some days with just scoring like 8 points. I've seen it way too many times. It's maddening.
You said it earlier. Like, this is at every turn, every press conference, every bit of information that comes out. This is getting worse. Like, it's not. It's like the reverse of what's gone on with Schottenheimer, which people still dislike the Schottenheimer thing. But in general, like, the peak of people being upset was the moment they hired Brian Schottenheimer. And since then, some of it's tapered off for some people. The peak of people being upset about the Luka trade was not the second. Like, it's gone up. Like, people keep going, like, this is worse. This isn't better.
Yeah.
Like, that's the scary thing about it. It's like, okay, what's tomorrow going to bring? What piece of information will next week
But,
bring?
Bobby, here's a fact I'm about to tell you. We all think that we're right. There's a chance, and what I'm saying is a fact, it's not an opinion. There's a chance, a small one, in my opinion, that this works. There's a chance. There's a possibility that Luka Doncic breaks down, does not stay healthy. The Mavs luck out with a title, maybe two. Luka never wins one in LA or wherever he ends up. Nico Doncic will have been proven right. Just because we all have these reactions doesn't mean we're correct.
Yeah.
Well, our opinions are not facts. I'm just giving the opposite perspective.
No, and I get, and that's the
everything about it is a lose. The L becomes a larger letter for them by the day. The Mavericks and Nico, a bigger, fatter L. From the press conference to the reasoning to the smear campaign, all that stuff. I'm just saying, we're acting like we know what the outcome's going to be. Yeah. We don't.
Right. And you're not talking about the what they got back in the trade, because there will literally never be anything to justify what they got back in the trade. Even if they're right that Luka breaks down something like that, they could have gotten more. There's no doubt about it. So we're literally just talking about the idea of Luka going, not because that forever will be. If the report is true that Pelinka talks you off of a player and an extra one, the fact that other executives are saying we would have given you everything if you would have told us Luka was available, that's the part that's...
Oh, the return will never, ever, ever. That isn't... It's
unjustified. They could win a title for the next 5 years, and that would still not be okay.
It's so much about the right kind of guy, right? That right kind of player.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a question about, like, did he not stick with Kobe through the rape trial with Nike when he was when he was there?
Yeah, loyalty.
The what?
Yeah, I mean it was like this a big example of loyalty people talked about with Nico when he got hired.
That was a stage in which maybe Nico was trying to be on the come up.
Oh, so it's okay.
He wasn't established.
It's okay at that time, like it's just okay to just change your morals or whatever.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying maybe that's a little bit of the snake in Nico of, I'm attached to this guy. I know he's a global superstar.
He's
the golden goose. So, I don't know. Maybe that was a little selfishness. I have no idea.
What year was that? That was 2004, I think.
I don't remember.
And by the way, I personally, in the race, I know Kevin Hagan would destroy me over this. I remember during that time, I didn't think Kobe was guilty of the accusations. He was guilty of cheating on his wife. But I was like, this girl, I remembered her. I thought she slept around and all this and that, but maybe I'm biased because I was a Kobe fan. But I remember in the moment saying, like, I don't think he did it. So I just want to put that out there. All right, the Dallas Cowboys sit down with us coming up in 15 minutes. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
She was like, oh my God.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call the number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Luke Bryan at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, June 20th. That's call the number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. We are live in New Orleans, day 2, Radio Row, but we had to get here, and we got here separately. After the airplane, it was Choppy and Bobby in a vehicle on the way over, and that leads to chopping it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
All RJ Choppy doesn't know how to ride in silence.
Oh, you were hijacking my segment, huh? You're hijacking it.
I just sent audio.
I have an Uber question problem from last night that I'll get to after Bobby does this.
Oh, okay.
RJ Choppy doesn't know how to ride in silence, and it became painfully obvious when we were riding back from the airport. So we had this this driver who was in his late 60s, and
Benham.
Was that his
Benham.
name? Could not understand most of what he was saying.
Absolutely
And
he wanted to talk. That's why I talk, because he wanted to talk.
But we would have extended periods of silence where then Chop would be like, how about this weather? Like just old man conversations of just like, we needed this rain. Like he's coming with that energy. So
is it the way it is in your house? You guys can't sit in silence at all?
No, we sit in silence. We're watching shows. But we have, like, our conversations don't really stop, but there are times when we're sitting in silence, we're totally comfortable.
So I want you to listen to this, Sean, and see how you would have felt about Choppy continually bringing up conversation points. And now the driver, you're going to have a hard time hearing him because we couldn't understand him hardly. He talks pretty quiet, and the car's running. So you'll hear you may not be able to make out everything he says, but you will hear Choppy continuing this conversation nonstop. This is cut 16, Peyton.
All highways closed.
The highways were closed?
All highways closed 4 days. After 60 years, the snow is coming in New Orleans.
It was the first time in 60 years?
60 years.
Wow. Well, you got 60 years worth of it, I'll tell you that. How long will you drive today for?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Where are you from? I detected a Persian accent.
I'm from Iran. I live at 12 years in Turkey, Istanbul.
12 years?
12 years.
And you moved here when you were 12, you said?
Yeah, 12 years. I live in Istanbul, Turkey. I am engineer. I am industrial engineer. I have master. I am designer agriculture machine.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm 68 years old.
Woo-wee. You moved well for 68. When my dad was 68, he was already losing his mind.
So my favorite part of that is where the guy's talking for about 20 seconds, and then Chop goes, oh, yeah? He has no idea
what he said.
No clue what he said.
I knew it was a Persian accent.
I think the drop needs to be, am I detecting a bit of a Persian accent? Am I detecting a Persian accent?
I was like, what are you doing? And so at this point, we start driving by the Superdome, and Choppy's got a comment. He just, like, again, can't ride silence. He goes, oh, look, the Superdome. And so this was, that spurred a conversation about the Super Bowl with our driver.
Superdome. Sunday, they very busy.
It's going to be busy there Sunday?
Sunday is Super Bowl. That's Super Bowl.
What's it for? Why it's going to be busy?
Yeah.
The Super Bowl?
Yeah, Super Bowl Sunday.
Here?
Yeah, it's Kansas City and other team I forget.
Other team I forget.
Yeah. Kansas City and
Is it Dallas? Is that the other team?
yeah.
It's Dallas?
Yeah. Last 2 years is champion Kansas City.
Never would have guessed it. They weren't even in the original Tecmo Bowl.
RJ did this to the bartender too. She's like, you guys here for the Super Bowl? He goes, what's that? His bit is not knowing anything about sports, football, and the Super Bowl. Is Dallas? Is Dallas in it?
So this guy ended up telling us he told us he was a chef originally. Like that's what he had done previously. So Choppy decided to start, basically throwing a culinary question at him, get his culinary expertise. And this is right before he ultimately almost kills us as we part.
You worked in a restaurant, you said? You were a chef?
Yeah.
See? Yep. I don't know why I said C. That's not the right language, but...
Wait, what? Hang on, stop it.
C. I said C, like yes. In Spanish. I don't know why I said C.
Wait.
That's the wrong language.
You worked in the restaurant C?
Wait, hang on. Hang on. How do you say yes in Persian? I don't know if C. No, it's not C. How do you pronounce yes in Farsi? All right, I don't think it's C. Play that from the beginning.
You worked in a restaurant, you said? You were a chef?
Yeah.
See? Yep. I don't know why I said C. That's not the right language, but... when you're cooking with seafood, and then you go and you switch to cook to steak...
Oh, God.
Does the seafood contaminate the steak at all?
The taste?
Well, I look only pizza. I make then only pizza.
Okay, all right. You know what? That's fine. Anchovies?
Sardines? You can put sardines on a pizza?
Anchovies, yes. And hamburger.
Uh-huh.
Special hamburger. Meat is very nice, good meat.
What do you think about cucumbers on pizza?
Here?
Is that? Yeah, that's it. There we are.
That's good here.
Oh, we're good.
This dude tries to, in the middle of a one-way street, he stopped his car to back into a spot, then straightened it out, and there's cars coming, and they start laying on the horn.
Yeah, they do not slow down on our road.
No.
Is he a pizza maker?
That's what. So he had told us he was a chef, and then when Choppy hit him with cold air, of course, he went, well, I mean, I only make pizzas.
Okay. A Persian accent.
So that was the whole 20-minute ride. Choppy just throwing question after question at this guy, and then Choppy not even understanding what he was saying.
He wanted to talk. I was there to oblige.
Yes.
I had no problem obliging.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so my question about Uber. So Rube and I were in the Uber last night, coming back from the casino, actually going to the media party.
How great. I mean, Ruben's a great glue guy, huh?
Tremendous glue guy.
Tremendous.
Ruben's a great road trip person to have.
He is down for whatever the group is doing.
Just look at his earrings. By the way, how many different earrings do you have? Those are different earrings than you had on the other day, right? So he's changed. Okay, he's got 4 different pairs. So he's changing up the earring look.
So he was late yesterday coming down to the, he said meet at 5:45. He was late. And he's like, sorry, my ear was bleeding because he was changing out his earrings and he like stabbed himself in the wrong spot or whatever. So it hit me yesterday because same thing happened with our guy Benham, and then this dude last night,
the Guatemalan.
What is up with like the Uber drivers that just sit there in complete still air, no air movement whatsoever?
Thank you. The amount of ride shares, the amount of ride shares, I believe they don't have working air conditioning, and their radios don't work. I didn't know that there were cars where so many cars were radio. I go, can you play music? I don't want to sit here and does it. Can you put on the station? Can you put on that? Oh, sorry, my radio. I didn't pay for the subscription. I can maybe do it off my phone. No AC and no radios working.
How are you just driving around in complete still air?
My aunt in California, I can't go visit her because she doesn't put the air conditioning on.
Like nothing? Just nothing?
Just nothing. Like people that can just sit in that. You got your room worked on.
I had to get it worked on last week.
Did they fix it?
Yeah.
The air conditioning?
Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah.
It feels great, but like, we were just sitting there. It was completely still. I mean, I feel bad, like, because I don't want to say anything. I just cracked my window in the back.
You need him to ride with you that first Uber we got in the first night. Sean's going like, hey, roll down the window, sir, roll down the window or get the AC right. He's like, guys, talk to him. He can't hear me back here. And then he's telling John, he's like, John, turn that music up.
Oh, yeah.
And John goes, I'm not going to touch a man's radio. He goes, you're the passenger, turn it up.
Yeah, not touching it. But I put in my request, cool. It's either and then they take no conversation as no radio. Uber, Lyft, you need to adjust that, guys, please. The talking thing they take. I don't want to talk to you. No conversation, but they take that as no sound.
Right.
But I put cool. I got my air preference.
I gotta do that. I gotta go back to my preferences. So anyway, I thought it was an interesting. Every time you get in, the amount of people that just ride around in completely still air.
And in this city?
And in this city, yeah.
Zach and Eric did a video about
a Persian accent.
They did a video about the city smelling. They did a video about
smells like creek water.
Walking from here back to the hotel, I got to hold my breath.
Well, speaking of smelling, it's a great day for the city to smell because it covers up you. Because today is National Fart Day.
Oh, gosh.
And yesterday should have been for me because I don't know if you noticed when we were up there in that bounty thing, I kept going behind the curtain about 17
times. I wondered what you were doing.
Oh, man, I had some wicked gas. I didn't want Zach to come on up and just get a nostril full of that. But I've been saving this story for about a week, and that's the 25-year-old woman in the UK who pled guilty to the first ever crime of cyber farting. She was taking videos of herself breaking wind and sending it to her boyfriend's ex, and she got a harassment charge. She got fined $300 for cyber farting of sending videos. So happy National Fart Day.
RJ Choppy saving it in the only segment that he was going to be able to squeeze it in and squeeze it out.
Still waiting for Sarah to do that around me for the first time.
Oh, she hasn't?
No, and you don't
well
love
done, Sarah.
But that's the thing. You don't love somebody until you pass gas around them.
Grant Paulson thought we were clapping for him. 1067 The Fan in D.C. There it is, chopping it up during the Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. What was wrong with Mike McCarthy's culture, and is Zach Martin hanging them up? We are going to go hanging them up, them up, hanging them up. Is Zach Martin going to retire? And a Brandon Aubrey stalking story. All next on the home of the Cowboys with Zach Martin and Brandon Aubrey sitting down with us next.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy is somewhere, and then Bobby Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
He's over here networking with Thomas Dimitrov. They're talking ball. Over
He
here.
has no. He doesn't belong in radio.
He thinks we're recording. He was like, "We're recorded, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, we got a segment coming up here," but I don't think he realized it had to be introed.
It doesn't have to be introed. I just decided to have us talk for a little bit.
Just to make him make him
look bad.
Yeah, just an awareness thing. Like, this is a test of you're doing what would you're Sean Quinonesing him. You're saying what would you do?
You know, I guess he does get a little pass. He assumed it was a pre-record, which it is. Yesterday, Bobby set us up, finally up top on the bounty set, where we could look down on all these other minions and these people who finished below us in the Jason Barrett Sports Talk ratings.
Hell yeah, just looking down on them, thumbing our nose at them. It's an awesome view up there, and that bounty set is so cool.
Zach Martin and Brandon Aubrey sitting down with us on the home of America's team. All right, sitting down with two guys we know very well in the home of the Cowboys. I don't know if these are Bounty or Notre Dame jackets.
Well, they're Bounty, but they can go both ways. I mean, I could have worn it to the game last week.
Well, yeah, the not-so-fighting Irish.
Oh, what's your squad? Yeah, SMU guy?
No, Tennessee, just as bad this year.
How much to pay you, Brandon, just kick him right in the balls?
Man.
I'd do it for free.
Yeah, some guys will pay for that.
Especially down here. You never know.
All right, more shock. Brian Schottenheimer or Luka Doncic?
Oh, Luka, for sure. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I told Brandon, we were walking over here, I was like, I should have read up on the trade, because that's the most question. I've gotten more questions about Luka than anything else.
Did you guys have any type of personal relationship with him? Did you know him at all?
I'd met him briefly, shook his hand, but no, I didn't know him.
You a Hoops fan, Brandon?
I watched the playoffs when the Mavs are in it. That's about it. But, yeah, it's shocking to get rid of the face of your franchise, whatever sport you're playing, and especially going, you're going older, almost, 6 years older?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just give him the Supermax, right?
Yeah.
You would think so. Has anything shocked y'all, in your in the NFL, when a move that happened that just kind of stunned the league?
No, nothing really coming to mind. I'm trying to think of not us.
Schottenheimer.
Look at this guy.
That's two Schottenheimer references.
Yeah.
So
Let's just
Brian
get to it.
Schottenheimer seems to have a ton of support from players. Guys on the offense really love him. Brandon, obviously, he'll be working with all you guys. What are your thoughts on just him as coach, the way he's been the last 3 years he's been in the building?
I think he's going to be great. I think a lot of people are kind of scratching their heads, but the guys that have worked with him in the building are very confident, and he's a relationships guy. When he's up in front of the team, like just the energy that he brings and the connective that I think he's going to bring to the offense and defense, special team side of the ball. I know that's kind of first and foremost what he wants to do. And, I've always been one to say, the closer the team, the better team you're at the end of the season. You can tell the teams that are real close, and I think that's a priority for him when he comes in.
Does it matter to a player whether the coach is like an X's and O's, that's like their genius, or that they're like the culture leadership type? Does it matter to a player?
I think I've had this conversation like recently, actually. I think you've got to bring an edge in whatever it is. Whether your edge that you're bringing to the team is the play calling, whether it's, motivationally, whether it be, anything else. You got to bring an edge to your team. And, I think Brian will do a great job at that.
Joined by Zach Martin and Brandon Aubrey here on 105 through the Fan. Brandon, this isn't just new head coach. We've also got a new special teams coordinator here. Have you gotten a chance to talk to Coach Sorensen at all yet? And just your thoughts on, Bones moving on and going to Tennessee?
Yeah, haven't had a chance to meet or speak with Nick yet, but excited. I actually, at the Pro Bowl, was able to speak with two of his former specialists. He was with the Jags as a special teams coordinator previously, and they absolutely raved about him. They loved working with him. Said he's a very relaxed guy. He's not kind of trying to overcoach specialists specifically. He does obviously work with the special teams unit as a whole, but not really trying to curtail or work with the kickers and figure out exactly what they need to do to kick the ball. So that's what I loved about Bones. Not to mention the energy he brings every day. He gets guys to really buy in to being on special teams. He doesn't overcoach technique and all that stuff. He lets guys go out and play fast. He wants you to not be afraid of making mistakes. He actually actively encourages you to play fast and make mistakes and just learn from them, not make them twice. So it's a big loss losing Bones. Obviously, we'd love to have him here, but excited to work with Nick.
Did Bones, or I've always wondered, does a special teams coach go through your kicking technique? Or that's something you just have on your own? No one really messes with that. Like, does the special teams coach break down the way you're kicking?
Not Bones, and that's why one of the reasons I loved him. Obviously, can't speak for other special teams coordinators. He's the only one I had in the NFL. In the USFL, I had a former kicker, Nick, also Bones, but Boniel was his last name. He was a kicker for the Cowboys previously, so he was a little more hands-on, and he was just trying to help and kind of help me find my form, kind of go through my mental process as well, which was helpful for me. But no, the guys that haven't kicked in the league before, haven't kicked at any level really, they typically stick away from trying to tell someone how to do a job that they've never done before.
This is another thing I always wonder. How difficult is it to self-correct like a mechanical flaw in game? Other sports like a golfer may have to do that during the middle of a round.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to do it in game? Because you can't see the flight into the net.
Yeah. No, it's not terribly difficult. For me, what I do is I try and keep each kick independent of the last. And in a game, I'm not really even thinking about my previous kick. I'm going back to my process. I'm not saying, okay, I missed right. Now, why did I miss right? Let's go through it. Unless there's something really obvious, I'm not workshopping mid-game. I'm going to go and just get through the game, get everything properly lined up like normal, and then at the end of the game, go watch film and see what I did wrong.
Can you walk around DFW freely now? Are you going unrecognized? Are you getting stopped much more?
I'm generic white guy.
There's a guy that one of my best friends is like, I think Brandon Aubrey is walking his dog in my neighborhood, but I'm scared. I just wanted to tell you that to out him, because he's probably listening. Yeah. So put the stalker alert on him if that's the case. I don't know if that's true or not, but I didn't know if you could walk around grocery store.
No, I don't have a dog, so that's what I'm saying. Just generic white guy.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, he's totally wrong. Zach, with the changeover we talked about already, Shotty coming in, taking things over. What is that balance, do you think, in terms of, Steven talked about this in the press conference, that, hey, Brian gives us some carryover, some continuity, but there's still some change that we felt like we needed. What is that balance, I guess, in terms of trying to take the good while also saying, hey, there's some things we need to correct over here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've never been a coach, but obviously Shotty's got a lot of years under his belt as a coordinator, so I'm sure it's hard, being the offensive coordinator by name and not calling the plays, and you kind of want your signature on all that stuff. So I think he'll bring some of the stuff that he's done in the past and then take the good stuff that we've done the last few years and try to kind of mesh together. But it'll be a him and Dak thing. Obviously, those guys are very close, and they'll be working together on that and making sure they're firing on all cylinders.
Steven kept talking about culture in the press conference. What do you think was maybe not connecting from past to what Brian's going to bring?
I don't know, because I got a ton of respect for Coach McCarthy and what he did when he came in here. But for whatever reason, something was off this year. You guys were around a little bit too. It's just, just things weren't gelling, weren't clicking, and I think that's something that Shotty, that he views as kind of A1 importance to kind of get that fellowship, that brotherhood back in the locker room and both sides of the ball and that complementary football that everyone talks about. It's a lot easier when you're close with the guys on the team. I mean, say what you want, but when you're close with the guys on the team, it may give you that little extra gear. So they're just kind of bringing that, that community-type feel back to the locker room.
All right, Bob, hit him with the last one.
All right, last one. We know you're talking about seeing the end a little bit. Have you made any decisions about
You're
playing
the first
next year?
person to ask me that. No, you're not. You're the eighth. No, I'm focused on getting healthy, right? I think people forget, I'm a free agent, so I'm not under contract with anyone. So first and foremost, I want to get healthy, and then when free agency rolls around, see what's going on, and then make a decision from there.
All right, which one of these two wings would you all be going for? This looks to be barbecue, hot wings, and please tell me regular bone-in and not boneless like Choppy here.
Yeah. Oh. Choppy.
He judged the hell out of you.
Yeah, that was like, I kind of looked at you in a different light.
Here's the thing. I don't want to eat. Because I bite my nails.
Yeah.
I don't want it 2 days later.
Yeah.
Because I would get it 2 days.
Look at their reaction.
I watched. Don't you worry. I watched. Okay.
and you dry with bounty paper towels.
Absolutely.
I can always tell when it's the off season because in the off season I have my nails grow out, and in the in season I bite them during meetings to stay busy, best time. But I always know when it's off season. Yeah.
Which ones?
I'm going flats. I go either one. I mean, I'll go buffalo, but I like barbecue, flats all day, ranch, no blue cheese.
Brandon, no blue cheese.
Yeah.
I'm not picky. I'll eat anything. So anything you throw in front of me, I'm eating.
All right, there it is. Your Dallas Cowboys on the home of America's team. Zach Martin, Brandon Aubrey. Thank you so much, guys. Have fun out here, and we hope to see you back.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for having us.
Good luck with that dog walk. All right, Bob, what are you taking from Zach Martin's response? Are you taking it to the culture first or his future?
Boy, and this was a discussion yesterday when he was doing some of the interviews, and hearing him just there talk about it, listening back to it, he does sound like he might be open to being somewhere else next year if he did. It doesn't sound like it's a slam dunk he retires. He's trying to get healthy. So I thought that was interesting. I thought the statement on, hey, I love Coach McCarthy, but something wasn't right last year, and Shotty's going to make sure that we have that brotherhood and that fellowship back in the locker room. That sounds like maybe things were a little more disorganized in there last year than the Cowboys.
Which is so weird to think about when Mike's big strength, in my opinion, was likability from the players.
Yeah, and I think
everyone, I don't want to say country clubby, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you're talking about brotherhood and connectivity when it seemed like Mike was a player's coach.
Do we think that his statement was a culture-y thing?
Yeah, it was in direct response to a culture question.
Right, but was it okay?
Here's what he said. I've got a ton of respect for Coach McCarthy and what he did when he came in here, but for whatever reason, something was off this year. Things weren't gelling, weren't clicking, and I think that's something Shotty views as A1 importance to kind of get that fellowship, that brotherhood back in the locker room. That is culture.
Yeah, I think a lot. I wonder a lot of that has to do with how everyone was on edge with everything being a final year thing going into it.
Could be. I think there's also
even Dak and CD, when they got to camp, they were on edge because of their contract situation.
Well, Dak, he got signed, and CD got his.
They got signed, but they got signed
all
obviously.
before. Yeah, but then you have 17 weeks. You know,
Yeah, I think
you got 35 and 60 million a year. There goes your attention.
I think a lot of these issues they start at camp and they just fester.
Likability and I think Mike is likable and players like him, but it's also like likability and leadership aren't necessarily going to be the same thing. And it may just have been that he didn't have the handle on the locker like that.
The Dallas Mavericks, I guess they're surprised by how angry you are. They're so surprised, they're giving you your money back. Next on Sean and RJ.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it?
There's the call of the Ducks 2-1 victory over the Dallas Stars on ESPN Plus. What?
Look at that.
Oh, what's the
Did
Money
you do
Puck
this?
say?
Did you block Money Puck? I can't access Money Puck. It's telling me that this connection is not allowed on my laptop on this Wi-Fi. I was just going to pull it up, and it's
oh my
blocked.
God! Oh my God! The NFL blocked it. The NFL,
like you're not talking about.
You are
hockey
not.
while
You are
you're
not
here.
accessing. Let me see if NBA. Can you go to like NBA.com? Right here?
There's
You
no
have to.
way. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, you can go to NBA.com. Yeah, they blocked Money Puck.
Good. Hopefully someone shut it down.
You got that kind of weight you throw around as 6? you call the NFL?
Oh, because we were the number 6 show in the country, according to the other dumb program directors who voted us too low. Stars end up losing to Anaheim. You got anything on this, Chop?
I was not able to watch this game.
Oh, you weren't in the book? You weren't in the sports book?
The game was not started yet. The game had not started yet, but they've struggled with Anaheim this year. And Anaheim they're a team that is.
It was Ottinger's first loss against the Ducks in 9 games.
Oof. They the other one was Casey DeSmith started earlier this year when they lost that game back in November. But Anaheim was a team last year that was really, really bad, really, really young. But they were they're on the come up, and now they're kind of around 500. And the Stars just have not played tremendous hockey against them this year. They've only scored 3 goals in the 2 games.
63% Anaheim. So Money Puck was correct, and they're deserved to win meter.
The Dallas Mavericks PR disaster continues as the news broke yesterday. I will get her name and give her the proper credit once I find it. They're giving
Abby Jones. Yeah.
They're giving refunds?
Yeah, how about that, man? The Mavs are giving away. They're going to refund the season ticket cost. So they've offered refunds for the remaining home games this year.
Wow.
To fans who have kind of canceled their plans, canceled their season ticket plans. So that's actually a really good move on their part.
The value is around $2,000. $2,000 back to you if you were like, you know what, screw you guys, I'm out, I'm not showing up. And they're giving you $2,000 back.
Are they going to tell us how many of those calls they got? Like maybe they feel like they haven't gotten any real cancellation calls yet, so they will publicly say. I don't know. Like
they're not going to tell us.
But and that's what I mean. Like have they? I wonder, have they not been inundated with cancellations yet? Is it going to be people at renewal aren't going to take it, or I just wonder.
Why would this story come out if they weren't getting cancellation calls?
I would imagine that the team had said, "Hey, we're offering this up," and so it's probably just a PR move of look, we're showing that we're doing solid.
Now she has, as of now, removed all those tweets.
Who, Abby?
Yeah, all those tweets. I just want to look back, because as an update, they're all gone.
The Mavericks, let me call them out because I wouldn't let anyone get away with this. The Mavericks are silencing certain people. They're silencing Instagram comments. Haven't you been trying to comment?
Yeah, you can't. They've limited it, so they're basically moderating who can comment on their Instagram posts about the Luka situation.
They're stopping certain team employees from speaking and conducting interviews. Y'all are a bunch of chickens. Y'all a bunch of cowards. Do it. Go ahead, stand on it. If you're going to make the move, don't sit there and try to silence everyone and run and hide. Stop being a bunch of wusses. You're going to silence people because you don't. Again, I give Jerry Jones credit. Jerry Jones, he wouldn't be doing something like that. Nick Eatman was on right after Brian Schottenheimer was hired, and he works for the team's website. That's chicken-ass Mavericks.
Yeah, and
not that they give a crap. They traded Luka Doncic. So they don't give a crap what I or anyone else thinks.
Also, this isn't just the first time. We've heard of some weird authoritarian things they've done before with criticism relating to the team and different things like that. And so, this just seems to kind of be the way this operates. I wonder.
It sounds like Nico may be extra sensitive.
Yes. Yeah. But, it also could be.
The world came crashing down on him in a hard way.
No, but even before this.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
No, before this, we know of some stories behind the scenes we're not going to relay where he sounds a little sensitive compared to the way other teams operate, which is really weird that he would hear it and be aware of it with the way he's conducted. You were thrown off by his press conference. Mm-hmm. And then for them, I refuse to believe that the Dallas Mavericks are really surprised over this reaction. You cannot be.
That's not being able to read the room.
You
man.
can't. You can't.
Right?
That's not able to breathe. Walk around and breathe as a human being. You have to be that stupid. They cannot be that stupid.
Unless they think,
I don't believe it.
Unless they're blown away by the fact, obviously, and Windhorst wrote about this, McMahon wrote about this, they all did. They talked about, like, they pinpointed the trade they wanted. They this is who we want.
Yeah.
Unless Nico has such a high viewpoint of Anthony Davis, and doesn't understand how the rest of the league doesn't feel the same way. That's it. Other than that,
when did they take over the team? I'm going to throw out a theory.
21.
Nico or the Adelsons?
The Adelsons.
That was what, a year ago?
Yeah, I want to know
Nico
when.
was
though.
21.
I want to know about the owners. I'm going to throw out a theory. They took over. When did Cuban sell it? Was it mid-season?
December 27th, 2023.
Okay. I'm just trying to, in my mind, I'm thinking that Patrick Dumont, let's say he knows nothing about basketball until that date. What were the Luka narratives and what happened around here with Luka? Is there a way that he saw what happened in the finals, heard the Brian Windhorst clip, heard us call him out, the fan base call him out, and he's like, and that altered the reality of how much Luka is loved because he heard more negative stuff about Doncic from when he took over? I'm just trying to throw out a theory.
Maybe when the Windhorst thing happened in the finals and
oh my God, this is the way the NBA, the rest of the NBA talks about him. This is the way. I don't know.
It could just be disconnected. It could just be that they are radically disconnected from what public opinion is.
I mean, that's possible. Look,
don't we know their PR people over there? Aren't their PR people like pretty solid?
Generally,
that's their reputation. But I mean,
that would be their job. I've always view it as their job to let the important people know what's being said. Now, maybe sometimes they don't. I don't know. Maybe the important people don't want to hear it.
Maybe not. I mean, but like,
if he's as thin-skinned as we seem to think he might be, then maybe there's I don't want to see whatever's out there, or like it may be that he doesn't want to have any of that in his sphere.
I don't think that there's a chance that Patrick Dumont wasn't just dropped into the earth, never known. I mean, he grew up even his Wikipedia, he grew up in a family passionate about basketball. There's no way you can be passionate about a sport and have no idea the greatness.
He laughed. He laughed when it was brought up to him, the trade. That's what Nico said. Nico said Patrick Dumont laughed at him.
Yeah, and it still went through. Mike Paolucci, I guess he's an editor for D Magazine. He tweeted, "There's been belief, which multiple team and league sources expressed to me over the past months, long before this trade, that Harrison does not have a long-term desire to remain in his current role as general manager."
That, to me,
that came out of nowhere yesterday.
Yes, and that makes perfect sense with this. Nico has, if he views his role with the Mavericks as having an expiration date, it completely makes sense to speed up the timeline. Completely makes sense. Now, this is where it's on the owner to say, your timeline doesn't matter here, champ.
Exactly.
Right? Like, we are on our timeline.
Yeah.
That's the job of the owner to step in and say,
because this is a horrific business decision.
Right,
I think about John Mara saying, Saquon's our most popular player. What about all the jerseys? He said that on Hard Knocks. That's nothing compared to this. That's nothing. No one's buying a Saquon jersey in Slovenia. All right? Like, this was an all-time bad business decision.
So this is incumbent on the owner, governor, whatever, that you don't. This is a bad decision. We're going to overrule you here. And I know you put him in charge of it, even though Cuban did. They didn't.
I'm going to say something.
Uh-oh.
It's not going to be popular. Bobby's going to
Say
shake
it
his
with
leg
your
even more.
chest.
There's a lot of things about what happened with this deal. I'm just trying to be objective. I'm FAF. There's a lot of things that happen in this deal that we always want our teams to do. And we're just furious about it this time. All we do is talk about culture and setting an example and doing things the right way and being in shape and being a professional. No one gives a rat's ass about that if Luka Doncic did not live up to that. All we talk about with the football team is for the owner to let the GM do their thing. The Dallas Mavericks just executed that to a T. We cry all the time. GM's not allowed. GM's not, forget about the Jerry mixture thing. The owner should let the GM run the team. Keep your freaking nose out of it. The Dallas Mavericks just did that, and we are furious and ticked off over it.
Yeah, because it's a shoe executive doing something.
But the shoe executive had the team in the finals.
I know.
Stop. You got to put a little respect on his name for what he did in the past. The teams in the NBA finals, they have a fantastic roster.
And Jerry,
they just do.
Jerry as a GM won 3 Super Bowls, and but we still go like, okay, but
no, that's not the
this.
same thing. That was last year versus 30 years
ago.
It's not the same.
He won 3 of them, and so this is the thing where when you,
I don't care what you did 30 years ago. I care what you did last year. So it's not the
until
same.
He drives off a cliff and trades away like in a move that honestly the league should have stopped it. They should have stopped it the way they did. Especially if league sentiment is that Nico's going to be out of here, the league definitely should have stepped in then.
His perception changed, his legacy changed, at least at the moment, in the interim. And look, I mean, there's no doubt that that he had a massive hand in getting back to the NBA Finals last year. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The biggest mover obviously is Luka. None of the moves matter. They don't have Luka.
Sure.
And that's that at the end of the day. And he didn't get Luka here. Luka was already here. He inherited him, and that also plays into it's not his guy. Like it's not his.
People are pissed off at Mark Cuban for selling the team because that allowed this to happen.
Yeah.
They're even taking it back to Cuban. You screwed us by selling to these people who let Luka go.
For completely forgetting the fact that the last 25 years of this organization doesn't happen without Mark Cuban. This organization was going nowhere. I mean, they had Dirk. Obviously, he inherited Dirk, but Cuban put so many things into this organization in the beginning to set a foundation.
Cuban would have never, as unpopular as Cuban became, and Cuban would have never traded Luka.
Never.
Had Cuban traded Luka, though, he would have never handled himself up there at that press conference the way Nico did.
There's a lot of owners that may have traded Dirk at some point.
Yeah.
Mark was like, no, you're not doing that.
What did Chandler Parsons say Cuban texted him?
So when Chandler said, I'm very confused about this, Mark responded with a text that said, that makes 2 of us. Now, in past, when people had asked him, all he responded was MFFL. But, obviously Chandler's got he's got a better relationship with him. I don't know if Mark thought that was for air.
Right?
But
probably not.
He said that makes 2 of us. That's at least what Chandler Parsons said.
He should be happy though. He should be happy that got out because that separates himself from it. All right. What is it like to interview for an NFL GM position? We wouldn't know about that around here on the home of the Cowboys. Thomas Dimitroff does. One of our favorite guests at Radio Row every year, the former NFL GM, sits down with us next on 105.3 The Fan.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
About him. They're all talking about his intelligence, and the family thing, right, is a big deal. I don't care how you look at it. In the NFL, there is this sort of inside the lines discussion when you're a coach's son and someone that successful, that you think that they have this innate ability to be that next leader. And I think that was talked about a lot back then. And then it kind of, it seemed like it faded away. I don't know exactly when it faded away. Do you guys have an assessment or a context on that?
2011, 2010?
Well, the Jets thing, right? The Jets were where they were because of defense. Boring offense. Mark Sanchez, bust. Seattle, he got this dinosaur reputation along with Pete that they're going to be conservative and run the ball. And what's the nickname some people gave him? Schottenheimer?
R2P2.
What's that mean?
Run, pass, punt.
So kind of those things. So I didn't know if you knew anything about him offensively or anything else in depth that you could share with our audience.
I wish I could talk about that again. Usually if I'm drilling down on some coaches, I would be more able to talk about that.
We are furious in the Metroplex over a lack of search. Is there something we're missing about that? We're like, why don't you talk to Ben Johnson, talk to Belichick, talk to Vrabel, talk to Aaron Glenn? Why didn't you do it? Is there something we're not? Are we off with being angry about that?
No, and I really want to know because the depth of that. Like I was a part of a Jets interview where the Jets were interviewing I think it was 25 GMs and 25 head coaches. That was extensive. Now you could argue that was more than needed. I mean, you sit there and you talk to some of these search people out there that are interviewing for the CEO of Ralph Lauren, and they're like, well, we had 5 people that we were really drilled down on. So there's a nice fine line there, right? I think you do have to cast a net. And so how many people were interviewed in the whole process?
It was
2 external.
It was 2 external that were Rooney Rule candidates, basically.
Okay.
It was Saleh and Leslie
Frazier,
Frazier, and then it was Schottenheimer and Kellen Moore.
Okay. Wow. So interesting. Yeah. No.
It's real interesting.
So and do they ever share who was in that search group, or not the search group in the interview?
In the meeting? Will McClay sat in on those with the Joneses, I know, and so that was kind of the core of it. But and I don't know that Will McClay had sat in on the previous searches in the past, but it does. I'm curious. You mentioned the Jets there, and when we talk about the list of candidates, what do you think about this trend of teams who use search firms to go find coaches or whoever else and say, hey, go find candidates for us to interview?
Yeah, I mean, again, the Jets were very involved with Mike Tannenbaum and Rick Spielman, former general managers, right? That was a big thing for them, and they knew football. What was happening there and what happens there in that case is the owners there, and they ask questions, bigger picture questions, and they go to the football questions from the search guys, right? But if you have your own group, Will McClay and the people there, those are the people in my mind who should, be adept enough and understanding enough, and Will is a very good football man, to ask the strong football questions. There's a difference between what Rick Spielman and Mike Tannenbaum are doing with their background in football and a random search group, whoever that may be. I don't want to throw a search group, and they don't have football background, and they're just there to help, make calls and pull names together. I mean, I think we all can go to the internet, and here's 10, 15 guys we need to bring into. So I think you need to be smart about it. I will say this, not the search side, on the interview side very quickly, if you get the wrong people in the interview group and you have like 8 people or 10 people and they all have ulterior motives, they're not necessarily picking the right coach for the situation. They're thinking, this guy's going to be good. He's going to keep me. I'm a cap and contract guy. He'll bring in someone else if you take this guy. Like, there's a lot of that going on sometimes. That's a very important pick in my mind, is who's going to be at the table interviewing.
Thomas Dimitrov joining us here on 105 through the Fan. So we've been thinking the Cowboys, they obviously operate in a different way than everybody else. They're run like a mom and pop. How are the rest of the league structuring their front offices now?
Well, I think the big thing that's coming around, and you saw it right now recently in Jacksonville with Tony Baselli being announced as the president of football operations, right? Not the president of the entire organization. That guy right now, guy or gal in the future, you never know how it is, are going to be over top of the head coach and the GM. And they have to have football background. I mean, Tony is not a manager. He wasn't, but he knows. He's a Hall of Famer. He knows inside out on the O-line, and he's got management ability, and he keeps maybe some of the younger and first-time coaches that they can bring in those spots, GMs and coaches, in check. They did it at Tennessee as well, right, with Chad Brinker. Chad is going to be over top of Mike Borgonzi and over top of that group of teams with Dave Ziegler and Reggie McKenzie. So you're going to see more of that. You're going to see the whittling down of areas because it's so big right now that a president can't contribute to, in my mind, they just don't have the background and the time to contribute to the football building. And so that's what I think you're going to see a lot more of.
I am dying to hear about your process now. I'm going to pepper you with a lot
Which one?
The GMs. The GM process.
Yeah.
I'm going to pepper you, answer whatever you want, or you can for future interest, whatever.
Give me.
Take us inside the prep for it. So, let's start with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to be a mess, okay? Can you go in there, and how honest can you be in not wanting to? Because we were like, all right, is someone ever going to go in Jerry's and Steven's office and go, you want to know what the problem is? You guys really want to win? Everyone thinks you're the problem. That probably isn't going to get you the job, but the Woody Johnson drama, the kid running Madden, how do you approach that to find out if this is going to work for you?
Well, this is my big thing. So I was interviewing for the Jets job, understanding that they were truly interested in having an experienced man come in there, right? I interviewed, John Robinson interviewed next. So I came in with a very different approach than what ultimately Darren Muji did. Darren's a good young general manager prospect. He hasn't done anything yet, of course, as far as a GM. But their approach, the first-timers' approach, is going to be very different than mine is. So to your point, my preparation on this had everything to do with putting together what I thought was going to be the best type of organization that would help them move from being not in the playoffs for 14 years, I think it is, and bringing back legitimate respectability to an organization that should have it. My parallel was, remember, gentlemen, in Atlanta when I got there in 2008, it was post Michael Vick debacle. It was a mess. I think even worse than what the Jets are. I mean, in my mind, I was thinking, like, this is a really good parallel here.
Yeah.
Let me come in and show and talk about exactly what would help the organization. So I did a lot of work, and anyone that goes in needs to do every bit of work on the roster. They need to talk. It needs to first be, who are the UFAs? Where are they going? Do you keep them? Do you sign them? Do you re-sign them? Do you restructure? Do you ask them to take pay cuts? You have to have a really good grasp on that. This situation, there's no question. The first thing you have to answer, and you have to be stout about it, is what are you doing with Aaron Rodgers?
Yes.
And I thought Woody Johnson, Jaime Elhai, who's the president there, who's one of the best presidents out there, they were very direct. They weren't telling me and edging me down, okay, you better say the right thing here. There's no way I would go in as an experienced guy and try to whitewash things and make it seem like, oh, this is a perfect guy. I do. The last thing I need and want, and I got this, interestingly enough, I got this advice from Arthur Blank, who I still have a really good relationships. You better go into these interviews and ask the hard question, semantically responsible, right? You can't be a jackass going in there, which some of us would love to do, but you have to be very direct. And so I think the direct element, there's some people that might do that. There's others who are really concerned about that. And a first-time GM interviewing is not going to go in there and sling it around.
What was your Rodgers answer?
My Rodgers answer is, one of the best to ever play this game at that position. Great deal of respect. Of course, I'm going to lead in. Of course, he's like, yeah, I got it. I got that. And then it's more, I think, I've watched a ton of vids on him this year and really scrutinized. He can still play. Personally, I think he can go somewhere else and be a 2 more year player. He makes plays still. He's not throwing the ball deep, of course, underneath and intermediate. He's off camber doing things. Like this cat can still win for an organization, and he needs to go somewhere else, given just all of the stuff that was going on. So that's what I thought, and I believe that.
Dude, you're so good.
Yeah.
Fantastic. that was a great answer.
Okay.
I always wanted to ask this. How normal is it for an organization to force an assistant on a head coach?
It's not that normal, I don't think, because most of the time we go in with the head coach, we're like, you have final say on this area. Even though you might not have final say in the organization, like the football side, we always have said we got to give the head coach that leeway to do that. We all give a little bit, background, and we're like, yeah, we'd really like you to consider this guy. But in the end, if that head coach comes in and kicks off his time where there is a forcing of assistants, that's a tough situation. I would think as a head coach, and the head coaches I've talked to is like, man, you're going to get into one part of the world that is so mine. Please be mindful of how you interact. I mean, with Mike Smith, I was there involved. We were both neophyte GM and head coach. I had some ideas. The only thing you do sometimes is kind of the other way for me. Absolutely not this guy. I heard whoever. This is a hypothetical. I heard the guy was, taking jerseys from the, from the lockers. You don't want this assistant coach in there because he's a swag guy. Something stupid like that.
Right.
Which it's more that than pushing a guy on him. Now we will come with the data, and that you guys don't want to talk about data, but you'll come with the data and say this guy is, a 70% win guy in these areas. Please consider him over the guy you're considering, who is a 20% in these certain areas, right? That's one of the things that I think, again, Sumer Sports we're really excited about in the future because you can pull cool data in.
Let's talk about Sumer.
Yep.
What do you have going on with it this year?
So we're growing fast. Every time you guys will bring me in here, there's more. We're building towards 75 people. We were 3 people 3 years ago. We're moving fast. We have 5 former general managers. We're about ready to hire another 10 scouts. I think we'll have about 50 scouts in this organization within the next 2 years. I think that is a foundation. I want everyone to know that. I've told you guys we're augmentation. We take all of our scouting information and we apply all of this data. We have more and more. I think I told you guys we have 40-plus data scientists and engineers. They're working on all the algorithms, and the foundation is the scouting foundation. That's why we're a different third party. We're not just a bunch of propeller heads in there. We have a lot of propeller heads who are really good, smart people, but we also have the football people to kind of balance that, is something we're excited about.
You're a beast, man. We love having you every single year. It's
Appreciate you guys.
never enough time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The
Always.
great Thomas Dimitrov sitting down with us on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Luka gives his side of the story next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep you healthy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Kyrie gets the ball, and he throws it back to Exum. Exum drives it. Hit the Embiid, knocked it away, and the Sixers win the game. Dante Exum turned it over. The Sixers win and be with a defensive stop. Final score 118-116.
Of course, Joel Embiid just decides to randomly play, and Philly radio with the call of the Sixers win over the Dallas Mavericks. Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Final hour on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The play-by-play voice of the Kansas City Chiefs will be sitting down with us at 9:20. It could get a little contentious. We will crosstalk and talk about the media party.
I love you some JP Run.
Bobby, you've recovered decently from. You've recovered decently from after the way you started the show at 6.
I vomited, and then I was okay. So
You threw up this morning?
I mean, early this morning, not since we've been here.
What time?
I was like 2.
Oh, okay.
Some people call that late last night.
Luka Doncic and his L.A. Laker press conference. Luka, how and when did you find out you were being dealt?
And everybody was surprised, so you can imagine how surprised I was. I was almost asleep, so when I got a call, I had to check. It was April 1st. I didn't really believe it at first, and it was a bit shock. It was hard moments for me. It was home, so it was really hard moments for me, especially the first day. As I said, I get to play in the greatest club in the world, and I'm excited for this new journey.
His devastation is only going to make the fans love him even more and hate the Mavericks even more. This man is not like James Harden. James Harden, he's dead inside. There's no allegiance. Like, this feels like an old school, I love the colors, I love the uniform, I love the logo, I love the city. That makes this so much. I wish he would be a little more dead inside and not have this old school connectivity to the organization.
It would
like
help.
Dirk.
It would help some. Does it make you question at all, like, will he have the killer instinct with them? Like, when he comes back, is he going to be locked in Luka, or is he, like, so devastated it's depressing?
Do you think any part of him hates the Lakers?
I wonder.
You know what I mean? Like, is he so old school? Like, Brian Mitchell. I'm looking at Moose. Moose is going to sit down with us tomorrow. Like, play like Magic. Magic is like, I hate Celtic green. If he got traded to the Celtics, like, would that factor in at all? Did Luka love not being on the mighty Lakers, and he had his own thing, and now he's going to a basketball corporation that churns them all out. It's less unique.
It may be an adjustment period for him, but I think that this guy is at first and foremost, he's a killer, and he's the kind of killer that doesn't
tell you first and foremost he's a drinker.
Well, maybe, but he's the kind of killer though that doesn't do it and like get angry. He does it and then smiles at you while he does it.
Yeah.
He takes joy in destroying every fiber of your being.
Yeah.
And that, it's not just, it wasn't just a Devin Booker photo. It's every time he does it to somebody, he kind of smirks and laughs at him. He's psychotic. Okay? And he would make a phenomenal serial killer if he ever wanted to go down that road, because he enjoys just the utter destruction that his play brings to you.
It's like
so it may be an adjustment for him with this.
Yeah.
But I think you give him an offseason to reflect, dude. We're screwed.
Why is Windhorse saying he's not though gonna automatic? Don't just assume he's signing the Laker extension.
My assumption
Where's
with
that coming
My
from?
assumption with that is just that they never talked to him, and he may not. We don't know how it's going to work. It may not work with JJ Redick. It may not work with LeBron. He may hate him.
I mean, do we assume he hates Nico
Yes.
at this point? Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So he's going to have to sit in there and negotiate across from some guy who just is best buddies with Nico. Does he naturally go like, "Oh, I love you, Rob Pelinka"? He may go, "No, I don't want to do anything with you either."
It was a little weird hearing Pelinka thank Nico with Luka sitting right there. He took the high road, talked about his devastation, did not know why Nico made the decision, and said no. Absolutely no indication given to Nico or the Mavs that I was not going to sign the Supermax. So he said, I basically knew that the smear campaign was coming. That was my interpretation. And he also said he stepped up his defense this year.
Which we did ask about, like, the idea of, like, him missing out on the Supermax money. Is that potentially just more damaging to people around the league, like other players around the league who look at it and go like, oh, that's how you treat people then? Dorian Finney-Smith was asked about linking back up with Luka yesterday, and one of the first things he mentioned was, I feel awful that this took $100 million out of his pot. And so, like, players will think that way across the league of just like, you screwed him.
Well, my objective in this segment is to smear the blood. I want to pick up the bucket of blood. What do you...
I need to take my allergy pill. My eyes watering like crazy.
Can I hold this up? What is this? Can you take us through this bag?
Oh, yeah, sure.
What is it? Yo, get on the fan cam.
So, you want to play a guessing game here?
Elderberry's in there.
This orange pill, this is a CoQ10. Okay, good heart. This yellow pill.
Wait, are those your daily pills?
Yeah.
You're going to take all those today?
Yeah. No. I have like a bunch of these broken down. So this is 1 day serving, 1 day of that, and then 1 day of that.
All right, what else is in it?
Okay, so this one here, it's vitamin C. Okay, 1,000 milligrams. Okay, got to stay healthy. This one here is an allergy pill. And the reason I wanted to take this because I've been doing this for the last 30 minutes. My eyes are starting to water.
One's wet,
now,
one's dry.
Let's dip into this thing.
Where's the blue chew?
These purple ones. Well, I don't need those right now. I don't need those right now.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Oh, fiber. Oh, do you take fiber? Yeah. Oh, I do. I've been
Corey Majors throwing another pill into the mix.
This is a vitamin gummy. I take 2 of these. And then this
Don't show all your gummies here.
Yeah, well, I don't have all my gummies. And this one is an apple cider vinegar.
Oh, that's genius. Because drinking that is disgusting.
Which I drink 2 ounces of that a day anyway.
Oh.
Apple cider vinegar, just straight, just chug.
Wow.
Yeah. And then now I'm going to take Corey's probiotic here. Oh, it's a prebiotic. Oh, yeah. I need some fiber because I'm a little backed up. How many do I take? 9 capsules daily.
What? 9?
You take 3? All right. Well,
you could look like the Old Spice guy here. The guy's walking around without a shirt on. There you go. All right, so while Grandpa is getting his Flintstone vitamins, I want to take the bucket of Nico blood that people want in the Metroplex, and I want to spread it around. I want to know who else was involved in this, because I think that Jason Kidd is getting a pass. And Choppy, you've been hearing some things.
I've been hearing, so I run with some good people.
Yeah.
Run with some good people. Basically saying that the organization, they're frustrated as a whole. And it's not just Nico. They're frustrated, and they have been frustrated with issues. I don't want to say the issues where they are because it's not my place. But
yeah, and by the way, a lot of that stuff is getting to be slanderous. Like, I would worry about getting sued.
Yeah,
like people better start being careful without they're talking about this guy being an alcoholic.
Yep.
Like, we're talking about defamation. Like, I'm always paranoid about that stuff.
Yeah, and anyway, there's some problems that this team has approached him with that have gone unaddressed. And I didn't think it was to the point where they had enough, but apparently it was to the point where they'd had enough. And at the end of the day, their number one job is to have the health of the organization and the long-term future of the organization be in good standing. They were apparently not willing to wait around.
Well, Colin Cowherd thinks this was a mandate. We have not had this discussion, and Bobby, we should explore it. Was Nico Harrison told to do this? And did Jason Kidd want to do this as well? Jason, was he frustrated? Does he believe defense wins championships? Does he believe you got to do things the right way? Was he sick of not getting through to Luka? He had said many times, I talked to him about the refs. We talked to him about participating. Did that kill Jason Kidd to say, can you participate defensively, please? Jason Kidd, that old school. Is he that tough? Nico said that they were aligned. We haven't gotten the report yet that Jason hates this and he's disgusted giving up a nuclear weapon that you can give the ball to at any time. I want to know, if Nico Harrison was directed to do it, and I want to know if Jason Kidd agrees. That's what I want to know. Because then we know we need to back off of Nico if that's the case. He's public enemy number one. Was he told? I'm hearing some things that Patrick Dumont, maybe he wanted to do it. I'm not reporting that. People are whispering that around here.
I'd be really surprised if he was directed to do it. Like, he may be on board, or maybe they had a bigger hand in it and it was more of a joint thing than has been presented. Maybe Nico's just saying, I'll take all the heat for it, I'll say it this way. I'd be surprised if he didn't, or I'd be surprised if he was given some sort of order to just move Luka. And
I'd be surprised too, but we should. We should explore it.
No, I know. I can't see just like how I can't fathom Nico wanting to move him even like he did, because like we said, even in the frustrations that Choppy's talking about here, again, it's like he's still walking out there and going 30, 10, and 10 all the time.
Yeah.
And he's 25 years old, and he's going to change. Like there are all these different things. I think it's absurd, absolutely absurd, again, that you've got a guy who just became a father a year ago, and becoming a father a year ago, you all of a sudden just are like, well, no, he's going to be the exact same person that he is right now. Like there's so much life left for Luka to live and to change and to do different things. And so I
wild, man.
I can't imagine that they would have come. If they did,
What do you think of the ownership theory?
I think that I think at this point, everything is fair. It makes no sense. Like that trade, in order for you to believe,
like, do you even buy the Dallas Mavericks without Luka Doncic? Do you even go, I want that organization?
Yeah.
Do you even do that as a purchase? I can't. I mean, you're probably gonna make money off an NBA team, a sports team, over the years, but how attractive is you're buying a team with a 25-year-old rock star?
Oh, God, it's mega attractiveness, and so.
But I want to know about Kidd too.
Like, either Nico really loved Anthony Davis and really hated Luka, or he was forced into doing this. Like, I don't know. It's so preposterous of a move that I don't know that you can think of anything else that works.
I agree with you, but I want you all to guess. Jason Kidd deserves heat too if he agrees. Is Jason Kidd unhappy today, or is he lockstep?
So I think it's like how I said I couldn't see Nico getting directive. I think it's much more likely that Kidd is okay with this. That, I think, is a whole lot more likely, because we haven't heard anything leak out. He looked pissed, but he always does. It's just the way he looks.
Yeah.
And so, no, I think it's much more likely. You remember, that was the whole idea of them coming here, was like, oh, that's a package deal, because Nico and Kidd, they're boys. This is the only job that Nico would have accepted, is if it came with Jason Kidd. Then that tells me they probably were in lockstep.
Then we should be questioning his sanity, unless he ends up being right.
Maybe. I mean, look.
He's got nothing. He's got no heat. Everyone thinks he's ticked because of his press conference look.
Just because of his stare. I mean, he could have just been zoning out. He could have been drawing up plays for Anthony Davis. Like, we have no idea. By the way, if you want a good comedy, go back to about 9:09 in the fan cam. Watch my complete inability to swallow Corey's horse pills he gave me.
All right, there it is. Little Maverick recap with the Laker Luka presser yesterday.
Really quickly, just the only reason why I think Kidd wouldn't get as much heat.
Oh my!
What?
Ruben just gave me breaking news. The Bucks are trading Chris Middleton and a pick swap to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma and other things. So Chris Middleton, Kyle Kuzma.
Chris Middleton got more than Luka did.
So the one reason why I think Kidd probably doesn't get as much heat, or wouldn't, even if they're in complete lockstep and they agree on the same thing, is ultimately it's like, okay, but he's the top decision maker. Like, Nico's the one who ultimately pulls the trigger, and Nico's the one who ultimately does the deal.
I don't care. That's not enough to get him off. Like, he should get killed. Some of this fan ire and anger should go right to Jason if he agrees.
Sure, but if Jason and Donnie were here, Donnie Nelson didn't want to do it, even if Jason Kidd did, they weren't going to do it. And so, he can want that all he wants. At the end of the day, like, Nico is the one who pulls the trigger. So Yeah, Jason may have loaded the gun, but like Nico pulled the trigger.
All right, let's sit down with the voice of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City.
Are they cheaters? Are they villains? Let's have a little fun with Mitch Holthus next on 105.3 The Fan. But a little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue. It's Hurtado, the official barbecue.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
One more snap puts the Lamar Hunt trophy right back into the Kansas City trophy case. Going to a knee. You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs being the first team in National Football League history to win back-to-back Super Bowls and go to the Super Bowl for a chance for a three-peat.
And that voice is sitting down with us right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Why were you making those faces while listening to your calls, Mitch Holthus?
Okay, so I got a little excited.
Yeah!
I should have worn my Brad Sham Broadcasters Camp T-shirt. He fleeced me for $500 to go to his camp.
Did he have a camp?
No, I'm just making it up.
What would Sham have said about that call?
He would have said, man, was all that just oozing out because of all the false narratives about the Chiefs team?
Oh. See, this is why I booked you. Because I think we're going to be able to have some fun. You were talking about a Cowboy play. What was that play that you were just talking
2017 is at the end of the half, because we're coming down to your place next year, and we're bringing our White House Tyler, Texas quarterback with us. I actually presented this as
I hate you already.
Do you?
Yeah.
I love you guys. Let there be peace on earth. I was in presenting Clark Hunt. He got like Entrepreneur of the Year or some like deal, and he goes, "Will you come down and present me?" And I was like, huge, right? The best of Dallas, and I go, "We're proud of our Texas high school quarterback." And it was like, except the Texas Tech group, there's like 10 Texas Tech. They're like, "Yeah, Tech." So anyway, but it was right before the half, and everybody wants to throw Hail Marys, and the 0.001% chance that's going to work, although don't tell the Bears that. But we ran an Andy Reid special, which was you release guys down the field and then you throw it, was Tyreek Hill. So you basically have a 50-yard screen pass, and then if he breaks one or two tackles, it's a touchdown. I go, this is a way better chance of scoring. But anyway, the Cowboys win, so that's the moral of the story. But, yeah, we're looking forward to coming down next year.
Plus, Alex Smith probably couldn't throw the ball that far.
All right. He's the apprentice. He's part of this story. I'm going to tell the story as long as the Lord gives me oxygen on the earth, was what Alex Smith did for Patrick Mahomes. He was not ready. Love Pat. Love him. And Pat will admit it. He wasn't ready. But the fact that he, Matt Nagy, he was playing Augusta, you guys, every day without playing the Masters. And that was part of Pat's magic, was he took all of 17 and just played practice rounds. And they played war games with him. It was awesome. It helped make Pat what he is today.
The thing I respect about what the Chiefs did, they had the balls to say, all right, this is our ceiling. All jokes aside about Alex.
Yep.
And the rest of these teams, and people would throw the Cowboys possibly into this mix with a lot of Dak dislike. They're too scared to roll the dice on something else. They're like, all right, we got a guy, we can make the playoffs, we got a second-round ceiling. The Chiefs like, no, we're about championships. We're going to gamble, and we're going to throw out the known. And I really respect that they had the stones to do that.
And guys, they continue to do that. They're always in the R&D department. This was like and I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. I went 21 years without a playoff win, all right? Everybody goes, man, you got to stay humble. No, I had 2 decades of humility here, so let's just hang on. But they're always in the R&D department, always. Yeah. And so they're always doing that to stay sharp.
You know what year did you start doing play-by-play with them?
Let's see. It's only my 31st year, so 1994.
Okay.
I remember going to Dallas in 95. We were there for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went to the Hunt's house. It was like the first time.
Oh, wow.
And you're like, ooh, don't touch this or don't touch that. I'm thinking I'm going to fall over and like smash dishes from, that are worth $7 bazillion.
Who's the nicest house you've ever been in?
Lamar Hunt's house.
Lamar Hunt?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think there's a paper plate in that house?
I was asking for paper plates. They're looking at me. But they are so awesome. Part of there's so many stories about this team, you guys, that nobody's talking about, and I don't know why. Because
it's not because we don't want to feel warm and fuzzy.
Okay, well these
we
want
to be angry.
Fuzzy.
You guys have turned it. When did you think you all would turn into the villain? Did you think it would eventually happen?
Well, we were feeling that way about New England for so long that, yeah, probably. It really started after we won the back-to-back. It had started there in the AFC.
Yeah.
Because, the Bills don't like us, obviously, and our division hates us. 9 straight years winning the AFC West. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
It
really is.
To me, it feels more the Patriots won the AFC East for 11 straight years, but there really wasn't any challengers in there. We've had challengers now. This is a division that's won 15, 15, 15, the other 3 franchises. We've won 17, but to dominate the division with that balance since 1960 is pretty crazy. But anyway, back to the point of this team tries to stay fresh. The Hunts, it's such an underrated story. The Hunts took Lamar's vision. The kids took Lamar's vision and enhanced it. And that is maybe the most underrated story of this whole long voyage, because talk about the guts. Andy Reid needed, we needed him. We were at the bottom of the ocean. We were the worst team. But Andy kind of needed this. He had just lost Garrett, who took his own life at camp. He was done in Philly. Where are we going to go for the next phase of our life? And he knew that he could go to the Hunts. The Hunts was where he wanted to go, and it's been awesome.
Mitch Holt has joined us here, 105 through the Fan, Chiefs play-by-play. All right, I want to ask you about Andy, because we were talking about it. What would his legacy be if he didn't win a championship? Would he have gone to the Hall of Fame without these titles? Because
no,
you need it as a coach.
Well, let's get in our time machine and go back to 2012. Oh, good. He won you guys know this. He won the division 8 times in 14 years in Philly, but can't manage the clock, can't win the big game. Yep. Oh, he'll get you there, but he can't win it. That was the narrative. That doesn't get you in the Hall of Fame. Right. Okay? Now he's got a bunch of wins, but then to do what he's done now, this isn't even Hall of Fame. This is either you're going to put him on Mount Rushmore or you better find another mountain, because he's right there. And if he wins this game, boys, he's by himself in many ways. But he's right there with Landry and Shula. I know this is sacred, but he's right there. In terms of overall wins, he's 4th. In playoff wins, he'll be 2 within Belichick. And Belichick doesn't get any more at North Carolina. So I'm telling you, boys, this is a Mount Rushmore deal for him.
Which narrative ticks you off more? That they're lucky this year, or it's rigged? The officiating, which, by the way, I'm like the only person in DFW who thinks that's stupid. The referees have a really, really tough job. So I've defended them from that, which people don't like. But it's rigged or they're lucky. Which one ticks you off more?
The Chiefs get all the calls. Is that an answer? I don't know.
Yeah.
The Chiefs get all the calls. Like what? I mean, I could sit there and put up I can put plays where 1 or 2 plays that helped the Cowboys this year and go, the Cowboys get all the calls. I put this out there on Twitter. It started a firestorm, but the Chiefs this year were 17th in the league in scoring drives that were aided by a defensive penalty that led on that drive. Catch me, first down, 23%. Guess who was first? Wait for it. Buffalo. Number 1 in the league. 33% of their scoring drives were aided by a defensive penalty that resulted in a first down on that drive.
Wow.
And they got 29 drives in the plus half of the 50. So the point is, you got to kind of dig in here instead of just going, oh, I'll throw it out there. What's shocked me is our guys and gals who cover this league for a long time that dove right into that narrative.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Is that what this league has become? Then it's like daytime soap opera drama.
People have to explain why.
Well, I want to hear Bobby has intense dislike. I won a humongous bet against Bobby, saying you guys wouldn't make it to the AFC Championship. Their run this year has stressed him.
You
out.
spent that money yet, Bobby?
No. It wasn't money. It definitely wasn't money. That wasn't the bet.
Okay.
No, it was. Here's my issue with the Chiefs is that, and it's not with the dynasty as a whole. I think they've been a great team most years. I think this year, the margins being as narrow as they are in one-score games, and just the history of what the NFL tells us one-score games mean, is just that's going to balance out at some point, and it's going to catch up at some point. It hasn't yet. It hasn't caught up yet, but it generally does. I don't think that this team is as good as the 4 teams prior to this one.
Permission to speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. Why is it if the Rangers win 10 one-run games, that's a good team, man. They're really good. Or UT wins, they just won 6 games by 3 points or less. They know how to win. The Chiefs do that, it's a sign of weakness.
No. Because I'll say this: that came up with the Rangers in 2016. They were the number 1 seed,
35
won so many one-score
games,
games, and then they got swept by the Blue Jays. And people were like, "Yep, it caught up. You got to."
We kind of look at those stats.
If I told you this, but look how many ways they've won these games. They've blocked field goals. They've returned kicks. They've had walk-offs from 3 different kickers, but they've had runoffs. They've had defensive scores.
See, that doesn't feel sustainable to me. That feels,
why? I can do it 3 different ways.
I know. It's so like
this isn't like the bad snap against the Raiders. Wow, that's it. Wait a minute. They've had 4th down stops. They've had red zone stops. That's what's underestimating this team. To me, it is a strength that they've won 17 one-possession games.
There's definite toughness there.
I asked you about when you started because I wanted to know if you had anything on Brian Schottenheimer because of Marty.
Yeah.
Do you? You know Brian?
Well, I remember Brian as the Blue Valley High School quarterback that won the state championship in Kansas 5A.
Well, Jerry probably called you for hiring advice like he did Steve Spurrier. That's the extent of our search.
Hang on. I just remember Brian from... back in those days. But I saw him grow. I remember when he went to Florida, got on there, transferred to Florida, and then he was kind of on his way, right, as far as his coaching career. And I loved his dad. His dad was awesome. He goes back to is he going to make it? Could he be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, for sure.
But he was the definition of Andy prior to coming to Kansas City, was he not? I mean, is that accurate?
Yeah, I think you're pretty spot on.
So anyway, the point is, Brian's got some of his dad in him. But they got to let him coach, guys. What's he going to? Does he get to hire his staff? Does he get a coach? Or are you going to let him do his thing? Because there's enough there to. If I were the Dallas Cowboys, I would drive up 35 right now. First of all, I'd stop and talk to Clark Hunt, okay, and just sit down and let my ego go and go, Clark, what did you do and how did you do it? Because that's the most underrated story. Then. I'd take all the load. I'd load the truck up and head north on I-35 and go, how are you guys doing this? The amazing connection vertically and horizontally through the organization, and this sounds warm and fuzzy, but you want to know, it's this respect and understanding and working together from Veach to Andy to Pat to Kels. Pat has his own OTAs before OTAs start, right under you guys' nostrils. It's in it's in the Metroplex. And you're going to show up. If you're going to play for Pat, you're going to show up. And they'll have a good time. You'll take it. But, hey, because we hit OTAs, we hit them on the run. And we don't go play disc golf or let's go play a Madden tournament. We're on. So
disc
then
golf
we hit
can be fun. Disc golf can be very fun.
That's what most of the league's doing. So we're working while they're playing disc golf. Then we hit camp. We attack camp. We attack mandatory mini camps. We're doing long drive drill. So we hit September on the ground running. So until the league can sit there and just hate it, you might want to think about doing the same thing. But if I let Brian coach, just back up and let him roll, and you'll have a chance.
You know better than that.
Hit it.
I said what I've said.
Hit it,
Long count. Chiefs are going to throw it. They throw it in the left flat. Cut! It's Samaje Perine at the 30. First down! And up the left sideline. I love you, Samaje Perine. I remember when Brett Veach told me they picked him up. It's a gain of 18 yards. I poured water on my head. And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to pull this off.
Is your Super Bowl call written out yet? When are you going to write it out?
No, you know what? Be
honest.
Summertime. I woke up in the middle of the night staring at the ceiling fan and go, if they pull this off, because I'm going to tell you guys, this whole journey started about 10 minutes after winning Super Bowl 58. And here's why. It's Pat. It's our White House Wildcat who goes up to, guys, go, we're going for the three-peat. 10 minutes, confetti's still in his head. So nobody said a word, no T-shirts made, no three-peat, let's get this, none of that. But you didn't have to say a word. So I'm affected by it. I'm around these guys all the time. I see it in their eyes. It's the middle of the summer. I kid you not. Staring at the ceiling fan, 3:30 in the morning, I go, this is it. And I went down and I put it into my phone. I'm not going to forget it and try to go back to sleep. Yeah, it's coming.
I hate how good you were. You were fantastic, despite the calls and the dynasty and all that stuff.
Can I tell you the story of that call, though? So
you're going to tell us what the call is? You're going to ruin it right here?
No, not the real call. That call that you just played.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like you gave the whole story. It was a long-ass call.
Really long. And people but we're at the, so we
What'd
do
you leave out?
We do a big thing. We do a big thing called the kickoff luncheon, right? And it was scheduled where it was during like waiver day, and so Veach, who's awesome, he doesn't get near enough credit. And Veach goes, I can't be there because it's a big stage and I interview him, blah, blah, blah. He goes, I can't be there. I go, yeah, I know, it's waiver day. So we're done. I'm going, first of all, is Clark happy I didn't get a butt chewing? Yes. All right. Is Andy happy I didn't get a butt chewing? Yes. Is Mark Donovan, the president, happy he didn't get a butt chewing? Good. You play like FC Dallas for a draw, right? 1-1 draw. I'm good. I go backstage. I get a text from Veach. We just got some JP running. I literally had a water and poured it on my head because we were looking for a third down back. McKinnon's gone. And through camp, and I'm going, we don't have an answer. I go, that dude? Because the last image of him was running by us in the AFC Championship game for 41 yards. When the Broncos got him, they put out a post with that video of him with the Bengals going, we just signed the Chiefs killer. And I thought, wait a minute, the Chiefs just signed the Chiefs killer. He's made a huge difference. Him, D-Hop, right down the line, Kareem Hunt. All kinds of stories.
Thank you, Mitch. You were fantastic. Have a great call.
We'll see you guys down there. Love the Metroplex. Love it. Pat talks about, Metroplex teams tried to pick him up for baseball when he was 12 years old. He said, why would I leave my Tyler guys? Because we went up there and beat their butts anyway. A guy came up at camp this year with a T-shirt from the Little League World Series, and it was all those list of Tyler, Texas guys, and Pat's on there. And so it's just Mahomes he's unreal.
Mitch Holthus, play-by-play voice of the Kansas City Chiefs on 105.3 The Fan. That's Crosstalk with the fellas right after...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's cross-talk with a KMC masterpiece. Mike Bassick is on one today. I can promise you that. First, let's figure out who's coming up on the program. What's up, Corey?
Hey, guys. Today is what I like to call interview day on Media Midway. And we start at 10:20 with Charlie Batch. At 10:40, we have Trey Wingo. At 11, today we will actually have the Cosm CEO at 11. 11:20, Pac-Man Jones. 11:40. Danny Werfel, pickleball champion. At noon, Sean Merriman, who I may have done something wrong to last night.
That's what I was with him last night.
We got to talk about this a little more.
Wait, that's how we're describing Danny Werfel?
Yeah.
Heisman Trophy winner in pickleball.
It's hot right now.
I know what I'm voting for Masterpiece of the Week is Sean and Corey kept passing around Sean Merriman last night.
12:20, Brian Billick. 12:40.
We'll see about that one.
Sean Alexander. And at 1 o'clock, Carissa Thompson during the C block.
Some of these might change.
Yeah, that's the C block.
Where was your Merriman?
Sounds like I got a day off.
Where was your Merriman experience?
On Bourbon. I was watching a
what kind of bourbon?
On Bourbon Street, Chop. I was watching a little jazz band play, and the lead singer stepped outside.
Andre Karolinko?
I may have gotten in the way of things by saying hi to him.
Tell him I'm the one who was bugging him at Rayo's.
Okay, great. Yeah,
He'll know.
I'm sure that'll help.
It was Andre Karolinko and Blue Edwards. They were the little jazz band.
Hey, were you bugging him like the time that you bugged Jay Glazer in Oxnard?
No. Although
that was a kidnapping.
Both could do similar damage, probably. We're going to have Jay Glazer tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Merriman, oh my God. I mean,
He's a giant.
Yeah, he's a giant.
Yeah.
How'd he get like that?
How was the
Steroids?
media party?
He tested positive for him.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. How was the media party, Kevin?
You know I didn't go to that garbage.
I thought you were.
Why didn't you go?
I thought you were turning over a new leaf.
I do not.
I thought you were hanging out.
Hey, I'm here for hanging out, but just not going around a bunch of self-important. Never mind. They just want to circle around each other and take care of it.
Oh my God!
Goodness! It was food. There was
RJ, Bobby, shots
the
fired.
amount of free food that was there, phenomenal food. You probably wouldn't have eaten any of it.
Tuna tartare was the best.
They're tuna tartare.
Yeah.
They're putting it top 2 of media parties. Do you agree?
This is New York for
What's
me.
the other one? Okay.
So, New York was awesome. And I hung out last night with my old buddy Jeff Kavanaugh, and we were reminiscing about New York when they had the bowling alley. Jeff took off his jeans and had on long johns because it was cold there, but we were inside. So he's just bowling in long john underwears, and he's sliding on his knees down the bowling alley.
Goodness.
I am seeing how far I can throw a bowling ball in the air underhand. So, can I hit the pins by throwing it in the air the whole way? Which it would only go about, I don't know, I'm guessing 10 feet.
And it didn't, break the lane?
Oh, it was making huge noises. But the wood stayed alive, I guess.
It did.
Masterpiece of the week.
That was a fun one. This
one.
was, I thought, the second best that I can remember.
Was New York your favorite? Or
yeah, just the food in New York was
yeah.
They had
Broadway shows for 3 to 5 minutes. They'd come out, I don't know, and do a little 5-minute preview of all the shows on Broadway.
Who did you notice is the most drunk?
There?
Yeah.
Tonight? Last night?
Yeah.
I left at 9:15.
Okay.
So the drunkest I've ever seen anybody from our station. Last year, Corey got it on in Vegas.
Hell yeah.
But I will say, you're not the champion. You're the runner-up. I'm trying to remember. I
There's
can't-
only one answer to this.
It's Chris Arnold.
Yeah.
But I can't remember I can't remember which
That
one.
was like a mud bug bash or something like that.
You said New Orleans?
New Orleans? No.
New York. Tim said New York.
New York.
New York.
He accidentally
We don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll,
We should go into detail.
yeah,
I
we
don't know,
can
Sean
shift
and
to
I in
something
New
else.
York that one day, man.
I'll tell you what I found out yesterday.
That wasn't at the party though.
Eric Chiafalo doesn't know what gumbo is. So the first stop where we stopped, there were like all these different options to eat, and it was like jambalaya, red beans and rice, gumbo, and he picks it up, and I was filming a video of him, and I was just like having him rate food. So the first thing he picked up, I said, "What are you holding there?" And he's holding jambalaya, and he said, "I got some gumbo." I was like, "Wait, what?" And he's like, "Yeah, they're giving out gumbo here." He's like, "This is really good. This is the best gumbo I've ever had." I was like, "That is not gumbo at all." He's like, "What's gumbo?" I was like, "That over there, that soup-looking thing." He's like,
that's gumbo.
"Oh, I didn't know that." So he had no idea that gumbo wasn't like a rice mixture.
What did you eat last night?
If my life was on the line, I could not tell you the difference between gumbo and jambalaya.
Yes, you could. Looking at it, you would know. I know you because you know what Zatarans is and all that.
What
I
did
think
you
that
eat last
helps
night?
you. Like
I went
you-
back to Butcher.
It's a shot you take in your stomach.
You had a sandwich for dinner?
Yeah.
You can't have a sandwich. That's not a dinner.
You could have a sub.
Why can't you have a
That's
sandwich?
a
for dinner?
lunch.
What?
Sandwich. You can't have a sandwich for dinner.
I had a po' boy sandwich last night. for
That's
dinner.
not a
It was
dinner
awesome.
either.
Were these rules instituted?
I don't know, but I'm coming up with them right now. I don't think you can have a sandwich. That's not a dinner.
I saw you finally made it to your sandwich place
I
for
did
lunch.
make it to the sandwich place, Central Grocery.
I think that's Broadus's spot.
Is it? I think that's Parasol.
Okay, yeah. You're
But
right.
yeah, I actually caught up with you and Bobby's wives.
I know you spent the day with
hung out
Bobby's
with them.
wife, and I spent the night.
They were awesome. hold on. So
that's true.
I do have a question about that. Then.
Yeah.
Bobby's wife
Because
is coming down here.
Bobby's room is right next to my room.
Oh no!
I found out. Like we're next
I
door
found that out
neighbors.
too.
Did you hear the fighting?
When did you find out? About 1 o'clock this morning when my wife knocked on your door and
Was that your wife that knocked on the door?
Yes.
When I was walking in at 11:30, like when I was walking up the steps, she had just texted and said somebody just banged on the door.
yeah, she was like, I'm gonna knock on the door and then I'm gonna run in our room, and I was
It
like,
freaked
okay.
her out, yeah.
And she knocked on the door and then I locked her out of our room, so she was standing in the hallway. I was like, don't be a child.
So did you? I thought you were gonna say you heard Bobby throwing up.
No, I didn't hear. Oh,
No.
buddy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
How come?
Because I drank a lot of alcohol, Kevin.
The jambalaya.
You got to get it.
I
Get rid of it.
Sure.
Seafood gumbo.
Who was the best guest from yesterday?
Hold on, the best get. Tell him the best get.
The best get was probably Gracie Hunt. The best guest was Scott Murray and
Hell yeah.
company. They were awesome.
Oh, you guys pulled them on.
Yeah, that was awesome. They were.
I got to tell him an emotional story about how he impacted my childhood. He thought it was delightful. It was lovely.
One of the other guests on with that group was the former Eagles owner's granddaughter. So she was on too. Like it was a great group.
Was that her credentials?
Marianne or whatever.
Marnie.
Marnie. You know who was super excited to meet Scott Murray yesterday in our hotel lobby? Trey Wingo.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a legend.
He goes, "Are you Scott?" Like, I used
Mike,
to listen to you, watch you all the time.
Real quick, Sam Amick says that Nico wants Durant.
Yeah.
What do you think about it? And what are you giving up? I didn't see any compensation
Yeah, so
possibilities.
what you have to do is this. The only way it works is it has to be P.J. Washington, Klay Thompson, Daniel Gafford. Has to be the three guys that make up the money. And then you might need to add, like, Hardy or, like, Omax to, like, get it just a little bit higher to get the money right. So that's about what you'd have to give.
Would you do it?
In a way, I'm like with my son because he called me last night and he was like, I don't even care. And he's 16. But it would be tough all of a sudden. It's your team, but you're rooting for Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and Anthony Davis.
Yeah,
Like it's like weird. It's like they are a team and they have the Mavericks uniform on.
It's like the Yankee fans rooting in the post-Jeter teams after you just bought everyone.
The Rangers
Tough.
with Simeon,
It's tough to root for.
Seager,
You're rooting for nobody
Shut up,
that you
'Cause that's
grew up
different.
with.
Yeah.
Like, fans at the end of the day, they want to root for
Newman
players
back,
that they
84.
groomed. That's what they want. Stop it, Bobby.
And you shut up. I don't like your.
I just want to
don't
know
like your
more about
attitude
how
today.
different that is.
Make sure you listen to our show because we do have a segment at 10 o'clock.
No, we're going to have.
Are you
plenty
sure?
of
I don't
segments.
think you should be in charge of teasing anything. You don't
What
pay
an
off.
update
You don't pay off your teases.
Oh, please don't.
I
Get
can't-
into
I
that.
KMC. Oh no, I'm gonna make you uncomfortable now. The KMC masterpiece is next.
I'll never tease on this station again.
Do it. Peyton.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out if you do.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Live from Radio Row in New Orleans. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Media Row in New Orleans. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, even though some of us are apart, we miss you, Alec. Welcome to the program.
Man, it's wonderful to be here. Oh, was that Alec's turn to talk? Did I just step on
talk?
Alec, would you like to say something?
No, that's just nice. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Really
That's
appreciate
awesome.
that. Mike, it's good to see you this morning. I hope you're full of energy and ready to rock today, baby.
I am. I spent some time with Kavanaugh, and we were talking about our best moments on the Fan. And I'd just like to do this for all the Tolos that have been around for a while. If you still have Jeff Kavanaugh's phone number, can you please text him that you're thinking of him? Because he hasn't maybe heard from you guys in a while when I paid him $40 to give his phone number out on the air.
That's it?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. I'm like, yeah, here's two $20 bills. You're screwed. And so I would just like for everybody to maybe just send Kavanaugh a quick message and tell him you're thinking about him.
I'm thinking of you today.
Okay, so you're texting him right now?
I figure why not?
Yeah, why not?
Mike told me to,
He has
so-
his number.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah,
yes.
I was listening the day that he paid him, so I was like, hey, finally got Jeff's number. So
That's the way you got Jeff's number, not via, hey, I know you, and we work together.
We work together. I might need your number at some point to communicate.
Instead, no, I was listening to your radio bit, and now I have your phone number.
Yeah,
okay.
man.
Okay, I like it. Now, we have a lot of guests today, so we're going to try to just work in some of our normal segments with these guests, or maybe a guest or two drops off along the way. We'll see how it goes.
That has happened before.
Yes.
We've been like, chaos, let's go. 3 guests, same place, let's go.
Yes, so we can absolutely make that happen. And Alec, I'm going to leave it up to you. Give me a Mavericks or a Stars cut, and let's start this thing off.
Kyrie drives against Reggie Jackson. Max Christie, good-looking three, rattles in. And Max has his first basket with the Mavericks.
All right, so I don't think I'm frozen, Mike.
Okay.
Am I frozen in your screen?
Hey, YouTube, is Kevin frozen on
No,
the screen?
Mike, are you
I'm
on?
moving?
I think Mike's on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah, I have to do
Yeah,
this
I am
thing.
too. I haven't gotten my dongle yet. Do we need to explain that? Do people really care, or do we just go into Mavs and Stars?
Yeah, keep rocking on.
Okay.
Keep going. Hundreds of people watched, I bet.
Okay.
Mavericks and Stars last night.
Kelsel Edwards or whatever. He's
Kessler.
playing.
What do you think his first name is?
Who cares?
Joel Embiid was so excited to beat the Mavericks, he was like, I'll play a basketball game tonight.
I guess. I don't have everything you tell me is going to be news to me.
So you're not even aware?
I knew they lost.
He's hurt, Kevin.
I have no clue of a box score. I have no clue of anything. I took the NBA app off of my phone, and I am not doing this anymore.
This is like finding out. that your wife has been cheating on you for decades. All right, and then
I was about to say this is exciting news, but that wouldn't be exciting news.
Yeah,
I was
and
going to be
then-
like, this is exciting news. Whatever you tell me in this Maverick game is going to be news to me. Besides, they lost. I don't know if they lost by 3. I don't know if they lost by 43.
Yeah,
lost by 2.
You got to.
They lost by 2?
Yeah. She's been cheating on you for a decade, and now she's saying you have to watch their whole life. All right, you got to watch their whole life play out, Kevin. With her and her new husband in the house that you bought, with
How
the,
is
in the
this like
truck,
that?
your truck. With your kids, that's what it feels like.
Does it?
I don't know, man. I've never been. That's never happened
Hold
to
on.
me.
Are you also boycotting the Mavs then?
No, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm dedicated to the laundry. Always have been. But it hurts. I understand. I empathize and sympathize with what Mike's going through right now. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, the
We've
great
always
thing
known
is, from 18 years ago, you can go get out those Doug Christie jerseys that you didn't sell, and now go, hey, look, we got another Christie.
I never had one.
But this Christie's going to be better, right? He looked pretty good in his first game.
Tell me about it.
Okay.
I'm excited to hear.
He was hitting 3-pointers.
Okay, how many?
4 for 4.
4 for 4?
Yeah, that was impressive.
Luka's never gone 4 for 4.
He had 9 rebounds, dude.
Luka's never had.
Well, he's definitely had more than 9 rebounds.
Okay.
Many
9
times.
rebounds and at least 12 points.
He
That's
was,
where we're at so far.
I believe he had 16 points. He looked pretty solid on defense until, of course, the last couple of possessions where Joel Embiid got a dunk and a layup in the last 2 possessions. Well,
Anthony
not the
Davis
last.
couldn't stop him?
He didn't play in that
What?
game.
Oh,
Joel
why
Embiid, not the last 2 possessions, but their last 2 baskets were a dunk and a layup by Embiid, who I believe had a triple-double to give them the lead, and the Mavericks lose by 2 points.
What are you going to do?
Max Christie was kind of like Luka at the free throw line, 1 for 2.
Sweet.
But if him and Kyrie would have hit their free throws, this game would have been tied at the end. Kyrie was 10 for 11 from the free throw line, and he need to be perfect so they could be tied.
I'm just doing math in my head, Corey. He made 4 3-pointers for 12 points. He made a free throw for 13. How did he get to 16?
He was 5 for 8 for field goals.
Was he at 16 points?
15.
Okay,
15.
Yeah, there we go. It's like, how did he get an extra point on a 2-pointer?
Okay, that's a fair question. So 15 points. All right, Mike, I'm going to take a chance here.
Yeah. I have no clue what the Stars did. They played the Ducks.
Okay, did you watch the Stars?
No.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I was keeping up with the Stars last night on the phone.
I don't
while
think
we
you
were on
understand
Bourbon
how
Street.
exciting this is sitting in this chair. I just found out what happened in the Mavs game. You're like my television right now, and I have no clue if the Stars won or not.
Okay.
He's like a Tolo. He's like me whenever that
This
I
is
heard
exciting.
what number
Whatever you
get-
say is going to be like breaking news.
Okay.
That's cool. That's a
Yeah.
good vibe, man.
I guess for the Stars then.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they lost 2-1.
God.
John Gibson was really on his game. I know on social media some folks were complaining about the officiating. I, however, think the Stars have themselves to blame for looking maybe a little lackluster last night against a team that's not particularly good. They have been good at home lately, but I believe this broke the Stars' 5-game winning streak.
You win some, you lose some.
That is true, Mike. You do win some and you do lose some. Are you more surprised, having just learned all of this information, by the Stars' close loss or the Mavericks' close loss?
I guess I'll say Stars because they're good at their sport.
I'm going to say Mavs because they shouldn't have been able to be that close. I don't feel like they I guess they did play better team defense. They held the team under 130, so that was nice.
Oh, sweet. What was the final score?
118, 116.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to say the Mavericks because it was like they shouldn't have been. That's a brand new team put together, almost the entire lineup all together, and you didn't even have PJ last
Did
night.
the Caleb Martin dude play?
I don't think so.
he did.
Oh, he did?
No, because remember he was
It's not official yet or something? I don't
No,
know.
he was still a game time decision because he hasn't played in 3.5 weeks-ish.
I think the good thing is we're getting all the injuries out from our new players early.
They might both be back for the Celtics game, and
flush
if
it out of
not
our
then
system.
for the Rockets game. Does it help you at all if I told you that Max Christie really likes golf? You like golf?
I do, yeah. Can't wait to play some.
With Max Christie. What if you got a
That would
chance
be
to play
fun.
with him?
I mean, I'm like his dad.
Yeah.
Would that? Do you think like you could bond with him on the golf course? That might bring you back into the fold.
Yeah, I'll be like, my buddy. I would be like, and then he said, I don't know him. I'm like, well, he was part of y'all's agency. He's like, yeah, I only know these few guys. But yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
It doesn't mean I'm going to watch them play basketball. I'll say, I wish you the best.
All right, let me try a different tactic. Not out on the Mavs. Didn't watch the Stars last night.
Yeah.
Is there something you did watch or engage with that you would rather discuss?
No, I won't say rather because every college basketball team has 15 new players a year.
That
Texas Tech beat Baylor.
Hey,
that's what was on my television.
Okay. Any breakdown of that game you want to share with us?
There's a dude for Tech hitting a lot of shots. Tech looked good. Never seen him play basketball this year. They had a really small point guard that came off the bench, I think, because I didn't get it from the start. I got back from the party around 9:30.
Okay.
My son went 1 for 1 with a hit by pitch in JV yesterday.
Is he going to bounce?
Yeah,
up
and then my other son, Cal, played on the other Bishop Lynch JV team. He went, I believe, 0 for 2 with a walk, but hit the ball pretty decent from what Mom told me to the second baseman and shortstop. And then he pitched 2 innings of no runs.
That's awesome.
Do you trust your wife's recreations and breakdowns of?
No.
Okay.
But I did get a video sent from my older son, Jake, who videoed Cal's first at bat, and he hit a hard, one hopper to the shortstop. So
Yeah.
I do know that he hit that ball hard. But
I was just curious because in the past you've described things that Sue has watched, and you're like,
Yeah, I think I remember one time you saying that she told you that he went to 2 bases. That he hit and went to 2
One
bases.
time
and
he
you're
got a
"That's
hit
double."
to the middle fielder.
That's
and I was
right,
like, I
that's
have no effing idea what's going on.
Yeah, he's the middle fielder.
Does that mean center field,
Yes.
shortstop,
Catcher,
okay.
There's the right fielder, the left fielder, and the
middle fielder. Okay.
I mean,
You know how women are.
Yes,
thank you,
PJ
PJ. I really
Washington.
appreciate that.
Thank
He's
you
still
for
on the
still being.
team.
Thank you for still being on the team for now.
yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, listen, man.
Do you want him on the team?
Yes,
I
I do
do.
want him on
You
the
don't
team.
want
I
Kevin
know. I
Durant?
heard that the trade that y'all were talking about in cross. I don't want to do that at all.
Why not? Let's go all 30.
Are you going to listen, or I know you unfollow? Do you think you're going to listen or be on the lookout for anything trade related tomorrow?
I don't think so, but there's friends that I have here that know how big of a Mavericks fan I was, and they keep telling me all this information, and I just smile and take it all in, but
Realistically, you want them to be quiet.
Wouldn't it be weird rooting for the Mavs? I get we're rooting for our hometown team. You're rooting for Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and Anthony Davis if that comes about. And Max Christie, and I'm guessing he won't be healthy quickly, but if Derek Lively, so your starting lineup would be 4 new players, and Derek Lively off the bench would be Najee Marshall, Spencer Dinwiddie, Caleb Martin.
If it was at the beginning of the season, let's say just the off season would have been pandemonium and all this would have happened, that would have been different for I'll start with you, Corey.
I have an entire off season to prepare my mind that this is my team. And that's what it feels like. It just feels like it's just a bunch of things thrown together whenever I was like, this is the team that I'm going to follow through the season to a championship. And now midway through the season, we got, how many games we got left? 35?
Yeah,
or something
no,
like
less
that?
than that.
Less than that. It just feels like it's going to be this hodgepodge that maybe we get lucky, we get into the second round of the playoffs, or even get into the playoffs at some point. I do understand you're trying to make sure you have a healthy team or something like that, but all these guys are just different characters, and we got to get to know them at some point. We have no other choice right now than just to get to know them, or do what Mike does and just say, take
and
it
see,
off.
that's what I want to check. Would that have made any difference to you if all of this craziness would have happened in the offseason and you knew going into the season it's going to be Kyrie, AD, Max Christie, etc.?
I would probably be out because there's a part of me that has always felt like the NBA has been fixed through the 2006 finals.
So some pre-existing issues.
Yeah,
I
and then
gotcha.
trading Luka when they sign a $76 billion TV contract to the Lakers for a 32-year-old and 1 draft pick.
Yeah.
It feels really fishy that they want to keep that $76 billion because Bally's backed out of everything.
Yeah.
They showed in the United States court you do not have to pay these contracts as a television company. So that $76 billion, none of it's guaranteed. They're going to be like, we ain't paying it. We don't like our product anymore. And I think the NBA sees that their product is slowly going down. And I think, well, what better way to lift it up than to put the international superstar on the most popular team?
And then buzz everything with all these trades from yesterday. Like those were hot discussions yesterday that brought intrigue to the league.
Can I prove any of that? No, and I never will. And just like I can't prove that David Stern hated Mark Cuban and intentionally gave the championship to the Miami Heat, but that's what I believe.
Same.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will bring to you former Lions and Steelers quarterback, 2-time Super Bowl champion. It is Charlie Batch next right here on the Fan.
.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live on Radio Row in New Orleans. Thank you very much to Stella Artois for making this happen and being our presenting sponsor. And right now, we bring to you former Lions, former Steelers quarterback, multiple-time Super Bowl winner. It is Charlie Batch. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Now, I feel like you have some unique insight into this, even though you played, obviously not your entire career here, but is poor, sweet Detroit just cursed to walk the earth with no Super Bowl appearances and championships forever?
That is tough. That is because I really thought this year was going to be it.
For sure.
And you get to the point last year, obviously you're aggressive, but if you take the points, at least you're playing in the Super Bowl. And then just to get the excitement and have the number one seed, and the way that the energy and the electricity was flowing throughout the city in that playoffs and at the playoff game at Ford Field, it was exciting to watch. And this was the first year in 23 years. And, of course, last year they were on the road. First time in 23 years that Detroit has played 1 week longer than the Steelers. So having the opportunity to go up there and watch them, I'm like, man, this is it. And, of course, they fell short of their goal, but it was tough.
What's the relationship like between the city and the Lions? Obviously, I know you started your career there. It feels like they just so desperately want something to cheer for.
They're passionate fans, right? When you have the whole state of Michigan rooting for you in that particular manner, there's not a lot to cheer for because there's not a lot of success that's happening. But yet when you do get it, you see what the potential is if you can make this consistent. And I think Coach Dan Campbell, he has that going in the right direction. The Ford family, they're going to bring everything to the equation to make sure that they continue to be successful. But you're doing right. You're doing good things whenever now you have other people around the league that are prodding your coaching staff,
Yeah.
players, free agent wide you're targeting from Detroit. So you know they have something good going on. Now it's just a matter of making sure, what does that look like on the rehab part? And when I say the, when you look at that, what does it look like when people are prodded from you? Are you able to replace? And I think that's going to be the next question, and whether Dan Campbell can answer.
Quarterback specifically, what's the curve like when you get a new OC, whether it's internally or externally?
Well, you hope that the terminology doesn't change much, right? It's one thing to have a philosophy, but you have the majority of those players that are all system. They know that system, and it works.
Okay, yeah.
So now you just have to adjust from a coordinator perspective to say, okay, I understand you like this play. You call it that way. Now you have to remove egos. You want to know what? If you call it and you learn it that way, now I'm going to make sure that I do it that way. So there's a little bit of, ebb and flow that happens when you have a new coordinator, especially when you have an experienced team coming back.
I was kind of shocked, Charlie, to see the way the run game came back this year. And Detroit was right at the forefront of going, hey, we know that we're tough. We know we're tough up front. And we got one dude who's, Knuckles. We got one dude who's Sonic. So, that combination's great. But that kind of balance, is that kind of the perfect balance that most coaches are looking for? Because, like a Kellen Moore is always kind of like, I gotta pass. But it seems like the balance of having that run game again is starting to make its way back into the NFL strong.
The beauty of it is the fact that those two running backs that they have in Detroit, they're very similar. So it's not like when one comes in the game, he's the gadget guy, and the defense is going to play it well. No, they can still run the football, and then you obviously, you adjust accordingly that way. But it's just great to be able to see it because the success that they're having and they're able to push the ball down the field. When you're able to get off that play action game and hit those 18, 20-yard chunk plays, that's demoralizing to a defense because you're trying to jockey, but yet you're killing them and gashing them in those big plays, and that's why Detroit has the huge advantage.
So quarterback, I feel like most quarterbacks are I just want to throw because I'm a quarterback, and I'm going to make the star play. But when you have that kind of running game, this is going to help me get a bigger play, or this is going to help me get a more wide open receiver.
Absolutely. It's one thing to say you want to throw it, but obviously you want to control that line of scrimmage, and when you're able to do so, when you talk about running the ball and you actually do it, that's something that where you're like, wow, you're talking about it, but you can't stop it. And every quarterback wants to push the ball down the field, and I think those are things that are happening when you're a balanced offense in that particular perspective. Numbers are going to be what they are at the end of the season. Hey, 60-40, 70-30 running, and you just know that's why that self-policing that are happening, especially during bye weeks, to make sure you're evaluating yourself to make sure you don't become too predictable for defensive coordinators.
That's a strong week to really get to look at yourself.
Yes.
For sure. All right, so you get to pick any of the current receivers to throw to. I'm gonna give you one. You get one.
Just remember, we're in Dallas.
We're in Dallas.
If you want to cheat on that,
it's okay. There are three significant. There's a lot more, but I think Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and CD are at the top of that list. But you pick one out of this current group of receivers.
To be honest with you, I have to be selfish, and I only say that, and I have to stick with the AFC North because I've seen Jamar Chase. And when you see that happening, you're watching twice a year, just like, where the ball is going. You can't stop it. Come on. And, even T. Higgins in that matter, and that's why he's going to be a number one free agent coming out of here, and he's going to get paid handsomely somewhere. But that's why I have to stick within the division because I've had more opportunities to watch those guys.
And Kevin, I love T. Higgins.
Yes,
too, so that's one
your
of
guy.
He's helped my fantasy league so many times. But Jamar Chase, I don't understand. He just all of a sudden you look and he's open.
Yes.
I don't understand how. I would love to just have a camera on him all the time so I could really see how he wins these matchups. Have you watched him close enough to see how he wins his matchups? Is it strength? Is it just quickness? What is it for him that just changes?
I think when when you're in that position, you got to make sure, hey, you're not cheating when it comes to stances, understanding inside route, outside route, but you have to make them all look the same. When you're able to run the route tree, now it makes those corners, they have to, adjust accordingly. And I think those are things that you just want to make sure because if you become stagnant, they don't move you around, you're in one position, it makes you a lot easier to become double teamed.
Yeah, like we say with CD all the time, move them around.
You have to.
What's that experience when that receiver is on the other team and you're watching it happen right in front of you? I know you're like, hey, come on, defense, but at the same time, you're like, I don't know how to block that guy. What's it like watching that receiver against your team and you're like, I don't know how we're supposed to stop that?
You're tough, right? And I say only that because, watching Antonio Brown for so long, you knew where the ball was going. You're like, and so it's very hard. But that's why offensive coordinators have to, you have to strategically, get your guys open. Whether that's a short motion, just to go from a bump and run to now he's playing soft at 2 to 3 yards off to allow him to get a free release on his route. those are things that you have to do. And if you're just stagnant, you become predictable in that particular manner. So the coordinators, they have to do a better job of making sure that they're able to game plan accordingly to get their guys in best position to be effective. And
now, we kind of had this discussion based off of something that Cam Newton had said last week. I think you might be uniquely presented to explain this to us as we talk with Charlie Batch right here on The Fan. And he said he preferred his MVP to a Super Bowl ring. And I was just curious your thoughts about like getting a Super Bowl ring, multiple Super Bowl rings, as opposed to like, no, everybody knows I was the MVP. I was the dude in the league that year. Like, how do you fall on that?
Yeah, and I think, and I was caught. I was watching it live when it happened, and I'm kind of I'm listening to it, but I'm kind of doing something else. And when he said it, I looked up, and that was kind of a reaction to Stephen A. at that time. Oh. But the way he explained it, I was like, it makes sense. If you do your job, you get rewarded with the MVP, and that takes you to the Super Bowl. People can't get out of the mind of he didn't jump on the football. That's what people take away from it and say you're selfish. It's not the fact of leading up to it. His point was, hey, if you do your job and those awards come with it, that's one thing. But ultimately, at the end of it, there's only 2 Super Bowl MVPs that are awarded during the course of the year. One regular season MVP and one Super Bowl MVP. And if you're able to win the Super Bowl in that particular manner, it's different, right? Super Bowl MVPs, they have MVP in their ring. That's different than the other 53 guys.
I did not know that.
Yes, and so when you are that, and those are things that, you kind of look at it. So I understand his position when it comes to it, right? At the end of it, when your career is done, you didn't win the Super Bowl. When your career is done, you didn't have the chance to play. Now, if he made the comment and never played in the Super Bowl, that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
He lost the Super Bowl.
You said that.
And you try not to, you forget those losses, right? I can't tell you what happened in the Green Bay loss in the Super Bowl, but I can tell you about what happened against Arizona when we won the Super Bowl. So you tend to forget those things. And all I say is this, Cam, yes, people have the right to do it, but I understand, I respect his position when it comes to it, but ultimately he's always going to walk around as a Super Bowl MVP. He would be just a Super Bowl winner if he didn't win the Super Bowl MVP. It's a different conversation. That's why I say it's just depending on what your take is off of it.
What was your experience when y'all did win the Super Bowl, but you got hurt? Because they always are like, hey, we got to move on. We just got to move on. I'm not saying that you got left behind on purpose, but that's just the nature of the business.
I remember Schlereth told us, he was like, if you're injured, you're dead to the team. You can't help them. And so, but I feel like you kind of may have had a different approach.
It was a different one because I was more involved with Ben Roethlisberger during that time and being involved, and I was there every single day. So it wasn't like on injured reserve, and then all of a sudden you're not around the team. I was there every single day, understanding the game plan, helping them out in that particular manner. Right? So when I look at it and I sit back and say, I have a Super Bowl ring, and I have 2 Super Bowl rings. I didn't necessarily play in either one of the games, but I still have 2. So when I look at it and say, hey, I'm a 2-time Super Bowl winner, but the respect isn't there from everybody else because they'll look at it and say, you actually didn't win it because you didn't play.
Yeah.
So it's a different type of mindset, but when you know the things that you did behind the scenes to help contribute to that.
You don't got to explain yourself.
You don't have to explain yourself, and that's okay. And it's not for me to explain. It's the fact of I was there. I was able to help accomplish what the goal was at hand. So, again, it's a different conversation, but, again, unless you experience that, that's what, your opinions are going to sway one way or another.
As a glue guy, I know exactly what you're talking about there. You know what you helped accomplish. You were helping keep the glue together.
Absolutely.
All right, so.
And that's no different than a staff member or somebody, an employee who works with the organization. They'll walk around with their Super Bowl rings on like they did something. You didn't see the field.
Hello, everybody.
But, again, your contributions led to that to make the player's job easier.
Sure.
So we're all in this together.
My co-host Mike Bassick here, he is in love with Mike Tomlin's coaching style and his just the way that he's done this. Can you explain Mike Tomlin to us?
Yeah, I mean, just the way that he approaches leadership, right? When you walk in, you want to make sure your message is clear. Are you clear, concise? You're able to deliver your message. And the guys are going to buy in. From day one, Mike Tomlin accomplished that. And here we are 18 years later, and he's still doing the same thing. The one thing I respect about him is the fact that he doesn't shy away from the hard conversations. When you look at it and say, listen, guys, we have 2 talented guys, but I only have 1 roster spot. And we're going to watch this evolve right in front of us. Every day, I'm going to put it on screen. So all 51 other guys are going to look at this battle here, and we're going to determine the winner. People respect it, right?
Yeah.
But then you also respect the fact of, guys, I don't have time to play with you. We're not in the rebuilding mode right now because your career doesn't justify that. If we talk about rebuilding 3 to 4 years, you're not guaranteed to be here. So we have to accomplish that goal right now. And the goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's the standard. That's why you started saying the standard is a standard.
Yeah.
Because if for whatever reason the starter goes down and you are the backup, I don't expect the level to drop one bit. I don't expect the narratives to come out the next day to say the reason why we lost the game because our starter was out and the backup played. No, the standard is there. That's what we expect. That's why you're on this roster. And I love that he's always able to do it. Yes, you fall short of your goal. Yes, the Steelers, he won a Super Bowl, but then he lost another one, and here you are all of these years later. I think the conversation becomes diluted because what we saw with Tom Brady, you're like, shit, he's in the Super Bowl 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden now here we are with Patrick Mahomes, and you're like, oh, he's in another Super Bowl. But you forget how hard it is to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very tough to do that. But those guys change the game, and right now you have to get those learning curves accelerated to the point of making sure you respect people's careers. And that's what Mike Tomlin always does because he understands there's not going to be a lot of shelf life for you on your career. We got to make sure we maximize those out.
See, Kevin, that's a lot. Sometimes coaches play games. You leave the facility and you're like, I don't know what that coach thinks of me. Bochy, we always talk about. You walk away, you're like, I know exactly what he thinks of me right now. And I feel like that's the way with Tomlin. He's going to let you know. He's not going to shy away from that at all.
Now, we're talking with Charlie Batch live in New Orleans. I was hoping that you could tell us not only the mission of the Best of the Batch Foundation, but for people who don't know, and I know you've shared this story before, but for people who are not familiar, kind of the genesis of how the Best of the Batch Foundation came to be.
Yes, in 1996, I lost my sister to senseless gang violence. She was caught in a crossfire between rival gangs, and she was only 17 years old, and she never had the opportunity to live life. And I said if I was ever in position to give back, I would. Try to do something in the family that's never been done. Graduate college, 1997. Was drafted in Detroit by the Lions in the second round in 1998. So January of 1999, started the foundation, Best of the Batch Foundation, and we're an educational foundation. We focus on STEM programs, and we say STEAM instead of STEM, only because we include the A for arts, and focus on after school. So as we did that, I thought we were going to, everything was going to be in Detroit. Ended up coming back, going to Pittsburgh, which is my hometown. A lot of people don't realize that. And 2002 redirected foundation goals, and here we are now servicing 3,800 kids annually in 9 counties throughout southwestern PA. We have 13 different programs that we run. In April of last year, we just did a ribbon cutting, and we went from 5,300 square feet to 33,000 square feet. So to be able to do that, all the programs that are happening within our foundation, all the support, we are truly grateful for humbled by all the support that we receive for that because they believe in the mission and vision of the Best of the Batch Foundation. So for anybody who wants to learn what we do, we love to collaborate. They can go to batchfoundation.org. We don't do all things well. We love to collaborate with people, and ultimately we can now help you go from step A to step B on how we took that process, because ultimately if you're impacting kids, we want to help you be a resource to help continue to resource kids. So again, that's batchfoundation.org.
Do you ever give yourself a chance to kind of I know you got work to do at all times, but to take a step back and think about your sister would be really proud of you?
I do. Every day I walk in that building, I'm just like, wow. And I hope she's proud, she's smiling down on us. And when you see those kids come in, you're not going to get a lot of thank you from kids. But when you see the smiles faces, you're like, it's well worth it, those tired days that you're putting in and pouring into those kids, because we want to make sure that we're trying to do our small part to help impact life, right, in this thing called life. And whatever that may look like, whether career field, whatever that may be for you education-wise, it's just something that we just love to be a part of. And we have so many volunteers that believe in what we're doing. And when you're sharing your time with us, that lets us know we are truly grateful and humble because you believe in what we're trying to accomplish. So it's a beautiful thing, to be honest with you.
That does sound like a beautiful thing. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you for jumping on with us, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie Batch right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with the DraftKings pregame power-up host and Emmy Award winner Trey Wingo, live from New Orleans on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Trey Wingo momentarily, but we have baseball news. Mike, would you like to reveal the news?
Sure. Elvis Andrus is going into the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame. So he'll be the 5th guy from the kind of what you'd consider maybe the first ever really successful Texas Rangers team.
Yeah.
You have Josh Hamilton, Michael Young, Ian Kinsler, Adrian Beltre, and now Elvis Andrus goes into the Hall of Fame for the Texas Rangers. I believe that will be celebrated in late June. For the Texas Rangers will be the game. I'm sure if you go to X or Twitter or whatever, it'll give you the exact date.
Andrus, by the way, is going to become the youngest individual ever selected to the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame. So congratulations to him, and congratulations to us, because right now we get to talk to Trey Wingo. Trey, how excited are you that we're in the same hotel and you get to be on our show?
Well, it's always a pleasure to be with you guys. And as I do every time with you guys, shout out to all my people in the DFW area, Haji, Sessions, Bryce, BB's, HCAT, Bird, everybody. Glad everybody's doing well, and good to be with you guys in person as well as over the airwaves.
Used to shout out Luka, but can't do that anymore.
He lives on the 7th floor. No, that's a different Luka. By the way, are you guys over that? Are we
Never.
good? This guy, Nico, basically has hitched his entire career to being right here. And if he's right, great for him.
Yeah.
But, man, talk about finally, Jerry Jones isn't the worst GM in Dallas.
We kept waiting. I kept waiting for like a Scooby-Doo style reveal where they pull it off, and it was Jerry Jones all along.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that came out, I think it was yesterday, is the Referee Association said conspiracy theories were insulting and preposterous, I say, that the officials were in favor of the Chiefs. Did you think it was fascinating that they felt the need to address this conspiracy theory, and where do you fall on all of that?
Well, I think the whole thing is as dumb as a box of rocks. So I get it, and I wish the NFL official, what was the statement? What did they say?
It is insulting and preposterous.
With the caveat, but we realize we are terrible at our job. Okay, I think
I didn't see that in the statement, but still.
But see, that's what was missing.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the problem with NFL refs. They're bad. Okay, they're bad in every game. You just see more Chiefs games.
That's true.
Let me go through the days of the week the Chiefs played this year: Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
The only game they didn't play on was Tuesday because the NFL couldn't find a way to give you a Chiefs game on Tuesday. So when you say, I always see it in Chiefs games, you see more Chiefs games. They are in prime time. They are on this stuff. And I can really debunk this whole thing very simply, okay? It started in week 2. Some people say it started in week 1 when Isaiah Likely was clearly out of bounds. That's not a bad call. He was out of bounds, okay? Week 2, 4th and 16, incomplete, wait a minute, pass interference against the Bengals. First of all, they went through the receiver. It was blatant pass interference. But let's back it up. Let's rewind it. Why was it 4th and 16? Because on the previous play, it was 4th and 6. And the Chiefs converted a first down to Travis Kelce on 4th and 6 until there was a holding call against the Chiefs. So if you are of the mind that the refs are trying to help the Chiefs win, why would the refs then call a hold on a 4th and 6 conversion, thus
why?
setting up a 4th and 16?
Because as fans, we only look at the things that screw us over, never the things that benefit us.
Shoot me in the head with a poisoned frog arrow dart. I mean,
I wanted to bring one of those.
It's just, well, if you get through that through TSA, we're all screwed. And, the Texans game. Let's go through the Texans game. I get it. One of those calls is going to be called every time. The back judge makes the call on roughing the passer. He stands behind the quarterback. Will Anderson leads with the crown of his helmet. The head goes back. That flag's coming out every time. Now, you can say we should review it. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I would love that. That is not in play right now. But that flag's getting called every time. The second one was terrible, never should have been called. Hey, Houston, you want to win the game? Maybe don't give up 8 sacks. Maybe you don't miss 4 kicks in a 1-score in a 9-position. Oh, how about this? This is crazy. Maybe you don't give up a 65-yard kick return to start the game. Don't want to hear it.
See, that's Roger Staubach saying, look, Jackie Smith dropping the ball, not the biggest moment. We had other times we could have won that game.
Bills game. Okay, let's go through the 2 crazy ones in the Bills game. The interception that everyone swore was an interception. That was the dumbest challenge I've ever seen in my life, because what else happened on that play? There was a defensive holding call against
Yeah.
the Bills. And it was clear and obvious. It was not an egregious one. It wasn't a bailout call. It was obvious. You saw it right there. No, by the way, there was also an egregious holding call later on against the Chiefs that Josh Allen actually pointed to the ref and said, there it is, and they called it. So even if they get the interception, the Chiefs will say, fine, we accept the penalty. We get 5 yards and a first down. And that calling an interception, I believe, actually helped the Bills because I think they scored on the very next play.
Yeah.
Which allowed the Bills to go down the field before the end of the first half and throw the touchdown to Mac Hollins, which made it a 20-16 game. And then they took a point off the board and went for 2. Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Okay? And then the fourth down spot. If you believe he got the first down, I'm good with it. But I'm sorry, there was nothing on that replay that was clear and obvious about where that ball was on the fourth down spot. So even in that situation, the Bills got the ball back with 3.5 minutes to play, down by 3 points, and they couldn't get it done.
Here's what we say.
Yeah.
If it was a conspiracy theory, there's no way, because we're the home of the Dallas Cowboys, there's no way they'd want the Dallas Cowboys to go 3 decades without even sniffing
Factual
an NFC
information.
championship game.
Factual information.
Like, they know that the ratings would go up 20 to 30%
Yeah.
if the Cowboys played an NFC championship game. And
Correct.
they can't get there for 3 decades.
Longest active drought of not playing on Championship Sunday in the NFL. And that's egregious for anybody that lived through the 90s with what those Cowboys teams did.
And it's the 8th longest in the history of the NFL now. So
For a team with 5 Lombardi trophies.
go us.
But Jerry was great on Landman. He was.
Yes.
You're
right.
He killed that scene. He killed that scene. It
In
was
case
very
anybody
good.
ever wondered, hey, are you ever not going to be the GM? I feel like that scene right there was like, hey, stop asking me that.
Yeah, I think we know the answer to that at the age of 83.
Do you have any interaction with Schottenheimer that you can draw from? Brian, yeah.
Listen, I have a great Brian Schottenheimer story.
Okay.
And I have no idea whether this is going to mean he's a great head coach or not. But I respected the hell out of Brian for this. When he was an assistant with the Jets, on his day off in the offseason one day, he came up to Bristol and sat in with us a whole day watching us put together NFL Live. He came to the production meeting where we talked about the things we were going to talk about during that day. He then spent the day with the PAs who cut all the clips and the video and the highlights for the show. And then he was in the studio with us as we did the show because he said, I want to see how you guys cover us. I want to see what your process is to where you get with the things that you do. And I just thought that was awesome. Like that an NFL coach with everything that he's got going on and the things that he has to deal with. I mean, Bristol is in the middle of nowhere. All right. Let's just be honest. Okay, I'm from Connecticut. I can say that. To get from the Jets facility to Bristol is not easy. You have to go off Long Island, around and back up into the heart of Northwest Connecticut. It was 2+ hours, and 2+ hour drive there, 2+ hour drive back, just to watch us do an off-season show and how we processed the information. And I thought that was I respected the hell out of him for that.
Yeah, like we've said in our interactions, the man is we like him.
Yeah,
we've got to figure out how the coach at some point.
Got to figure out the general manager.
Yeah.
Well, you saw Landman's never going to happen. Never going to happen. What's your feel for the game on Sunday? That was a big sigh for that question. Surely you knew that question was coming,
yes,
right?
The Eagles are the better team. I don't think there's any question about that. Yet somehow they're a 1.5-point underdog because the Chiefs have won 17 straight one-possession games.
And that one guy.
The Chiefs have won 9 straight playoff games. A win on Sunday would tie them with the Patriots for the longest streak. They've already shattered the record for the most consecutive one-score games. That was the Patriots with either 12 or 13. They earned 17. Why would you bet against them? Last year in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs had one playoff touchdown drive in the Super Bowl when they needed a touchdown in overtime to win the game.
Yep.
That was the only one. It was the other touchdown was after one play after a muff punt to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That was it. He's Mariano Rivera, guys. He will choke you out in the 9th inning. First 8 innings does not matter. Give that guy a chance. Can I read you my favorite Mahomes stat of all time?
Please.
This is remarkable. Okay,
Mike's gonna love it. He loves the Chiefs.
That's why I'm wearing the hat.
There you go. Well, appreciate this, brother, because we'll never see this again.
I know.
I mean, people talk about the Patriots. Patriots dynasty was 2 separate dynasties.
Yes.
And then there was a 10-year drought where they didn't win dip. Okay?
That's been his argument for
Yes.
years.
Okay, they went to 2, but the Vikings aren't a dynasty because they never won one. The Bills aren't a dynasty because they never won one. Okay? They've been to 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls. That's never happened. They have a chance to be the first. They're the first team ever to have a chance to three-peat. No one else could get past this hurdle. Not even the Cowboys with Barry Switzer in Candlestick Park in '94. So they've crossed that threshold already. But this is a stat from a guy named Neil Payne, who I follow and does great work. Since 2001, before this postseason, there have been 125 drives in the playoffs where a team was trailing by 7 points or fewer and got the ball with less than a minute to play. These are your standard do-or-die moments that win games and define quarterbacks. 40% of the time, the team that needed the points pulled it off. Either they got the field goal to win or the touchdown to win or the field goal or touchdown to tie the game and send it into overtime. Some quarterbacks are really good at it.
Yeah.
Tom Brady is 5 of 11 in those situations, 46%. Drew Brees is 3 out of 6, 50%. Only one quarterback is perfect. Patrick Mahomes is 7 out of MF and 7. So you want to bet against him?
Nope.
I say, what are you smoking? What? I want what's in that bowl, baby.
Yeah.
Because I don't get it. I don't get it. They're the better team. Philadelphia is the better team. They don't got Mahomes. They don't got Andy Reid. And they don't have Steve Spagnuolo. And that, quite frankly, is all you need.
Man, thank you so much, Trey, for jumping on with us. Always excellent.
Renegade Sports app. Got to talk
yes,
about the Renegade
yes.
Sports app. It's a way to play fantasy football like real football. Let's say your starting running back gets injured in the first quarter. Oh, well, I can't use that running back now. No! They put in another running back in a real game. You get to draft another player. Keeps you alive, keeps the drive going, keeps you in the game longer. It's fantasy football the way you play real football. It allows you to play in games and be in championships and get to the playoffs longer, and that's what we're all looking for.
And you can download the Renegade Fantasy app from the App Store and Google Play.
Correct.
Do it right now, or at least in the commercial break,
Exactly
right?
right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Coming up next, let's talk with COSM President and CEO Jeb Terry, plus maybe a little bit of my Buzzy's an idiot. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guaranteed. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Media Row in New Orleans. Super Bowl 59. And right now, we bring to you COSM President and CEO. It is Jeb Terry. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Now, I know we got a lot to get to, but perhaps most importantly, I wanted to know if you saw on Saturday night, Duke basketball absolutely beat the brakes off of North Carolina.
Talk about an icebreaker. Way to hit me with
look,
it. Coach square in the eyes. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready.
Coach sink or swim.
Because Coach K's retired,
Here
right?
we go.
It's the only
Here we
chance
go.
he had.
Yes.
I would say last time I was in the city was when Carolina beat Duke in the Final Four.
So I just want to say
I'd rather that one.
I turned my phone off while that game happened, and I just never turned it back on until the next day. And it was like, oh, you have so many mixed. And I was like, nope, just get rid of them all. I don't want to.
So what
I
you're
don't want
saying
to
is
deal
he's
with
a UNC guy. Is that what
I'm
yes.
a UNC guy. That's you might say that.
Our listeners know he's a Duke guy.
We do have the next UNC Duke game at Cosmo on March 8th, so we will make sure it is Carolina blue through and through.
Okay.
But if you want to bring that different shade in, we'll make sure to help you.
No. Look, I'm fine with Carolina blue through and through. I mean, your alcohol sales will surely go up because it'll be sadness again when Cooper Flack is dunking all over you guys.
Cooper Flack, I got to give him credit. I actually don't even hate the guy. He's actually a hell of a player, man.
It's really hard to not hate players.
It really is.
I get that. So obviously, people can tell.
If the Mavericks draft him, they'll trade him to the Lakers.
That is very true.
There's a whole documentary called "I Hate Christian Laettner."
There is.
So
That's
I
exactly
get it.
right.
And I love Christian Laettner, but watching it, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I do. All right, so tell us about your North Carolina background, because I feel like maybe kind of we started an inside joke not everybody knows about. Before we get to all the COSM stuff, tell us about your ties, obviously very deep to North Carolina.
Yeah, well, I grew up in Dallas, so that's home. I have family still living there. But after high school, I got the chance to go play football for the Tar Heels. And loved my experience there and loved Chapel Hill, loved the community, everything about it. Great school. And then after I went and played in the NFL, I actually went back and got my MBA there. So I double dipped. I am as Carolina blue as it gets.
Right down to the suit, right?
You got a little blue sprinkled in, But, love the university, love the program, and have a lot of pride in it.
And now all the people in Texas are moving to the Carolina area anyway. So that's the place to be right now. So
what do you think about the Belichick era at North Carolina?
Chapel Bill. Come on.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that one yet. But, look, when I heard the first rumors before it was announced, I was scratching my head. But then I started thinking about it. And, look, now as a former player and huge fan, I couldn't be more excited about it. What him and Lombardi are doing, that approach is what college football is all about now. And we've got arguably one of the best football minds ever coming and recruiting the best talent at a university like Carolina with the resources now we've allocated. There's nothing but excitement and energy. And the early recruiting trail is starting to show what the potential is. And so we have high expectations. He does as well. The program is feeling good about it.
I got to feel like the energy on that campus around that building must be the exact opposite we all felt whenever Luka got traded. Like it's got to like that extreme of we got this great talent and we're losing this great. Like it's got to be that intense that you're that happy about it.
You know, look, going from legend to legend, Mac Brown, what he did in his first stint and second stint at the university, ton of respect for that guy and what he's done. Absolute legend. And then now being able to bring in someone like a Belichick, it's a prove-it moment for our university. To be honest, you know, we now have to prove that we want football to be a thing, and I can't wait to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, because Mike, what's your take on UNC football again when it comes?
It's a basketball school.
Okay.
He's out on Drake May because he's like,
and the delivery.
I saw Mitch whatever his last
Trubisky,
name was.
Trubisky, yeah. Trubisky.
Yeah, I saw it.
Come on. Trubisky, Sam Howell, Drake May. We had a great run. No,
Ronald Curry was a good one, too.
Hey, Ronald Curry had over 8 years in the league.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I played with Ron C. He, what a dude, man. One of the better athletes I've ever witnessed. But at any rate. By the way, I feel bad for you guys losing Luka.
Hey.
It's the worst.
We're here.
He might be my favorite NBA player. He wears 77. I'm a 77 guy myself.
Yeah.
I think it's the best number in sports.
I loved it when I wore it. I dislocated my knee when I wore it, so
man.
I take that back. Went to 71 the next year.
But now he's in L.A. My son's fired up to see him in L.A., so we'll take it.
So I like you better
The
than
NBA
your son
did a good
already.
job. They signed a $76 billion contract. Their ratings haven't been well. The Lakers have no future, so they're like, what if we send the biggest international superstar to the Lakers for a very little charge, and so that they can make their $76 billion off this? Because we found out Bally's, you don't have to pay your contract if you don't want to. You just go to court in the United States and just say, we don't want to pay it anymore. And the United States says, it's fine, you don't have to pay it anymore.
I'm very fascinated because I got the opportunity to go to COSM, and it's awesome. It's an amazing facility. First off, Grandscape is a great place.
Great place.
Like the place that you landed. And when you're there, you get there early, go walk around. Maybe there's a concert outside. You got Shields across the way if you need to get some stuff. There's so much good stuff around the area.
By the way, shout out to Shields.
Yeah.
What a store that place
yeah,
is.
they got everything you need there. Everything you need. And so like the whole environment of it is fun, but where did you get this concept? Where did it initially come to you and you said, all right, I'm going forward with this thing?
Yeah, it's really a culmination of all the stops I've had in my professional career. As a professional football player, then a sports entertainment startup guy. My first real business out of the NFL was a mobile video platform for professional athletes. Then at Fox Sports, doing cross-platform tech and innovation. So
where
all
they
those
picked
things.
up that app, right?
Yeah, they bought the business and went with a deal. That's what took me to L.A. So learned a lot there and really, really was able to understand the broader sports ecosystem and industry, how it all works, and what was happening behind the scenes in the tech. And after I left Fox, was doing a number of different things, but building COSM was just a function of a bunch of partnerships, a bunch of ideas, working with a guy, Steve Wynn, in Dallas. Mm-hmm. The guy, not the why, to clarify. Steve is my boss, chairman, and a big part of our business. And I was collaborating with him on things and looking at what's next and real estate and all these things. And we started ideating on what COSM could become. And it started with investigating a planetarium company. And then how do we bring in live sports and entertainment, and off from there. So the planetarium, we're still the biggest planetarium company in the world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
We power over 700 planetariums globally, which is an odd, abstract thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huh. But you think about it, you remember when you first when you first went?
I love the planetarium.
Yeah, I think I went to the Fort Worth one.
Yeah, Fort Worth. We just actually redid that and put our best tech in there as well. So we actually did that dome and all that. So that immersive tech, the same way it takes you to space, now we take you to the sidelines, we put you in all the things, and it's leveraging that, and we still invest heavily in that ecosystem and believe in it. And that's part of the origin story. But it's really bringing all these notes together to create what COSM is now.
My wife she was like, there's only two, and we have one.
Yeah.
So is it your roots here that brought it here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's because usually it's like, all right, L.A., New York, but DFW, like they hit here because we're a big area.
Look, I have a lot of pride in being a Texan. Still wear my boots. It matters to me. I have family there.
Those are good boots too.
They're worn in.
You've been wearing those for a while.
Walk a mile. That's right. But look, growing up in Texas, I happen to live in L.A. now, but it matters. And wanted to make sure we had our first in L.A. and our second in Texas. And look, by the numbers, the market makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? It's a major media market. It's growing like crazy, especially North Dallas, right? And finding these locations, all of it makes sense. And it matters to me that we're there. And so we have fantastic energy around what we're building there.
Yeah, I bet.
And a ton of opportunity. So we're continuing to work at it every day.
Now, some of our people, including our boss from the Fan, were at the Royal Rumble just this past weekend, and you guys also had Grayson Waller, Austin Theory there. Yeah. So, how do you get those kind of, I don't know, it feels like added value to me. How do you get those partnerships and, next level it like that?
Well, have you seen the video from there? Have you look at it?
Unbelievable.
That was in COSM, right? So, look, doing
my boss was
going
sitting,
nuts.
Yeah, he was sitting all sorts.
Look, our whole business is built on the foundation of partnerships. You can't do this without doing that. Leagues, teams, players, cities, you have to do that. And we're seeing that approach pay dividends with the execution of the experience. Because I don't want fans to come and sit on their hands and just think it's a theater, right? Our technology is amazing, but the hospitality wins. And at the end of the day, the experience we can create, that's what we've seen fans love. And so we do everything we can to make sure we provide that, whether it's bringing in athletes for signings, whether it's bringing in former Cowboys, bringing in wrestlers to help drive that and create fans something net new, a way to celebrate the things they love. That's our focus, and we're seeing it work very, very well. And now our goal is to sustain it, make sure we drive that Cosmo-worthy experience for every day part we have, and ensure fans are getting value for their time.
This could be a tough question. Do you have a specific experience thus far that's been your best, whether it's a specific sport or MMA or I know there's a lot of options.
Kevin.
What's that?
It's coming up Sunday, the Super Bowl.
Probably
The
so.
Super Bowl is going to be insane. Look, I'm a football guy.
It's complete
I'm a football
entertainment,
guy.
though. You
I
got
love it.
Music, you got everything.
We got the whole thing, and that's saying football works great. European global football works amazing. You get Premier League fans out in the early mornings.
Well, you call it soccer, though.
Yeah, you can call it soccer, but I'm trying to teach you something.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I still need you for my O tickets.
That's exactly right. We all know.
Tell me more.
Tell me more. We all know where you went to school. So
Yeah, tell me
narrow-minded,
more.
all those things. But look, Ultimate Fighting, WWE, every sports worked really, really well. We had the U.S. Open tennis in there when we
Really?
and
Oh, I didn't know that.
Really cool views. So just alone, guys, we have 7 different leagues represented over the next 7 days.
Wow.
Right?
It's amazing how you got all the leagues on board.
NHL,
Yeah, the
NBA,
licensing.
NFL, college, Premier League, EFL, UFC 312, all live.
How difficult was lining all that up?
Yeah, it's. I got chunks of me around the world that I've had to do to get these things done, guys. But look, to do this business, you got to show up, you got to work the partnership, you got to be respectful, and you have to hold this IP and this relationship as the North Star. I can't mess with their product. I just have to augment it and create value. If you create value for this industry, the industry will lean back in to make sure we're delivering something to the fan. And I think we've done that. That's our aspiration, which is why we continue to see a massive opportunity here. I just don't want 2 Cosms. We want them around the world.
Have you gotten any feedback thus far? They're like, hey, we don't like this part. You augmented it too much.
Look, the fan experience from what fans have come in has been just amazing. Now, we have to be better at how we describe the dome versus the hall, all the various pieces.
Yeah.
We've got to get better at that. We're trying. That's what I want fans to know is man, we are trying to make sure we are clear in the messaging, all that stuff. So we've received feedback that, I thought I was in the dome, but I bought the hall. And so, look, we're getting better, and I think we're going to try to do more to improve all those things. But we've seen great feedback all the way around, and all the leagues and the partners were kind of like, prove you can do this.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Prove we can do this at scale, prove we can do it at the quality you say, because you pitch a good game.
Sure.
But when you come in, is it really land? And that's what we've been able to do this year.
And there's nothing better than knowing. You're like,
that's it. Yeah, we got the team.
Don't worry
it's like,
about that.
We can do that.
So that was the night that I was going. I mentioned it on the show during the C block. Our fan text went insane. Like every single text was just over the top compliments of, it's awesome. You're going to love it. Make sure you were in the dome. That was one thing.
You got to be in the dome. We know.
But everybody that texted in, they were all in favor of this. And then I saw it, and I fell in love. So it's the best way to see anything. I mean, if it's whatever y'all have, that's where you should go to see it.
Well, look, it's the thing is when you look at the upcoming basketball tournament, right? Imagine an immersive game in the dome and every other game in the hall.
Yeah.
You think about a celebration of the sport. You look in places like Detroit where sports betting is legal. No better place to sweat your bets than in the hall. And so there's a lot of cool things that are coming. We just opened in 5 months ago, right? So the lessons we're learning and all the things, and that's our promise to the fans is look, we're going to always invest in this experience. This is just literally ground zero, and we aspire and expect to improve every time you come back, and that's what we hope. So the feedback is welcome. We want to know. We want you to be eyes wide open. We want to align with expectations, and we're hopeful that you guys understand that's our promise to the fan.
But also keep going to the planetarium, right?
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt, man. Look, the planetariums are incredible. Hey,
I agree.
First immersive experience ever created. Take you to space.
Yes.
No doubt.
Oh,
right?
I'm with you.
So, look, we think that industry matters. Education does not have to be boring. You know, they call it edutainment now.
There we
That's
go.
the whole thing.
That's how the kids learn.
That's how the kids learn.
All my kids are
You got to
learning
do it for
through
the kids.
edutainment.
Edutainment. Make
See,
it fun and engaging.
You just hit the winning key phrase. It's for the kids.
For the kids.
Nobody can argue with
What
that.
about the kids?
Man, thank you very much for
Just
jumping
remember,
on.
if Indiana can make the playoffs in football, so can North Carolina.
There it is.
That is
Right?
a great point.
We can always change.
Who thought SMU was going to be in the playoffs?
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly.
Not me after they're down 20-0 in that game.
That's true. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Terry, thank you very much
time,
for joining
guys.
us. Coming up next, we didn't get a chance to hit it there. We will do some My Buddy's an Idiot. Does a friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they still trade Luka? We'll do that next, live from Radio Row in New Orleans on 105.3.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
buddy's an idiot. We're moving Pac-Man Jones on down to 1:22 p.m. So if you want to catch him, we'll have him on later in the show. Right now, my buddy's an idiot.
Hey,
and
I have a special request.
Stop making the hats like that.
Well, no, I've obviously said I don't think Pac-Man Jones went to one class at West Virginia.
Yeah.
Can you please not bring that up to him, because I don't want to die today. Like him beat my butt up.
Okay.
So you're upset about the UNC thing, Mike?
No, I'm not upset about it, but I'm like, he played Jeff, I'm okay with. Pac-Man, I don't know what's going to happen if you bring up that to him.
He might grab you by the collar.
So that's all I have to say about Pac-Man.
Okay, what do you think about Rangers hats being made with upside-down Texas and Rangers?
I think it's stupid.
He was looking
You knew
at
what was
that.
going to happen at some point, though. You
During the
knew
break.
that was going to happen.
Those stupid hats.
What if they tell you they want you to wear it for the broadcast?
I will. And you know what? I'm going to wear it just like this. If you're watching on whatever you're watching on.
Twitch or
He's
YouTube.
taking off his he's flipping his hat around. He's doing rally cap. He's going rally cap with
He's
the
gonna
Rangers
wear
upside down Dallas hat.
I'm going to wear it just like this so that you can read what it says the right way. That's how I'm going to wear the hat.
Oh,
if they
man.
tell me to wear it on the pre and post or during the broadcast, that's what I'm going to do, Joe.
Well,
You know, if you just put your headset on top of that, it would probably hold the hat down pretty well.
It might also mess it up. Will Dave Raymond wear it the right way, though? He's going to be like, nah, I'm going to
Yeah,
do
he
this
knows
right.
how to
He's
follow
He's
the
a
rules.
professional. You
Yeah.
know, he's a professional.
Didn't work for Mike.
Screw it. Nobody's
Mike's having-
listening anyway.
Mike's having a Wednesday already. That was Bob Euchre,
As
Mike.
well as Harry Doyle.
That's a good point. All right. My buddy's an idiot, and look, I get it. I have already seen the text from the 972. My buddy is a tone-deaf idiot. He started a press conference laughing and smiling hours after trading away a 5-time first-team NBA athlete. Corey, I think that's about Nico.
Okay, and right now it feels that way. And we have no clue how this is going to turn out. I don't love the idea of having the, Kyrie, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant team that I don't love that idea because of what it was. There may be other information down the road that changes our mind. Probably not. But right now, Nico looks like an idiot, and he's wearing it. He's been up front. He's like, look, I understand what's happening. Nobody's going to like this, but I'm doing it.
I know everybody is like, fire Nico, at least the stuff I see on social media. And he has done a lot of good things for the Mavericks that we didn't think
Prior to
was
this
good.
trade, I liked him a lot.
Right. Now, I will say this. I still, no matter what, this was a bad trade. Because there's just no way that was the value of Luka.
I agree.
There's no way that was the value. So that's what makes it a bad trade. If he does get fired quickly or goes back to Nike, then I'm kind of with Gavin Dawson. It almost goes, this was an NBA thing where they could get away with this. He goes back to Nike, make sure all of the Nike clients are taken care of. And I'd be like, this really stinks that Nico did this for NBA reasons and maybe shoe reasons rather than basketball reasons.
That would be very upsetting. From the 469, my buddy's an idiot. He traded his star player, but at least he didn't use air quotes. Man, that would have been the only worst thing if that presser fee was like, I know Luka's a star, and he did the air quotes.
Well, because, he would be wrong. It's superstar.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And then Steven would have been like, good job.
Yeah,
That's
look good here.
how
I
you
like
do
that.
it. From the 224, my buddy Mark Cuban is an idiot because he sold the Mavericks. Look, I didn't think there's any way we would go down this path, but I don't want to change my opinion retroactively. I was glad that Mark Cuban sold the Mavericks, even though there's no way he would have done this.
No, but there's probably, I'd have to remember who was super in charge, but there might not have been a way he did the Kyrie Irving trade. There might not have been a way he did the Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington trade. So there were certain things. I mean, I remember being on the air with you guys, and one of Nico's first move was me saying, no, he didn't. When that you traded Porzingis for Davis Bertans and Spencer Dinwiddie, and that was it. So he does things, and I'm going to tell you, that was not a great trade. I get the Mavericks made the conference final. Dinwiddie had something to do with it. Bertans had nothing to do with it. But He is known to take what you think is a valuable player and trade him for 50% of the value. He's done it multiple times.
Yeah.
And as far as, one of the things I will give Reggie credit on this too, even though he's sitting over there somewhere else. He did say,
that's his job.
He did say that at that time, whenever Nico got hired, we were all like, huh? Nike guy? Like what? He was like, look, he knows players that probably other guys don't think about.
Especially 30 to 35-year-olds.
Yeah, at this point, it looks that way. But he knows guys that other people probably don't think about, and he probably has some ideas on what they are because he was watching them when they were younger and trying to get them in with Nike at the time. So with that, that Rolodex. But I don't know, man. We'll see if it works out for him. It looks like it got attention for people in the NBA for a little bit.
Now, this one's weird because Pat Hoberg, yes, I know, the MLB official, he got fired even though a lot of people thought he was doing a really good job as an official, as an umpire. He got fired because he shared legal sports betting accounts with a friend who then bet on baseball. So, the account never bet on baseball, or, at least that was the case for a while. Then the account that he shares with a friend started betting on baseball, and he was like, hey, I didn't do that. That was my friend. And MLB is essentially like, yeah, great, but your name is still on the account. And then he also deleted a bunch of
that's
messages.
Not good that his name
Yeah.
is on the account, right?
And then he deleted a bunch of messages that they asked for in the investigation, which just inherently makes it look like you've done something wrong.
Because I'm like, if somebody asked me, if let's just say, Kevin, you asked me, how can I bet on baseball? I'm going to be honest, I'd be like, I don't know, go to DraftKings or FanDuel or fly to Vegas. I don't know. But I guess if it was, and then you did that, and you're like, I don't have a FanDuel account. And I'm like, well, here's my account. I'm not really using it right now. I'm pretty sure that I'm getting banned from baseball.
Because MLB, Rob Manfred even said there is no evidence, directly or indirectly, that Pat did this, and there's no evidence that he manipulated the outcomes of games in any way. But still, it's the look of, hey, you shared this account.
Hey, my wife was dancing with those two last night.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we at the bar. Sorry. Never mind. Back to you, man.
Okay.
Dancing with who?
There were two
you just
two
pointed to
random
two
guys.
people.
Like if it was Sean Merriman or something, that would make sense. So your wife's dancing with random people last night?
Yeah, the whole place was dancing together. No, it was awesome. She had a great time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that. Maybe I'm the idiot for interrupting that.
From the 214. I don't know if this is really him, but let's find out. This is Nico Harrison. My buddy's an idiot because he traded his phone number on public radio for $40 and is still dealing with the repercussions. Man.
Yeah, Cav told me thanks for that. I was like, look, one last time, brother. That was it. I'll never do it again.
Sorry, Kavanaugh. Oh, man, this is what I need to ask Mike. I probably should have cleared this with you off air.
Okay, no, go ahead. Let's do it.
Am I an idiot for walking up to somebody who was in the same restaurant as us and saying, I just want to shake the hand of the man who fired Mike Bassett?
Yeah, it's fine with me. I deserved it.
That's a true story that 100% happened the other day.
Yeah, I mean, I said hi to him too, but I'm like, yeah, he had to do his job. That was what I deserved.
Yeah. He said something like, oh, yeah, I bet Mike remembers that. In my head. I was like, yeah, I bet he does.
Maybe
too.
he does.
I'm willing to
Maybe he
agree.
does.
Now, I didn't think this story would make it in My Buddy's an Idiot, but the more I hear about it, I'm like, what the hell? So Marcus Jordan, the son of Michael Jordan.
Oh, my gosh.
Have you going to play on the Lakers this year, too?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't think after this he's going to be able to.
He was arrested on Monday and charged with driving while under the influence, cocaine possession, and resisting arrest. Officers were at the scene when they say the arrest came after Marcus Jordan's car got stuck on some train tracks. So, luckily, nothing else happened from specifically that train aspect. But, obviously, he could have been killed. People if a train would have come by, could have been killed. And all of that different stuff. And then Jordan fled from the traffic stop to get out of the way. And obviously, he had cocaine and was drunk at the time. So,
what city was this in?
Does he
live
was
in
in
Chicago?
Florida. No, it was in Florida. I don't know the city.
I'm guessing because of Michael Jordan's age. Is he like 30 years old? I don't even know how old this.
I think he's
Marcus.
34.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sense of like where Michael Jordan's maybe kids are like age-wise and how
He's
old.
34, and it probably doesn't help that there's video of him going, "I'm Michael Jordan's son."
That's not good.
Yeah,
like
that's the part right there.
Yeah,
trying to, and maybe it works. Maybe it's worked more times than not.
In Chicago, it probably has a better chance of working.
Yeah, maybe it's worked plenty of times for him, and this just happens to be the time it didn't. And there's video of it.
Look,
This goes back to Eddie Belfour, Reese Witherspoon. We always think the same thing about these people when they're in that situation. And Kevin, when your brain is in that place, whenever you are in that place under the influence, you're thinking, how do I get out of this the best way I know possible?
We all have challenges. We all have adversity. I do think it has to be tough to be like the son of Michael Jordan or Tom Brady. I get that. I mean, I guess this is where you give Bronny credit, and I'm sorry, I forget the younger son who's doing good in high school basketball. But, it looks like they're living pretty clean lives. And I get they're teenagers, Bron's kids, or LeBron's kids. But I think of just what you have to go through in a way.
I get it.
Like you are considered, it's almost impossible to not be considered a disappointment by public.
Sure. Like he could have made he could have made it to the NBA and been a one-time All-Star, and people have been like,
yeah,
that's what you did, huh? And that's like that would be incredibly impressive.
Good job.
And people are like, I think you could have done better.
Yeah, if you'd have worked a little harder whenever we were out in the front yard that day, Now, you remember that time?
Now, I'm going to bring this person up as an idiot, Dennis Schroeder, because there has to be a better way to make this comp, right? Like, I'm not saying it isn't a weird system. And if I just got traded to another place of work and had to just work there because I had signed a contract that did not go to that company, I do think it's a weird system. But Dennis Schroeder once again said about the NBA trade deadline, it's like modern slavery. It's modern slavery at the end of the day. Everyone can decide where you're going, even if you have a contract. Yeah, of course we make a lot of money and we can feed our families. And I'm going to stop him right there. Yeah. And that right there is the biggest fundamental difference between all of this. Do I think the way the trade deadline works is very, very strange and oftentimes seems not right? Yes. Yes, I do. But I think there's got to be a better comparison than slavery. And maybe we should tell him a few things about what those people went through.
And I know we're up against it. It feels like the episode in The Office where Michael Scott, they hire somebody who was in prison for a short amount of time, and then the guys start acting like they're in prison at this job.
Yeah.
And then he takes it for real. It's like, look, we get it. We're just making fun. It's not prison. Like we get to go home. We get to be with our family. Like I get it. It's a tough life. I lived the life. It's a tough life, but it can be very rewarding. And less than 1% of men ever get to live that life.
Surely we can find a better comp.
I would think so too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Heisman Trophy winner, pickleball champion Danny Warfel, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live on Radio Row in New Orleans. And right now, we bring to you former Heisman Trophy winner, perhaps just as important, pickleball champion, maybe not as important. Danny Warfel joins us right here on 105 through the Fan. How the heck are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Now,
he's the first college quarterback I know. By the way.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't.
In your face, Gino Toretta.
Yeah, the first time I started paying attention to college football was you, and so that's my link there is that I didn't pay attention.
Are you honored by that, or are you like?
Should I be honored or concerned?
Yeah,
both.
I think concerned, maybe.
Old, maybe.
I see that. I wanted to avoid that because that's what I thought. As soon as he said that, he was like, "Hey, good job." Couldn't you have said he was your favorite?
I was a
quarterback?
teenager at that point, so I was almost in college. So,
Okay.
But it felt like the question was, "Were you the first football player ever?" Like the way he phrased it, it kind of felt like that, didn't it?
I felt those vibes.
Okay,
that's what I do.
All right. Do you want to try your pickleball question now?
Oh yeah. Okay, so
He wants to be friends with you, Corey. Fix it.
My buddy he's winning some pickleball championships in Dallas, and
Nice.
he's like he threw himself completely into it. We've seen Dirk play, and it looks like it's just an absolute blast. You were a pickleball champion. How did you find it? How did you get into it?
Well, like a lot of people during COVID, I started playing just for fun. My boys and I were looking for something to do, and I just fell in love with the sport like a lot of people. It's so community friendly. it's also the entry to play. Anyone in this whole place here, no matter how young or old, man or woman, however athletic or not, could go play the sport and have fun. And it's such an intense game that you could have like Djokovic and Federer training their lives to play it at another levels. It's like a video game with 1,000 levels.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing, too, and our co-host Mike Bassick, former pitcher in Major League Baseball, for athletes like you, the competition part of it, it still has to bring you up like that. That's what I've been looking for after the game was over. This helped me.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a competitor, you love to compete, and then when you get my age, you're kind of running out of options. So it's like cornhole or pickleball. So shuffleboard's next, but right now pickleball, baby.
Corey's surprised you're not playing shuffleboard.
I didn't know. I'm not.
That's what I learned from that. No, I'm just giving you a hard time. Now, something I kind of wanted to talk to you about was, for the longest time in football, just the general thought has always been turnover battle. Win the turnover battle, you'll win the game. But there's just been a lot of research more and more that, like, hey, turnover battle, hugely important, but it's probably falling second behind how did your quarterback play. Do you agree with that as, like, just having that standout quarterback? I know there's all kinds of advanced stats to go along with that, but having that standout quarterback has maybe kind of surpassed the turnover battle.
Yeah, I think so. I would even add another term which is related to both of those is, sort of like the key moments.
Yeah.
Like, not every play is created equal. A 2nd and 10 in the first quarter is not the same as like that 3rd and 9 in the middle of the fourth quarter. And you never know which of those moments are key. And I think usually that, those hinge around a quarterback, and so it makes sense. They sometimes hinge around turnovers. But, I think part of what makes Mahomes amazing, look at his stats this year aren't as good as maybe some of the other quarterbacks. But in key moments, he's brilliant. And I think that's the difference.
Do you think people have slept on how good Jalen Hurts has been at keeping or taking care of the ball in these key moments, especially in the second half of the season? Because, like, I'm not saying he's Mahomes. Nobody is Mahomes. But I do kind of feel like people sleep on, like, Jalen Hurts has had a heck of a second half of the season.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. And I think, Coach Napier at Florida talks about what's complementary football. And, when you got a great defense like the Eagles do, when you can run the ball really well, it's, you really do need to minimize those turnovers because they matter. Whereas if you're kicking out a lot of points, scoring all the time, you can maybe mess up here and there. And just like Spurrier, he didn't mind as long as you're throwing 3 touchdowns for every interception. He didn't care.
That feels like a pretty good exchange rate.
Yeah, I think so.
And let me throw too. Well, and that Jalen Hurts, the Super Bowl loss a couple of years ago was they had the fumble. Other than that, so like in his mind, he must be thinking, I got to make sure because that was the only thing right there. That's the difference in that game.
Yeah.
What's the feel you have on this game?
I mean, I'm probably right in there with everybody. I mean, I think it's a great matchup. I think there's a good chance it comes down to sort of like that last, 1 minute, and then anything can happen. Although if I were betting in the last minute play, I'd have a hard time betting against Patrick Mahomes. But I do think the Eagles have a great chance to win this game. But I think it'll be a great game.
You're a well-traveled man. You've been around a lot of different areas. This city brings me, like, I'm from Dallas, born there, raised there, but I get to travel a little bit, and this city is always fun to me. Why is it so perfect to host a Super Bowl? Like, I've experienced it, but somebody who was here, can you help explain it to everybody at home?
Yeah, for sure. So I lived in New Orleans for several years, played for the Saints, and then lived here after that until Katrina, and started my life's work through Desire Street and the Werfel Foundation out of New Orleans. But it's a unique city. It's not like any other city in America. It's almost like you went to some European city. There's like so much culture, so much history. It's different. You got second line parades breaking out all over anytime. You never know. You've got the Mardi Gras. You've got the incredible food. And just, it's like any excuse for a party, you need it. And then you bring a Super Bowl, it's a big excuse for a big party.
Now, you just mentioned the Desire Street Ministries. You're the director of that, of course. How did that come to be a big part? You said it kind of, launched from here. And then did you ever get any pushback from, like, the combination of religion and sports? I'm always fascinated by that.
Yeah, so I came here and started volunteering at a small organization called Desire Street on Desire Street in the 9th Ward.
Oh.
And, that kind of became my life's work. We now work in under-resourced neighborhoods all over the country through Desire Street, headquartered out of Atlanta. I wondered that too. I always wondered, when I get to college or especially the NFL, if you had your faith and how would that play out? Well, I found it such a fertile ground for people that were exploring, that people that wanted to learn. Every team I was on, we had guys asking questions. There's Bible studies. We did a lot of different things in chapel services, and so I found it to be an actually very welcoming place. And so it was very, very grateful for that.
Yeah, that's part of something my middle school kid is kind of experiencing FCA for the first time.
Yeah.
He's kind of getting that experience and the fellowship that comes along with. You build better friendships. You're around people that you get to know them a little more, and you get to grow those friendships. So a teammate you may have never talked to, he's on the other side of the ball. You never talked to him, and there you are together. So I think that's a great experience.
Well, and also I would say you look at even like the two college teams that were in the national championship game. Both of them had a lot of movement in their faith on the teams and people growing in their faith. And it just makes sense to me because part of faith is life's not just about you, and there's a bigger purpose. You put that and a group of men together on a bigger purpose, and it's no surprise that they had phenomenal years.
Do you ever wish that God was actively rooting for more of your teams? Because we always are like, man, come on. And I'm like, that's not how that works, right?
I felt like God was rooting for the Gators when I was there.
Okay.
Sure felt that way.
That's good. Okay. But never against you. Yeah, I just always think, do you really think God's like, whoa, if Stanford wins this tennis championship, then something bad is going to happen? I'm just fascinated.
I think we think about it in life. It's like, well, if God's good and he loves us, why is there any bad thing that happens?
Sure.
But, we're never guaranteed that life's not going to be without suffering. In fact, that's part of life. It's built in. I think the difference is, how do you go through it? What do you learn from it? How do you develop compassion and empathy to help someone else going through it? And those things are very much tied to faith.
And kind of giving you the idea of it'll never be more than you can handle. It's something that I've had to remind myself of a couple times when maybe you feel like, I think this is too much. I feel like that's a very universal experience. Now, Huddle for Health, I don't want to get too lost in the weeds and not talk about that as well. What can you tell us about Huddle for Health?
Well, the NFL Alumni Health, they've kicked off this new program, and the folks that are with them have started this. And, it's really kind of bringing better information and services to the sports community. There's so much lack of information and accessibility for different people. A lot of guys don't know what's out there, a lot of kids. So it's sort of using these umbrellas to promote that. And they've partnered with, one thing I've learned in life is it's all about teamwork. And so my foundation, the Werfel Foundation, has partnered with Huddle for Health, and then now IS Nation. And IS Nation has created this incredible platform. It's an app. It's an online community that's growing. And so they're going to be able to put some of the information for Huddle for Health will be accessible to a larger people through the IS Nation app. So these are just different groups that are trying to use sports, use relationship to make the world better. And excited to be here talking about it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love that.
Awesome. Thank you very much for jumping on with us. Thank you for diving into the religious conversation as well. Not everybody is always excited to go in that direction. I think it's a fascinating conversation every single time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Huddle for Health. Danny Werfel right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with former NFL All-Pro turned MMA promoter Sean Merriman. Plus, maybe we'll rank the Super Bowl starters next right here.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here, live on 105.3 The Fan in New Orleans on Radio Row. Want to thank Stella Artois for making all of this come together. They have been our presenting sponsor. Thank you to them. Thank you to the Low T Center, Best Buy Windows and Siding. If you've been watching those confessional videos, thank you guys very, very much. And right now, thank you to Sean Merriman, former All-Pro turned MMA promoter. Now, we've talked to you on the phone several times. I believe this is at least the second time we've gotten to chat with you in person. How the hell are you?
Great, man. Great. Just taking in this week like everybody else. It's always fun to come out here. You don't get a chance to see everybody in person. You talk on the phone, but to see everybody in person is always cool.
Did you ever talk with people on the phone? You're like, that guy sounds like a jerk, and then you see him in person. You're like, that's exactly what I thought he would look like.
No, somebody with a deeper voice is like, man, that dude sound big. You get in there, he's a small, tiny, 5 foot nothing. No, I think for me, man, it's always good experiences, and especially during the season when you're kind of doing the circles and talking about some of the biggest things that happen in sports.
Do you get a lot of sense, because obviously we're still in the sports vein, though we moved to combat sports, there is a lot of carryover between football folks and fans of MMA. I've always been curious about that.
Yeah, big time. And that's something I saw even when I started training MMA myself back in the mid-2000s. I was like, a lot of these guys that I trained with, the Randy Couture, Cedar Ortiz, Chuck Liddell, they were all football fans.
Yeah.
All of them. And that's how we became close, and I got into the sport because I would train with them in the offseason. I would give them tickets to come to the game, and so I think there's always been that crossover. It's just that, to me personally, that there hasn't been someone or something that's been able to bridge it, right? But that sector, that's why I created Lights Out Extreme Fighting. And you see a lot of these kind of fans that watched me over my career and watched me play against their teams now watching Lights Out Extreme Fighting.
I know when you start a business venture, you probably have a good idea, but has this taken up more of your life than you ever possibly imagined?
No, I imagined it.
Okay.
Because I got a pretty good relationship with Dana, Dana White, and I've been around the sport for almost 18 years now, so I know the nuances of the production side of things and the fight, the matchmaking, the operation side, the venues, which casino or venue we're having fights at. So, I worked with Bellator for a couple of years. So I've been around it for a long time. So I knew exactly, what I was getting in from. But also I saw holes in the business, in the sport that I feel like I can go and add that to make it better.
Have you ever power slapped with Dana White?
No, and I'm not going to either. Yeah, I'm not. Look, Dana would love for more NFL players. We talked about it. He would love to see some NFL players slap the hell out of each other. I can tell you that.
Now, you came over and you said that hat is not going to work for me. I got to go. My co-host, he wore this hat at Cowboys training camp one year, like during the whole camp in Oxnard. He's wearing the hoodie.
They weren't happy. I told them I thought that the Cowboys had forgotten what a Super Bowl logo looks like. So I thought I would remind them by wearing a Chiefs hat with a Super Bowl logo on the side, maybe to motivate them. And it absolutely didn't motivate them again for year 27, I think that was.
Did you walk in there with like a 50-cent bulletproof vest on, or you just came as is?
Just came as is.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's tough.
I think the Cowboys were going to fight hard in that situation.
Man. Jeez. Now, Sean, I did see you on Bourbon last night. I hope I'm not giving anything away.
No,
but there was some crazy stuff last night. There was some really good music all throughout the area last night. When you go visit these host cities, is New Orleans one of those that you're like, I know I'm going to have a good time there?
Yeah, it's hard not to because a city and a place that's known for that, right? You'll come here, the food has always been great, having a good time, but also the people, man. The people are just are really just respectful and nice and just pleasant to be around. Because they actually enjoy when people come here and treat them nice and take care of them, man. That's what's so great about this city.
Because while we're doing that, it is also fight week. How are you balancing that, and what's your stress level on fight week?
Look, I'm getting emails and texts about a guy may not make a fight because he just twisted his knee up yesterday and just. So it's insane.
Do you want to put that guy on blast?
Oh, no. Okay. I'll trust me. I want to because I might cut him when we get off.
Okay.
So, but yeah, we got a big fight, Lights Out Extreme Fighting 22 this Friday in Long Beach, California. Anybody in Long Beach or SoCal area, lightsoutxf.com. But we'll be live on Lights Out Sports TV, my new free ad-supported all-sports streaming service that you can get on any smart TV, iOS, Android. Make sure you guys download Lights Out Sports TV, man. And we got a ton of free lives. I know we got the Fight Friday, but we got a ton of free live sports on there.
I'm very. Did you ever run across Brian Schottenheimer?
Yeah, he was on the staff there at the Chargers.
All right, yeah. Can you kind of let us know a little? We know him as a man. We've interviewed him and everything, but
yeah,
can you let us know a little more about his foundation, like how he builds this thing?
Well, first and foremost, man, I loved his dad to death. Marty. Marty was my guy, man, and somebody who I know cared for me a bunch, and I would run through a wall for his dad for sure. And this is the problem with I think that a lot of these things create. Everybody wants to see a big name coach come in the building.
Yes.
Like no matter what. So it didn't have to be Brian Schottenheimer. It could have been someone else without a big name, and people would have been just as pissed off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because what's happening now, Pete Carroll going to the Raiders, to the Patriots.
Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel going. So we're seeing these big name. Jim Harbaugh goes. So we're seeing these big name coaches. So everybody's like, all right, where's our big name coach? And if you can't get us a big name coach, why don't we just stay with Mike McCarthy?
Yeah.
That's the overall attitude. So you got to understand, man, they got Dak Prescott there. He's been through how many coordinators in the last 6 years?
All of them.
Right? And so you got to think, why? So you're not going to go and restart that offense again. Now, if you want to talk about rebuilding, bring in another offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Right? And so if I guarantee you that if they would have brought in another head coach if they was agreeing to keep Brian Schottenheimer on staff, and that offense wouldn't change. Then a big head, Deion probably would have. Deion Sanders would have came there if Brian Schottenheimer could have stayed there as an offense coordinator, and that offense stayed the same. But I guarantee that call didn't go that way when they talked, or any other head coach that they talked to. They don't want to change this offense again. So I think there's a bigger picture. And I know that Jerry Jones and I got a great relationship with the Jones family and Stephen Jones, all the guys down there. There was a lot of internal stuff that maybe they're not talking about publicly that people understand. They've probably had conversations. Not probably. I know they've had conversations with bigger coaches, with bigger name coaches, but that offense wasn't going to change. And so what do? You got to hire within if you're going to do that, or now you're in a real rebuilding process.
Yeah. Which one of these quarterbacks in the Super Bowl would you rather not chase down?
Patrick gets on my nerve. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like
it feels like a compliment when you say that.
It is, man. It's a backhanded compliment. Yeah. Trust me. He's such a great quarterback. I don't know if you guys remember a couple years ago he came into the playoffs and he was on that bum foot, high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
And he iced the game with like a 15-yard run. First down, kept and extended the drive, and the game was over. So I was like, I think it might have been an AFC Championship game. I was like, no way in hell this dude's coming in the game at all. His ankle and foot was shattered. I mean, it was garbage. It was playing on a literally bum foot in the ice game. So at that point, I knew that I couldn't go against these guys anymore. And so with him in particular, it's that they just know how to win. And I faced like the Patriots, those years they were winning, they just made sure they capitalized on every single thing you did, man. So I wouldn't want to. I can deal with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Because if he runs enough, you hit him enough, they'll get out of running him.
Did you ever personally get yourself in trouble because you're like, it's really hard to get this person. When I get them, I'm going to make it count. And then you saw the yellow flag, and you're like, I get it.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's worth it, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, personally, it's worth it.
I mean, I'll pay that fine any given day of the week, no doubt.
So people have gotten mad at Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, let's say, for drawing roughing penalties. Why don't, when Kevin Durant started doing the rip-through, then you started seeing younger players figure out how to do that and draw a fake foul and then get free throws. And the refs had to change the rule, like, we're not going to give you fake free throws for that, but we understand we still have to call it a foul because you've raked the guy's arm even though you weren't trying to. Why don't other quarterbacks just practice in the offseason how to draw fake 15-yard penalties?
That's what I mean, I'm not trying to take a shot at the NBA, but that's what makes the NFL not the NBA. If you talk to anybody right now, the biggest problem with the NBA is those things, right?
For sure.
And
the Lakers getting a player for
okay,
free.
yeah.
We don't need the
and the Mavs getting a bag of donuts and some Skittles. Right. So I think that ultimately Patrick Mahomes is too great to be looking for extra calls. That, in my personal opinion, you don't stop 2 yards before you go out of bounds, get pushed, look back, looking for a flag.
Yeah.
You already gonna get the calls anyway. You don't need any help. And so I just don't like the fact of that possibility, because he's too great of a quarterback. I don't like the possibility of those things being attached to him. He doesn't need to look for calls. He's going to get it because he's protected anyway, but he's too great of a quarterback to be in that, because people want to start looking at him as a crybaby, and he's not that. But again, if you do that every single play, you will get that attachment.
Now, before you go, tell everybody again how to watch the fight on Friday and how to get your app.
Yeah, you can download Lights Out Sports TV. Tons of free live sports there. Over 300 sports movies and documentaries there. We're on every major smart TV, iOS and Android. Big fight this Friday. Lights Out Extreme fighting 22. 10 fights lined up starting at 6:30 Pacific time.
Thank you very much, good
Thank
sir,
you.
for jumping
Appreciate it.
on with
Thank
us,
you. Thanks
ladies
for having
and
me.
gentlemen. Sean Merriman right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, got a little bit of more of content for you right here that I wanted to throw out there. Ranking the Super Bowl starters. Mike, we kind of tried this last week. Patrick Mahomes, not surprisingly, number one.
Yeah.
Do you put Saquon at 2 ahead of Chris Jones? Like, just they're pretty close.
Yeah, I think we did this. Wasn't it 5 to 5?
Yes.
Is that what we came up
in
to?
the top 10? So CBS, perhaps it's different.
Okay, yeah, I think let's put Barkley at 2 and Chris Jones at 3.
And that is exactly how CBS played it out. Then they went Jalen Carter, Lane Johnson, so double up for the Eagles. By the way, I can't remember if we said it yesterday or not. Lane Johnson said, I'm not retiring after the Super Bowl. Andy Reid also said, I am not retiring after the Super Bowl either. Then you go Creed Humphrey, so you get a little offensive line going right there. Zach Bond, Trent McDuffie, but then 9 and 10 are Jordan Mailata and A.J. Brown, which I do believe
no Travis Kelce in the
which I believe tips the favor for the Eagles 6-4. Travis Kelce is 11.
Okay.
But I kind of think this goes back to the idea, and they also have 12. And so this goes back to the idea that's been brought up a couple of different times is it goes against all football logic because you look at it and you're like, I feel like the Eagles have the better team. Yes. And then you're willing to throw all that away because you're like, well,
because the Chiefs are a
for
good
them.
Team.
Yeah, no, they are. They're very good.
Like
team.
that's the thing. And yes, we do put a lot of weight on every person that sat in this chair so far has mentioned in some way, shape, or form that fourth quarter drive from Mahomes is going to happen. It's inevitable.
Oh, can I tell you a prop bet for that?
Yeah.
If you think there'll be a game-winning or a buzzer-beating score, 13-1 on your money. Now that means it has to be
with no time
zeros on the clock
because you can't. Tough.
Yeah, but 13-1 on your money. I was like, that doesn't feel like a bad idea to drop a couple bucks on.
Not at all, especially if you have the right things, the want to do it. The Chiefs being a good team, though, Kevin, is the reason that no matter how good the Eagles are, you put them right there because they're just. Has done a wonderful job building this roster. Yeah. And again, we look at both of these rosters, how'd they do it? A little bit of the draft, a little bit of free agency, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and having a really good coach. Like the formula, you asked Gracie Hunt for the formula yesterday.
Yes.
And she was like, I can't, it's proprietary. And I get it, but we see it. All that's there.
Mahomes.
You got to have
from there.
Well, yeah, you got to have the right people. I mean, you have to have the right people for it. And if you have the next Patrick Mahomes, it helps for it, man.
You know, it's interesting. You say draft Patrick Mahomes and start from there. Obviously, anybody else can do that. You should.
Right.
But then I'm looking at this is just a ranking of just the starters. George Karlaftis is number 20 on this list, and Nick Bolton is 25. Like, that just shows you, like,
the talent level.
Exactly. Like, I'm not discounting Patrick Mahomes whatsoever.
Yeah.
He's one win away from probably, for a lot of people, becoming the greatest of all time. But, like, those are two unbelievable players, and they're like, you know what, in this game, 20 and 25.
How many offensive linemen were on that list, by the way? Was it?
This ranks all the starters.
Okay.
So
okay.
This goes
on the top 10. Sorry, in the top 10.
In the top 10, I think there were
Creed and Lane.
Yeah,
and Mailata.
Okay.
And that's impressive. I mean, we talk about Zach Martin, our history with him, but their importance to this whole thing, those offensive linemen's importance is that high.
If Karl-Loftus was on the Cowboys, would he be the second most important defensive player on the team after Micah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's number 2 on the Cowboys, and where's I'm making go over this list and count the defensive players on the Chiefs, but
Nick Bolton,
I mean, this shows you kind of the discrepancy. If Karl-Loftus would be your second best defensive player on the Cowboys,
he's 4th.
So he's 4th.
Yeah.
But
he's great.
Yeah,
and that is why on Sunday we're going to get like what we want, a fun football game to be excited about because the amount of talent two teams have put together.
Jordan Davis is number 34
Can you
on
believe
this
that?
list. Like,
where's Jalen Carter? 2 on the Cowboys too.
Yeah, Jordan Davis is a damn good player. Cooper DeJean is 27. Man, did I just miss Jalen Carter?
Maybe they don't have him listed. Maybe that's how much talent there is.
He's on this list.
Carter can't be on the list.
He's 4.
Oh,
mentioned him like, as a top 10.
Yeah, because I was like, hold on, did I miss him in the top 10? And then Jalen Hurts, in case you were curious, is 14. And
wow. A quarterback that low.
I'm going to tell you, I think that's low. Now, this Super Bowl could further expose that.
No, you're going somewhere with this.
Okay.
I've been listening to you over the last 2 weeks now, and it starts to sound like you were sweating some Jalen Hurts.
Maybe
falling.
not as much as Alejandro Rosario. I know we're mixing and matching sports here.
Like every fact you're giving us, and I know you're doing your job, but you're giving us a lot. It sounds like you're finding a lot of favor in what Jalen Hurts has done, and a lot of people are kind of throwing him off to the side.
He is following the Patrick Mahomes guide to success in terms of don't give the other team that opportunity. Now, that's why I'm really fascinated by this, because obviously the Philadelphia Eagles are tremendous at winning the turnover battle, but Kansas City has been phenomenal at not turning the ball over either leading into that Buffalo game. I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts is Patrick Mahomes. No quarterback, no human on the planet, obviously, is Patrick Mahomes. I guess maybe his dad. But if you look at the lack of turnovers from Jalen Hurts, he has taken the criticism from the outside, probably more likely the criticism in the building, and he's taken care of the ball. And that's going to happen on Sunday.
And even though he's an Eagle, you respect that.
I don't know if I would use respect.
Oh, okay, there we go. This comes back, baby. He's back.
I appreciate that he hasn't turned over the ball. Respect. And the Eagles, that's...
Let's hope on Sunday he turns it over a lot.
Yeah, for sure, I still want them to lose. I'm just saying, like, if you look at their path to victory, it includes Jalen Hurts not turning over the ball. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to try to jam a lot into the Expressway. Sean Alexander is going to be up at 12:45. We're going to do some Super Bowl prop bets, and Mike likes it. All of it crammed into the next segment right here on 105.3.
Remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to make it 118-116 the final last night. The Stars also lose 2-1 to the Ducks. And in case you missed it, big news earlier today, Elvis Andrus inducted into the, or will be inducted as the 27th member of the Texas Rangers Baseball Hall of Fame. So a lot already happening today. We're going to try to jam-pack this segment. We've got Sean Alexander coming up at 12:45. But right now, we're going to do some Mike Likes It.
What?
I told you that.
That was the tease? Well, it looks like we need to. People have been clamoring for more commercials during this expressway.
I mean, I've got other stuff.
No, I have. Okay. I have this. I want to start off. Mike Likes It with this. One dark horse candidate to be the best player in the West Division. Obviously, the baseball American League.
Oh, okay.
And they pick
Wyatt.
They do pick Wyatt Langford.
Did?
Yes, they say honorable mention. George Kirby of the Mariners, Isaac Piadres of the Padres, which I guess he's going to play third because kind of the news yesterday around Major League Baseball was the Astros are out on Alex Bregman.
Wow.
They made him their best offer. He said no, and so Alex Bregman looks like he won't be an Astro.
Okay.
So I can't tell you what team is he going to be on. I don't know. Obviously, he's been talking to the Tigers. I believe, I don't know if he's still talking to the Blue Jays, but it looks like that they made their best and final offer to Bregman. He said no, and so as of right now, I would say it looks like Bregman will not be a Houston Astro. And the other, getting an honorable mention, a player that I loved in the second half last year that I think people need to watch out for, especially playing in Sacramento, is Lawrence Butler.
Yeah.
I think he might be able to hit 40 home runs there this upcoming
It was
season.
interesting to see the hobby jump into his cards as well.
Is
Not
it the
like
stadium specifically that you're?
And just the ball carries well in Sacramento.
Okay.
So no, how will the field be? And when it's 146 degrees, and I'm not making up that number, like the field will be that hot because of the sun beating down on it and being over 100 degrees. And I believe they had to go to I call it an AstroTurf. I know it's not that anymore. Whatever, fake grass. They have to because they're still playing minor league games there too.
Yeah.
So there's going to be 150 games played on that field this year, and there's no way that you could have it be anything but a fake surface to keep it somewhat well. But they do pick Wyatt Langford. It said Langford mania began in Texas last spring when the 22-year-old slugged his way onto the Rangers opening day roster. Less than a year after being drafted, and although Langford actually took some time to take off in the bigs, by the end of the year, he was raking, and the final month of 24 shows he could do all of it in 25, as he was the player of the month in the American League. I think people forgot about that. The Rangers were out
not
of a
the
pennant
rookie
race.
of the month, the player of the month.
Yeah, he got both of them.
Yeah.
But he was player of the month. He batted 300 with 8 home runs, 7 stolen bases, and a 996 OPS in September, which pushed him to 16 homers and 19 steals for the season. So just think about that. Going into the month of September, he only had 8 home runs, and he only had 12 stolen bases.
Yeah.
But by the end, it was 16 and 19. So I get it. When you look overall, you're like, why are people pumping up Langford? It was not a very good rookie year. From the expectation of spring training, but if you look at what he did in September, and then you talk to people around the league, it says you could definitely be looking at a 30-30 player in 2025.
Is that your expectation?
I don't know about the stolen bases because I don't know how aggressive Bruce Bochy is going to be.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy has been a conservative manager, even in the National League, with San Diego, with San Francisco. He's always been a more conservative manager in stealing bases. So I don't know if that's going to change as his career's coming to an end. I love that he's here. He's only managed 2 years here.
Not Langford.
Bochy, right. Langford hopefully has about, 15 more years in the major leagues. It says in a loaded Rangers lineup, he could be the breakout slugger.
Okay.
See, and Mike, or when you said you think he can get there, if he gets 20-20, I'm excited because I think it's another thing to stack on top of and keep growing. I'm thinking over 20 for both. But when it comes to those stolen bases, I do think you're right. Bochy's been like, why would I want to risk getting a runner off when I got a power hitter that could drive them in? But the other part is, I think Bochy also knows when I have a tool that's really good, I do want to try to use it. So hopefully he does give him a little freedom.
And it'll be interesting, Evan Carter hopefully stays healthy for most of the season, how much he wants to run Evan Carter. Evan Carter has the ability to steal 30 or more bags.
Yeah, he does.
But if you don't run him but give him 25 attempts in a season, it's impossible to get to 30, and it makes it maybe even tough to get to 20.
I do think there's also a part of Bochy that's like, I also know he can score from first.
That's true.
On a single to the outfield.
That's a good point.
Now, this is interesting. I can't believe that they haven't traded him yet, but I do know around the league his asking offer is just way too much. It says the possible breakout best player in the division in the Central would be Luis Robert Jr. of Chicago.
Forever.
He has a lot of talent. He's obviously on a really bad team.
Last got year, hurt here and there, too.
Yeah, and his attitude, from what I hear, might have not been the best last year, but it is really tough to play on a team that goes 41-121 and have a great attitude about playing baseball. But he does have a lot of talent. And then in the East, they say Jackson Holiday. Obviously, he's kind of a forgotten guy there because of how good Gunnar Henderson is. You have Adley Rutschman. They do lose. Why am I drawing a blank? He went to the Blue Jays, the outfielder who hit so well for them, their second best hitter. Sorry, I'm drawing it. Santander.
Yeah, there he is.
But they do lose him. So those are their 3 could-be best players in their division, kind of a dark horse. They do say a dark horse candidate.
If you were going all in on a Jackson, you're more likely to go in on Churio than Holiday, right?
I am,
okay.
yes. And the other thing, too, is it's weird because you're talking kind of about cards and also overall play is second basemen don't do well in cards. I don't know how to compare it. It's maybe like tight ends in football.
I could see
that. You can collect all the Travis Kelce cards or Jason Witten cards or Gronk. He was just here a few minutes ago behind us. You can collect all those cards you want. For some reason, tight ends just do not become like people like collecting their stuff.
Which, if that's your PC, then you're like, great. If you're looking to invest and turn those around, it might not work out.
You said PC, personal
collection.
I
Yeah.
like that.
I know we haven't talked a lot about Luka. It hurts. I see people on YouTube going, I don't want to talk about Luka because of the hurtness. And I'm going to be honest. I hope that they build horribly around him. I am not rooting for Luka
The Lakers,
in one way.
that is. Okay.
Right, really not a Maverick anymore. So I am not rooting for Luka. I'm not rooting for the Lakers. But I was thinking about this. He has to be the toughest player in today's game and possibly at any point in the NBA to build around.
Why do you say that?
Because his deficiencies are extreme.
Yes.
He does not want to play. He only wants to play a certain style, and that would be a slower pace. I think I personally believe he worked very hard at playing at a faster pace the second half of last year. And I think when he was healthy this year, you could see that he was at times trying on defense. And I thought, as long as he tries on defense, he's an average defender. He's not bad because God just made him bad at defense. He's just bad at it because he chooses to be bad at it.
A lot of times defense in basketball is trying.
Yeah.
Like, that's really all it takes.
I mean, Kyrie can't guard 90% of the players in the league because of his lack of height.
But he can try some things to help.
But we know he's trying hard and playing smart team defense.
He can try and force somebody to Gafford. He can, he can do things with your footwork. There are ways, and that's why I think I'm not saying anything about Kidd, but it had to been frustrating to be like, I always have to activate you. I always have to get you involved. I always have to ask you to do things. That's not what I'm necessarily wanting out of you.
Now, I know we still got time before the trade deadline tomorrow. We've already seen the Middleton-Kuzma swap, more or less. That is one of the things that makes...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. Because you're...
honestly,
It is
Chris
weird.
Middleton got traded to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma to the Bucks.
Yeah, and there's more to it. I'd have to go look up the little pieces of it here and there, but... It is fascinating, the Lakers as we sit, because Luke is also going to most thrive with useful big men. They have nobody on the Lakers right now.
So that's the tough part, is not that getting Anthony Davis or whatever, but you look at the way the Mavs built their team over the last, let's say, 12 months, or maybe a little bit further than that if you want to go to the Kyrie trade, is the Mavericks built a team that was special for Luka. And I did really like the team around Luka. Najee Marshall coming here, I think, worked very well. I know he's been sick/hurt, and so is Luka. But, I do like Najee Marshall with the Luka team. I don't know how much I'm going to – I do like him as a player overall if he can just stay healthy. But P.J. Washington, a lot of sense with the Luka Doncic team as kind of your 3-4, whatever you want to play him at wing. Derek Lively, man, that draft pick makes a lot of sense with Luka. If I have Anthony Davis on the team, and I'm not saying Derek Lively's not going to have a good career, but if I have Anthony Davis on the team and then I don't have a lot of guys that are good at throwing these unbelievable alley-oops, does Derek Lively's now value go down as a Dallas Maverick? He shot one three-pointer in his life that I can remember. He actually made it in the NBA Finals.
Dude, Luka hit him from beyond half midcourt for an alley-oop once.
I'm going to ask you guys this point, since you guys are still going to watch the Mavs. What's the point of Derek Lively still being here if you don't have a Luka to get the most out of his?
I think with the most out of his talent, that is harder for me to argue. I would just say they probably think they've gotten Derek Lively more usable offensively further away from the basket. Not away from the basket, but further away from the basket. But you're right. I mean, you're not going to have anybody who oops it like...
And I guess I'm kind of curious how y'all think. The thing that killed the Mavs in the championship game, aside from Luka's whining, was you kept pointing out it's so difficult for Lively and Gafford to defend on that perimeter that way because the way they run their game. This doesn't feel like that helps that, does it? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, I just know that they're going to try to pick on Kyrie as much as possible. So Anthony, and maybe they don't want to bring Anthony Davis's defender up in a pick situation, but what they're going to do is Kyrie's going to have to guard a 6'10" dude, and then your big guys are going to have to guard a 6'2" dude, and probably 6'5" guy. But it's not the end of the world for those big guys, but it is the end of the world for Kyrie. Everybody switches everything. Nobody tries to fight.
Right, yeah.
I will tell you who does. Boston Celtics, they have a great defense. So, Derek White, Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, they're all trying to fight over picks. And we're not switching. Too bad. You're not getting Porzingis on the 6'2" dude. And if we do, it's not the end of the world, but we're not going to just accept it. But then I think of the Lakers. how much do they have to build around Luka? Now, Luka can carry teams that aren't very talented. We've seen it here. But you do have to work very hard to build a team around Luka. You have to get very athletic, rim protecting, rim running, alley-oop big guys. Those aren't super easy to find.
Sure.
The Mavericks have 2 of them, but they're not easy to find.
And we also look for them for 40 years on and off. So, yeah.
So then you have to look for strong physical wing guys that are athletic and that are okay with standing in a corner and never moving. Dorian Finney-Smith is okay with doing that. But you have to find guys that are okay with just going and jogging out on offense and then standing in a corner and waiting. And maybe you get the ball, maybe you don't. And maybe it's not the perfect rhythm. Maybe you've stood there for 18 seconds doing nothing, and then you have to catch and shoot the ball with 3 on the shot clock. You're going to get open shot, but you have been standing there for 15-plus seconds waiting on that ball. And so for the Lakers, they have an outstanding, great, unbelievable player. We've seen it, but he does have deficiencies, and he is tough to build around. It takes some time. And so this is why, in a way, I see this as a lose-lose trade. I know that Kendrick Perkins said, I guess he said it was a win-win trade for both teams. But I see it as in a way, a lose-lose trade. I get what the Lakers are doing long-term, so I can see it being a winning thing for them long-term. Right now, it's a lose-lose trade, and I don't know how quickly you can make a championship team around Luka in L.A. And then for the Mavericks, they have a 2-year window, maybe 3, and then they have no draft picks when this fails.
Yeah.
So good luck with that lose-lose situation.
I'm sure they'll figure it out.
And then I guess Nico supposedly is going to go back to Nike after 2 years.
Yeah, I might not be here very long. I'm not entirely positive, but I have also heard those rumors. By the way, somebody texted in that they may or may not, mostly may, have already sold most all of their Luka cards. That is an interesting thing about, like, investing in Luka versus being attached to Luka on the card front. You're like, well, he's not here anymore.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe if you're more attached, you're like, time to sell.
I mean, and it is time to sell for me because, 1, he went to the Lakers, and then 2, there's I don't know, I'm going to make this number up, 25 million more Laker fans than there are Dallas Maverick fans.
It's a ton, I'm sure.
And so, Laker fans are wanting their new guy that they think is going to be there for the next 10 years as their guy.
Yeah, rake it in off those Luka cards that you had right now. Sell them to the L.A. people.
Yes, because you saw a bump in his cards. Now, unless you want to go on. Okay. Corey, the story's going to kind of irritate you, but I'm going to try to tell you as much of it as you're willing to listen to.
Okay.
ESPN's experts have predicted the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl MVP. I know you're not against that. The thing you are going to be against is they have 67 experts.
Okay. What are we doing here?
Predict
67 experts?
It's not a bad number.
It's too big of a number.
I got that number in spring training one year.
Well, that's great.
You won't believe this. They sent me to the minor leagues.
Yeah, wasn't that the year that you were like, you know what, if I make the team, I'm keeping this number?
It was 75.
Okay.
It was with the National 75. I was like, F you guys. What number do you want? You might make the team as we got down the spring. They're like, 75. That's what Jim Bowden gave me.
Yeah, so that's
75.
what I'm going to keep.
Compared me to Barry Zito, and I'm like, I know that was a lie, but I'll take 75 if I make this team.
Yeah, watch this curveball.
Of the 67, sorry, Corey, experts, how do you think the vote breaks down for who's winning the Super Bowl?
34 to 33. Is that math?
That does math.
I mathed it in your face, math.
What do you
40
say? 40
to 27.
Oh, so close. 41 to 26 with the advantage going to the Chiefs.
Dirk
Now,
Nowitzki.
yes. Here's the interesting part about it. The most common score predicted, 27-24. Next most common score predicted, 27-23.
Scorigami.
62 of the 67 people said it will be decided by a touchdown or less.
Kevin, is there a Super Bowl scorigami that we need to start keeping track of? Or, because we're sitting under the World Championship game, AFL versus NFL. Like, this is one of the first, right?
That is Super Bowl one.
Yeah, so we're sitting under
which was not called Super Bowl one by a lot of people.
Could we
called the Big Game.
Could we build a website called the Big Game Scorigami is what we'll call it. .com.
Yeah.
You keep track of
I guess
it.
we can't really do Super Bowl scorigami. I wonder about the web space, what the trademark laws are there. But you know what? We can do that because it feels like there should be a lot of Super Bowl scorigamis.
Big game. I
I'm
appreciate
sorry,
that.
Big game.
Thank you.
I'll see what I can do on that front. All right.
Well, I think that those numbers that you just threw out there fall right in line with where a lot of people are. And does it fall in line with betting right now and the way that the money is coming in? Am I wrong about that?
No, I think it's I think it might be a little tighter on the betting line, which is why you haven't really seen the spread move like a ton.
Yeah.
All right, what about MVP? Who got the most MVP votes? Actually, you know what? How many players do you think got Super Bowl MVP votes?
Well, there's 67 people.
Yes.
So 6.7.
I'll say 10.
Okay, time to round that to 7, I
Okay.
guess.
Idea.
Okay.
It's Tyreek Hill. I'll say 10.
Okay.
And Kevin, I was watching. Somehow I landed on the Eagles and Patriots big game from years ago.
You could say the Super Bowl.
And Alshon Jeffrey was their best. I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot he was even like part of that team. Yeah, so I'm interested to see who these people are. How many? Is it 10? Is that the number?
So, Mike, I really screwed you over with the rounding here because the answer is actually 6.
Ah.
So, Patrick Mahomes
Can only screw me a few more times.
Oh my God, I don't know what that means.
Well, because
shut up.
When you get back to Dallas,
Oh, okay.
his wife, and
Okay.
your wife.
Man,
Yep.
no.
Huh?
All right.
Yeah.
37 of
true.
the 60s.
We could sleep together here, but at home we would have to make up a story.
Yeah, your different
No!
your different area codes.
No. And okay. I'm just going to try to block you guys out while also hoping you kind of participate.
5-on-5 action.
Okay, Alec.
Yeah, it's just
you're-
2 of us.
Oh, my dear God.
2-on-2. The
Alex,
two-man
like,
game.
you can block it out with your eyes, but not your ears.
Amen.
So Patrick Mahomes was listed as the pick for MVP on 37 of the 67 votes. Who do you think was second? Because it's pretty definitive.
Jalen Hurts.
No.
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Barkley got 19 of the votes. So 56 of the 67 votes go to Saquon or to Patrick Mahomes. After that, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Chris Jones, and Travis Kelce
Taylor Swift.
also got.
Well, it's likely he's a target in the red zone. It's likely he has a couple touchdowns. Like that would be.
Yeah, he's had some huge Super Bowls.
And
with Mahomes.
they love the shovel pass to him whenever they're on like in a goal line situation. So there's lots of different options for the way he could do it. Plus, yes, it is kind of a storybook kind of thing if he's hoisting that trophy and Taylor's next to, like that makes a lot of sense for the NFL.
And then he was going to fight for his right to party on the stage.
Hold on.
Yes.
So hold on. Do you think he's done this like every time he comes up with some random thing like that? And Sean hates it, Sharif hates it because he's like he needs to come up with his own. It's always so corny when he comes up with somebody else.
Ooh, do you know Sean hates what Jason Kelce did when he got all those people to dress like him and they kind of look like him walking down Bourbon Street and
love
stuff?
It.
I don't have any hair. I couldn't do it.
I think I'm going to go to Magazine Street after this.
Magazine Street.
Let's stay focused. We're doing the show right
That's
now.
where the trees are with the beat. What do you think is going to be the line that he throws out there? What prop bet can we throw it out on there? Like, what song would he use?
Oh, is that not I thought it was a Kansas City Chiefs song, like "Fight for Your Right to Party." I didn't know it was or wasn't.
I don't know. I just knew it was the Beastie Boys.
Right.
Do you think he's going to go up there and say, hey, the haters were going to hate.
Oh.
But now we've got our first 3-3-3-peat.
Okay, I like that. He
Why
can go
did-
up there and throw out some lyrics from The Dance, Garth Brooks, and be like,
But not the last dance?
Not the last dance,
Okay.
but just the dance, because he didn't want to miss the dance.
Sure.
So now he's here for
The Last Dance is reserved for Mike's.
Yes.
Michael Jordan.
Yep.
Guys, I have some prop bets for you if you would like to dive into them. We might talk with Sean Alexander, but in the meantime, I've got Super Bowl prop bets ready for you. Are you gentlemen ready?
I am now.
Okay. Over under, how many accepted penalties will there be in the Super Bowl on Sunday?
9.
11.
Oh, man. You guys, you're already working this system, and I like it. It's 10.5. So Mike takes the under, Corey takes the over right there.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
Do you think if you bet on this, it would make you unreasonably mad at good football decisions? Like, because obviously there's going to be like there's going to be a hold or something. Like, and a huge pass gets completed, and you're like, well, I'm not taking that defensive hold. And they're like, just take the penalty.
I need this.
Yeah.
And, it does feel like we need a little more access to the coaches so that we can let them know where our bets are, during the middle of a game.
Yeah, I'm really sure that's high on their list. That's about as high on their list as Jalen Hurts being asked about being more handsome, and he's like, I can't help you.
What was the football league Johnny Manziel hopped in for a minute where you could call
NFL.
the plays?
No, I mean, that's true.
You could. What's that? Fan control, where you could call the plays and you got to
shocker.
decide.
Carter knew what it was. If you run a fringe sport or a fringe football league, he definitely knows what it is.
He's like, hey man, this pool league where it's 8-ball, not 9-ball.
Yeah.
8-ball is the league I'm really.
Remember, we were
into
supposed
right
to
now.
get Sean Alexander for this segment. It
Yes.
kind of feels like the Cowboys draft in 2000 when they could have got Sean Alexander too,
and they didn't.
But
we got Joey Galloway for a game.
But you know what? Unlike the Cowboys, I have a backup plan. All right, next up on the prop bets, how many first downs will occur via penalty? Over under.
7.
5.
No, yeah, I like that number better.
Okay, I'll go.
That's
7.
good. Oh,
I'll go 5.
the answer was 5. Man, I
was just trying to play the game. I was just trying to rig the game here.
Who do I give the credit to? Because Corey said it.
Yeah,
but then
I said
Corey
it
bailed
different.
on it.
Yeah.
Me.
We'll split the credit.
7's too many.
Yeah.
See, you feel like you just go even. No odds, and it's even. And you're like, oh, I had it.
It's like that time I was in Vegas and I put money down on 22 black, and then my buddy moved my chips over, and it landed on 22 black with 75-1 odds.
Whoa.
Are you embarrassed?
No.
I was very embarrassed, and he owed me for the rest of the trip.
Oh my good.
Yeah, dude.
Nice.
It was $100 at 75-1 odds.
Okay, this is one of my favorite over-unders. This one's tricky. Over-under, what will be the longest pass interference penalty yardage-wise?
The longest pass interference.
Kansas City
penalty,
doesn't throw the ball deep that much.
That's
but
true.
Philadelphia does.
That is also true.
27.
I'll say 42.
Okay. Again, you guys are on either side of it. The answer is actually 37.5 yards. So that's the over-under. I feel like taking the under is not a bad idea right there. All right.
We finally got him. We wanted him in 2000, but the Cowboys traded that pick away for Joey Galloway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you former NFL MVP. It is, in fact, Sean Alexander with us on Radio Row. How are you, sir?
Man, the energy out here is so high for Wednesday. I'm like, is everybody excited already?
Hey, it's made a big jump from Tuesday to Wednesday. Yesterday, it did not feel this way.
Yeah, we're pumped here. We finally got rid of Luka. We were asking the Mavericks to get rid of Luka Doncic, and they finally did it.
You know what? That's like an amazing thing. I feel like it's going to be a good wake-up call for him because, he's talented, but, you see, a little bit of I need you to be a little more hungrier because it'll pull everybody else up.
I think the Mavericks actually wanted him to be less hungry.
Yeah, he seems to satisfy his hunger a lot.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Hunger on the field.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Not necessarily off. And because he's so talented, he can kind of get away with it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really help everybody, so.
Look, I wish him no ill will, but the idea that he gets into amazing shape and wins 3 championships for the Lakers really breaks my heart.
Oh, it's going to happen. Get ready. But Dallas has been getting rid of their best players for a while, so
That's true. We're just not drafting them.
Yeah,
Sometimes we just don't draft them.
Come on, Dallas. And
get it together.
I asked Eddie George last week, and we were just having a discussion about stuff, and I said, was there anything other running backs you saw them do that you were like, I wish I could do that better? And he was like, no, I was the best running back. But okay, you see Saquon Barkley jump over backwards. Is that something you're like, dang, why didn't I think of that?
No, not at all. Because I would have probably already juked the guy out and went down the sideline.
There you go.
Running backs think differently. You know what I mean? There's no running back that I used to go into games. I say this to people all the time. My whole thought was, play the game within the game, but I really wanted mentally to just make people go from, we're going to stop him, oh, he made that run, oh, I hate him, to, God, he's killing. I wish he was on my team.
How we stop this guy?
I wanted to go through the whole gauntlet of emotions and thought process to eventually be like, yeah, I wish he was on my team. So, running backs really think like that. There's a little takeover, dominate, be so dominant that you actually take over their mindset to be like, yeah, we can't stop him. I wish he was on our team. You know what I mean? And so That's the thing. Like, and the great ones all believe like that. And so I like what Saquon's done this year because you can see in his face, in his eyes, and his expression, like, I'm taking over this place, and everybody's got only one job to do, which is either cheer for me or boo louder.
Okay, so when it comes to Saquon, obviously he had a good career with New York, but obviously not anywhere close to this. What running back maybe in past seasons that maybe is retired you knew was great but played on a bad team his whole career and couldn't be the person that probably he could have been if you see the Saquon move to Philadelphia?
Just think, like, if you think about, like, all the great ones, there's always, like, this missing thing where, okay, well, what if they had, like, the superstar receiver? You know what I mean? Like, I love, I had Bobby Ingram and Darryl Jackson, and they were good, but, like, well, man, what would happen if I would have played with when I was with Seattle, and we're coming out of one of the Super Bowl things, Brady comes up to me, and we're all in the same high school class together. He said, man, I think Randy's going to come with me to New England. You should come. Well, what would have happened if I went to New England instead of going back to Seattle and signing, if I go to New England with Randy and Tom? You know what I mean? Now what does that offense look like when they threw for 50-something touchdowns? Well, look, I'm just letting y'all know, we're not stopping what I'm going to do. So now it's 50 passing and 20 more rushing. You know what I mean? Like that's what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Because it's like, hey, we're going to still run out the clock. Yeah, I don't run and take a kneel at the ground. No, them are touchdowns. You know what I mean? And so like, what do you do with great running backs that now go play with, elite Pro Bowl receivers? You're seeing that with Saquon. So, you know what I mean? So some of it's like, oh, man, the better line. And like, yeah, but he's got two, like, all-star receivers.
Okay, and
I like that.
Another thing is he's leading the league in yards after contact as well. Like, can you describe to us the art of, I know the idea to avoid contact, but the art of getting those yards after first contact?
I don't think great running backs avoid contact. I think we try to make guys miss. And so there's a difference. Like, if you're running, like, if you're here and I'm like, oh, I'm going to try to get on, and I avoid it, I'm going to run over here. If I get you to barely miss, like, I almost want to brush up against you. Like, the best running backs are trying to brush up against their guys. So it's like a barely miss where it's like you're hitting, but I'm sliding off of you. And, like, the guys that get good at that, and Saquon, y'all saw that long run he had.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a holes wide open. And I used to get that about me. People like, man, Sean, he was running. It was like no one even touched him. I'm like, no, y'all just missed. Like, I attacked the guy. I made him barely miss, but I attacked him so quick at the beginning of the play. I knew this hole's going to pop over. Safety's going to slide in. Linebacker's slide in. Barely miss, long run. And so that's what Saquon's doing. And it counts as yards after contact.
Yeah.
And that's the great running backs. If you get a one-on-one situation and you make that guy miss, it becomes a long run. He's doing that at a high level, and that's what you want to do. Not avoid, but, like, barely miss. It's like, I'm skinning off of this guy, we're gone.
Now, you're thinking all of that stuff on the field. Off the field, how much thought goes into what kind of gift your offensive line gets?
Yeah.
Because obviously that's been tricked up over the years, but I'm sure there were years, some better than others, where you're like, you definitely get a better gift this year.
Nah, I try to give great gifts every year.
Okay.
Yeah, every year. But then my run was pretty awesome. Like, everybody's like, oh, everybody remembers the 05 year. I was like, yeah, them 5 years were all good. So I had a good stretch of 5 years where it was like great gifts, great fun, and and just us trying to go do something that had never been done in Seattle. We laugh because we run this thing for like 9 years and 5 playoffs in 4 divisions in a row, and including our time in the Super Bowl. We are just old enough not to do it anymore. And then we retire. Pete Carroll comes in. The next year he drafts Russell and Bobby Wagner. They're like, man, this water's so warm. I'm like, yeah, we built the mansion, put the pool there, had all the things that you want. Okay, who wants to live here now? They're like, we do. And so it was all ready for them to take it. They just took it to the next level. So it was awesome. But the rebuilding was very sweet for us to go from, I think they had 4 division championships in the 25 years of existence to our year, and those little 7-year runs, we won 5 in a row.
That's unbelievable. We're talking with Sean Alexander right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're also an ambassador for Stand Together. Can you tell us a little bit more about the organization or how you got involved?
Yeah, Stand Together is about 850 of some of the most successful businessmen, women, and philanthropic leaders in the country. And they always put their time and their talents and their treasure behind tackling some of the country's biggest issues. They've supported about 350 or so foundations, and it's all like a bottom-up mentality. Who in the communities are really impacting their community well, and how do we go take what they're doing and spread it all over the country? And it's been just a lot of fun. My role as the ambassador is grabbing other players and saying, hey, what's stirring inside you to go impact your community? How can we make your community awesome, whether it's hometown, college town, pro city? And it's just been a wonderful journey watching the guys go. And we're just seeing like just great reports, like from going from 10,000 or so kids and families every month to millions every year of just great impact that changes, because it could be a foundation that we're helping. It could be helping bring a business into the community. You know, I was just with the one of the people that own Applebee's, and they're just like,
wow.
They're just like,
tell them good job.
They were like, hey, Sean, like, what do we need to do? How can we do? What's it, eating good in the neighborhood? How do we get the community to do good in the neighborhood? I'm like, oh, let's think this out. And so we've just been having these great conversations with some of the greatest business leaders and some of the greatest athletes and some of the greatest philanthropic groups in the country. And it's all fueled by Stand Together. Stand Together is kind of like putting everybody in this think tank together, and I get to head that. And it's been fun for like last 6-7 years. It's been fun watching it, and I'm watching some of the young guys today. You got who just won, Joe Burrow, everybody knows, but Rashad White, Tampa Bay running back, and Miles Kilbrew, who's 2-time All-Pro, special team with the Steelers. Damar Hamlin, everybody knows him. So some of the legends, Work Done, and all these guys. So it's good watching all these guys. Demario Davis, who's like, he's the ambassador out here. I'm like, bro, I see your face everywhere. He's like, I know, right? It's just great to see people want to leave a legacy that matters.
Yeah.
And they're doing it through impacting communities.
And if you want to get involved or learn more, standtogether.org is the site. Sean, thank you very much for jumping on.
Hey, thank you, fellas. This is great, brothers.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we bring you our first helping of Super Bowl stew next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Row in New Orleans, brought to you by Stella Artois. Hopefully you've seen the bottles around. I know Chiafalo had the shirt on yesterday. You've seen the hats everywhere, so thank you very much to Stella for making this happen. And we are at the Super Bowl, so it's time for our very first serving this year of Super Bowl stew. Are you guys ready?
Super Bowl stew. I like it, Kevin.
Now,
although we are in New Orleans, gumbo and jambalaya. I know you don't know the difference.
I do not.
Big game bowl. Yeah, all right. The Super Bowl stew's fine. Let's go.
They're very similar.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Big Game Bowl should be reserved for G-Bag, probably. So, great news on the NFL front. They solved racism for the first time since 2021.
That's a great team.
They will not put the phrase "end racism" in the end zone. So, Corey,
because they've solved it.
I assume
we did it.
Yeah.
Let's.
Instead,
what are we doing here?
It's going to go choose love, and it takes all of us. So, what do you think about those slogans? And do you think they're solved the problem? And that's why they felt comfortable moving on.
Or maybe they just said, "Hey, let's refresh, let's reboot just a little bit."
Okay.
I think those two terms are harmless. I thought "and racism" was harmless too.
Sure.
It doesn't affect me.
I agree.
It doesn't affect my game at all, and it doesn't turn me off from watching the game. Actually, it's pretty cool that they put some thought into it and use parts of the field for other reasons. So I'm cool with it.
Yeah, as long as there are things like that you're like, sure. I feel like we should all be able to get on board with that.
Mm-hmm. Instead of more toxins in the air, that would be
that
something
is controversial.
That we'd be like, hey, maybe not.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of the Super Bowl, President Donald Trump is scheduled to be at the Super Bowl. He will be the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl.
So
he's older?
So he didn't want to stand in the game?
No. That means he's currently in office. Don't shake your head yes at that, Carter. He'll be sitting down because he's not at Kyle Field. He'll be the first current president, if that makes it easier for you, to attend the Super Bowl.
Like in the ocean.
He's going to be the first current president to ever watch a Super Bowl at the game?
Yes. To be at...
Mike nailed it.
So Washington didn't want to do it his first 4 years?
Well, they didn't have the Super Bowl then.
Yeah.
Lincoln?
No, he was going to go, but the week before...
did he get shot in late December or early January?
I don't remember.
What about Taft?
Well, plus we didn't have the Super Bowl for like 100 years after that.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do know that.
You can't prove it.
I can 100% prove that.
What, with books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Books aren't real.
What does that mean?
I've watched people on YouTube tell me that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think that's birds, Mike. They're saying birds aren't real.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if the trump card to books is I watched this thing on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know if that works.
Is he going to flip the coin or anything?
The same. Not that I'm aware of.
You know, if they asked him to, he'd be like, absolutely.
Let me ask you this.
Let's
go. Now I'm going to get...
Would it be a specially made
he'd
coin?
Say, first off, on this side, my head. On the other side,
the
just me
Superdome's
riding
really
an eagle.
old. Do they have screens in there to show replays?
They've updated it, Mike.
Oh, they have?
They've updated
Okay, I thought it was maybe like Texas Stadium.
No, it's nice. It's nice.
So,
whose suite does
are
this
they
sit
going to
in?
show Donald Trump on the screen at the game?
Probably.
Oh, what's the prop bet on that? Is it 2, 3, 4 times?
You know what? I have not seen a prop bet on that yet. There's like a million Taylor Swift prop bets.
While you're
I haven't
eating your
seen that
stew,
one.
are you going to cheer for him? For being at the game?
I don't usually cheer for people that pop up on the screen that aren't involved in the game.
Like, if you're the president, do you have to wear a coat and tie to everything you go to? Can he just wear like a...
I'm pretty sure he can wear
No, because
whatever he
remember
wants.
Obama would be like sitting there with his rolled up sleeves and no tie on. You know, like I've seen plenty of pictures like that.
Yeah, that's true. Like when did he go to like a Duke basketball game one time?
I know
or
he was hanging
Obama?
out.
Yeah.
He ate lunch with Anthony Bourdain once in like Thailand or something like that.
He's not
so
around anymore.
that's true. But I am kind of curious. Does he sit in? Does there a presidential suite just for him? Is it the owner's box? Is it the?
I imagine he'd sit with the commissioner.
Do you think New Orleans is like crap? Like how you do have to do a lot more work when I played for the Nationals and
Security
at the
wise.
time was it 07? Bush was still there, right? I'm
Yes.
not having that right. Yeah, there's a lot that they have to go through to secure that stadium. I know they're doing a lot for the Super Bowl. I just wonder if they're like, it's fine because we're already doing this much.
Well, and they already upped it even more because of what happened on January 1st in New Orleans or overnight.
Yeah.
And they've already upped their security per regular Super Bowl.
I have not been to Bourbon Street. Have you been?
Okay, first off, it's Gail Benson's suite. I was just told.
Oh, okay.
But yes, last night we went. It looks like they moved a lot of the stuff. The
barricades?
No, the stuff to commemorate, like for in memorial, down to the very edge, and there are a lot of people stopping and paying tribute there. But Mike, last night, every intersection on Bourbon Street, now they have posts up in there, and there are at least 4 security members, state troopers, fishing and gaming, police, but there's 4 for each at each corner. The security is insane. And all up Canal Street last night, it's just red and blue lights from all the people that are in the area. So I'm very fascinated by it, the amount of security we have around here right now.
Yeah. Man, here's a bananas stat for you. I will argue this is the most mind-boggling stat I've heard while here in New Orleans.
Mind boggles.
Are you ready? Tell me if this lives up to the hype.
Think about your mind and see if it boggles. Right here, like after you say this. Not right now. It's not boggling yet.
Patrick Mahomes has a record of 39-20. That's a .661 winning percentage when trailing by at least 7 points in a game. That winning percentage, remember, when trailing by at least 7 points, is better than the actual winning percentage in their careers of Steve Young and John Elway and Aaron Rodgers and Johnny Unitas and Ben Roethlisberger, Bart Starr, Jim Kelly, Brett Favre, all of them.
Troy Aikman?
No.
You didn't say that.
Exactly.
Troy held the lead. People hated him for it.
he got the lead.
This is better than the winning percentage of all these people, period, in all of their games. Patrick Mahomes is better when he's like, I was losing by a touchdown.
And I mean, think about he's the guy on the field making the play. He's got the coach making the right call too. He knows exactly what his quarterback can do.
That's true.
And he's like, well, he can pretty much do everything. But he knows I trust the guy that's on the field right now to make whatever play I pull from this sheet right now. And that combination of both of those, and then all those guys in front of him, the guys running downfield, all believe my quarterback's going to make this play. All I got to do is my part. It sounds simple, but it's so complex at the same time, and that's why those guys they boil it down to let's just make the play.
Just like so, if Philadelphia scores first, they score a touchdown. Hey, there's a 2/3 chance we lose.
So they shouldn't score.
I feel like you should still score, despite that statistic, but that's got to overwhelm you pretty much.
Yeah, there's not a stat that makes you feel good about playing Patrick Mahomes.
There really isn't.
Unless, like they say, we're eliminating 3 of his starting offensive linemen for the Super Bowl. That would be the way.
Oh, I'd feel good about that.
I'd still be like,
I'm going to go a step further. This year's Cowboys team defeats the Chiefs if they only get to play with 2 offensive linemen.
I don't know.
I'll pick the Cowboys if they only can play with 8 players on the field on offense and only 2, like you're eliminating 3 offensive linemen.
I have no clue what the Cowboys team is.
Minus 5.5.
Over under half a sack for Mozzie Smith in that game.
I'll take the under. I will take the under. You're a jerk for asking that question. Corey's a jerk for not answering. Because
it's like what Sean Merriman said earlier. He's like, Patrick Mahomes irritates me in a backhanded compliment way.
Yeah. All right. So New Orleans has hosted more Super Bowls than every city except for Miami. There used to be a significantly tighter rotation. Feels like they used to go like 3 or 4 places, and they're like, nah, just go back.
Well, then everybody started building new stadiums, and that was the big factor. Was they were like, oh, I want to host a Super Bowl, I have to build a new stadium. Let me get this city to help us do this.
Yeah,
and so that happen. But New Orleans everybody I've asked that question to, they know it's built. They even say it built to host. You see that everywhere around here. The city's built for this thing. They know what they're doing, man.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There'll be more bowls of stew throughout the week. Coming up next, though. Yes, I'll try to find a fun name for that. Former NFL All-Pro Dallas Cowboys cornerback.
I'm excited.
Pac-Man
Oh, yeah.
Jones.
Here we go.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg
I
Maidens?
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Radio Row in New Orleans. Thank you as well to the Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hope you're watching those confessionals for making all of this happen. And, of course, our presenting sponsor, Stella. Now, I got some more Super Bowl prop bets for you guys in the meantime, if you are prepared. This is another fun one. What will be the first penalty of the game?
I'm going to say false start.
Okay.
Holding.
Holding's a good one.
Ooh, I'm going to need more clarification. Offensive or defensive holding?
Offensive.
Okay, you guys are playing it safe. The top answer on the board, false start. 1.5 to 1 times your money.
Nerves, baby.
Next one, offensive holding. 2 to 1. If you think somehow roughing the passer could be it, 10 to 1. on your money. If you think somehow the first penalty of the game will be a face mask, 16 to 1 on your money.
That is
What if
tough.
it's punching a referee? It's never happened.
Who would be the first candidate?
Orlando Brown.
Okay.
Remember when I think he got a flag thrown in his eye?
Yeah, I do remember that. Offside, by the way, 5 to 1. And you know what? Since you just asked that, do you think someone will punch the referee? Because if you think someone will get ejected from the game for whatever reason, 10 to 1 on your money.
And you think that punching a referee will get you ejected?
I feel pretty confident in that.
Wow. What kind of freedom is that in the sport?
Okay, well, don't you think that's going to happen?
A guy punching a referee?
No, I'm saying if they punched a referee,
Then you get
don't you
extreme
think?
here.
Yeah, don't you think they would get ejected?
If it's Patrick Mahomes, no.
You know, if it's Boach,
I could see that. I could see
if
that.
Boach walked out there and just jawed one of the umpires, I think they'd be like, you know what, Boach, we probably deserve that. You know, the respect we have for you, sir.
I feel like at this point, Boach's kind of handicap of jogging or walking fast, by the time he gets to the umpire, everybody's calmed down.
He's kind of said that before.
You know what? Maybe I overstepped my bounds, Boach. I'm sorry about that.
He's on his way out, and he just
I've
goes,
had
you know
some
what, I'm
time
turning
to
around
think
going
about
back
it.
This is a long walk.
Do you guys believe that Jalen Hurts could throw for more than 300 yards in this game?
I do, but I'm not betting on it.
What if I
would say
told
under.
you 7 to 1 on your money?
That's a bit. Dude, the Chiefs' defense is good.
Yeah, it's
their
very good.
secondary is good too, and their pass rush is good, which makes their secondary
Here's
better.
a weird one. If he does, the Eagles lose.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you're
Because
probably,
they're trying,
I think you're
they're
right
trying to
about that.
come back
Yeah,
from
I
a
agree.
deficit, and they've stopped handing it off to Barkley.
I think
or
you're
they're,
right.
they're kind of panicking. You know, like this is what I'm talking about with Kellen Moore. You get behind just a little bit, and you're like, I got to go score 7 points real fast. No, you just score the points. Work your way down there. Get the points the way you know how.
Now, I'll tell you, some of these are more long shot bets. Xavier Worthy has more than 50 yards receiving in the first quarter.
Well,
I
he
don't
could do
think
that
so.
very easily on one play.
9.5 to 1 on your money.
But you're going up
If that
against
happens.
some very talented secondary players in Darius Slay, Quinyon Mitchell, you got DeJean. Like, there's so many. I'm not betting on that. I'm not betting on a play like that happening immediately. He would have to get it on like a screen play.
Okay.
And bust it
I think
open.
for a guy like Worthy, gosh, he is such a home run hitter, but such a threat to make a big mistake, too.
I could see that.
And it's almost like I want to get the nerves out of that guy before I give him put the ball in his hands.
Tell me what kind of odds you're thinking for this. Jalen Hurts makes the first down of the game. Now, that would have to be running or receiving. It doesn't count if he throws the pass.
Okay. Yeah. Because he could definitely be in a situation where he needs to tush push.
14 to 1 on your money.
I'll take it.
If you're looking for a long shot, that's a good one.
They have to get the ball first, right? Like, or you're hoping they get the ball first because Kansas City could do it, but that's a tough bet. I like the odds though.
All right, we're going to go back to Xavier Worthy. Do you believe there's any chance Xavier Worthy could be the first player in the game to rush for 20 yards? Because they'll use him on that. 30 to 1 on your money.
Because I was like, I get it, because they do some sort of reverse play.
Yeah.
I get it. It's why it's 30 to 1, because my answer is no. But you're just saying, yeah, you want the odds of, I bet $5.
Exactly.
And $150.
Yeah, I'll bet $5 on that.
30 to 1 are also the odds if you think Noah Gray will score the first touchdown of the game. I'm intrigued by this next one because they used him in.
What about John Gray?
I do not have odds for that. I would say
I'll
whatever.
bet against it.
Yeah, whatever odds you want to set, go for it.
Yeah.
$10 million to 1.
What are the odds? Agreed.
I accept.
As long as you don't ask for backing statements that show I can pay it off.
I'm going to find a way that guy Gray has a middle name of Jonathan. I'm going to be like, you owe me.
All right, so what are the what kind of odds would you want that Samaje Perine scores the last touchdown? Because remember, they deployed him at the end of the AFC Championship
I didn't even know he
game.
was on the team.
Yeah, and you're like, the hell is this? 40 to 1.
Noah
If you
Gray's
think-
middle name is Ryan. So
Oh,
sorry.
sorry if we let you down.
All right, the Samaje Perine
Scores the last touchdown.
I mean, it's not going to happen. That's why there's going to be like 50 to 1 odds on this.
40 to 1.
You know, when you asked the question about Noah Gray, I started thinking, how many different players on the Chiefs alone do you think could score a touchdown in this game? Because they have, 4 tight ends you feel like they could do.
That's where Hopkins stamps his way to the Hall of Fame.
Schuster,
I could
Xavier
see
Worthy,
that.
like the running
Like
back.
at least 9, right?
Yeah, so they just have
That's
so
probably
many different weapons to go to.
Well, that's what happens when you draft all these guys.
Well, nope.
No, they made a lot of moves. to get these
I remember
people.
they drafted Juju. They drafted DeAndre Hopkins.
No, they didn't.
They drafted Samaje, P. Ryan.
No.
Somebody drafted them. Yes, those guys were drafted by a team.
All right, this is a long shot.
That's how you build a championship.
Jalen Hurts with the most passing yards, Dallas Goedert with the most receiving yards, and Kareem Hunt with the most rushing yards.
So that's the parlay
That's
that
the
I'm putting
parlay.
together?
What kind of odds do you think it would take to make that happen?
12-1.
60-1.
I'll take the 60-1 odds there.
All right.
You're going to lose a lot of money. I guess that's the deal.
But if you make like $1 and $2 bets, it's not so bad.
Degenerate gamblers, they probably put like $5 on all of these, just hoping one hits, I guess.
I could see that. So I wanted to throw out some of those prop bets right there, right now. Brought to you live on Radio Row in New Orleans. Former NFL All-Pro. He was with the Cowboys. It is Pac-Man Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
It's good. I'm good. How are you?
Vibes are good in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Always are. Always are.
What's your favorite city in the United States?
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
That's good. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one too.
Any particular city in
No,
Florida?
he said city. Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, all right, man. I got.
Florida. Oh no, Fort Lauderdale.
The questions are going to get harder.
Let's
from
go.
here.
Let's go.
When we started radio, and my co-host and I started radio, one of the first stories we got to report on was your quote, which I've always loved, and we always ask. He called me Adam. Who is Adam? I still love that quote to this day. It is like one of my favorite things. Every time I hear it, I still say it to my kids all the time. You still use that with anybody? Or are you like, no, I'm going to go ahead and rock it now?
Yeah, who's Adam?
Yeah, okay, all right. I love it, man. I love it.
We had conversations about potentially bringing in Deion Sanders as the head coach of the Cowboys. I'm curious what kind of relationship you have with Deion Sanders, and more specifically, maybe that gift that he gave you back in the day that was kind of inspiring to you.
I don't think Deion is going to be the coach of the Cowboys.
Well, I mean, he didn't get the job.
Right.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So, could it happen in the near future is what you're asking me?
No, I'm just saying, what's your relationship like with him and the gift box that he sent you, if you could tell us about that?
My relationship with Pop with Deion is like a big brother or father figure. And the box he just sent me was some new Deons and some shades, a helmet. All black. So you got to believe on them and
Very
go.
cool.
That's pretty dope.
Do you like that slogan? You got to believe. Do you follow that?
Yeah, I like that for them.
Yeah. The when you were in the Cowboys organization, what was the vibe like working with Jerry Jones? I've always been curious, like the working relationship with that.
I was like one of his chosen ones, so
okay. So you felt pretty good around
it. It was
him.
pretty easy, yeah.
He was like, this guy's going to help us. Like, we know he can help us win.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's always a good relationship to have built there.
Yeah.
This game specifically, there's some talented receivers. Which one are you going to get into a fight with if you're covering them? A.J. Brown or Devontae? Juju?
I would say probably A.J. play hard.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a good one.
Yeah.
He play a little bit after the play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that would be a good matchup.
Can you tell us about your Bet Online show, stuff that you've been doing post-playing career?
Yeah, shout out to my team at betonline.ag. My show is the Pac-Man Jones Show. My co-host is Evan. Talk about sports, culture, all sports, lacrosse, bowling, baseball, basketball.
I think I've actually
hockey.
seen that bowling conversation on TikTok before. Yeah.
So we're pretty much into everything and just doing it our way, putting a little swag on it.
Now, I know Pat McAfee's down there just a little bit of a ways.
Yes.
That's the trajectory. That's the dream, right, to get to that level?
Yeah, I love being a part of Pat and the boys. But, that is the dream is to one day at least be comparable or up under his umbrella or up under another umbrella with a big show. Definitely to go.
You talked about talking about all the sports. Is there a sport that you like to talk about that maybe usually doesn't get very much love out there?
I love hockey. And
Who's your favorite team?
Football. Vegas Knights.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We've had
Stoner!
Okay.
See, I'm a stoner, I'm a stoner, I'm a stoner.
That is the problem, though. Matt
What's
Stone
the-
just took out one of our favorite players in
Yeah,
Dallas.
Miro Haskin is.
Yeah, we got a big rivalry with Vegas.
Y'all don't want no smoke with us.
I mean, we did beat y'all in both of those games last week.
Yeah, but we ain't worried about that. We in first place still.
Okay.
What are we talking about, Mike?
Hey, he had it.
That's fair.
What are we talking about, Mike?
All right. We're in a different division.
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right, how are you feeling about this Super Bowl in terms of, it feels like a lot of people are like, I think the Eagles got the better team, but I'm picking the Chiefs. Like, where do you fall on this?
I don't know if you would say the Eagles have a better team.
You don't think all around they might?
No.
Okay.
I think the Chiefs wasn't healthy. They were healthy at the right time. We're getting Checo getting back in the backfield. Hunt been running crazy all year. Xavier Worthy is playing really good at the right time. They all healthy. Kelsey is Kelsey. You know, so you got to pick your poison this week because I think, me personally, I think Xavier Worthy is going to be the
MVP?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
All those prop bets you were throwing out
we're
early.
just,
Yeah.
we're just.
That's what I'm betting over on betonline.ag.
Okay, and where are there any other bets you want to tell us that you're thinking for this game?
I like the under.
Okay.
I like the Chiefs. Minus 1.5.
Okay, where does that put, let's say they win, let's say Brady's the MVP again. I know you said Xavier Worthy. If Brady got Super Bowl MVP again.
Yeah,
Mahomes.
this is going to be interesting.
Huh?
I mean, Mahomes. I'm sorry.
I'm excited for.
Yeah.
So Brady's
Patrick
going to win the
Mahomes. I'm sorry,
MVP
Patrick
calling
Mahomes.
the game. Okay.
I
City
meant,
of Florida.
is he going to jump over Brady on the GOAT list if Mahomes wins it again?
Well, Brady got 6, right?
7.
Well, he got to catch him to be that.
Why do you think it's like that in football? Because in all the other sports, whoever has the most titles is not the best player. Bill Russell has the most NBA titles. Not very many people say he's the best.
But yeah, that's different though, because that's a one-man sport. Like, it's not more of a team sport.
And that's why the Mavericks traded Luka to make sure that they didn't have him anymore. It was great. That's
How
awesome.
the hell did we trade Luka?
They say he was smoking cigarettes
Yeah.
and getting drunk.
Yep.
That's what the sources say.
I have
Sources.
I have heard that
Say
as
he was
well.
smoking Newports in the locker room.
I have heard that as
And
well.
had a Coke 45.
Well, luckily, basketball's not really much of a cardio sport.
Yeah. If people want to catch your show, how can they catch it? How can they watch it?
All platforms. Just type it in, The Pac-Man Jones Show.
Okay.
And you can find me on everything. It's doing pretty good, man.
And we're going to find you here at the Super Bowl for years to come, right?
Oh, yeah.
Soon you're going to have your own big booth out there and everything, right?
I don't know if I'm going to be here all day with y'all.
Okay, wow.
This is a long day.
It is long.
It's a long
It
day.
is.
It's a
I
long
feel
week.
you on
And how many days y'all be here?
4.
Till Friday, yeah.
I'll be here one day.
Okay.
That's the way to do
Just
it.
buy the spot, and then one day, we doing one whole day.
Okay.
I like it.
Hey, you got a better watch and better glasses than I have, so it's working.
You got something figured
I
out.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much to Pac-Man Jones. Bet Online, the Pac-Man Jones Show. Thank you very much for jumping on with us. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, the great Darren Woodson sits down with us, plus another Luke.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At Optima today for a free confidential consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your buds. Picture this. The 4 of you fly to Vegas. Your flight and hotel are paid for, plus each of you are receiving $5,000 in cash so you can watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to hit this real quick from the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Are y'all being told to rip on Luka, saying he's hard to build around? You guys realize we were just in the finals. All right, I'm not sure if you got what the point of that actually was. And first of all, we're not being told not to rip on Luka whatsoever. What the point is if you just put him in a different scenario and you have to rebuild, I don't think he's difficult to build around. It's just tough from scratch when you're like, now you're going to go to a situation where there's no bigs. That is inherently difficult.
And your wing players are really bad defenders. He's awesome. He's going to win you 40 to 60 games as long as he's healthy every year. He's the built-in cheat code that you're always looking for. I'll give you an example. Person or whatever. Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's not a superstar. Jalen Brunson cannot carry the New York Knicks to a championship. He's great, and he's going to help that team win 50-plus games, and they're going to maybe make a run in the playoffs. Too bad he's not Luka. He can't do it. Teams are always like the Houston Rockets. I don't think they have a superstar either. Jalen Green is great. Sengun is great. They have a great team. Unfortunately, they don't have a superstar, so they're probably going to eventually lose in the playoffs because of that. You have the cheat code that only 5 or 8 teams have in the NBA, and I'm probably too high on the number 8. So, kind of like Pac-Man. But
what?
When
you mean
that Delta 8? When you look at Luka, I think this. He is a very difficult superstar to build around. You need that guy first. But when you look at his deficiencies, you're like, all right, we need at least one big guy, if not 2. They need to be athletic, and they need to be able to, on pick and roll, go up 14 feet in the air and hammer it home. Mavericks found 2 of them. They're not easy to find. You found 2 of them. You need wing defenders that are very athletic because Luka is not going to play defense for you. So those guys need to be wings, athletic, and probably very good at knocking down three-point shots. And if they're not, they need to be like stud physical guys like P.J. Washington. P.J. Washingtons aren't easy to find. They're easier than finding a superstar, but they're not easy. So it took a lot for the Mavs to build what looked like a great team around Luka, and then they're like, now that we've built the great team around Luka, we're done with Luka.
You've already heard some of the voices. D&M Leasing brings us the chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, I'm great. I'm just busy getting these texts from Nico on my talking points for the show, so sorry if I'm a little distracted.
Yeah, I just... No,
How are you?
No, I'm doing good. Somebody said you must have been annoyed by not knowing where Pac-Man was going to go in that interview. I just looked at some of the ideas I had, and I was like, well, these aren't going to work. And then you just roll with it and go whatever direction the conversations go, and that's part of the fun of this job.
Yeah, no, you guys did great. You know, it's sometimes unpredictable, and sometimes it could get awkward and weird when a guy doesn't have the longest answers or he says unpredictable stuff. But that was gold.
Yeah, he wasn't boring. You know, like that's the key thing there is.
Man, he was not boring.
You hate the dry and boring guess. You get somebody like that, and you're like, oh, that was fun. You know?
It's kind of like interviewing Jay Novacek, where you got to have a lot of questions and be on your toes.
Yeah, I could see that. Did you guys go to the media party last night? Were you trying to watch Mavs? Are they dead to you forever? Watch any stars? How did you guys break down the evening?
We media partied it up, so we were there for, I don't know, we might have closed it down. I can't remember what time we actually left.
11.
11?
Right when it closed.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So we,
last
we shut
call.
it down.
We were there.
I'll tell you what can be fun about Mavericks. Don't look at any box scores. Don't know any score about anything anybody did. It is fun when you come on the show and you're like, tell me what they did.
I did check out after the first quarter. Like the first quarter ended as soon as our show got done. They were trailing, and then I would get the updates, but I really wasn't paying attention to what was going on in the game at all.
Corey, I just want to check. Are you allowed to tell your Sean Merriman story on air or probably not?
I mean, we talked with Sean Merriman last night.
Did you tell him what you did to him?
I didn't. But last night.
That's what I want to know.
I was at a bar, a Bourbon O bar, and we were watching this jazz singer sing, and she was amazing. And she was a knockout, too. And we could, I was just like, wow. She was lights out, if you will, Kevin.
Yes.
And so I just happened
Lights
to, Adrian, we were getting ready to leave, and Adrian went to the restroom, and I looked out the window, and I saw Sean Merriman. And he's walking up to the lady, and he's talking to her and chatting, and I just wanted to go say hi to my friend Sean. I was like, oh, yeah, we talk to him all the time. I'm going to go say hi to him and let him know he's going to be coming on the show tomorrow. And then as soon as I said, hey, you need to check her out, she's amazing, she walked off. So I feel like I broke the moment where maybe he was having a conversation that was leading further.
Oh, no.
He told me that he thought maybe she was a boxer. So he was trying to see if she wanted to come in and be part of that as the great Jane Slater walks up to the
Are you sure that's
booth.
what he said? Maybe she was a boxer? Are you sure all of those words and versions of those words were in the right order?
No, maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah, but I hope that I didn't destroy something for him, is all I'm saying. You know, if there's something going on, I don't want to be that guy.
I imagine he's quite the boxer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, MMA training right there.
Yeah, that's a big dude, man. He is a giant. Not a lot of people make me feel small. That guy makes me feel small.
I'm surprised Jane, as she's taking a selfie with Walt right now, doesn't have the light out. Yeah. That was basically my obligation last night, is I was the photographer for Jane. Because we lost Bobby.
Now, by the way, she asked if we're on, and when we said yes, she goes, oh, because she's like, surely this nonsensical conversation would not be on the air right now. Oh, we're live, Jane, from Radio Row, courtesy of Stella.
Tim just looked over. He's like, don't we have better people to put on this show? We see her every week. They're like, ratings they just turned off.
No, everybody loves you, Jane. We all
What's
do.
up? How are you boys feeling today?
Busy.
Good. We just interviewed Pac-Man Jones. That was a fascinating adventure.
Was that?
Yes,
How many
it
twists
was.
and turns did you go on that adventure?
At least 5 of them.
I love that for you.
Starting with the very first question was, what's your favorite city? And he said Florida. At which
Well,
point,
I knew that was going to go somewhere, but you didn't tell him what was your favorite spot in Florida, did you?
No.
Yeah, I can only imagine where that would take you.
I did ask the follow-up question.
Tampa?
Any specific place in Florida?
He said Fort
And he goes,
Lauderdale.
oh, you meant city. Okay.
When you said city,
Yeah.
you actually meant
What's
When you
his
said
name,
city,
right?
you meant city.
But Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
Yeah, what an aura he
Pac-Man
has.
Jones.
So much aura.
Jane, what's your big assignment this week? What's your big thing?
What's your one big thing?
Yeah.
Close your ears, fans.
Okay.
I got the Eagles.
Oh. You should have seen Jane just looking into Dick Fangio's eyes.
Seriously,
as
dude.
he was explaining football.
What did you call him?
Excuse me?
It did sound like you called him D. Fangio.
I thought you called him Richard. Like short.
No way.
We got a correction.
We would
he's
never
got some
call him
allergy
Dick
problems.
I
Fangio.
was like, Mike, you'd love it. When I was like leaning in, I was like, tell me more about defense. It was honestly, I was so impressed with him and their offensive line coach. I mean, you can see why their players play for them. Offensive line coach told a story about how he's getting ready to go on vacation, and he got a call from Howie Roseman. It's like, I need you to go check out this player. And it was Jordan Mailata. He's like, nah, man, every year I go on a vacation, I'm out. And he's like, I need you to go. And he told like a 10-minute animated story of like he was doing whoosh and whoosh. And he was just so excited about him. And I'm like, God, I would totally play for this guy. And then Vic Fangio is like so old school. I just, listening to him talk about, with Patrick Mahomes, he said this is a guy that's been here, 7 or 8 times? And they haven't been able to beat him just one way. And just I said, are you excited then? Like, as a guy who's been doing this for decades, he's like, are you a masochist? Just the fact that Mahomes keeps him up at night. And just, the youth of the Eagles group, I mean, Reed Blankenship and talking to Cooper DeJean, they just don't seem like young guys. They've got an identity and culture that I think is really fun to cover. And it started this season when I was with them in Brazil.
If you had to guess, what do you think's coming up on G-Bag today?
A lot of interviews.
Yeah, your gold as always, Jane. Thanks for asking.
Do you want me to go help you grab some guys?
Yeah, let's grab some guys. That'd be awesome.
Let's grab some guys.
We got Paige Spearnack coming up at 2:20.
We
don't have Kay.
Did you see him perk up for what about Colleen Wolfe?
We have no. But Colleen's a big Eagle fan.
We're howling for that Wolf.
Yeah, I bet you are.
But do you believe in the purity of why they're seeking these interviews?
I didn't book these.
Because they actually think that here's what I will say about both of those women. Very attractive, but very smart, high football IQ. That's what I do appreciate about our network.
I mean,
very
talented
some of my
individuals.
friends could literally talk circles around some of the guys.
Agreed.
Cynthia Freeland, you get her on here. You guys.
Do you think Sporanic will correct Walchuk on a Dick Fangio question? Do you think
said,
hey,
you said his name that way intentionally?
Dick Fangio.
Okay.
Did you say Sporanic?
Sporanic?
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure it's
Sporanic.
Sporanic. Yeah,
Wow,
Sporanic.
I didn't Sporanic or
I
Sporanic.
do research before.
Holy moly.
We have guests on.
Sporanic?
I'm proud.
Sporanic.
Yeah.
You're nodding. Which one?
You need to ask her what she thinks about some of these up and coming girls that are trying to, copy the blueprint.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. She's a tastemaker.
It was like Paris Hilton invented the selfie. She invented the
golf.
The
swing.
hot golf chick.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. One more reason could I possibly give you to roll home with the G-Bag
Thank you.
Nation.
There you go.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
What?
14?
14?
See ya.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now, 469-599-HAIR. And if you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Okay, Advanced Hair, they have changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team that I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This is Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Live from Radio Row in New Orleans. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, live Radio Row in New Orleans. Brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois and by the Low T Center. Welcome into the show. Another big sports day here for you. General at your service at ease. Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout and NFL executive, is in the house in the Stella Artois hat. Lucius Alexander back in the Pimp Cup Master Control there, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go 5. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. DJ the DJ is here. DJ Pridemore, remote engineering. Tim Collins, remote producing. And Ruben Portillo assisting. Okay, that's pretty much the whole crew. As we get into our, third day of Radio Row coverage here on the Fan. Media Day party, guys. I think I might have set the record for shortest party in Super Bowl history. Okay, at worst, I'm upper 1 percentile. All right.
Did you even hit double digit in minutes?
Probably.
You might have hit the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm thinking somewhere in the 15-minute mark.
What turned you off?
Said hi to Joe Trahan, formerly of the Cowboys, now World Cup Joe Trahan.
Yeah, he's the man.
Okay, so I'm excited to see him again. We're going to rendezvous and get some soccer plans going here as we build up to the World Cup.
He said it's going to be huge. He said Dallas, it's going to be the biggest event Dallas has ever seen.
I'm glad you talked to him because he was painting the picture for us, and I'm like, look, one thing is our show's got Gavin Dawson, and Gavin Dawson's going to want to promote the hell out of soccer.
My guy.
So you need to make sure that we're there. And he said, I've already talked to Gavin. We're going to get some stuff in the loop.
Holy cow.
He was excited, man. It was great catching up with Joe. And the party, the food, did you get any of the shrimps?
Yes. Yeah, no, I got some shrimp, some chicken and pasta.
Okay.
It was
that
shrimp
good.
or chicken,
yeah.
Right? So I went with the chicken. That was delicious. And then nothing really set me off. I was just kind of like sitting there going like, this is really crowded. You know what did kind of set me off is everybody taking pictures in parties these days. Mm-hmm. So you're walking, it's like, you can't walk this way. Somebody's taking a selfie. Sorry, can't walk that way. And then I just felt like people on top of me, and I was like, you know what? I got to do this crap on Radio Row for 5 hours dealing with people constantly in my personal space. I'm not going to do this in here in my off time. I'm out of here.
I was walking trying to find Eric and Bobby because I somehow got misplaced from them. Next thing I know, somebody grabs my arm. It's Jane, and I have to do a full Big Brother moment because she's trying to get out of a conversation of a male who is flirting with her, right? Okay. And she is now spoken for. She has a relationship. Then after that, I find out Jane's got this device that it's like a mini light. I don't know she's got her phone to take the picture, and then there's also a light to help with the lighting. So I'm now her photographer with all of her friends taking these pictures, and I'm thinking, Bobby, what the hell? This is your job, and now I'm having to fulfill this role, and he's getting hammered out of his mind with Eric. Where did my friends go, and how did I get put in this position?
Bobby was worried about bumming money from everybody else to tip the bartenders.
Yeah, I've tipped all the bartenders. I know Sean cracked a joke, the Jewish guy borrowing money. Ha, 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 funny. It was.
We got to cool up the pictures in public places, though. That would be my...
Whoa.
Wow. You okay? What just happened? I don't know.
You choking yourself?
Yeah, I think I did.
There's a little Cajun spice that got caught up in the back there.
Honestly, I was feeling a little rough this morning, but the lunch spot that Brian took us to, gosh, it saved the day. I had the muff sandwich.
Yeah.
Probably the best muff sandwich I've ever had.
That thing, that was almost like a...
impressive muff.
The girth and tonnage on that muff.
Yeah.
It was like a medium pizza.
It was an overload of olives, though. So for you that don't like the olives, I did end up kind of like pushing some off.
See, there you go.
The chunky olives.
It's a little much, but, the thickness of these muffalettas, they are not skimping on...
Yeah.
On the innards of the sandwich.
Well, if you like the cold cut varieties with the various cheeses and stuff, and the bread is a special bread, it's that you could do it mainly with this, like I say, it's more of a wheel shape, or you could do it with a French loaf and stuff. But the tapenade, the olive tapenade is what he's talking about. So it's a combination of olives, peppers, olive oil, all on top of a sandwich. So it makes it a little messy to deal with. But paired with the cold cuts, if you like that, it's kind of that charcuterie board vibe.
Yeah.
Bread, cheese, meat, and then, your olives and stuff you get on the side.
Did you guys go to that Central Marketplace Corey was talking about?
No, we went to Paracells. That's
Paracells.
where, it's.
I got to tell RJ Ochoa.
It's like a dive bar.
It's
Okay.
it was completely. It's just it's a
Incredible
way,
kitchen, though.
way
Thanks
away.
for the shrimp basket.
Yeah, no, I was kind of thinking, Dawson, what's he going to get? And Chief goes, just get him the damn shrimp basket. I'm like, good call. So shrimp basket
you know
away.
me. I actually had a shrimp basket last night when I got back to the hotel.
Yeah.
And I ordered it with a sack of potatoes with Cajun
The
butter sauce
seasoning,
in
yeah,
there.
there you go. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And I was dunking the shrimp in there.
Yeah.
So I had
Yeah.
a bunch of that left over. I was dunking it like crazy.
Yeah.
All morning long. Basically, I've been in a shrimp paradise here in New Orleans. As is appropriate, I feel. If you're not an oyster guy, I think shrimp is definitely a good substitute.
That's one of the things I'm most looking forward to discovering about myself. If I am an oyster guy, like I got to get my hands on some legit ones out here and just see if that's my thing. They have like an oyster toast thing. It was like a spread last night.
Oyster lovers, they love
good.
it. The way they talk about it, it's almost like
charbroiled.
they're talking about intimacy.
Yeah, there's different ways you can make them. It's like
It is an
with
aphrodisiac.
Rockefeller's the way with the spinach and the Parmesan. Bienville's another way with the spinach Parmesan, put little bacon bits on it.
I like mine muy Bienville.
Bacon bits.
Some people just can eat a dozen raw. Just go with
That's crazy.
Just go with the crackers and the hot sauce and all that. Yep,
I'm not totally against seafood. I don't eat a lot of it, but just seeing that thing, it looks like a giant booger. I've never been able to get past the visual.
If you were just have it raw, it's like a snot ball that you're eating.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the food overall last night, 10 out of 10. The jambalaya, the gumbo, the fried chicken sandwiches.
Did you get the boudin? We had boudin balls today.
Yeah,
which
boudin
were
balls.
delicious
You guys
balls.
made the
I
most of
think we had boudin egg rolls last night.
Okay, that's yes. On the way out, I found them. I didn't know that they were there. They were delicious. And whatever sauce they smothered them in.
Was there like a lot of hovering over the food last night for you guys?
Early on.
Was it kind of like you guys were at a wedding?
Yes.
You just kind of hovering and talking to people.
The
and
lines were long.
Yeah,
The finger foods.
Oh, really?
Well, and some people were standing and taking pictures, to Gavin's point, or standing and drinking, and so you kind of had to cut those people. It seemed like the lines were longer than they actually were. But it was great. I mean, I think last year might have been a little better in Vegas, but the food was delicious.
Shams Charania reporting 35 seconds ago as Golden State pursues Kevin Durant, the two-time Warriors Finals MVP, has no desire in a reunion, does not want to go back. We're cooking, boys.
Oh, wow.
We are cooking.
So
this is the first thing that fell in place. We needed Kevin Durant to not want to go back to Golden State. Is this Nico working? Is this Nico working with his Nike guy?
I think so, man. I really believe that there's legs to this KD thing.
I tell you what, though, I'm talking to some folks over there. They're not holding their breath right now. But we've seen Nico just be able to kind of get deals done
and
without
keep them in the dark.
and keep them in the dark. And my guys are just kind of like, listen, we're doing the best we can with what we got. That they didn't seem really optimistic on a certain side of the building over there when I was talking to them this morning.
Wow. Now, I do understand there's quite a few Mavs fans that will not be excited, so I'm sorry for your loss of Luka. Getting Kyrie, AD, and KD together, depending on what you have to give up, might make your immediate ceiling higher. I know there's a long-term concern here with Luka, but I think for a lot of basketball fans, this would be, still very exciting. Maybe not quite as fulfilling as watching Luka lead the team to a championship, but assembling that kind of talent, that would be something. I don't know if it would forgive the trade because of, how little that you got in return. But hot dang, that would be exciting. Kevin Durant back to Golden State has been the top story for at least 48 hours. Last night, a lot of the insiders were saying, I thought there was a point at which this was going to go through, right? So as they're hearing that, you check with Kevin Durant. He's like, no, I don't want to go back there. That was a great time, won 2 championships, but don't want to do that. So where else could he go? Are there other favorites?
I know there's multiple teams that are. I don't know exactly which teams they are, but I know the reports are that there's multiple teams that are expressing interest in calling Phoenix about Kevin Durant. So if he's ruling out the Warriors, I think that's the biggest hurdle there, because that seemed like the most likely thing.
Yeah.
But now that that's not happening, I don't know. Miami with Jimmy Butler, I don't think they can pull off with the apron stuff and just how weird everything is. I don't think Miami could end up bringing back a Kevin Durant. So I don't know how. I'm not sure exactly which other teams are interested. I wonder if Houston is interested at all, because they certainly could use a guy to sort of put them over the top a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a really good sign that he does not want to join the Warriors.
That's crazy that popped up right when I searched it, but maybe it's not that crazy because I've been putting Kevin Durant into the Twitter search box like every 10 minutes for the last 24 hours, really. Since the report broke, especially last night, that it's a dream of the Mavs to try to make this happen. The guy probably still a top 10 player. Obviously he's old, so he can't do it as consistently as he once did. But the guy's shooting 52% from the floor. He's playing 36 minutes a night. He's shooting 40% from three, 6 rebounds, still giving you over a block per game and nearly a steal per game. So I don't know where he falls right now in the MVP candidates. Obviously, you have your Giannis and your Luka and your Doncic or your Jokic and Edwards and Shea is probably the 5 biggest names in basketball right there, but Kevin Durant not too far behind. So, again, just to reset you on that, Sham's saying Kevin Durant has no desire in a reunion to Golden State.
Okay, Windhorse just said that Kevin Durant will either stay in Phoenix or join Miami.
Really? So they'll figure out another way to get it done?
Well, I don't know how many teams you have to loop in. There's a lot of gymnastics involved. I think especially on the side of the Phoenix Suns with it ultimately trying to get Jimmy. But I don't know. There's a lot that has to be done. There's probably multiple team trade, but that is apparently what Windhorse was just saying on the NBA ESPN show.
It's funny. I was talking to some folks last night around the league, and they said, and just, hey, take it for what it's worth. They said, if you think Luka's a pain in the ass, KD's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So there's the first word everybody says is super talented, super player. But if you thought Luka was a pain in the ass,
Kevin Durant's a bigger pain in the ass than Luka?
It sounds that way.
What is it with these superstar players? I guess you got to figure out how to deal with them.
I just was like going, man, in football, I go, hey, we had to deal with a few of them, but, man, it sounds like in basketball, every time you turn around, you're having to deal with those kinds of guys.
Okay, Stars came up short in Anaheim 2-1, first of a 6-game roadie. They are in L.A. on Friday, San Jose on Saturday. They'll fly east next week. Cowboys have a new assistant defensive line coach. Have a lot of stuff to cover. Stay tuned. We're here with you for the next 5 hours in New Orleans. We'll be all over the Kevin Durant sweepstakes or trade rumorooskies. Trade deadline, by the way, tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, right? So we have just under 24 hours to get this thing sorted. And, if it's not KD, hopefully the Mavs have something else big in mind to kind of rebalance that perimeter scoring. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. Paige Sporanic, pro golfer turned model and influencer, is next with you here live right on Radio Row in the Nation.
But for
Barricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here, Radio Row in New Orleans. Our coverage brought to you by Stella Artois and the Low T Center. You can watch us on Twitch and YouTube. You might want to right now. Former pro golfer turned model and influencer. You're looking at 11 million followers on social. She was named Sexiest Woman Alive at Maxim's 2022 Hot 100 list. First athlete to attain that number one spot.
Hell yeah, she was.
Paige Sporanic here with you on The Fan. And a good afternoon. How the heck are you?
What an intro. Just follow
Goodness
me around
gracious, you
everywhere and introduce
Hype
me that
squad.
way. I
Let's
love
go.
that. I like that. Feeling good about myself right now.
As you should.
So, Sports Grid brings you to Radio Row. What do we need to know about this?
Yeah, so we created Los Pages, which is a destination of fantasy, gambling, casino, lifestyle, and so much more. And we launched our first show on February 2nd. It's called Gimme Props, where people write in and give me prop bets, and I have to try to win. And first two episodes are pretty fun. The second episode, I have a double-stacked burger, which is the size of that football, and I have to try to finish it in 5 bites.
5 bites?
5 bites. I still have lockjaw from trying to defeat that challenge. It's physically taxing.
Yes.
How much of a dent did you put into that thing?
You're going to have to watch and see. But I will say that I do have a big mouth, so
You're probably gonna. You're the woman for the job.
I'm the woman for
Is
the
there
job.
training that goes into that? Do you have to like loosen up the jaw?
Yeah,
or-
massage it out. Yeah, get ready for it.
I don't know what Joey Jaws does. Like if there's any techniques.
I
here.
love it though, welcoming in the eating component to this situation.
Yeah, it's funny. I did a challenge a couple years ago because we were watching the hot dog eating competition. I was like, I wonder how many I can do in 10 minutes. I was like, I'll just film it. And people went crazy over it. And so
For
then I had to
sure.
do that every year now. And now
Yes.
people always want to do food challenges. I have no idea why, but they
great
seem to love it.
Yeah. How many did you get in 10 minutes? Because I got 9.5.
Yeah, Wolchuk did hit 9.5.
That's impressive. I did 6.5.
Okay.
It's the technique is you have to double fist and you have
Okay.
to dip them in water.
So you do the
And
dip.
It helps. It's easier. It's
Yes.
gross, but it's
disgusting.
easier.
And so every time I would do it, I would gag, and I was like, just gotta fight through it. And it's just you're done after 10 minutes. You're like, I never want to see a hot dog
Yeah.
ever again.
I'm good on
and then
that.
a week later, I'm on the golf course. I'm like, I'll have a hot dog.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's inspiring as hell.
Thank you.
It really
Thank
is.
you. Yeah, doing the good work.
Doing
in
the
here.
Lord's work right now.
When you talk about gambling and what you're involved with that, as a golfer, what's your favorite gambling game to play on a golf course? Are you a wolf? Are you? Yeah. What's your game when you tee it up? What do you kind of organizing for the group?
There's so many really fun ones.
Yeah.
There's this game called Snake.
Okay.
And it has to do with putting. And so every time someone 3 putts, then you add on an amount after that. And so on the last hole, whoever has the snake has to pay that amount in whatever you decide it be.
Oh, geez.
So someone's stuck, like you have a 3 putt or like a 5-footer on the last hole, and you know that, a couple grand is on the line if you miss it.
Yeah.
And it's stressful, and you don't really think about it that
Yeah.
often. Then all of a
Wow.
sudden you're like on 16, 17, 18, you're like, oh no. I hope
So
I
you're
don't
like
break butt.
lining them up.
Yeah, you're really focusing.
You're having the caddy. Hey, take a look at this.
Yeah. I think it's right edge.
But obviously, like front 9, back 9 total
Sure.
is like the typical one everyone does.
Yeah.
Now, you were a champion golfer in college, weren't you? Very competitive sports family.
Yeah, so played junior golf and then played college golf at San Diego State University, was all conference there. And then from my family, my sister ran track at Stanford, my mom, professional ballet dancer, my aunt, professional tennis player, and my dad played football at Pitt when they won national championship. So we kind of have everything covered, come from a big sports family. And so they were like, you're going to be a professional athlete in something, so figure it out.
Wow.
And then when I didn't make it, I had to pivot, and I'm still lucky enough that I can stay in golf. But my goal was to be on tour.
And, you kind of dabbled with that for a little bit. Were you part of the reason the LPGA made the dress code changing?
No, everyone thinks that, but I wasn't playing at that time. I wrote a piece in Forbes about it, and so that's how I got associated with the dress code. And obviously dress code has been a big part of my brand and what I stand for. I just think that they shouldn't have strict dress codes at public golf courses, at country clubs, and in pro golf. I think that's fine, but you'll grow the game a lot more if you just allow people to get out there in clothes that they already have in their closets, because golf is expensive, golf clothes are expensive, and I think a lot of people don't get into the game because of the restrictions on the dress code. And I think if you eliminate that, then more people will get into it.
Do you feel like you've now seen an uprising of other social media influencers in golf? Like you seem like you've kind of trailblazed a new element here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool. When I first started doing this now 10 years ago, which is crazy, there was no career path to do what I'm doing today. And so I just had to figure it out, and I made some mistakes along the way. I'm really happy with the brand and the business that I built, and now there's so many other women in golf who have been able to do what I do from following in my footsteps, and same on the men's side as well. They do it a little bit different than I've done it, but it's really blossomed, and it's really cool to be a part of that really like OG portion of it.
When it comes to trying to dial in on the perfect swing, what do you think is more of an impediment from like a physical build standpoint? Like your particular build?
Yes.
Or like a John Daly in a spare tire situation? Like what is tougher to swing?
You know, it's funny. They're kind of one and the same. So a lot of women ask me how to swing a golf club, obviously with the way that women are built. So you have to go over under with the way that you set it up. But it's... You're like, you're processing right now.
I am, yeah. I'm locked in. This is educational.
So if you go over and you go under, then when you do your takeaway, you're already in the correct position. But if you go under on your left arm, if you're a righty, you are stuck.
Okay.
And so no matter of your build, if you have, something in front of you there, always over under.
There you go, Chuck. We're going on under.
I'm
over under from now on.
I'm a juggy man myself, so I need some help in that area.
I think my guy Wolchuk, we go to Bourbon. How many beads do you think this guy can collect? Are you kidding me?
Just stacked.
I bet a Woolly Bully versus Spear and Hack.
Let's go beat for beat.
I bet Wolchuk can put up some serious numbers here.
Yeah.
On the bead front.
I think I'm going to give it to you. I might give it to you.
Now, would you consider or would you advise considering a reduction, or do you feel like that actually didn't, once you've adjusted it, it hasn't impacted your ability to score?
It's sort of like slapping God in the face a little bit.
Yeah, I would think so.
No, I would never. I play, I'm a plus 3.9 handicap, so
good.
I didn't make it on tour, not because of the girls, but because of my head. I'm a mental head case. So if I could fix that before I could fix my reduction, I would 100% do that.
Did you do the thing where you're playing where you start with a good 9 and you're like, man, if I can just match this, then I'll have this score at the end? Or what was your mental hang up there?
The first tee. Like, I put so much pressure on myself, and in practice rounds, I would shoot, 64, 65. Then tournament day, I'm like, is this a golf club? How do you hold it? I couldn't handle the pressure, and that's what separates the best in the world, especially in golf, because it is such a mental sport, that I had the physical ability to play, but when the pressure was on and I need to execute the shots, I crumbled. Every single time I crumbled, and I just couldn't handle the pressure. But it's really interesting because what I do now, I'm just much better suited for. Right. In golf, you have the vulnerability and I struggled with the competitiveness, and that hurt me in pro golf. But as a influencer, being vulnerable, I've been able to connect with so many people. And so I just was never meant to do that. I'm meant to do what I do now.
Paige, when it's in your golf background and all that, do you gravitate towards what they do at Waste Management with that kind of environment, or live, or are you more of the traditionalist, what we see at major championships and that kind of golf?
I'm both. I think in golf, everyone thinks it's one way or the other, and it's so black and white. And I think that you can have all these different tournaments with an individual vibe, and that's what makes golf so special. It's like, when you're going to the WM, it's going to be a party.
Right.
I wouldn't want that week in and week out, and I know the players definitely wouldn't want that week in and week out. And then you go to the Masters, which is like ultimate tradition, and there's something so special about that, and being on the golf course without a phone and being disconnected, and I love that. And so there's all these certain personalities of these events, and I think that's what makes golf so special. I think golf gets in its way of growing because they think it has to be either music on the golf course or no music on the golf course, this way or that way. And it's like, no, it can all work together, even with social media golf and pro golf. It can work together to reach more audiences, and that's what we want. We want to grow the game of golf.
Brought to you by Sports Grid, the #1 sports betting news network. Paige Sporanic, thank you so much for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Cheers. Thank you. Best of luck to you. Congratulations on all your success. There goes Paige as we are off now here back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
All right, man.
There's your intro, Lucius. There's your intro.
There we go. Yeah, I got hella time stamps.
Proper segue.
All right. So it's day 3 right here for you, Mr. Broadus. G-Bag of the day. Where's Dawson at?
I'm right here.
Okay, Dawson, could you put a little sauce on that G-Bag of the day for me there, sir?
Yes, sir. The G-Bag of the day is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best, and that is your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir. I'm going to send Woolchuck and him a text.
We're still on the air.
We're still on the air.
Freaking gold.
We're exchanging numbers now.
Woolchuck is doing the most. All right, here's Broadus right here, man. He sounds like that kid Seth from Superbad. He had sleeping bags and sporting goods stores on his mind.
I would have gone and bought a sleeping bag from like Dick's or one of those sporting goods stores and just said, here, listen, just get in that. If you get cold,
Zip it up.
Zip it up,
bag.
yeah. I just can't be sick,
Well, speaking of Dixon Sports, big L to all of us. We lost.
I knew you were going to do something with that.
Well, we lost.
I was thinking of another sporting goods store, and I couldn't think of another name, like Oshman's or something like that.
Sports Authority Academy.
I couldn't, yeah. And Dick's immediately came into my mind. Pause.
Hey, you
pause.
said it. You said it with your mouth. That was your mouth that said that.
You tried to slow down, too. I felt you down.
That might be G-Bag of the year right there.
I hate this.
It gets better and better, man. That thing is aging extremely well. Broadus, I think you have your volume up on your laptop.
Do I? I probably do. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Come in crusty.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, it's not me.
Hey, is Paige still around there? Because that crowd behind y'all is growing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
she just left. The crowd got large.
Yeah, I need to leave some Gatorades around there.
Yeah, I need an IV.
Look at the
Reggie's like, I caught you, Wolchuk. I caught you taking a glimpse.
I was not going to get Zuckerberg on this one.
I was trying very hard to keep my eyes up.
I was freaking locked in.
You did?
I appreciate how you asked her about her golf swing.
Yeah.
And how she was able to do
and then the slapping God in his face line.
Oh, that's such an epic Superbad reference. I did ask off air for Hagee, does Paige have nipples? And
yes.
She said she does not. It's actually just one big uniboob.
There's conspiracy theories about whether or not she does have that part of the breast. And, she confirmed she doesn't.
Huh.
Don't know how I feel about that.
I don't either.
Sort of alien-like.
What?
Great talent.
Why did you guys ask that question?
I did.
Hagee. It was for Hagee. It was for research purposes.
Hagee had thought this.
No, there's a whole bit about it online.
Oh, okay.
Now people are saying they're pierced.
Oh, okay.
Wow. All right,
I liked her for a mind to myself, Lucius.
Hey.
Her analysis. Her energy.
Her energy was good. She's got good energy.
Might swerve and bend the corner.
As a girl dad, I don't appreciate this objectification.
I know. I don't either, really.
Okay, well, let's dig it on out the dish there here, LA.
You can tell how much of an athlete she is, though.
You got it, Lucius.
Dig it on
I did
out
notice
the
the
dish.
ankles. Ankles were impressive.
Nice and thin?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like she was talking about, like it's because it's a mental problem for her. It's not a physical thing at all.
Y'all
Hey, can you
get too
kick that
thirsty.
shoe off there and let's see what we're working with here?
We got more clips.
Nope.
I want to get some of like Chiafalo's little highlight things that he was doing after she spoke. I mean, the double entendre game might not have ever been better. I don't know how many were intentional, but some of them were gold. When you said we might be drained, I was like, you got to be kidding me, bro.
Well, it was. I mean, she painted the picture pretty graphically.
She did.
The double fisting of the hot dogs.
I mean, she dropped a lockjaw line within 5 seconds.
It was pretty incredible, the whole thing.
Totally in her bag.
If only we were at night still, that would have gone way crazier.
What y'all want me to do? What you want me to do, bro?
Save us.
What you want me
Do we
to
have
do?
a second nominee, Lucius?
Oh, do we?
Didn't you guys find her as inspiring as I did?
You did. I did.
I think we all did. Yeah.
We all did, yeah.
Yeah. Y'all need a little IV drops, some Gatorade out there.
I need some recovery.
Y'all need some recovery, bro.
Might need to head back to the room. Where's those bounty wipes at?
Pedialyte. Y'all need some Pedialyte.
Distance. I'm glad the kids aren't out of school yet. Yeah, put the kids to bed.
I hope y'all girls ain't listening.
Going all the way around.
I know, I'm just not saying a word.
Well, how am I supposed to transition from this?
I don't know, man.
It's time to vote.
Wait a minute. You got to put somebody up
I'm
against
voting for Brian.
No, what are we doing? Jeez, this is not fair.
Y'all see why I like being around women more than the guys? See how guys change when women come around?
Absolutely.
They get strange, bro. They get strange.
I don't even know who I was. I almost got on all fours, Lucius.
Bro, oh my God. Hey, man, here goes Tolo Cowboy right here. He called in. I can't remember whose show it was now at this point, but he's frustrated with the Luka vibes.
First of all, you don't trade Luka. But if you do, you get a haul like hey Jerry did with Herschel Walker. You get a haul. People would have been throwing first-round picks to get Luka. And I just don't get it. But what I do want to do while I'm on here is Luka, if you listening, Luka, I love you, man. You'll always be the face of the Dallas Mavericks. You are the franchise. I don't care if you are in L.A. I love you, Luka. I got your jersey. You'll forever be a Dallas Maverick. We burying Nico right now. He talking about 10 years from now we gonna be burying him. No, we burying him right now. Nico, you trash. You're a bum. You out of here. Cowboy Tolo out. And I have to change my name now because I'm not messing with the Cowboys or the Mavericks no more. I am no longer a Cowboy fan, and I'm no longer a Maverick fan. Wow. Go Stars, go Rangers. I am always and forever be Dallas. I love you, Luka. And Luka, hey, just do the best you can, man. Hopefully we'll see you again. And I know when you come to Dallas, you're going to bust our butt. I'm going to say it like that. I know you're going to bust our butt every time you come. I'm going to be for you every time you come to Dallas.
Okay, all right.
Good call. I respect the passion.
Oh, Jesus. What else we got right here for you boys?
Rangers and Stars are vying for Tolo.
Let's see what else we got for you boys, because, oh, my God. You guys are in the doozy. The chemistry got you. She put you boys under a spell. Earth the G-bag.
Where are we?
Yeah.
Hey, if you would have seen them toes, Lucius, I'll tell you what.
Yeah. I'm not going to get involved. Hey, so Big Trump has been throwing out tariffs out here, right?
He has.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. He's been throwing them out like they were cookies. Here you go, one for you, one for you.
We're colonizing Gaza now, too?
Yeah, they're making a vacation site.
Trying to make Canada a state.
Yes.
Even throw some tariffs on Canada.
Yep.
And they're so confusing, like even to the point where the announcers don't even still understand how to use it yet.
Front skate. This will actually be a 2.5-minute power play for the Detroit Red Wings due to the 25% tariff that has been imposed on penalties to Canadian-based teams.
Pretty good.
Seems excessive.
Seems excessive.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Did you hear the Canadian crowd boo the American hockey teams, though? They've been doing this a lot.
They boo their own national anthem occasionally too.
Do they?
They do. When it's sung in English, they boo it. When it's sung in French, they boo it.
Okay.
Just boo it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've had the Americans respond to booing some of the Canadas.
Oh, have we?
Oh, that's how we were. You know, it takes a lot to make the French, not the French, but the Canadians upset.
Yeah.
Now we're booing them back. Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow.
Yeah, we return fire. And I think many of them are French at heart.
Yeah, that's why I said French.
They're friendly.
Yeah.
All righty. What do you say?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Well, I mean, I do have another one, but we're up against it, my guy.
Is it our champ Broadus? Is it Tolo Cowboy phone call still loves Luka? Or is it the penalty tariff coming into the NHL? I'll go with Broadus.
Oh, jeez.
Me too. 2 for him. Lucius?
Absolutely.
Wilchuk?
Yep. Brian.
or Tolo, please.
By a score 4-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Brian Broaddus telling us what's always jumping into his mind. Okay, coming up next, guys, where are we going here? We got, we have Michael Brockers now set for 3 o'clock, right? The former LSU man.
Yeah.
Go Tigers, yeah.
We'll have Chop sit down with us. We'll talk some NFL and find out his experience last night when it came to the media part.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
basketball's national championship. The best part, you don't even have to jump through hoops to win. It's so simple, and you probably do it already. From now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app. Listen to your friends at the Fan for an hour, and you get your daily entry. That's it. It's all part of an Odyssey national contest. And if you listen daily already, just make sure you're getting it an hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. All price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're live on Radio Row. Michael Brocker's coming up at 3. We're hoping for another development here in the Kevin Durant story arc. At the top of the show, it was reported by Shams he doesn't want to go back to Golden State. And we were thinking, oh my goodness, what next could fall? And then Wendy said he'll either go to Miami or stay in Phoenix. So that's kind of the report of record for now.
It sounds like to me that they've eliminated Golden State out of the conversation, that Phoenix and Miami are going to try and hammer this thing out.
Yeah, that's the way I see it as of now. As RJ Choppy sits down with you here on the Fan. And how you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Doing good. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, hasn't it, with the Shoddy hire and then the Luka thing.
What do you mean?
What give the afternoon audience just a flavor of your view here of the Luka trade and where the Mavs go from here.
I still don't understand it. I still don't understand how none of it makes sense. Not the fact that they gave him away for nothing. He didn't ask out. There was no indication from Luka's camp, according to him, that he wasn't going to sign an extension. This was Nico, it seems, creating their own window, just manufacturing a window that didn't need to be there of 3 years for whatever reason, because that's about what you did. I mean, you broke the 2 rules of the NBA. You traded young for old, and you traded the best player in the deal. I mean, that almost always loses. And if this was like a situation where there was so much pressure on him to win today, okay, I can understand that you would want to maybe make some moves, but this doesn't make you, I don't think, necessarily appreciably better. Maybe you are. Maybe in a playoff series you're a little tougher, but there was no pressing need to win. It hadn't been 30 years. It's not the Cowboys might need to do a win now move like this. I just didn't understand it at all.
Yeah. So what do you think? Like, where do they go from here? Can they seriously contend with just Kyrie Irving? You know basketball. You know how important it is to have a bigger guy in the perimeter that can create his own shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. Kyrie can, basketball's talked about it. You can shut him down in a playoff series. I mean, he's not that big. Look, I could absolutely see them going through and manufacturing ways to get through the Western Conference again. I don't know that they would, win the whole thing. But, yeah, I could, close my eyes and envision it. But it's not likely. You're a piece away at least. You need somebody else. I don't know how they're going to get that other person now. One of their main strengths is depth. I mean, that's a huge, huge strength for them. And, yeah, I actually think Max Christie is an underrated part of this deal. I mean, he's a good player. He had a good game last night, but that is not going to be enough. It's just not.
Now, what kind of optimism do you have here for the Cowboys? With the OC hire, with Schottenheimer, it looks like they're going to go to the run game, which I like.
Well, they need help on the offensive line, right? That would help with the run game. I wonder, in the draft, if Genty is there or one of their top offensive line guys is there, which route would they go to? Because I've talked to Bros about this a lot. We've both talked about how when you're good at drafting something, kind of stick with what you're good at, and they're really good at finding offensive line, but that's not sexy. And I feel like the Cowboys want, because they've had a disastrous offseason last year, they're probably not going to do a splash this year. Nobody enjoyed the coaching search. I have a feeling that they're just going to go with a splashy type pick. Could be a wide receiver, could be Genty, but we all know that nobody in the NFL wins, no matter who your quarterback is, unless it's Mahomes. If you don't have an offensive line, you're going to struggle.
Did you get a feel from Zach talking to him like he wants to come back? Or I mean, he definitely said I'm a free agent.
Yeah, he made a point. He made it a point to remind everybody that I am a free agent. We were sitting there, me and Sean were like, wow, we had forgotten that he was a free agent, but I guess it's the void years. He made it a point to say that he's a free agent, but he wants to play again. He wants to get healthy. That's his number one, because I don't think he's been healthy. 2 years ago, he missed camp. That's never good. We saw that with Brandon Ayuk this year. CD he was good, but it wasn't a normal CD year type thing. And he's older, and he was hurt this year, so we have not seen him for like 2 years be at the top of his game.
Did I see Tank's going to be on with you guys as well, DeMarcus Lawrence? No?
I think he canceled.
Oh, he canceled.
I think he canceled.
I
He knew Bobby was on as well.
Bobby. It's the curse of Bobby.
How was Bobby this morning?
Bobby's first segment was rough. He got scolded. Dad scolded him, and that's what happened. He got scolded because
he go
Bobby,
big last night.
Bobby did Bobby things.
Okay.
Bobby did what he does at every media party, which is chug. He would order 2 drinks at once.
Sure.
Yeah, he did the Travis Kelce of media party, 2 things at once, right? Just chugging beers. Or in this case, it was a mixed drink and a shot. And that's what happened to Bobby.
Did Ross Tucker really call him a werewolf?
Yeah, something like that. Neckbeard, werewolf.
Yeah.
But, he looks just... We see him at the airport, and it's like, dude, he has patches
up to
of
his
hair.
eyes.
Like, he has we have eyebrows. He has under eyebrows. And he doesn't shave there. It connects, like, to the back of his neck, into the back of his hair from his beard, goes down underneath his shirt. You can't tell where the chest hair starts. It's a wild thing. He's got to get the just shave it up a little bit.
Damn near a ski mask of hair. This guy, Bobby Bell.
Right.
Are you a New Orleans guy? Do you like it here?
Earmuffs. I think it's vermin.
Really?
Vermin.
It is very unique.
Now,
sense.
the good news is I have been crop dusting this city from start to finish.
There you go. Fit right
and
in.
Nobody knows.
You're probably making it smell better.
You can't tell.
No.
You can't tell.
But
Food's great. Food's great. The food's good.
All the Philadelphia people here, combined with just the general aroma of urine and vomit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There are smells in this city that I had forgotten about, but from growing up in the Portland area, you'd be downtown, you'd be like, wow, that's a really rough, strong smell, right? And I don't think I've smelled that at any point other than being in one of these two cities.
They should move the CDC here because I think you can test some of these.
It's
you
ground
do some
zero.
gain of function research on some of these smells. See what's going on with that.
All right, buddy. Well, good to see you. Have fun. Best of luck down there at the casino. How they treat you so far?
First day I was up 200. Then yesterday I lost all that 200. So I'm even.
What's the biggest day you've ever had at a blackjack table? To the upside.
It was here at the Harrah's. I think I won like $3,000 at the blackjack table that day. That was the biggest one at the blackjack table. Craps, I don't think it was that. I think it was like 2,800 at craps. 27.
Not too bad, man.
Yeah.
Best
I
of
like
luck
this
to
place.
you.
This is a good spot.
You back this afternoon?
Oh, we'll go back.
Okay.
Tennessee's on the night. I'll be at the sports book.
There we go. Nice, dude. Well, thank you, RJ. RJ and
Yes,
Choppy
sir.
Show 6 to 10 weekday mornings. He's the sane one usually between Sean and Bobby battling it out, getting into arguments. Okay, Michael Brockers, LSU guy, I think 12-year NFL vet. We'll get his thoughts on the game and the stories of the day coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that, though, because you might be getting ready to head on out of here.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
Today we're live on Radio Row, day 2. It is brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois and the Low T Center. And we are standing by for Michael Brocker, so expect a rather large human being to be walking this way at some point in this segment. Before we get there, let's have some NFL news of the day with your guy, Zach Wolchuk.
Let's do it. The expert predictions are in for the Super Bowl, and this is just for the worldwide leader, ESPN. They polled everybody on staff. The votes, 41 predicting the Chiefs get the Lombardi, the 3-peat. 26 people predicting an Eagles victory. All right, so pretty big favor there for the Chiefs.
41-26 Chiefs?
41-26 Chiefs.
That's lower than I thought it'd be.
Yep, they've got the advantage. You thought it'd be more. Chiefs have, like, what are you thinking, like 50?
Yeah, like
20?
50-17.
Yeah.
Or, you know, there's not a lot of Eagles people in the media. I don't know how many of those folks are from Philadelphia or you know, are close to them. But, yeah, maybe even higher than that. Maybe like 55-12 is what I would have guessed.
38-31 Chiefs winning the game was the most predicted score. So we'll have to see, hey, do these ESPN personalities know what the hell they're talking about? My vote is nobody knows what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, predictions are tough, man. I mean,
never
if you
know.
played this game 10 times, I think one team would only win it at most 7.
I think the Eagles are definitely the better football team. The Chiefs just, I think, have the better head coach, the better quarterback, and maybe the best coordinator in the game with Steve Spagnuolo. And ultimately, that's going to be the difference maker. And for everything that's going on with the Eagles defensively, like Jalen Carter is the next big thing, but Chris Jones is still the best defensive player in the game, in my opinion, with what he's been able to do in fourth quarters. And Chris Jones, you'd think, hey, when they ask him, who's your biggest competition in the AFC, they've beaten the Bills 4 years in a row. Would he go with Buffalo? Instead, he's still going with Joe Burrow and the Bengals, as Chris Jones was asked this at media opening night. Nope. Let's go to Josh Jacobs, shall we?
Wait a minute.
Josh
You probably
Jacobs.
threw something to me, didn't you?
I did, but don't worry about it.
What'd you throw, buddy? I probably have it over here.
It was
pretty sure.
Chris Jones. It was Chris Jones talking about who's their biggest competition in the AFC.
I'm going to say Cincinnati Bengals. They're always at the coast. Unfortunately, injuries have played a huge part in there.
mad. I couldn't be mad. Like, Dallas traded up and got him. I was happy for him, you know. But, you know, after that, I was like, all right, where am I going, you know? So, you know, St. Louis drafts me. So, everything happens for a reason.
That's the voice of Michael Brockers here on the fan.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Michael,
Brian.
it's funny, the pre-draft, you had no really, I mean, you know, sometimes at the combine, guys kind of get a feeling that, or visits, those 30 visits, you never had a feeling that, like, Dallas or anybody was interested, or you just kind of going through, hey, whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, happens, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a believer, so I just knew if I did the right things, you know, everything would happen, you know, for my good, you know. So for me, I went through it was a little hectic going through the interviews because everybody was like, oh, you're so young, you're this, you're that. You know, I think I was a redshirt sophomore when I left, so I only did 3 years and I was gone. So a lot of people wanted to see about my maturity. So I think I wanted to show a lot of people that I was mature and, you know, so I handled everything really vaguely. I didn't want to, you know, tip the scale in any kind of way. I wanted to be, you know, likable for everybody.
Michael, you have a great radio voice.
Oh, thank you.
What are you getting into here post-playing career? Any podcasting or broadcasting?
Yes, sir. I do have my own podcast. It's called The Broadcast.
Cool.
You know, playing on the names.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I got the broadcast, have my own brand, the Brock brand. So just doing a lot of things, you know, betting on myself, working for myself.
Great 11-year career. And, you know, in this game, you had a fantastic game. Didn't you have like 7 tackles and you hold Tom Brady to 13 points?
Yep. Right.
I mean, how do you guys reflect on that? A hell of a job by the defense, but the team, you know, came up just short.
Man, I mean, that's why you play this game, man. That's why you can't hope that, you know, we have the best athletes, we have the best team, we're going to win a game. That's why it's any given Sunday. You have to be able to execute on Sunday to win a game. So, for me, I just, you know, I appreciate just getting there, you know, because there's guys older than me that have been in this game that never even got to a playoff.
Yeah.
So for me to say I got to the big game, played phenomenal in the game, just didn't come up, you know, on the winning side. I mean, I did everything I could. I did the best I could that year, and I think everybody did that year.
Your path to the Super Bowl, you actually played the Cowboys in the divisional round.
Oh, I was so ready for that.
Oh, okay. So what are your memories from that game? Because it was a close one-score game. You know, Dak hits Michael Gallup a big play late. They end up scoring. The Amari Cooper early touchdown. Zeke was humming, still in his prime then. I mean, that was a Cowboys team we were thinking, okay, maybe they had the opportunity to do it.
Don't we think that every year, though?
No, I don't know if we think that anymore, Brian. Michael, I don't know.
But no, I think leading into that game, you know, at that time Dallas's O-line was really stout, you know, and that was a challenge. Hey, are they going to run the ball? Can they run the ball? And I think we were up for that challenge. Like, no, y'all not running the ball on us because we know if they can run the ball, then their play action game helps them a lot. So we knew if we stopped the run, they were going to be one-dimensional, and they can't beat us one-dimensional.
Sorry, Zach.
No, you're good.
When you say you guys were ready for that game, you were fired up. Is that because it was against the Cowboys, or it was the playoffs, or what went into that?
I think it was because it was the Cowboys. I don't know what happened prior. Maybe we played a game and we lost to them, you know, before that. I forgot. But, you know, I know we were humming for that game. Or maybe we lost the year earlier in the wild card round to Atlanta.
Yes.
And I think that we were fired up off of that. Yeah, we wanted to be, you know, go to the Super Bowl.
It's Michael Brockers here with you on the Fan.
You mentioned the running game, and that's something we talk about a lot. I think getting a defensive lineman's perspective, the running back resurgence is kind of coming back, and we're having the conversation about, like, Ashton Genty in the draft. Should the Cowboys maybe take him? What's your defensive mentality for that? Is it really all about the offensive line, or do you notice a difference when you're playing against a Barkley, a Derrick Henry, compared to, say, an Isaiah Pacheco, who was a 7th-round guy?
I mean, when you got a special guy back there, he's going to be special. I played against AP, you know, so AP put 297 on us one year. So, you know, I've seen somebody phenomenal, just you can't do anything about it. He's going to get his numbers. I think as a team, we went into it like knowing, hey, corners have to set the edges. If the corners set the edges, they can't run outside. They can't get away from my D-line. Funnel them inside so they can't get away. And I think that was the game plan.
Who was when you think about the toughest lineman you ever had to go up against, who comes to mind for you?
Man, I played. So when I first got drafted, I think the big conception was St. Louis needs a D-line to match up with the 49ers offensive line. They had a offensive line full of first-rounders. I think they had Glenn Davis, I think was his name, and Mike Iupati, Joe Staley, like a bunch of guys on that O-line. And I think going against Mike Iupati and just hearing his history and his lineage of like how many people he dominated, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be a long day.
Were you a trash talking kind of guy?
Not really, bro. Trash talking takes a lot of energy off you. But I mean, I was a retaliation kind of guy.
Okay.
So if I felt you do like something, kind of fucked up to me in the game, I would try to get you back throughout the game. So yeah, that was me.
What about quarterbacks? Do quarterbacks like to talk S a little bit?
No, not much. I mean, we all know Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers will talk. I mean, he was one that could be able to talk shit to you and still get his game, his play. You know, most quarterbacks can't do that. You got the Toms, things like that, who have control. I think everybody thinks he's arrogant, which he is a little, but A-Rod, A-Rod, he'll wink at you or something, get you off sides, he'll wink at you. It's like, fuck.
Okay, it's Michael Brockers here with you on the Fan. I do have to step in there because you're keeping our producer on our toes.
Okay.
We're on traditional radio.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
I know it's hard now.
I'm sorry.
There's a gray area because, like, McAfee's cussing all the time.
All the time.
And the podcasts are cussing all the time. So, like, our guests are starting to think it's cool. And it's totally fine.
And we like it, but we can't, with the FCC.
I got you. No more.
Well,
I mean, shoot, you're a proper Texan. You're in good company here.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, you are a Texan. Houston, Texas high school football. Dallas high school football.
Come on now.
I mean, what's your case for Houston? Because I'm always going to hold it down for
I have
DF
no
Dub,
case
man.
right now. I mean, North Shore let me down last year. But, they're always in the running. But I think that's the one team, and they have another team in that division. What is it? What's the
Katy was always good.
Creek. Yeah, Katy was always good.
Shadow Creek.
Shadow Creek was good. But, Dallas has been doing y'all thing. Dallas has been doing their thing in football.
Been holding it down, man.
I mean, they've been holding down Duncanville. This year was North Crawley won it. So, yeah. Dallas has definitely got the one up on Houston this year in state championship.
Michael, would you have liked to play in an era where NIL football and then the transfer portal and stuff like that?
I don't think it would have made me.
I mean, I didn't want you ever to leave LSU because I enjoyed watching you play every week.
Thank you.
But I would have been hated to see you leave. But would you like to have played that?
No, not at all. A transfer portal, I don't know, it just builds a quitting mindset. I was willing to sit there and say, I'm a be challenged.
Sure.
I had a couple of seniors and juniors in front of me. And I didn't say, not one time, I don't want to be here because, I got to sit out. It was like, I want to learn. I want to learn from them. I want to learn how to play SEC ball, So once I get into, my position to start, I want to be able to be comfortable. So, I don't think I would have been able to grow up. I wish I would have had the money.
Sure.
But I don't think the money would have been good for me mentally.
Oh, no, we'd have found the money for you for sure. We're trying today to find money, but we'd have found money for you. Trust me.
Yes, sir.
Michael, being with the Rams and seeing that transition from Jeff Fisher to McVay, how much of an edge do the Rams have in coaching?
Man, he is on it when it comes to coaching. These last 2 years have been a testament to how great of a coach and that coaching staff has, because they have been like one of the youngest teams in the league the past 2 years, and they continue to make good runs towards the end of the season. They always start off kind of rocky, trying to find their identity, and then towards the middle and the back end of the season, they put runs together, and it's all based off of situational football, making the right choices, making the right throws. They have a great quarterback in Matthew Stafford. They're coached very, very well. And I know from experience that they are coached on every situation possible that can come up, and he's going to stress his team more in practice than you do in a game. So when the game comes up, you can handle it. So, man, he's a tremendous coach. I mean, I tip my hat to him because a lot of things that he did to change our culture, he did it in organically way, organic way. So I love him as a coach.
Why do you think the rest of the league isn't just copying what he does?
It's hard to do. And you got to have the right situation. You have to come in with a quarterback that has stability, the GM, everybody's stable, and everybody just comes together under one conclusion that, and his theme was "We Not Me." And I used to make fun of everybody, in the building. It's like, hey, we not me now. Hey, we share. We not me. But when you can get a group of guys who are tired of losing to say, hey, we not me, and you back them up, say, hey, I have the formula to get this thing running. If you believe in what I'm preaching, we'll get it going. Then we run off like our first 5 games, we win, and we're like, okay, it's starting to be a trend, and we're in games late in the season. So we bought in really early after he stood on his word with having a good quarterback, having a good offense. We're going to score points, and the defense was ready.
Does the coach's age matter to you?
Not really.
I mean,
Not
in this
really.
day and age, the players are just give me a guy that I can believe in, like you guys.
If you give me a guy that I can believe in, and somebody that's not going to come in, real arrogant, it's my way or the highway.
Yeah.
Like, you have to have a guy that comes in and can compromise with the players, not be lenient, but compromise. Like, hey, we you don't want to work hard, and I don't want to work you hard. I don't want to beat your body up. But at the same time, we need to get some work done.
Right.
We're all getting paid. We need to have production. So when you have a coach that can marry both of those together, you have, the perfect, coach.
Speaking of great coaches, we got 2 big-time defensive coordinators in the Super Bowl, Steve Spagnuolo, Dick Fangio. If you could play for one of them, who would it be?
Probably Steve, man. Just the crazy blitzes, that he has. And I think I just missed him right when I got to St. Louis. He was the head coach. He got fired.
Yeah.
So, I just missed him. And just to know, seeing Chris Jones in that defense and him going crazy and, they're blitzing all these other guys. I would have loved to just, be under his defense and see him dial some things up.
Absolutely. Outstanding, Michael. Best of luck to you with your podcast and your clothing brand. Anything else that we got to know about before you go?
Man, let me see. Podcast. I have my lounge in Houston. Quad Houston is the tag on Instagram. I'm heavy on Instagram. So, yeah, man. I appreciate y'all guys having me on.
Salute. Thank you. Michael
Yes, sir.
Brockers live on Radio Row here in the G-Bag Nation. We're going to talk with another Super Bowl participant and a hero of the Patriots about 10 years ago. Malcolm Butler joins us next here on the...
Get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com, the affordable, reliable protection for your home.
Ever suddenly wonder, is the garage door closed? Did I just hear a noise in the driveway? With DFW Security, there's no need to worry. Grab your phone to lock doors, close the garage, arm your alarm, and check cameras. Make sure your home is fully secured with
DFWsecurity.com. All right, welcome back here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, live on Radio Row. And we're about to be joined by another special guest, another Super Bowl hero. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Yes, the author of one of the biggest plays in Super Bowl history, decade ago, stepped in and intercepted Russell Wilson, secured another Super Bowl for the Patriots. One of the most iconic moments in football history. Out of Vicksburg, Mississippi, Malcolm Butler joining us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
Man, it's great to have you. When they lined up, did you know it was showtime, or at what point did you know I got to break on this ball?
Hey, look, I know it's showtime, no matter what. But, like, it's second down, right, and goal. Like, I'm running the ball. If I'm playing Madden, I'm running the ball.
Yeah.
Or if it's real life, I'm running the ball. But, like, as a cornerback, I'm not making that tackle.
Yeah.
I'm not a linebacker. I'm not a safety. But if they throw a toss, set the edge, give my teammates an opportunity to make that tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, I said just play the pass. Just play the pass. And sometimes you just got to believe in yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
I think Pete Carroll did a great job by throwing the ball.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, I don't know many people that would have wanted to tackle Marshawn Lynch. It's unbelievable. But a big part of the lore of that story is how you guys got ready for it in practice, and it really never came off. What's your perspective on that?
They say that, well, it's this guy that worked for Bill Belichick. I think his name Ernie
Adams.
Yeah. He's so damn weird. He wanted to speak to nobody. I thought he was a janitor at first. So at practice, I went around it,
right?
Yeah. Instead of over top,
right?
I remember one day the wide receiver did an end around. I went around too.
Yeah.
So like being a student of the game and learning from your mistakes and being prepared, like you just gotta be prepared. Be prepared, and you gotta be fresh, and you gotta pull up and show up, and pull up fresh like that chicken from Church's.
Church's chicken,
honey butter biscuit,
right there.
Delivering honey butter.
That honey butter biscuit.
Yes, indeed.
So, what was the turning point in your career that allowed you to go from where you were, as an amateur and through college, to being this guy ready to make this moment on the biggest stage?
Well, I'll tell you this. Bill Belichick is a great recruiter.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great recruiter. He going to go get those guys that don't nobody want, overlooked, and he will keep you right there each and every day and make you grind each and every day until you are ready. Who puts a rookie in a game when it's on the line? Yeah. When it's about to go down,
right?
Yeah. So therefore, you earn your trust throughout the progress of anything. You got to get your trust. It got to be earned.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to be ready, especially working for him.
So the turning point was Belichick getting you, and knowing you're great.
Especially the Super Bowl and all that. Yeah. But like I earned my respect. I didn't slap Julian Edelman in the head. I didn't threw Amendola to the ground. I didn't dunked on Rob Gronkowski. And he got mad. He said, fuck it.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah, so, like, I've been getting after those guys, and I think I earned my respect, and that's how I made the team.
Yeah.
Malcolm,
that's how I made the team.
If I go back to the plate, you're on the sidelines, right?
Yep.
And, Matt Patricia, they see how the personnel's coming in for Seattle. So you had to be ready. I mean, usually sometimes sideline chaos and all that stuff, you knew that there was a possibility that you were going to have to go in at that time. I mean, because the sideline turn, Matt made the call and sent you in on that, right? So you had to be right there ready to go.
No, I'm going to tell you what made me ready to go. Well, you right.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you what made me ready to go. When I jumped up and tipped the ball, and the guy still caught it, and then they took me out, I said, damn, it's my fault.
Yeah.
But we also put in goal line 3 corners.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not getting up. Like, and you just got to be ready. Right? But I told myself, if I get back in this game, I'm going to make somebody fly like that chicken from – I'm going to make somebody fly like a chicken. Straight from church.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, but to listen to the whole description of it all was amazing. To listen to how they described that you guys got ready for that situation, but how you had to be ready for it too. That with matching them and hey, I don't think they're going to call a timeout, and it looked like they had confusion over there. You guys, the Patriots, were always prepared for those things.
Look, I'm not Bill Belichick. I was just one of his workers.
Yeah.
I was just playing cornerback, and I was just doing my job.
You're doing your job.
That's how I stayed on the team, doing what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
And I can't say it no more. Like,
sure.
If it's a run,
I
can't stop that.
Yeah. Right.
If it's a pass,
I'm
on your ass.
So, having played for Bill, how do you think this works for him in North Carolina? Do you think he can be a good college coach?
If Bill Belichick can come and find a Malcolm Butler that went to a Division II school, only played 1 year high school football, went to junior college, and Bill Belichick is a guy that he's not into media. I know the NIL deal and stuff and all that, but look, you went and found Tom Brady. You went and found Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola, Matthew Slater. Like, it's so many players you can name. You think those kids they going to want to play for him.
Right.
It might not be easy.
Right.
But they going to go and play for him. I tell you that.
It's Malcolm Butler here, brought to you by Church's Chicken. Do you think NFL teams made a mistake by not hiring Belichick with this opportunity?
I don't know, man. Like,
there's a downside to it.
He can have he can do whatever he wants. Like, what else he got to prove in the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see this college stuff. I want to see what he gonna do.
Yeah,
I want to see.
Now, what happened with Edelman here? And I would remind you here, as we're talking with Malcolm Butler, this is traditional radio. We're not podcasting or on the Pat McAfee show, so we cannot cuss. Although we will dump it if you do.
Oh,
okay,
my bad.
We're good. But what made you slap Edelman?
He's just an a-hole, man. He's just an a-hole, man. And then we was doing one-on-ones, and I quick jammed him, wow, and he couldn't get out the ball. And then the wide receivers coach told him, get out the way. He said, no, I'm going again. And he went again. And he didn't catch the ball. And he slapped me. I slapped him back.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a competitor, too.
Yeah.
And Julian is a guy, you can take him anywhere in the world with you. Anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Yep.
So do you guys become friends after that, or?
Let me tell you, he told me, like during the Super Bowl, before I caught the pass, I asked him could I wear his red gloves. He said, no, you effing rookie. And then after I caught the pass, and we going to Disneyland and all that, and we got on the plane, on the jet going to Disneyland, he said, see, if you would have wore those red gloves, you wouldn't caught that pass.
It all comes back to the gloves.
Yeah, man, hey, that's my guy. Yeah.
Is there Malcolm Butler here with us? Do you have any regrets of what happened to lead up to not playing in Super Bowl 52? Like, what's your perspective on that?
Oh man, y'all got University of North Carolina number?
Well, we could probably find it.
We got some connections with UNC.
I'm going to call him right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pull my phone out. No, it was just a coaching decision.
Yeah.
It was just a coaching
Was that
decision.
the worst coaching decision he's probably made?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if Nick Foles can beat Tom Brady. I'll just say that.
Competition seems like everything that you've talked about in New England, and nobody seems more competitive than Tom Brady. Like, some of the stories I've heard about him are insane. Did you ever have a Brady moment where maybe you picked him off in practice and he got you back in some way?
So I remember picking him off one time after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I picked him off, and I said, "Let's go." And then LeGarrette Blount told me, he said, Malcolm Butler thinks he that because he caught one effing pass. I said, one pass? Oh, he talking about the Super Bowl.
Wow. Well, Malcolm, thank you so much. Brought to you by Church's Texas Chicken. Anything else to tell us about this before we let you go?
Hey, it's delicious.
Yeah.
If you don't want to cook, get the party pack.
Okay.
Get the party pack. Hey, it's great.
Yeah.
And we also having a block party.
Okay.
1600 South Cleveland Street.
Okay.
Hey, kids eat for free. You might get a signed autograph from me.
There you go.
Or like just pull up.
There
like
you go.
chicken from church. And
That's
it's
right.
always fresh.
Thank you so much. Love it. Super Bowl legend Malcolm Butler here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much. Enjoy your week in New Orleans.
Thank you.
Cheers
Thank
to
you
you,
for having
sir.
me on.
All righty. Okay. We are nearing the halfway point on the show, going all the way till 7 o'clock tonight. Continue to track the Kevin Durant story. NBA trade deadline tomorrow. Krusty's Corner with Broadus coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's talk about some possibilities of some Cowboy free agent where they need to be. We'll talk about that next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jess. My name's Jess. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Football conversations as we're live on Radio Row. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It's funny when you talk to a guy that made such a huge play in a Super Bowl game like that. It's just kind of how matter of fact it seemed to him, right?
Yeah. I mean,
it just you've heard the stories, right? Like how the sideline and then Ernie Adams and they had the film, they had they kept showing and he's right on practice. He kept jumping the route the other way, and then what made him just
unbelievable.
Go? It's like you were like failing, and then finally you just let that exact thing comes up, and you
hit
play it the right way.
Yeah, I think it's an unbelievable story of just how things can line up for you because he played just the 1 year of high school football.
Right.
Could you imagine if you don't go out for football that year?
Right.
None of this ever happens.
No, he's talking about being a baseball player.
Yeah.
He's like, man, I should have been a baseball player and all. And you just, and I'm glad you asked him the question about not dressing for that game or playing in that game. I mean, that was.
Yeah, you can't doubt Belichick's methods, but man, that's one I would love to have back if I was him.
That seems like a very rough way.
Alshon Jeffrey had a great game.
Sure.
I think Eric Rowe was the backup that they played in place of him, and he got torched.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just embarrassing.
Man, that's one of those things. If you're probably sitting on the deck there at the lake house going, oh, why did I do that?
I'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, I'd like to have that one back for sure. But, yeah, it's always, just to hear him talk about the plays is cool. I mean, because you're sitting there watching it and you wonder what all goes into it. Like, he wasn't on the field. Like, they had to send him on the field at that time to make that play, which was cool. All right, our buddies at The Athletic, they put together an article, and I want to go through this because they title it Cowboys Unrestricted Free Agent Tiers, Levels, Tiers. Who do they need to bring back the most? And I don't want to focus on their tier, and this is from our buddy Saad Youssef from the Athletic, and he does fine work with them. I don't want to focus on tier 1 because, but I'll ask you guys' opinion about tier 1 just to tell me. He's got Osa Odigizua, he's got Jordan Lewis as the guys that he wants to bring back, the 2 guys that he possibly wants to bring back. If you could only bring back one of those between Osa Odigizua and Jordan Lewis, which one would you bring back there, Chief?
I think probably Jordan Lewis. It's a little bit. It probably wouldn't be as financially
taxing.
Yes, and finding a nickel corner is so paramount. I think you can find other guys to replace Osa.
Yeah.
Finding a guy to replace Jordan Lewis at the nickel spot is bad, and I know they're going to need both. They're going to be giant holes on this defense if both of those guys are not there. But I like Jordan Lewis and just the dog, the leadership factor. I think Osa is going to break the bank. You're going to pay great money for a good player with Osa.
Yes, I think the salary cap thing is big here, especially where the team is and how they want to approach it. And then you include Diggs' injury and the uncertainty there. I mean, you could be looking at Deron Bland and 2 unknowns again out there.
Carson out there again. Yeah,
you know,
he didn't have exactly
rough,
a great rookie year.
I think I'm going to go in the trenches, man. You know, we've seen this team struggle to find a defensive tackle that can penetrate. They got one.
Sure.
You know.
How about you there, Wooly?
They can find corners better than they can find defensive tackles. At least that's what they've shown. They can't. They don't draft D-tackle well. Osa's probably one of the few that's hit. I do think financially, like if I'm not worried about the payment here, I'm going Osa. But you do have to factor that in. I think you're looking at maybe a 1 or 2 year deal with Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested in probably bringing back Jordan Lewis more so. But I don't know, man, because they don't have anything at defensive tackle. Osa's probably the guy that they have to bring back. I don't know what they're going to do at that position without him.
Yeah, they call Tier 1 the priority free agents. Tier 2 are the Cowboys should actively pursue but extend at the right terms. Tier 3, it's nice if things work out, but no sweat if they don't. Tier 4, the Cowboys can thank them for their services and move on. So those 2, Lewis and Osa, would be the priority free agents. Now, I want to get into Tier 2 a little bit because I wonder if there's somebody in Tier 2 that you would put into Tier 1 over maybe with Osa or maybe over or is it more of a priority than
Lewis?
Jordan Lewis. Okay? So Tier 2 guys, if Zach Martin retires, then Tank Lawrence would take over sole possession of being the longest tenured Cowboy. Martin and Lewis arrived together in 2014. He's got DeMarcus Lawrence in Tier 2. Do you see DeMarcus Lawrence as a priority here?
Yeah, I think I would move him into Tier 1 along with Lewis, you know, and Osa. I think he's getting up there in age, but he's a real quality defensive lineman. The last we saw him, he can still wreak havoc in the backfield.
Sure.
Maybe he doesn't get home enough, but if you're going to ask me today lining up like who's a better football player, I think out of those 3, I think Tank's still the best one.
Wooly or Chief?
I mean, off the injury, it's certainly, I mean, it's another, I mean, it was the foot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely not an ideal thing to be coming off of at that age. I would like to have him back, but for me,
but not a Tier 1 guy.
It wouldn't be a Tier 1 must.
Okay.
So, some of the stuff that I heard about Tank off the field, I think this needs to be a parting of the ways. I don't think he gets along with some people on the defensive side of the football, and the reasons as to why maybe he didn't come back and play. I think that's somebody that you need to part ways with and move on. Let's start fresh.
I mean, it was last year right here on Radio Row. Of course, we were in Las Vegas that, you know, he did the Sports Center interview talking about effort and, you know, guys were kind of firing at him. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some tension there behind the scenes. But, you know, I think quality defensive linemen, I like Sam Williams. I like Marshawn Nealon, but they don't have anybody accomplished.
How about Eric Kendricks?
I think you got to bring Eric Kendricks back. Now, Zim's retiring, we think.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know about his relationship with Flus, but I think they've got to do something in free agency at linebacker, because that, to me, is the one area. Like, you're probably not going to draft the linebacker high because you're going to address other positions.
I just don't think they're good linebackers in the draft, Zach.
The depth is not great. Like, UCLA's got a couple of cats like Teddy Buchanan that I saw at the Shrine Bowl. Could be a day 3 dude that might be okay. Like, do I feel great about him starting for you right away? No. So you've got to get – if it's not Eric Kendricks, it needs to be another linebacker that you're signing.
Yeah, and that's where I want to go. I think Kendricks started looking slow-footed last year like Stephon Gilmore did in 2023, and – as good as he was to us on the show, I think he might have gotten the last bit of juice out of that berry.
So he's good at Tier 2, maybe even a Tier 3 guy for you.
Yeah, I'm probably Tier 4.
Okay, Tier 4.
Thank you.
Thank you, but move on. Chief, you got any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, he would certainly be cheap enough. I would effort to bring him back, but I do think this is a pretty good class of free agent linebackers. I know the draft class.
That's where I think you got to go.
I need to.
I think there's definitely better guys out there that I think can still be decent in terms of like bang for buck. So I would probably look elsewhere.
Rico Dowdle, a Tier 2 guy, or could he be a Tier 1 guy for you guys?
For me personally, he wouldn't be a Tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about a historical draft class when it comes to running backs, and I think you can find somebody cheaper than him that
the 1.2 Rico
Dowdle
Dowdle is better than the $6 million Rico.
Yeah,
Dowdle,
the 1.2 Rico Dowdle is some serious value, but after a free agent deal, I don't think that value's there, and that's another guy with an injury history. I'm always looking to get younger and cheaper if I can.
How about you there, Wooly?
I'm all about drafting a running back in this draft, and I'd take one of the first 2 rounds, and hopefully you're able to get one of those 4 workhorses that we've discussed, and I'm going to ride that way. I think I'm moving on from Rico, unless the price is right and he wants to come back, but I think he can go get paid somewhere else.
I'm conflicted on this, Brian. In some ways, I want to consider him a Tier 1 type of player, but the approach I would end up taking, especially if you're looking at $5 or $6 million in multiple years, is, okay, we're going into the draft without a running back. Right? This sucks. But there's going to be veterans available in the summer, and we're probably not contending next year. So if we do miss in the draft on a running back, we can take one in 2026 and start the clock then.
Chauncey Golston, he's a Tier 2 guy here. You feel like that maybe this is some people say this might be a comparison to what Dorrance Armstrong was last year. Is that
good, huh?
Is that a situation where you think that Tier 2 guy now should be a Tier 1 guy, or would you rather you have other defensive guys in mind? You have your defensive tackle, of course, you guys have in mind with Osa, but how about Chauncey Golston here?
I think Golston, I would love to bring back. I think he's
Tier 2's
good
for him.
I think Tier 2's okay. Yeah, I'd put him in Tier 2 because it's like if you don't get him, that stinks. Because maybe he does get over. Like I think Dorrance Armstrong made more money than what I probably would have liked to pay him, what the Cowboys really would have. If that ends up being the case, then Chauncey, go to Washington or wherever that is, get your bag, man. But I'd love to bring Chauncey Golston back. Again, you don't have a ton of depth along the edge right now. So if I'm saying no thank you to Tank, I'd rather bring the younger, better rising option in Chauncey Golston, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to look at this and tell you I think defensive line depth is massively important, right? You look at what the Eagles are able to do, bringing waves and waves of guys in. You got to keep these guys fresh for the fourth quarter one way or another. I just feel like, and I don't mean to penny pinch the guy, I want him to go get his bag wherever it is, but I think he's going to get overpaid. And with the cap situation this tight with the Cowboys, I can't give it for role players and rotational guys.
Yeah, he's the type of player that you would like to have back, but you draw line in the sand on how far you're willing to go financially.
Okay, and Saad has in Tier 4, he's got a couple of guys. He's actually got a few guys, but I want to highlight one particular guy. He's got Trey Lance in Tier 4. And as we said, Trey Lance, Dawson, as you said earlier, that it's the, hey, thank you very much, goodbye, we'll see you down the road, dude. Does Trey Lance have any interest? I mean, any interest in you guys at all of being re-signed as the backup quarterback here?
Yeah, I definitely would have interest in him as the backup for sure. But I mean, I wouldn't be trying to give him top of the market backup quarterback money. In no way would I be trying to do that. That would be a low ball offer, and if he takes it, great. If he doesn't, I'm not going to lose any sleep about it.
Yeah, I just don't think you can win, and with Trey Lance very much. And, Dak's injury prone. If you are good next year, let's say you're 10-2, right, and he gets hurt, Dak's got to miss a month. Are you out of the playoffs now? With Trey Lance, I think you might be, by the time Dak gets back, So I need Cooper Rush back for
they've got Cooper Rush in the tier 2 thing, but I was interested to see if you guys are all interested then in maybe.
I heard whispers the Cowboys already offered Trey Lance before the season ended for an extension, and he declined. So maybe the money there is going to be too rich, or he just thinks he's going to get more on the open market.
Well,
maybe he tests it out and comes back, and that's not really the price range that he was thinking he'd get.
Well, if that's the case, then and they made an offer and then he turned it down, I think you need to clearly move on from that. Because they probably lowballed him, but they also paid him good money as a third quarterback. So you're feeling like, and they gave him the opportunity. Got him out of San Francisco, maybe helped him a little bit with his career and stuff. So, all right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
There he is, Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk to one of the greatest leaders this country has ever known. Navy Captain Jervy Alota shares his story. It's inspiring and educational, and he'll join us next right here. It's the G-Bag.
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
their phone,
Sure.
and they're, they want the clicks, they want the views. How about a pat on the back? Hey,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate what you're doing. You're doing amazing things. Let's take a picture, and I'm going to celebrate you on my social media. And then that's, like, holy smokes, man, the captain knows who I am, and he recognizes me. Like, that doesn't happen very often. And then it's going to make them want to perform even more.
Where do you come out on setting goals? Like reading your story about being a young football player, right? Do you want to go realistic, or do you want to shoot for the stars and settle for the moon?
Man, hairy, audacious goals. You got to be bold. My goal when I was a little kid was to play football at Notre Dame. Like, I was a scrawny little freaking Filipino kid. I wrestled 98 pounds my freshman year.
Wow.
But my
Not
goal
to
was
draft you to wrestlers. I love wrestlers. I was scouting. If you were a high school championship wrestler, or you're from Belglade, Florida, I was going to draft you.
There we go.
There you go.
So, I mean, big, hairy, audacious goal. No one believed that I could do it, but I was relentless. I told myself, I don't care what you think. I am going to play football at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So then, high school, I didn't start until my senior year. I played at a really high-level school, ranked 4th in the nation in San Diego. I didn't start till my senior year. But guess what? No schools were looking at me. I got one offer. It was a school called Navy. But guess where I was freshman year in college? I was in South Bend looking up at touchdown Jesus wearing a gold helmet.
Let's go.
I wasn't playing for Notre Dame, but I was playing at Notre Dame. I was living my dream. So you can call it what you want. I'm here living my dream. So my message to people is have a goal, be relentless towards achieving that goal, and don't let anybody tell you can't.
Pursue the dream, man.
Pursue it.
I love that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of the greatest spectacles in sports every year is Army-Navy. I have not been able to experience that. I know Gavin and Brian both have.
You're missing out.
What makes it so special? I mean, because it looks like in the stories I've heard, it's chills. Like, even if you don't have anybody that is part of a military academy in the family, like, everyone embraces and can relate to that game. It's special.
Absolutely. I mean, beating Army is ingrained in us from day one. You show up at the Naval Academy, they shave your hair, you run down the hall, you make a right turn, and you don't say anything, and they say, why didn't you yell beat Army? So you make a left turn, and now every time I turn around this corner, I'm going to yell beat Army. You look at any weight room in the weight, beat Army, beat Army, beat Army. So it's instilled in us. It's ingrained in us. So to have that culmination at the end of a season and to know that we can go out with a bang, more importantly, that we can send our seniors out with a bang, and Captain Loda talks about it a lot. That's some of these guys. 99% of that's our last time ever putting on a football helmet is playing against Army. And more importantly, we want to beat Army, right? These are our brothers in arms. But on that field, we want to annihilate them. We want to kill them. We want to blow them out. We want to do everything we can to show that the Navy is the Navy, right? And that's what we've been ingrained from the moment we stepped into that building.
That's the voice of Commander Tyree Barnes. He's along with Captain Jervy Alota of the Navy here with you on 105 through the Fan. Did you want to add to that?
I was just going to say, so it's an awesome game, but the pageantry, what other game does a president go to, or the Secretary of Defense go to, where the entire brigade of midshipmen and corps of cadets are there, and there's a battle within the battle of who could be the loudest, who could be the wildest. They all look good in uniform. You got double flyovers from the Army,
flyovers
the Navy,
are incredible.
the parachute teams. You talk about all the pageantry involved with Army Navy, and then everyone just goes nuts and wild. It doesn't have to be the greatest game. It just so happened, the last couple of years have been amazing games. But the pageantry alone is all you need. Before, when both teams used to suck, people would still go because of the pageantry. But it just so happens that you got a top 25 school in the nation. You got a team, that's the Commander-in-Chief trophy was on the line. And then we just freaking dominated them, which was even that much more better.
So,
it was just amazing.
Where's Air Force in all this? Are they just they're off to the side?
I'll tell you what, there was one time where Air Force was pretty good, though. There was one time they were pretty good.
Now, they try to get into the big boy conversation a little bit.
Jervy and Tyree, which one of you gentlemen had the better games against Army? Did you score against them?
I did not score. I caught a pass in 3 of the 4 games. He would probably attest to this. I had the better games because I won all 4 of my games that we played.
There you go.
So it was amazing. It was just it was just fun. It was just something that I can never forget. If you ask me my most favorite 4 football games, is those 4 games against Army.
Yeah, you know that you have a problem when your free safety is the leading tackler in all 4 of those games. Right? But Ronnie McKay was the absolute
Ronnie
big.
Was good. He could magician with that ball.
Oh, that option was unbelievable. Yeah. So, I saw my buddy Clint Bruce, who was the middle linebacker, and it's just that option's especially the way the Navy ran it back in the day, was a tough stop. But again, it's always going to be a battle. Regardless of who's favored, regardless of the records. Like, we all just want to get at each other's throat. We just want to dominate each other. And so you could throw out the ratings or whatever. It's going to be a battle.
But I want to say one thing too. It's such a great game, but I love the uniforms every year. How you guys represent different groups and stuff. As players, did you get to help choose that, or was that just automatically you showed up and here was in your locker there at the vet or in Baltimore, wherever it was?
So he could probably speak to it. I can't. So my 4 years, we wore the same jersey, the same helmets.
It's amazing. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
the uniforms are beautiful.
But then he had the Under Armour.
We had it where I was still Nike when we were there, but it still was kind of a buy-in process a little bit. We kind of knew it was going to resemble something different than our regular blue. Once they switched over to Under Armour, it kind of blew up, and then that was more so of a thing at that point.
Such a great look.
We got to pick our patches. We all wear the patches that
patches.
is a certain, and that's the part that we get to buy in on.
And let me get it right. If you sing first, it's bad, right?
That's correct. You want to sing second.
You want to sing second.
That's correct.
Yeah, there you go.
I wanted to touch on the idea of battle, whether it's a game or life or actual warfare. What's your advice to the people under your command as far as dealing with that adversity when life sucks?
So again, I personally recruit athletes, right? Because I know that athletes are resilient. They've dealt with losses. Although you've dealt with losses, that doesn't mean you have to like it, right? I don't want someone that's okay with losing. I don't want someone that's okay with being mediocre. I want someone who, if they took a loss, they feel bad about it and they correct their mistakes and they ensure that they don't make those same mistakes twice. That's what I'm looking for in a person. So anyone that's ever done sports or athletics, they've dealt with that adversity and they know how to be resilient. And that's what I'm trying to teach our sailors, because whether it's mental health, whether it's physical strength, they're going to deal with adversity. Whether it's the adversary, you're going to deal with things. Whether it's losing connectivity when you're out deployed, you're going to deal with hardship. And you know what? You've never done anything significant in your life without it being hard. So if you really want to do something special with your life, choose your hard, right? And choose it well so that your family, your friends will be proud of you at the end of the day.
Excellent stuff, guys. We're sending folks to Navy.com. Right?
Navy.com, absolutely. Or America's hashtag. It's on all social media platforms.
Hashtag America's Navy.
I'm sorry. Hashtag America's Navy. More importantly, you got this guy right here. If anybody who's anybody, every warfighter out there knows exactly who he is, right? And what he's doing is special because it's showing the people who understand about social media, understand the impact and the power of social media. And he gets to see, he shows what we do on a daily basis, that leaders actually out there care. You got great leaders leading great people and building great teams. And Navy.com is the perfect place to join that team.
I love it, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here on The Fan.
Thank you guys for having
us. Thank you
very much.
Special. Oh, man, that was awesome. Captain Jervy Alota, Commander Tyree Barnes with you here on 105.3 The Fan. We're coming back with former Packers running back Amon Green. We'll get his thoughts on this game and his experiences in the NFL next to the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Felt like we could have gone. Whenever we get these military guys on, I just feel like we could continue to ask them questions.
The energy.
Yeah. The energy is great. The focus is amazing. The intellect is always on high display. I wanted to ask them about great naval battles of all time. I'm sure as Academy graduates, they could have gone in such great depth on the World War II stuff that we love, Brian. But anyway, if you or a family member interested, go to Navy.com. Amon Green's going to sit down with us here in 4 or 5 minutes. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And we're on Radio Row, brought to you by Stella Artois and the Low T Center. What's shaking out there, guys? We have NBA trades that continue to develop as the trade deadline's tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Jonas Valanciunas is being traded to the Kings from the Wizards. Okay, so that's kind of a nothing. Dennis Schroeder is a name to watch in the potential trade talks around Jimmy Butler. Okay, the Warriors are focused on adding Jimmy Butler as well. So it appears Golden State's going to do their damnedest to get as good a player as possible to put with Steph Curry and try to have a one last big run. But we're all really hoping that something comes down the pike with Kevin Durant that could change the current circumstances. Right as we went on the show in the opening segment, the news broke that he does not want to go back to Golden State. And that's why all the momentum from late last night, where it appeared people were saying, I expect Kevin Durant to be traded to the Warriors. Apparently he said, I just don't want to go back there. And who knows what his reasoning is. He does not have a no-trade clause, but the Warriors, it's been reported by Chris Haynes that they're not going to try to force his hand or talk him into it or anything. If he doesn't want to be there, he doesn't want to be there. So that's sort of where we're at in the association, right, with what about 21 and a half hours to go to the trade deadline?
That's right. And I haven't seen the comments yet, but it's sounding like I saw Myles Garrett here at Radio Row.
Yeah, I just saw him walk by us a little bit ago.
Looking incredible. And apparently he responded to a question that is pointing people to think he wants to be with the Commanders.
See, I knew that was going to happen.
Myles Garrett apparently saying like he could be, but I can't hear the clip right now, but it seems like everybody is like, oh, wow. He could be he said he could be that guy for the Commanders pass rush.
We talked about, I was on a lot of different platforms. I know people were asking me about him and what about possibly with Dallas on? I'm like, yeah, hopeful. You got to start with this pick. I think, Zach, did we even talk about
We talked about it on today's Love of the Star.
Love of the Star.
We talked about that. And, subscribe, do whatever you do wherever you find your podcast.
I just feel like the Commanders are going to be a player in this thing.
They've got a ton of money, and I think Jaden Daniels is now a player that a lot of the rest of the league is going to want to join in with, right? I mean, he's a special talent. And I think that's exactly what, we got DC Radio right across from us. When I was walking by during the break, they were finishing up with Daryl Moose Johnston, who's going to be on our station tomorrow. And they were telling him, Myles Garrett said he wants to play with Jaden Daniels. Mm-hmm. So something to monitor. That would stink to have him in the division.
I just feel like that's an easy no-brainer, as long as you can agree on compensation with Cleveland because of their amount of cap space, because of their need of the position, because they're winning, because of what he said about his need to win. And he doesn't want to, be a start and finish in Cleveland and never really have a great chance of going. So right now, I feel like based on how the two games went, the Cowboys still match up pretty good against Washington. But by the time we get to training camp, I imagine that will have changed very significantly here as they deploy $80 million. They could backload some of this. They have a chance to add 5 to maybe as many as 8 or 9 really good players to this, and maybe it'll be enough to best Philadelphia finally next year. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's 100% on the table. As long as Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury continue to rock and roll offensively, and there's not a sophomore slump or defense is sort of catching up to what it is he wants to do in his tendencies, I would have to imagine, especially for the NFC East division and the teams that know the Commanders are on the schedule, defensive coordinators are going to be locked in the lab all throughout the offseason trying to figure out how can you contain this dude because he is just that next level awesome. And as you mentioned, with the amount of assets that they have with salary cap and whatnot, and their willingness to be aggressive, I think they're going to go. They have, Adam Peters from San Francisco? Mm-hmm. That's a team you've seen over the years. They continue to just add talent no matter what, and they will, and he will do everything in his power, you would have to imagine, to take advantage of
being on a team that is a contender with a cheap quarterback. This is when you go all in. So getting a guy like Myles Garrett, a total no-brainer. And Dan Quinn, the guys love to play with him. Myles Garrett can see, hey, look what Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons were able to do together, and he probably thinks, that would be a heck of a landing spot.
It would, man. It would. And, you mentioned sophomore slump there with Jaden Daniels. I'm not quite sure if I'm rooting for that or not. I mean, I love the player. I love watching how great he is. But that threat inside this division, a year ago at this time, we were talking about C.J. Stroud taking a second-year step and maybe joining the greats as far as that current pecking order of who's in Group 1. Would you be surprised if Jaden Daniels and his coach there go the way that Slowick and Stroud went last year?
No, I think that's very possible. We've already seen the trend during the portion of the season where Cliff and the offense struggled. Now, I think that was probably a product more to do with Jaden Daniels' health. He had the rib injury. He certainly wasn't running around as much. But we've seen that the league does pick up on Cliff's trends. And there have been down trends in the second half of seasons for him. So this offseason, the league goes and watches tape on what they did and what Jaden Daniels liked to do. Maybe they see some of what Zim did against him in those 2 games. It wouldn't shock me if there was a second-year slump at all. I do think from a Cowboys perspective, you've got to at least make the Myles Garrett call. Like, that's a local kid. He wanted to play for the Cowboys, was outspoken about that when he was getting drafted. Cowboys weren't in any range to be able to get him then, unfortunately. They were drafted late in the 20s. He obviously went, second overall out of Texas A&M. But he's a guy that has always dreamed of wearing a star on his helmet. And that would be similar to me like Derrick Henry last year. Like, you've at least got a call. Maybe it ends up being compensation you don't want to give up. But if it's also blocking him from going into your own division, I mean, the idea of pairing Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett together is incredible for any fan of football.
No guy been on the board at 12 better than him.
I wonder if he views, because he's clearly in championship mode.
Yeah,
he wants to go to a team that's a contender.
Yeah,
so
he probably won't.
Does he view the Cowboys that way? I don't know.
Yeah, I think they were close enough, and yes, I think you could, if you want to be a Cowboy, you could look at this thing and squint and be like, yeah, with me, we'll have the number 1 defense in the NFL. So we were just talking in Krusty's Corner about Osa and Jordan Lewis. I know they're going to get around to spending $20, $30, $35 million in free agency on their own guys, on veterans. Instead of splashing that cash around, let's just swipe the credit card a little bit for the future and add Myles Garrett here if you're serious.
I mean, this is my hope that, in fact, that the things that – it's Stephen Jones talking, so I get it. Nobody gives a damn. But my hope is he says, hey, we have to look at free agency. We might have to look at it differently.
There you go.
I hope he looks at it in a way of these second contracts are kicking us in the ass.
Yeah.
Let's spend some of this money that we're maybe earmarking for Osa and Golston and Lewis.
I mean, you don't have to pay the last 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
In 3 and 4 years, these guys aren't going to break your bank, so it's freeing up.
I'm hopeful that he does. I'm hopeful he does make an evaluation where it's like, okay, let's go out and get somebody from the Browns or from the Buccaneers or from the Rams or something. Instead of signing your own, great, draft, develop, great. It's bigger than that. The league has proven now that it's bigger than that, and your pro department can do a pretty good job of finding guys and evaluating guys. You don't have to completely bottom fish every year and sign your own.
Yeah.
Go out and sign somebody else's and still bottom fish for some of the guys, and maybe you hit on the Carl Lawson again or somebody like that.
Yeah, I think there's enough good players here that if they went all in like the Eagles do, they could make an absolute Super Bowl champion out of the foundation that they have right now. But I think when it came down to brass taxes there up at the Star, they would say, we can't add Myles Garrett and fill in the rest of our needs.
Well, if we sign Myles Garrett or trade for Myles Garrett, we can't sign Micah Parsons, and they'll tie it to something else.
But this is a huge lip. Once again, Derrick Henry would have come here for $8 million. Myles Garrett. Now, what's that going to take? A first and a second? What would you rather have? 12 and 44 for this team where it is, or Myles Garrett?
If they somehow said, I'll give you, they'll take your first and your third, then you say, okay, we got Myles Garrett, we got a second round pick, maybe
for a running back.
Maybe you grab your running back, and now you're out of the draft because you don't have a 4 as well. So, that's going to be for a team that has a lot of holes. But, yeah, You probably got a really good running back, and you probably got Myles Garrett, and now you got a bunch of fifths, and then you call in Les Snead and let Les draft in the 5th round for you from the Rams because he seems to have had the magic wand.
You go find a Byron Young.
Yeah, he finds dudes
or a Kobe
in that
Turner.
5th round.
He sure does. Kyron Williams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We got an eye on breaking news if it happens. Again, NBA trade deadline tomorrow right at the top of our show, so we look forward to talking about that with you guys. Football's Finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk more about the Super Bowl and all the storylines around the NFL. I don't know if Amon Green's going to make it or not. We are looking forward to chatting with him, but I know all the guys here are very busy.
Yeah, they get
and sometimes
they
just
stuck.
can't make it.
Yeah, they get stuck.
But we do have Rangers Hall of Fame announcer Eric Nadel joining us. Are we just a week now from pitchers and catchers? Yeah, on the 12th. It's the 5th. We're a week from pitchers and catchers.
50 days from opening day.
Let's freaking go. Eric Nadel joins us next here on your home of the Rangers.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Keith might have a separate question for you there coming up as well. I think you might have interest in. It's going to be a great second half of the show as we're live on Radio Row, brought to you by Stella Artois and the Low T Center. Yes, we're scouring the web at every break for more NBA news. Are the Mavs going to do something else? And we have an eye on all the NFL Super Bowl talk as well. But guys, pitchers and catchers reporting in a week. We're going to be in spring training in a month now. Is this a month away for us? So we're looking forward to that week of broadcasting. And Wolchuk just said opening day is 50 days away.
50 days away, man.
And joining us now is the Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel, here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing good. This Radio Row is always a unique experience, but we are excited about this baseball team and bouncing back. Have they done enough to make sure they're back in the mix this spring?
It's a good question. The one remaining question mark is whether they have added a potential closer. And I think with all the guys they've gotten, they probably have. I think all of us would feel a little better about it if they would go out and get a guy who's actually already been a closer, like a David Robertson or a Kenley Jansen or a Kyle Finnegan. But if they haven't, they've got a lot of guys to choose from. They're really high on Robert Garcia, and Chris Martin could conceivably get a shot at it too. But I think they've done a great job in reinforcing the lineup. And I think the starting rotation is in terrific shape with their re-signing of Nathan Eovaldi.
I mean, are you optimistic about Garcia? I'm thinking of the history of it, and it just doesn't seem like it'll go well. If you don't have a closer, and how likely is it? Let me just ask you open-ended. How likely is it that a guy is actually solidified in that spot?
Yeah, nobody really likes the closer by committee thing. Managers will say a lot of times they'll be fine with it, but they're really not. They want a guy to go to. But John Hart, who was the general manager of the Rangers for a few years, not very successfully, but had a fantastic run in Cleveland, used to say, and probably still does, that closers fall out of trees. You never know how you're going to come up upon a closer when you don't have one. In Cleveland, a perfect example was they found Jose Mesa. He was a failed starter, and with a variety of injuries and that sort of thing, he wound up just closing a game one day, retired the side in order, so the next time there was a save opportunity, they gave him a shot again, and next thing you know, he's their closer. The same thing kind of happened last year with the Rangers and Kirby Yates. He wasn't anointed closer out of spring training. It was going to be a bullpen by committee, But the first time they had a save opportunity after Jose Leclerc, clearly wasn't the guy. He's got a chance to close. He got the save, and he was getting all the save opportunities. And what a closer!
Eric, we found out today Adrian Beltre, fellow Hall of Famer to you in the Rangers Hall of Fame, is going to be getting a statue outside the Northeast Entrance Plaza of Globe Life Field. When it comes to the statues, I feel like that's an amazing accomplishment. Like, you've done something incredible for the organization and the history of that team. How would you quantify what Adrian Beltre means for the Rangers, and what do you think of the news of him getting the statue?
I think it's fantastic. He's a Hall of Famer. He goes up there with Pudge and with Nolan as Rangers who have gone into the Hall of Fame as Rangers. And obviously helped the Rangers to a World Series, almost won a World Series, and, was incredible for Texas in so many different ways, especially down the stretch in those years where they were fighting for playoff spots, 2015, 2016. And, played with so much joy. It seems like there can't be enough opportunities for the Rangers to honor Adrian Beltre, but nobody's complaining. He come out with something new, and for it to happen, an announcement the same day that Elvis Andrus is announced as the newest member of the Hall of Fame, it's like those two guys should be honored together.
Eric, got to tell you, it's incredible here being on Radio Row for the Super Bowl, walking around. How many different local and national shows, even though it's football, are talking about the Luka Doncic trade? Have you ever seen anything like this in all your years in DFW?
No, I haven't, especially for it to happen during the season. The Rangers made a really big trade, a trade that got them to a couple of World Series when they traded Mark Teixeira, and got 6 players in return for him. But Mark Teixeira, as good as he was not the caliber of Luka Doncic. He was also older. The Cowboys had their Herschel Walker trade, and, that was an off-season deal. But, no, nothing like this. And I don't know that, anybody's been traded who has had the impact on the fans that Luka has had. Even for me as a casual Mavericks fan, I'm still feeling it. I immediately went to that old song Luka and started working on writing new words to it, which was kind of therapeutic for me to get that out of my system.
Yeah, no, it's a fun song, by the way. It's a genius concept as well. I think it's kind of like, trading for Cliff Lee for the Rangers. I remember how electrified the building was that day, But it's maybe a magnitude greater than that on the opposite side of the spectrum as far as the depression. I guess we're on the other side of the Cliff Lee deal at this point.
Yeah, we are. And you can only hope that, Anthony Davis will come here, he'll stay healthy, and, maybe the Maverick season isn't over. And then, maybe they come up with something else significant, over the remaining time we have before the trading deadline. So, I'm not giving up yet, but I am, crestfallen, heartbroken, all the other words, about not having Luka to root for anymore, since, he was not only the face of the franchise for, in a lot of ways, he was the face of sport in Dallas these days.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, as a baseball fan, should I hate the Dodgers?
Yes.
Can we fix this, Eric? I mean, how the heck are they able to do this? Every player goes to the Dodgers.
Please tell me how I should. I already hate them, but tell me as a baseball fan, they're kind of like what the Yankees used to be to me. Now I hate the Dodgers.
They really are.
Yeah.
You really are, Brian. And that the Red Sox people used to call the Yankees the evil empire.
Yes.
For getting all the players. That's what the Dodgers are now. And the straw that broke the camel's back for me was Kirby Yates. Okay, so they get Sasaki, they get the best closer, Tanner Scott. Now they have to get the second best closer out there, and Kirby Yates. That was too much for me.
They got Major League Baseball to overlook Ohtani's possible involvement in band activities. I mean, the list goes on and on. We're here with Eric Nadel.
Something in L.A. Something's going on in L.A. The leagues love L.A.
We love your birthday benefit
concert.
I understand. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, you think about it, Kareem Jabbar got traded to the Lakers. Wilt Chamberlain got traded to the Lakers. Wayne Gretzky got traded to the Kings.
Yes.
But yeah. Oh.
So,
but as for that concert, on May the 29th, I'll have my birthday benefit concert this year. Proud to say it's the 13th year, and for the first time, we're moving to the Longhorn Ballroom so we can accommodate more people, accommodate more sponsors. Tickets went on sale today. Our headliners are Shiny Ribs, one of the best live bands in the world. They're out of Austin. And the Secret Sisters, who put on a phenomenal show, too. They're a duo from Alabama. And the tickets are on sale at longhornballroom.com. All the proceeds go into Grant Halliburton Foundation. I'm really excited about it. The Longhorn Ballroom is celebrating its 75th anniversary. It is a truly historic venue. Anybody who hasn't been there yet needs to go there. And if you haven't been there by May, well, let May 29th be the first time you go there and enjoy a show. You'll be back.
I love it, Eric, and we look forward to being back in Surprise early next month. Look forward to seeing you there, and I'd like to apologize in advance on Brian's behalf for his behavior in the press box.
You guys are most welcome. I'm looking forward to seeing you.
We'll try to get him sobered up before dinner this time. Eric.
Maybe we'll leave him at home this
Eric,
time.
I'll buy you dinner again. Trust me, I'll buy you dinner again.
There he goes.
We're on.
Eric Nadel here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It's going to be a cool year for Rangers broadcasting, the simulcast of the pre and the post-game show, and a lot of the new things they have cracking over there is going to be cool. Okay, an edition of The Finest coming up. Chief, where are you taking us?
I've been seeing ghosts like Sam Darnold for the last 2.5 hours, plus we have a Super Bowl illness that is really going to make one of these fan bases a bit queasy. Next in the nation.
salute to them for making this trip possible. Okay, a lot going on. Man, this has been a really fun day on Radio Row. Just walked by on my way to the restroom. Spencer Rattler, the now Saints quarterback.
Oh, gosh.
OU and a variety of one of Wolchuk's favorites. I heard he got his handicap down to 7 last summer. So he's trying to go below 5 this summer. And then I walked by Tom Pelissero, and he was telling his producer, no, I'm not asking them about the Cowboys. So they're getting pressure to talk Cowboys at NFL Network. Tom Pelissero pushing back a little bit. Spencer Rattler working on his golf game. Should be his quarterback game, if you ask me. That's what I'd be more inclined to.
Sometimes these quarterbacks that are kind of maybe mid, they work on that golf game, and then they go to that kind of the celebrity tour.
There you go.
And make some really good money.
Backup plan.
That sometimes, you can be a backup quarterback, make a lot of money, but then if you can't do that anymore, then you get to go be on the celebrity golf tournament.
Speaking of secondary careers, I was looking forward to chatting with Amon Green, actually. He was a collegiate esports coach for a couple of years.
Wow.
And I thought, man, that'd be really interesting to talk video games with Amon Green.
Talented individual.
But we just crossed wires with him, so we'll maybe look forward to that later on in the week. Here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of The Finest.
Yes, okay, so was it yesterday, Broadus, that you asked us what's like the most uncomfortable you've ever been having to do radio?
What was the hardest day for you to have to do like the Luka trade? Yeah, I kind of
the Luka trade.
The Luka trade, was that the hardest day you've ever had to do radio?
Yes.
And Wooly said it was the Packer game when he and I had to do the post together.
Yes, after the disaster just last year. Yeah. Broadcasting with a heavy heart with the Kobe stuff as well. Mm-hmm. I can't remember what yours was, Dawson, but we've all had to broadcast through discomfort. And I believe today is going to be that day forever for me.
Okay.
This has been tough sledding.
Did you grab your pants?
Since the 2:30 moment. No, but I've been wanting to puke for probably the last 2.5 hours.
You're an entertainer, bro. You're
apparently
an entertainer, man. You're a great entertainer.
The sporanics didn't go over well.
Well, I wish
at the old household.
I wish you carried yourself a little bit better, like a professional during that interview.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Well, I mean, what sort of allegations are being lobbed? From my perspective, they were just witty kind of responses or retort.
I was trying to say so locked in. They were apparently watching on the YouTube.
Yeah.
They being really my wife.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But weren't the kids going to wave at you today, and you were going to wave back?
Yeah, and I did the wave. I did the wave.
Hola.
But then it stayed on.
But then it stayed on. Yeah.
So I was trying to look at you the majority of the time. So
I thought we did. From an eye contact standpoint,
fine,
I really feel
very
great.
professional.
I don't think you really have much to apologize for here. I thought it was handled with tremendous care.
Well, that's all I've been
you're
doing.
An entertainer.
That's all I've been doing.
Every day you come in and you give it your best. You don't. Yeah, you're not into that.
It's part of the job, Unfortunately, we got to interview attractive women from time to time.
It's a once in a blue moon scenario. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and check the tape and just take a hard look in the mirror about my particular performance there, and perhaps she has some ground to stand on. I don't know, but I'm at the height of discomfort right now. I'm not comfortable when someone I know is upset at me.
I
just
hate,
in
it's
general,
a terrible feeling.
It's not fun.
Feel your energy down.
But like when it's your wife, I think it really is the worst.
Oh, it is the worst.
And then there's the distance factor.
Bro, I've divorced twice.
It doesn't help. I think it's Shark Week as well at my place.
Well,
so that's like
there you
ratcheting everything up a little bit more, than maybe it needs to be. So I don't know. I don't really know exactly how to handle it. But I'm definitely putting out fires. Not playing with confidence. So, and it's cold in here, and I got the shivers. It's just not great.
Sorry,
it's
buddy.
a tough
We'll get it done
situation
later.
to be in when you're interviewing a super attractive lady like that who's kind of making her living off of her goods, because you can't go full Howard Stern. That'd be inappropriate, and only he can pull that off. And for a lot of people, it's not their cup of tea. It's not really appropriate on sports radio. But if you just do a boring interview about her background, then nobody wants to watch.
That was my point.
I thought you did a nice job, like jabbing in there with some funny punchlines without like sweating her in any way.
And she honestly kind of teed us up for it. We're talking about food contests, and she's eating hot dogs, and she's talking about
showing your golf swing,
the 5-bite burger, and she says she's got a big mouth, and she's double fisting. I mean, what do you want us to do?
This might be a deal where maybe Paige was checking you out, and she was picking up on those female vibes as far as how she was looking at you.
Okay.
You got the beard trimmed.
Right.
Let's gas you up here, brother.
You gave me the toothpaste this morning.
That's right.
Which was
Thank
huge.
God.
Made a target run.
I don't know. But
this could potentially be a long next couple of days. We'll see how much communication we get. I don't know, but down bad right now. Really down bad. Now, do you go first when it comes to the communication? Are you like, let's try to get this going tonight, or do you sit back and wait and say, let the game come to you?
That's. I think on this one, I'm probably going to have to go on the offense. Like, we texted for a good 20 minutes or so afterwards. I was pleading my case and, really just being super sorry about it, trying to explain the fact that, hey, we're just out here having a good time doing some writing. None of this is serious at all. Mm-hmm. We're out here trying to have a good time.
I'm not trying pretty serious, but
yeah. But I mean, so I don't know. I'm probably going to have to just hop on the phone, at some point tonight. I can't do it now because that's not going to be a quick conversation.
Let's call her.
Should we get her on the air?
You want a schmoozing? Let's get a schmoozing on.
That's a good question. I don't know if she would perform well on the air.
Man, we've had to use the dump button a lot today.
Yeah.
I will say one of my biggest regrets was allowing Bobby to interview Maya when we first started dating. That didn't.
Your wife?
That didn't go. Well, now she's my wife. At the time, we weren't married yet, but. That's not aged well for me. The whole, he likes to fart in bed. That drop Peyton loves. He plays it all the damn time.
That's a good one, though. That's a funny one.
She's got it on her phone, on a hot button.
Oh, yeah. She's so proud of herself for that.
It's funny with me anyway. I've been with my lady for 15 years, and she has never once, ventured into those waters, and I've always wondered why. Maybe she underestimates me, and maybe she has me pegged perfectly, and she knows, I'm incapable.
She's never been like, wow, I can't
single
believe
bit of jealousy.
Wow.
I think it's the ego is so strong that she wouldn't want to admit that anything's a threat.
Yeah.
So she just chin up, shoulders back, but I don't really test it.
Well, my wife was very complimentary of your performance. She said,
really?
"Wow, Dawson treated that interview like a gentleman." I'm like,
I ask all questions.
Great, awesome. I don't know, but yeah, I'm down bad right now. So, my apologies. We'll go ahead and we'll shift gears here. People are alleging that Wolchuk should be in trouble as well, but I don't think Wolchuk deserves any.
What is going on here?
I
haven't heard anything.
I agree with the textures.
If anybody has on some good,
I'm usually the one in trouble.
I agree with the textures here.
No, Brian, you pipe down over there.
I think Wolchuk should. I think actually Wolchuk's performance was worse than your performance.
I got a handshake from Andrew Williams from BetMGM, our boss over there, and said he admired how well I handled that interview.
Yeah. No, I thought you hit it out the park, man. You really did. There's Stephen A. Smith, alleged to be a Democratic nominee for president coming up here in a few years. He's roaming the halls here at Radio Row. I need to go get some.
He does have a good presidential thumbs up.
He has a
good thumbs up.
It's a strong thumb.
It's a really good thumbs up.
Yep.
He'd be a guy I'd like to get some relationship advice from right now. If anybody has some tangible sage wisdom of how where to go from here. For me personally, I will take it.
Bro, you're
at 877-881-1053. I'm just apologize.
Yeah.
You just got to keep playing the apologize hits, and we'll try and move forward.
I mean, you could also see the non-apology. I did nothing wrong.
I thought about that, and I immediately went into sort of, I'm sorry, and this was a joke, so now I can't backtrack because I thought about that.
You can't change your story. That's suspicious.
Couldn't I have just been wait, what do you mean? Go the gaslight route?
Yeah.
But I chose not to. We'll see if it backfires.
Maybe it was the aftermath of the interview.
That didn't help because she did text something about on all fours howling ?
Yeah, that might have done it.
That was probably
I did forget about
that was a
that
tough
part.
deal.
Okay, yeah.
But again,
I mean, and then the way you
I
were
take
humping
that
the table.
back. Wolchuk was better than you in that.
Thank you. You guys really rallied the troops on this damn tag.
I pride myself on evaluating people, and I was wrong.
That was a missy.
I forgot about that part.
What about some crumble cookies, some tiffs?
Yes, that's the move right there.
Hey,
I think DoorDash.
that'd be nice.
I'll give
flowers.
you 50,000 Southwest miles if you want to fly home right now.
That's the last place I want to be.
Fly
to be
her out.
honest
Take
with
her
you.
to dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll pay for it. I'll
Send
give her the
kids
miles.
over to
I'll
mom and
pay
dad.
for it.
I'll send her the hey sugar, let's go get a po' boy text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or some oysters. It's an aphrodisiac.
Watch Paige be at the same restaurant.
Oh, that'd be epic.
That's like a rom-com and a half.
I'm telling you now, I'm going to probably just punt on the Paige Van Zandt interview for tomorrow.
Why?
Okay?
I need you.
I can't have back-to-back Paige incidents.
She's married.
That's really irrelevant.
So
am I.
I don't think Paige is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spearneck.
If you guys see any good
we say her name right. We have not
advice or
said her
whatever,
name right yet.
I don't know. Thank you, 903. This too shall pass. That's what I'm hoping for. It's just sort of time heals all wounds by the time you get home.
Do they have a room
Saturday
for you
morning,
at
whatever.
903?
When the hell did you drop this on all fours howling, dude? I can't defend
I forgot
that.
about that, Eric.
Gosh, dang
That
it,
was in
Eric.
the buffer pre-G bag of the day.
That was
it. Again, that was it. Go back to 220. That was joke mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was unserious joke mode.
I feel so good.
And it
about
wasn't
jokes.
like I said it to her. I didn't tell her that. You know?
Well, we did also ask about, like, do you have nipples?
Okay, so
well,
that was
I
the
did
other
that.
thing.
I did that off
I
air,
had to put
which
that-
I did for Kevin Hagelin. He asked us to ask that, and I didn't do it on the air, so I thought that was weird.
Yeah, I think she it's was weird not right happy now. about that either. I had to be like, hey, that was a Wolchuk
That's
thing.
Wolchuk all
I'm
the
sort
way.
of
She joked
guilty
about
by
it.
association on that. Tough sledding, but we power through. We fight through adversity.
It's all right,
If
buddy.
you have any good advice for me, please let me know. 877-881-1053. All right. WTF stat of the day. As a starter, Patrick Mahomes is, according to the numbers,
This is an amazing stat.
he is more likely to make it to the Super Bowl than he is to complete a single pass. Because his Super Bowl percentage, getting to a Super Bowl as a starter in his career, he's 71.4% of his career has ended in him starting in a Super Bowl. And he only completes, this loser, 66.6% of his passes. So it's the percentages are higher that he's going to make it to the Super Bowl as a starter than complete a pass. How about that for a great stat? That's
a great one.
And who's that? That's Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes. More likely to make the Super Bowl than complete a pass? Is this like to start a season? Or Because his completion percentage is 66% and his Super Bowl percentage as a starter is 70. Any given pass. Yes. Wow. That's yeah. Probably didn't make sense. Again, I'm really all over the place. No, I thought we brought it home well. That is insane, though. Just to speak to the fact that 72% of his career is a starting quarterback.
I just can't get past on all fours howling. What the hell?
Where did that come from?
That is incredible.
God.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh,
Stop,
no.
Brian, stop.
I guess we shouldn't put that in the birthday roast then. We don't want to relive this.
Oh, that's going in.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Yeah. We also have a sickness. We have an illness taking place right now. This is not good for the Eagles. I mean, granted, it's only Wednesday. You have time, but we've seen how some of these illnesses right now have really screwed things up for some people. If it's the flu, Jalen Carter, who is big-time dominator,
He is,
interior
in fact.
D-line for the Eagles, he's dealing with an illness. He is being taken away from the team. He's not practicing, and he's I'm sure they're gonna IV him up and get him ready to play. But what level? We've seen how the flu has really taken over, and it's a variation that's taken people down for 7+ days.
It's a
dominant flu, dude.
That is a good point. Yeah.
This is flu's flu game.
Yeah.
So, hopefully nobody else for the Eagles obviously gets sick. I'll tell or you whatever, what, but that's not a guy you want to lose. When I saw what it did, to my lady for the better part of 5 days, she got some of that, what do they call it? Is it Tamiflu that you can take when you get the flu?
Theraflu?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a prescription, right? And every time I felt like, am I getting sick? I'm eyeballing that Tamiflu. I'm like, let's get this on board ASAP.
Yeah, try to get ahead of that thing a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't get my flu shot, but she did. I think this one's sliding underneath the flu shot. I think it's a variant that maybe they didn't account for in the formula.
Now you also have the update, just to remind everyone. Myles Garrett here at Radio Row, and he's talking glowingly about the Commanders. So
I know they tried for the Cowboys for like 3 or 4 days. He said no, okay.
Yeah, the Cowboys.
Watch this.
Cowboys never picked up the phone.
Commando
now,
time.
The Browns are trying to have diamond hands on this and hold steady. They do not want to trade him, but they're playing it the right way, even if they know that they may inevitably have to trade him.
Yeah.
You want to make it seem like we're going to need a unreal type of trade package in order to move him.
It might be the biggest blessing they could hope for. At 28 years old, an elite pass rusher. Some of them go to 33 and stay there. but a lot of them don't make it past 30 as one of the greats. So I'd look at it as a unique team-building opportunity. The NFL will play its first ever regular season game in Melbourne, Australia in 2026. I actually bumped into some really awesome Aussie guys.
I saw you talking back over in the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I got to. Okay, so apparently it's like they told me that this guy that I interviewed with yesterday is like the Joe Buck of Australian play-by-play. Like he does all the sports. It doesn't matter what it is. Wow. Give him like 24 hours to study up on it, and he'll call whatever game for you. So he's like the man over there. And I got to do a fun little interview with him. He was asking me about Luka. All the way in Australia, they're wanting to know like what's the deal with Luka stuff. So hopefully, when I regain confidence, we'll get a wireless situation going on at some point this week. And you guys got to hear the accents and the football acumen. These guys are fantastic. Yeah. I've been going on this show in New Zealand for like 3 years. Like once every 6 months, they call me when something big happens in Texas, and they ask the best questions. Yeah. It's so interesting to get that international perspective on what Texas is. Right. You know, and how we're reacting to stuff, and is there a gun in my glove box right now? You know, some of this stuff just blows their mind. Yeah. Right?
Yes,
okay.
It's crazy.
We're live on Radio Row. Thank you, Chief, for that edition of The Finest here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Stella Artois and the Low T Center. Piers Anthony Davis is going to be playing in the next Mavericks game.
So he's been upgraded to questionable. Leads me to believe that I do think he's going to play tomorrow night against Boston. Okay. I think Luka is trending towards playing Saturday. That'll make his Laker debut, which is just going to be weird to see.
We'll try to get you caught up briefly on everything developing in the world of sports throughout the broadcast day on the other side, and the Nick Harris Star Telegram is going to jump on with us and talk football here on The Fan.
Dave Ramsey here. If you're thinking about painting your home or business, I recommend Rhino Shield ceramic paint coating, a cost-effective alternative to traditional paint. Rhino Shield can be applied to any surface and is available in unlimited colors. Plus, it's backed by a 25-year transferable warranty.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
From Disney's Epcot and meet celebrities. Saturday, it's hip-hop legend Flava Flav. Yeah, boy! Sunday, see Dallas Cowboys Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champ Tony Dorsett. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts Autorama, presented by Wiley's Speed Shop. February 14th through 16th at Dallas Market Hall. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See Autorama.com for more info.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Mexican Bar Company.
The big game is heating up, and so are the flavors at Mexican Bar Company. Get ready for an unbeatable lineup from zesty tacos to handcrafted margaritas that bring the perfect kick to game day. Voted Best Mexican Restaurant and Margarita in Plano 2024, it's the spot everyone's talking about. Visit MexBars.com for more info.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. We're live on Radio Row. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, which leaves us 17 minutes to get you caught up and to have our chat with Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joined us all season long. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Yeah, Katie, no interest in joining the Warriors. Windhorse saying that staying with Phoenix or going to Miami are his two possibilities. The Kings acquired Valanciunas from the Wizards. Brian Hartline's going to be Ohio State's primary offensive coordinator. And that kind of, the Bucks traded Middleton for Kuzma. So Washington very busy today. NFLPA saying nobody wants to play 18 games. That's pretty interesting, and that gives you a snapshot of where we are here in this sports world as we chat now with Nick Harris, Star Telegram. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Oh, let's get that mic on for him. There we go.
There we go. Test. There we are.
I got you.
Doing great, fellas. Appreciate y'all having me.
Man, it's always good to have you. Hell of a job on the beat.
Thank you.
You know, your coverage of the coaching search, fascinating. How so many people in the building were surprised that Schottenheimer got the job. How would you describe what happened behind the scenes there?
Yeah, I think early on it was a situation where it was like, okay, it makes sense for Schottenheimer to stick around as OC, as play caller. Yeah, absolutely. But the two people that actually gave him the fair shot were Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, and he ended up getting that fair shot, no pun intended, and it worked out. He got 4 hours of interviews on that first day. They brought him back the second day for 5 hours, and then by that third day they were already talking staff. So it was a surprise to people once it got to that second day, and once rumors started kind of swirling about what went into that first conversation, it was like, oh, this could actually happen then, and it was exactly what happened. People were surprised.
Nick, do you feel like that one of the reasons why he got that job was because he knew all the things that happened during the season? That he was able to walk the Joneses through, okay, remember the Atlanta game, and remember this game, and remember, this is what I would have done differently. Like, he had a little bit of an advantage going in there and talking to the Joneses, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that's fair, too, especially when you're trying to marry continuity with certain things you know you want to change.
Yeah.
How does that vision kind of pair down with what the Joneses want, and how does that pair down with what Schottenheimer wants as well? I think he did have that advantage because he knows what continuity looks like at the end of the day from the previous regime to this one. Dak Prescott wanted that continuity as well, and he gets it.
Nick Harris with you. Now, what do you think of how the coaching staff has formed around Shotty in the last week or so?
Yeah, somebody asked me earlier today, I was like, what kind of grade would you give on it? And I was like, it'd be tough to give it an A without them getting on the field yet, but I would say it's about as close as you could say, just because I feel like they've put pieces in place that can really build towards the future. I like the defensive coordinator hire and Matt Eberflus. Granted, it's going to be a scheme change for these guys. It's going to be interesting for the personnel, I think. I think it's going to be very interesting to see who they bring in on the defensive side of the ball, and whether it be in free agency, in the draft. There's going to be a lot more zone scheme stuff that this defense is used to compared to the Dan Quinn defenses and the Mike Zimmer defenses. I wonder how Matt Eberflus's return factors in. And Osa Odighizuwa, does the front office now feel more invested into putting some money behind Osa Odighizuwa? Is that a guy they potentially franchise tag? There's a lot of questions now with him. And then you look at the defensive line coach, Aaron Whitecotton. I thought that was the best position coach hire that they made on the defensive side of the ball. Just seeing what he's done with the Jets pass rush unit over the course of the last 4 years, really developing Will McDonald into a double-digit sack guy last year. Quinnen Williams, all the sacks he's had from the interior. This is a guy who knows how to get the most out of his interior defensive linemen. But granted, Will McDonald had a really good year last year under his system too. You look on the offensive side, man, it would have been great to see Tashard Choice as running backs coach, but money didn't work out there, and I think Derek Foster will still bring an interesting facet to that running back room. The one thing that I am worried about when it comes to Derek Foster, and this might more so be a question for Derek Foster, maybe not necessarily a concern, but the 3 running backs that he's drafted as a running backs coach in the NFL, they have not all panned out. The best one is Isaiah Spiller, and so there's some I wonder how much he will be involved in selecting whether it be 1 running back, 2 running backs here in this upcoming draft class. Who's going to be the decision makers when it comes to that position? Because obviously it's a really important one going into this offseason. But overall, I think the staff is coming together pretty nicely.
Okay, and then with the run game, and it appears that Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, they both want to run the ball more. Is that safe to say? Is the personnel ready for that?
Run the ball more, yes. I think it's more so run the ball better. And I think personnel, we're going to find out in training camp if the personnel's ready for that, just because I think some of the things that Clayton Adams was asking of his offensive line last year, or more so what that Cardinals system was asking of their offensive line last year, it's just not something that this offensive line is used to. And I wonder how that translates whenever we get to camp, and a lot of these guys are going to have to be out in space a lot more. Could it benefit a guy like Terrence Steele, who I consider to be better in the run game? Would he have more opportunity to be able to pave some lanes out on the edge? Will he kind of be able to find his groove again as an offensive lineman? I think there's a lot of different factors that play into that, but I think making the change at offensive line with bringing in a guy like Clayton Adams that can emphasize offensive line development, I think that was a really strong hire. And you add on the fact that he's got some knacks in the run game. I love the hire as of right now. Again, they haven't touched the field, but I love it right now.
I loved it when you said maybe 2 running backs in the draft.
Yeah,
you think that's possible?
I think it is, especially if they grab a guy first round, second round. Why not go ahead and add depth there? Even if they figure out a way to bring Rico Dowdle back, which I think Rico Dowdle's market is going to be a little inflated this year just based on the poor running back free agent cycle that's coming up. I think he's going to get probably more than he would have, say, last year. How does that play with what the Cowboys are trying to balance out right now? And if they let him walk, then they would definitely have to go grab 2, because then you're just left to Deuce Vaughn. And I don't think Deuce Vaughn is competing to be a starter right now.
Nick, you're a veteran of the draft show and the draft coverage and all that, though, and you mentioned about the running backs. Do you have that ability? I can kind of say who are the workhorse ones and who are the ones that need help with another. Do you have? Can you break that down for, like, okay, if they draft, say they, of course, with Genty, but who would be like the 3rd or 4th guy after, say, Johnson, Hampton? Is like Henderson the last workhorse guy for you, or do you have one of those guys?
I think you could put Henderson and Judkins in that conversation.
Sure. Not needing another back.
I mean, I'm a 2-back guy,
sure,
through and through. I mean, if it's Genty, then I'm still getting a second back.
Okay.
But just because I think that's what's been proven to work here at the NFL level.
Sure.
I think Saquon is a rare exception this season specifically. But even he had Kenneth Gainwell, picking up some snaps and being productive at times for that Philadelphia offense. Even Derrick Henry has why am I blanking right now? Justice Hill.
Yeah.
And the two running backs in Detroit, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, they
Mm-hmm.
work so well with each other. I think he would still I am okay with, even if you draft Genty, go get a second back if you feel like you need it.
What were some of the standouts and takeaways from the Senior Bowl last week?
Yeah, Senior Bowl was fun, man. Gosh, there was so many guys. Any position group?
Well, I mean, I don't need to hear any more about Mike Green. I've been pounding that drum. But, I mean, I guess from a Cowboys lens, you know their needs. Did anybody flash that you think could potentially end up with a star on their helmet?
Yeah, I went in with some questions about two receivers in Tez Johnson and Xavier Restrepo. I'll start with Tez Johnson. I still don't really love what he does off of the line and his release package. I think that could be a little bit more fluid. But when it comes to getting him in and out of breaks, his route tree, being able to, even though he's 170 pounds, being able to kind of shed some contact off of guys, he does such a great job of that. Receiver from Oregon, Tez Johnson, and then Restrepo. I mean, he was throwing contact around too. I think he had probably one of the smoothest comeback routes I've ever seen in a one-on-one environment last week in Mobile. Completely decked one of the corners that was trying to get out of his break. But those are two guys I had questions about going in, but now I think are safe day 2 picks and would be fun.
Is that because of how their build is? Did you have questions about their build, and do you feel like that Dallas maybe needs to get maybe a bigger guy that could be more of an X, or do you feel like that's taken care of with some of the guys they currently have on the roster?
I mean, if there's a bigger guy that they can go grab to put as that X, you know how I feel about that. I say go get it. If Teteroa McMillan is somehow there at 12, I say go get it. That's a ball-possessing big guy isn't something they've had on a reliable basis since Dez, and I think that would be a huge pickup to add to a Brian Schottenheimer offense on day 1.
It's Nick Harris of the Star Telegram with us on the Fan.
You got to talk with Zach Martin. I know he was on our morning show as well. Did you get it sounds like he wants to keep playing. Like, health is priority number 1.
Yeah.
But him putting out I'm a free agent and sounding like he's willing to flirt with that was interesting to me.
Yeah, it was. I think we all had the same takeaway there. It was like, yeah, I could return to Dallas, return to another team, or retire. We're like, return to another team. That doesn't even sound right. It sounds like a Tyron Smith situation from last year. But is that a leverage play with Dallas? Is he actually considering that? Who knows? But I did find that fascinating, too. I assume we'll get that right after the league year starts. There's contractual lingo about his contract. So I bet we get that decision right after the new league year starts, which I believe is March 12th.
Speaking of player movement, how much better do the Commanders get if they trade for Myles Garrett?
Man, adding a formidable pass rusher, being able to pair him with either Dante Fowler or Dorrance Armstrong, depending on who they want for the foreseeable future. I mean, shoot, you could have both of those guys. And, we've seen the versatility of Dorrance Armstrong, whether it be inside and outside. That would be a demon for Dan Quinn, I'll tell you what. But if Cleveland is looking around and looking at trade value, they should probably strike while the iron is hot. Maybe get on the phone with Nico Harrison and hope that works out.
Brian reminded us, I think it was last hour, that Steven said maybe we need to take a look how we're doing free agency, and I think Jerry said maybe something about the salary cap could evolve. Is there any way that we could hope the Cowboys would be interested in Myles Garrett or spending money? Or
I think hope is the key word there, Gavin, for sure. I would have to imagine the price for Myles Garrett is going to be pretty hefty. It's probably going to have to be something that the Cowboys probably wouldn't be worth paying, especially from a draft capital perspective. If you want to go out and get a player right now, if you're the Cowboys and you're just looking around and you want to go out and get a player, if you have to sacrifice expensive draft capital for that, it's not worth it right now. There's too many holes on this team that they need to be able to fill. Let's say that they trade 2 firsts and a second for a Myles Garrett. You're hindering what Myles Garrett could even contribute whenever you get him in the building. I mean, if you're looking at it from a Cooper Kupp situation, 5th round pick.
That's a 5th round pick.
That's a 5th round pick, and I think I'd be okay with that. Maybe not in this draft because then you wouldn't pick from 3rd until 6th, but or late 5th.
I'm interested to see your board now. Do you have somebody at 12 that's better than Myles Garrett?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well then we should be willing to trade.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Big picture.
Well, yeah, if it's 2 1s, then it's like
the
I'm
contract is.
But if it's,
the contract
no,
is.
but if it's a 1 and a 3,
yeah.
Okay, you get Myles Garrett. You got your second. You don't have a 3. You don't have a 4. You're pretty much toast.
Well, maybe it could be a 3 for next year.
You put that entire draft class into the hands of Myles Garrett,
which I feel pretty good about. That's the best defensive player in the league.
You just told me that you don't have a player at 12 better than him.
Yeah, but I also have a lot cheaper contracts at 12 than him.
That's a good point.
Yeah, if that would be a situation where Can you keep Garrett and Micah on the same payroll? You wouldn't be able to pay Deron Bland for sure at that point. Then you start talking about squeezing guys out like Jake Ferguson, and that's where the cap sheet would get a little dicey, in my opinion.
It's Nick Harris with you here on The Fan. How much are we seeing the return of the run game in the NFL?
Yeah, I think this year is a specific, interesting case to look at. I mean, you look at all the teams that were playing there towards the end. You can look at the teams that are not even here. I mean, we could talk about Saquon and what Kansas City was able to do here with Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco throughout the course of the season, even when they battled injury. You can look at some of the teams that made it deep. James Cook led the league in rushing touchdowns, really powered them, not only through the playoffs, but in the regular season as well. Ravens, obviously, with Derrick Henry. It's refreshing to see a healthy run game be the backbone of an offense, and it's exciting for a guy like me who loves the run game a little too much sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you want to sign Rico and draft 2 running backs.
Yeah, bring them all.
All the running backs.
Let's
go,
run
baby.
twin back system.
Hell
and
yeah.
Every single play, we got 2 backs in the backfield.
Bring back
Let's
the
just
veer.
run it.
How much better does Guyton get with a guy like Clayton Adams coming into town? Because it seems like he was getting stuff done with somewhat below average talent on the Cardinals' offensive line.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating, and I'm glad you brought up that point, Eric. The fact that they had the 3rd least sacks allowed last season, the Cardinals I'm talking about, and the 7th most total rushing yards last season with 0 Pro Bowlers up front. Now, granted, we haven't seen enough of Clayton Adams to say, okay, how did he develop these guys?
Right.
You know, how much were they already developed when he got them? But I think whenever you factor in what he was able to do with the pieces that he had in place, you would have to only assume optimism there.
How much better do you have to block it up if you don't have a Murray or a Wilson running the fake for you?
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And I actually just got done talking with Daryl Johnson about that same exact point. We actually talked about that specific point for a while. It's like, okay, Kyler is a little bit different from Dak, especially from a mobility perspective. So how will that change what Clayton Adams can do up front, and how much will he have to account for that? How much will he have to change with that? That's probably something that we get to take an eye on at training camp and see. Okay, you can kind of get a good feel for it then, and then in the preseason even more. I wonder if this team plays in the preseason to kind of account for those kinds of things. They didn't under Mike McCarthy. I would hope that they would under Brian Schottenheimer. I'm a big preseason believer. Yeah, I think that's a very valid question, Gavin.
At 12, could you see the Cowboys taking a left tackle 2 years in a row?
Oh, man.
3 out of 4 years?
I don't know if they could stomach that. Honestly, because it would be giving up on a couple of guys that you have in the building, at least one of the 2 guys you have in the building. I mean, unless it's a guy that they feel really strongly about, like a Kelvin Banks or if a Will Campbell slid to that point. But even then, you could slide them inside. I know we've had that conversation, Brian. That would kind of give you maybe a little chess piece, but offensive line in general, I think it would be tough to stomach. But I wouldn't put it past them.
They're taking this back, aren't they?
I think
my bet right now is that they're parachuting.
I think Genty's the
You
pick.
think they're parachuting?
Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, they're taking Genty at 12.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, my bet right now is that they parachute, but we'll see.
You're saying they're going to try and get that 4 back is what they're going to try and do.
Or a 2 or a 3.
Or a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, that would be my bet right now, but that's not because of anybody I've talked to. It's just more so theorization.
Would you say you have 3 to 4 or 5 players that you wouldn't trade away from?
Yeah, absolutely. Genty's one of them. I would take the guy. I can't.
You just told me they're going to parachute this thing, and now you're.
I'm saying if I don't think Genty's going to be there at 12. That's why I say that.
Do you think there's a lot of people who are that really hope that he's gone by the time Dallas picks, so they don't have to deal with that?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Do you think Dallas is that way?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask in that building. I bet there's some that would say yes and some that would say no.
Yeah.
What's your Super Bowl pick?
I think this game comes down to there's a lot of factors in this game. I think this game comes down to Saquon Barkley against that Chiefs defensive front. Whoever wins that matchup, I think, wins this game. And right now, I would take that Chiefs defensive front. It's so strong.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a banger. I think we're in for a hell of a Super Bowl. But until they can knock them off, I'm going to take the Chiefs.
Did you enjoy Media Party last night?
Yeah, it was a good time. You did too.
We had a great time.
No, we had a great time. It was awesome. It was really this is my first time here at the Super Bowl. First time at Media Row, Radio Row, whatever we call it now. Yeah, it was a great time.
You're killing it, man. Thank you so much for your time again.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram with you on 105.3 The Fan, live on Radio Row. It's the G-Back Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. And now it is time to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right.
right, Square. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
But look, I'll say like this though, right? It's a vulnerable time for a lot of these young dudes, you feel me? They don't be taking care of their chicken right, you feel me? So if they was me, or if I had an opportunity to let these little young sahibs know something, I say take care of y'all money, African, because that don't last forever. Now, I done been on the other side of retirement, and it's good when you get over there and you can do what you want to. So, I mean, you feel me? Start taking care of y'all mentals, y'all bodies, and y'all chicken for when y'all, you know, ready to walk away. You walk away and you be able to do what you want to do. But I appreciate it. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yes, sir. This is LA Live for Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. I call it a Butt Naked Wednesday because Miss Badu named it. She sure did. Shout out to Miss Badu for naming today. Peace to the gods and earths. Ashe, Hotep, Stay Woke, On Code, all that stuff, all that fly stuff. Hey, so after last night's Laker game, where are you at with your Luka grief scale?
Man, I'll tell you what, watching LeBron get that give and go, and then I think he gets the and one, and then he looks right at Luka and he says, "That's what we're going to be doing." That one hit, man.
Yeah, it brought it more into reality. I'm trying to move on, but I'd say I'm still a solid 7 or 8, Lucius.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really just going to hurt, and it's all the anger is going to come back when we see him Saturday, I guess. When he debuts and he's officially wearing the Lakers jersey, it's just going to be bizarre.
At least until then, there's a chance that the trade gets vetoed until I actually see him in that uniform. Tip it off.
Yeah, it's not real until he's officially playing for them, right?
I might go to attend that night.
So last night when I watched it before, I was I was in denial in a sense. I was in denial. I had questions. Why is this happening? Come on, man. But now I'm in the acceptance stage of this situation because they were sitting next to each other. I'm talking about LeBron and Luka just being giddy. They were putting their hands over, the mouths and talking to each other and laughing and bumping shoulders. And I was like, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Your boy Luka.
That might be what Luka needs.
Yeah. Your boy Luka's about to turn it around. He's going to hit the gym with Bron. He's going to start eating with Bron. He's going to get that fire under him. Yep.
Sometimes in your mid-20s, or for me it was mid-30s, you got to hit rock bottom. And maybe that was rock bottom for Luka and the thing that will ultimately allow him to be his best version. And that would contribute to my sadness.
Indeed. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up. At Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can find us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. A winner right here is Broadus. He is talking about sleeping bags and sporting goods stores.
I would have gone and bought a sleeping bag from like Dick's or one of those sporting goods stores and just said, here, listen, just get in that. If you get cold,
Zip it up.
Zip it up,
bag.
I just can't be sick,
Well, speaking of Dixon Sports, big L to all of us. We lost.
I knew you were going to do something with that.
Well, we lost.
I was thinking of another sporting goods store, and I couldn't think of another name, like Oshman's or something like that.
Sports Authority Academy.
I couldn't, and Dick's immediately came into my mind. Pause.
Yes.
Gosh, just can't get away from that, can I?
No. That's a 5-timer.
Yeah, black ice, man. A slippery slope you got right there.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You got me.
Gotcha.
Sure did.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Butt Naked Wednesday. Did y'all see that college kid that can name every NBA champion in order?
Wow, no, that's impressive.
I saw something about this. Yeah, he got an A on his final exam or something. I don't know what the
photographic memory, Lucius. Here, what are we dealing with?
I think it's that sports autism.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about with like the dates
Heisman
and things and just
winners. Yeah.
And congratulations to him.
Yeah.
This dude was like a computer in that brain. Yes, Eric, his professor gave him the thing was, I'll give you a 100 on a final if you can do it.
Okay, so it's like in place of the real test.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knocked it out. Listen to this.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Celtics, Nuggets, Warriors, Bucks, Lakers, Raptors, Warriors, Cavs, Warriors, Spurs, Heat, Mavericks, Lakers, Celtics, Spurs, Heat, Spurs, Pistons, Spurs, Lakers. It should be a 1999.
Yep.
Spurs, Bulls, Rockets, Bulls, Pistons. Lakers, Celtics, Lakers. We're at 84 now? Yeah. Celtics, Sixers, Lakers, Celtics, Lakers. Now we're 1979.
Dude, going backwards, bro.
Sonics, Bullets, Blazers, Celtics, Warriors, Celtics. 73? Yeah. Damn. Knicks, Lakers, Bucks, Knicks, Celtics, 1967? Yeah. Sixers, Celtics. That's 8 straight. Yeah. Now we're at 1958. Yeah. St. Louis Hawks. Wow. Celtics, Philadelphia Warriors, Syracuse Nationals. Dang. We're in 1954. Yeah. All right, 3 for the Lakers, Minneapolis. 1951, Rochester Royals, back-to-back for the Lakers in 50 and 49. 1948, Baltimore Bullets, and then 1947, first ever NBA champions, Philadelphia Warriors.
Man, way to go.
Look at that.
That's incredible.
Way to go.
I'm super jealous of this guy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Celtics.
Yeah, all the Celtics 8 times in a row.
Okay.
Yeah, and up until like 82, it wasn't even on like primetime TV.
No.
You know?
Tape delay, right?
They used to tape delay stuff. Crazy. I mean, Magic Bird, Dr. J, Jordan just totally changed everything.
LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Butt Naked Wednesday. I have a question for the Tolos here. Follow me. What is your most old head coded belief? Ooh, what is your most old head coded belief? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, maybe these examples will help you out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Never show up to a gathering empty-handed.
That's true.
Yep.
That is so true.
Yep. Turn off the lights when you exit a room.
True.
Yeah, I'm on that. I'm constantly having to
paying bills.
I'm constantly turning lights off. The kids, they flip it on, and then they have no understanding for the off switch. So I'm always doing that in my place.
When you walk into a room, make sure you greet everyone.
Oh yeah, that is old school, man.
It's a good one. I was
It's a polite thing to do.
Very impressed when somebody is able to walk in there and have that type of confidence.
Dawson walked in that room last night and said, "I'm out of here."
Yeah,
immediately.
It was a lot of
First thing he does is like, "I'm out of here."
This was crowded.
It was packed. Yeah. And my spatial awareness for the first 10 minutes was off. I was bumping. I accidentally bumped a lady and she dropped her spoon. It was tough. It was everywhere. It was just a lot to take in.
Yeah, I know you go like your friends' houses back in the days. If you walk in that house, you make sure you speak to everybody in that house. Hello, how you doing? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. That type of vibe. Children can't call me by my first name.
Yeah, that
Mr. and Miss.
Well, I guess my own kids, but another kid, I guess I haven't gotten to that point yet with middle school kids or whatever saying like, I guess it would be weird if like a 7th grader walks in my daughter's friend. It's like, hey, Eric.
I've gotten used to like Bennett's son in college. Hey, Mr. Broadus, I'm like, and I don't used to say, oh no, it's Brian. I just let it go now. I used to say something, but I don't say anything anymore.
You like the Mr. Broadus, don't you?
I just don't want to make them uncomfortable by saying it's Brian.
Oh, call me Brian.
Yeah, don't. I just, whatever they want to do.
Mr. works. I think whatever they go with works. I think a lot of the elementary kids will call you like Mr. and then your first name. You know their parents.
Mr. Brian,
By the time we get to middle school, I don't know the last time I heard a Mr.
Wow.
Yeah, with my daughter's friends.
Wow.
They just call you Gavin?
Yes, or they just totally ignore you.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Like you do them.
Yeah.
Yeah, every older person in my life has been a Mr. or Miss or auntie or uncle or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, my dad's name is Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul.
I called my aunt just Jean Ann in probably 1987, and I remember her reaction viscerally, to this day. I was like, oh, I'll never do that again.
How about this one? Always sit facing the door.
That's an Italian thing.
I'm sitting facing the door every time. I'm checking the exits. I do not want to sit with an exit behind me or the entrance behind me. I don't want anything really behind me when I'm in restaurants. I want to be able to see the whole spot.
That's an Italian thing for sure.
Hey!
Yeah.
If only Tony Soprano had listened.
We got to always watch the door.
This radio roasting gets kind of hectic because you never know who might be behind you, Walter.
True. You can see it in the camera.
Yeah, no doubt.
What is this? Yeah, question for the Tolos. What is your most old head coded belief? Don't ever sit on the bed with outside clothes on.
Ooh,
them dirty jeans you have on. You've been working all day and going to different places, and you sit on the bed. This is supposed to be like, clean spot.
Yeah, my lady hits me with that one all the time.
That's a good point.
I've finally conformed to it. She's domesticated me to that extent. I'm like, oh, you're right. That is kind of gross.
Yeah, that's one I'm in favor of. Even when I'm like too tired to shower before bed, after work, whatever, I'll still make it a point to just put some different clothes on. That's the least I can do.
I really disgusted myself one time. I got off a plane and came home, and then she told me, I was like, you're right. I'll clean the sheets immediately.
It was after the Vegas trip when you just wore the same clothes every day.
Wow. I don't think so.
I am proud of you for bringing,
that was an incredible,
bringing it back this
incredible
year.
run.
He forgot socks, though, this year.
He did forget socks.
Oh, is that why you had to go to Target?
Yeah.
Whoa.
How about this one? Don't drive off until you guys just stop abruptly. There's not even yeah.
I know. I'm sorry.
Breaks.
It's tough for you too because we're on remote.
It's the toughest job in the world,
it
fam.
Is, bro. I feel for you.
Got a pretty healthy delay going.
Yeah. Toughest job in the world talking to 4 people that are not here.
Yeah, it sucks.
At all.
in many ways.
Even when we're there.
Even when you're here.
That's right.
Even when you're here.
What'd you say?
I need more money. All right.